Chapter 1. The steamed bun shop that astonished a million-follower influencer. Dolphin Bay, located in Jinghai City, Linjiang Province, boasts a coastline stretching for over 10 kilometers. Surrounded by picturesque landscapes and enchanting scenery, it is one of the most renowned tourist attractions in Jinghai City. At this moment, during the May Day holiday, many domestic tourists have chosen to visit Dolphin Bay to relish this rare break. Lin Jiang is one of them. As a professional food blogger, Lin Jiang frequently creates videos exploring culinary delights and has amassed millions of followers online. This time, he journeyed to Dolphin Bay not only to unwind, but also to attend the upcoming food festival in a week, where numerous Jinghai delicacies are expected to be showcased. Today, Lin Jiang awoke early, eager to explore a breakfast shop rumored to be exceptional, curious to determine if it lived up to its online reputation. As he stepped into the elevator, two young women hurriedly entered. One girl, wearing glasses, complained to her companion in a white dress. "It's your fault for dawdling. It's nearly 8 o'clock. Lee's buns must be selling out fast." The girl in the white dress rolled her eyes and replied, "It's just a bun. You've been going on about it all night. Are Lee's buns really that delicious?" The girl with glasses exclaimed excitedly, "Of course they are. Lee's buns are the best I've ever tasted. Their flavor is simply exquisite. Even Din Tai Fung's buns can't compare." "Is that true?" The girl in the white dress looked at her with skepticism, doubt evident in her eyes. The girl with glasses huffed, "Once you try Lee's buns, you'll understand if I'm telling the truth or not." Intrigued by their conversation, Lin Jiang's curiosity was piqued. Din Tai Fung is one of the 8 great establishments in the capital, and he had previously sampled their buns, which he regarded as the finest he had ever tasted. What kind of bun could possibly surpass those made by Din Tai Fung? Driven by this curiosity, Lin Jiang abandoned his initial exploration plans and followed the two girls toward the southern part of Dolphin Bay. He was eager to discover whether the buns at this shop were indeed as delectable as claimed by the girl in glasses. After trailing behind the girls for about 10 minutes, Lin Jiang arrived at a resort at the southernmost point of Dolphin Bay, named Rainbow Paradise. While labeled a resort, it was merely an ordinary guest house that had enclosed the surrounding beach with a fence, giving it the appearance of a resort. Notably, the scenery around this establishment was breathtaking. However, its remote location meant few tourists were present. At the entrance of the resort, several steaming bamboo steamers were displayed, and a young man clad in a white t-shirt was busily attending to them. This young man, approximately 6 feet tall and in his 20s, possessed striking features and exuded a vibrant, sunny disposition, rivaling the popular young stars seen on television. Could this resort be the bun shop? Lin Jiang gazed at the steamers at the entrance, his mouth agape in astonishment. He never expected that the bun shop mentioned by the girl in glasses would be located within a resort. "Lee, I'm here for your buns again." The girl with glasses approached, warmly greeting the young man in white. This young man was none other than Li Yi, the owner of the resort. Li Yi smiled at the girl with glasses and said, "Thank you for your support. We have about a dozen buns left. How many would you like?" Her eyes brightened as she excitedly replied, "I'll have 10 buns to start. If I need more, I'll ask later." "Sure, 10 cabbage buns, totaling 100 yuan. Li Yi swiftly opened the steamer, placing 10 steaming buns on a plate for her. Upon seeing the girl with glasses promptly pay 100 yuan via her mobile phone, Lin Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. Goodness, a cabbage bun costs 10 yuan each. As a professional food blogger who has savored culinary delights from across the nation, Lin Jiang had visited numerous bun shops, yet he had never encountered such exorbitant prices for cabbage buns. Even Din Tai Fung's buns, which contain meat, were only a few yuan more. 10 yuan for a cabbage bun? Was this not highway robbery? Unaware of Lin Jiang's astonishment, Li Yi cheerfully asked, "Hello, how many buns would you like?" Lin Jiang frowned, pondering before responding, "I'll have one, please." Despite the steep price, having come this far, he decided to try one. If the buns proved unsatisfactory, he would certainly expose the shop online, warning others against falling for such a trap in the future. Li Yi glanced at Lin Jiang and smiled. "This must be your first time trying our buns." Taken aback, Lin Jiang curiously inquired, "How do you know?" Li Yi chuckled, "Because anyone who has tasted our buns would never settle for just one." How remarkably confident! Lin Jiang raised an eyebrow slightly. Li Yi placed a single cabbage bun on a plate and handed it to Lin Jiang, saying, "There's space for you to sit and savor it. After you taste it, You'll understand why I say this. All right, let me see what makes your buns so special. Lin Jiang carried the plate into the resort. On the beach, he observed several tables, all occupied. Seeing this, Lin Jiang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that such an expensive bun shop would attract so many patrons. Could it be that the buns were genuinely delicious? Finding an empty seat, Lin Jiang scrutinized the cabbage bun on his plate. The bun was approximately the size of a child's fist, with precisely 18 folds, evenly distributed across its surface, rendering it a visual masterpiece akin to a delicate work of art. Without even tasting it, its aesthetic alone surpassed that of Din Tai Fung's buns. Lin Jiang picked up the bun with chopsticks and took a delicate bite. The moment he bit into it, he was instantly captivated, his mind flooded with an array of adjectives. Fresh, sweet, tender, juicy. These descriptors coalesced into one undeniable word. Delectable. Indeed, beyond this most straightforward and direct term, Lin Jiang found himself at a loss for words to encapsulate the bun's exquisite flavor. With just a few bites, Lin Jiang devoured the entire bun. In the end, he licked his lips, his eyes reflecting a lingering sense of satisfaction. Delicious. Truly exceptional. Having tasted countless delights, Lin Jiang had never encountered a bun so remarkable. In comparison, Din Tai Fung's buns were hardly worth mentioning. Forget about 10 yuan each, even if they were 20 yuan. Lin Jiang would deem them an extraordinary value. Boss, please bring me one of every type of bun you have. Having devoured the cabbage bun in his hand, Lin Jiang eagerly rushed to Li Yi and exclaimed. Li Yi chuckled and shook his head, replying, I'm afraid we only have cabbage buns at the moment. What? Are there no other buns available? Upon hearing this, a hint of regret flashed in Lin Jiang's eyes. Such delicious buns, yet only the cabbage filling was available. What a pity. Well, if there are no other buns, then I shall have 5, no, 10 cabbage buns, Lin Jiang declared. Li Yi lifted the steamer lid and glanced inside, saying to Lin Jiang, I'm sorry, there are only 7 cabbage buns left. 7 it is. He'll take them all. Lin Jiang pulled out his phone and transferred 70 yuan to Li Yi before eagerly returning to his seat with the buns. Today, he intended to indulge and savor this rare delicacy. As Lin Jiang wolfed down the buns, a crisp notification suddenly chimed in Li Yi's ear. Congratulations, host, for selling 1,000 cabbage buns and successfully completing the novice task. Congratulations, host, for completing the novice task. System binding commencing. System binding in progress, 10, 20, 100. System binding successful. System marketplace unlocked. Upon hearing the series of system notifications in his mind, a spark of excitement illuminated Li Yi's eyes. Fantastic! I've finally completed the novice task. Chapter 2. The Super System, the Ultimate Resort of the Future. Li Yi clenched his fists, striving to contain his exhilaration as he opened his panel. In the next instant, a transparent display materialized before his eyes. Host, Li Yi age, 22 skill, master level bun making technique. Employees, none reputation, 0 inventory, none. Bound resort. Rainbow Paradise. Upon viewing the information displayed on the transparent screen, a smile involuntarily crept across Li Yi's lips. After 3 days of effort, he had finally completed the novice task and successfully bound himself to the system. From this moment forth, this system truly belonged to him. 3 days prior, Li Yi was merely an ordinary resort owner, facing imminent bankruptcy due to poor management. But at that very moment, he unexpectedly acquired a system. This system was named the Ultimate Resort Construction System. As the name suggests, this system could assist Li Yi in creating the most luxurious, high-end, and popular resort in the world. By accumulating the requisite reputation, Li Yi could unlock various powerful facilities. Imagine a colossal amusement park built entirely over the sea, featuring hundreds of attractions. A 7-star luxury hotel soaring 108 stories high, boasting the world's most opulent presidential suites. A medical center equipped with the most advanced medical technology capable of curing all ailments. A global culinary tower where one can savor delicacies from around the world without stepping outside. Whether it be cuisine, entertainment, accommodation, or healthcare, the system had it all. With such a miraculous piece of advanced technology, Li Yi was naturally brimming with excitement. He had always enjoyed simulation management games, and this system was akin to a simulation management game brought to life. If he could indeed craft the strongest resort in the world, his life would undergo a monumental transformation. However, despite the system's immense power, unlocking the items and facilities within required the acquisition of corresponding reputation. There were 2 ways to earn reputation within the system. The first was by completing tasks issued by the system, which would yield substantial reputation rewards upon completion. The second was to enhance the resort's visibility. The greater the visibility, the more reputation could be gained. Upon activating the system, Li Yi received a complimentary novice gift pack. From this gift pack, he obtained a master-level bun-making technique. In the system, each skill is categorized into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and legendary. The master-level bun-making technique signified that Li Yi had reached a pinnacle in bun-making. Even on a global scale, few could rival his skill. After mastering the bun-making technique, Li Yi promptly received a novice task from the system. The task required him to sell 1,000 cabbage buns within 3 days. Completing the novice task would fully bind him to the system. In other words, only by fulfilling the novice task could Li Yi truly claim this system as his own. Fortunately, although the time was somewhat pressing, the buns crafted with his master-level technique were extraordinarily delicious. Despite the remote location of his resort, Li Yi still managed to attract numerous customers with his delectable buns. In a mere 3 days, he successfully sold 1,000 cabbage buns, binding himself to the system. From now on, this system truly belonged to him. I wonder what treasures lie within the system marketplace. With anticipation, Li Yi opened the system marketplace. Before him was a dazzling array of products displayed in the marketplace. These items were categorized based on quality, ranging from 1 to 5 stars. The higher the star rating, the superior the quality of the item. Items rated from 1 to 2 stars could be purchased directly with coins. Coins could be exchanged for Chinese yuan at a 1-to-1 ratio. For items rated from 3 to 5 stars, a certain level of reputation was required for purchase, and they were exceedingly expensive with a daily purchase limit. The high price of items rated 3 stars and above was primarily due to their unparalleled quality compared to similar items on Earth, often accompanied by special attributes. For instance, Li Yi spotted a 3-star quality egg in the marketplace, cultivated through a unique method. This egg not only boasted a delightful flavor, but also possessed beautifying properties, enhancing the skin's smoothness and radiance. One egg was priced at 188 coins, with a daily purchase limit of 100. A reputation of over 5,000 was necessary to buy it. As Li Yi gazed at the astonishing array of products in the system marketplace, he nearly drooled. Alas, he currently possessed neither money nor reputation otherwise. He would have eagerly emptied the entire marketplace. While browsing the items in the system marketplace, a notification suddenly chimed in his ear. Detected that the host has successfully bound the system, initiating the task system. Task 1. Prosperous business difficulty. 1-star task requirement. Attract 100 new customers within a day. Task reward. 200 reputation. 1-star treasure chest X1. Task 2. Flood of positive reviews difficulty. 1 star. Task requirement. Accumulate 200 positive reviews from customers. Task reward. 200 reputation. 1-star treasure chest X1. Upon seeing the tasks issued by the system, Li Yi's eyes lit up. He had been troubled by the lack of reputation, and unexpectedly, the system had come to his aid with 2 tasks at once. By completing these 2 tasks, he would earn enough reputation to upgrade his resort. The second task is manageable, but this first task poses quite a challenge. Li Yi murmured to himself as he gazed at the system's tasks. His resort, situated at the southernmost edge of Dolphin Bay, was in a rather secluded location. Attracting 100 new customers within a single day seemed an arduous endeavor, especially since his resort was currently quite rudimentary, lacking any appealing features. Even if tourists were to pass by, they would likely opt not to stay at his establishment. The only asset he could lay claim to was the buns he had crafted himself. It appears I must leverage the buns. A spark of inspiration ignited in Li Yi's mind, and he quickly devised a plan. He approached the guests lounging on the beach with a warm smile, addressing them. Dear patrons, may I inquire if you're satisfied with our buns? Absolutely satisfied. Boss Li, your buns are undoubtedly the most delicious I have ever tasted. Boss Li, your culinary skills are simply extraordinary. After traversing the country for years, this is the first time I have encountered such delectable buns. Boss Li, I must criticize you with buns this delicious. How could you only make so few? You underestimate our capacity for enjoyment. Please prepare more tomorrow. I wish to indulge fully. Indeed, you must make more buns tomorrow. I want to take some home for my daughter to try. The crowd responded enthusiastically, showering him with praise. Li Yi smiled gently and replied, I am delighted to hear you are satisfied. To express my gratitude for your support, I will unveil a new pork bun for you all to savor tomorrow. I hope you can come and taste it. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the crowd's faces lit up with excitement. Wonderful. Finally, a meat bun. I can hardly contain my anticipation. If the cabbage buns are this delightful, how exquisite must the pork buns be? Boss Li, can I pre-order? I want to reserve 10 pork buns. I too wish to place an order. I would like 20 pork buns. The crowd clamored, eager not to miss out. Li Yi quickly interjected, I apologize, but our pork buns are made using a special technique and are limited in quantity. Each person may only purchase one. What? Limited to one? Boss Li, do you take me for a child? 1 bun won't suffice. Indeed, Boss Li, this is far too few. Can you not make more? The price is not an issue. I would gladly pay 30 yuan each. Exactly. Bossly, please prepare a few more. Seeing the discontent on their faces, Li Yi smiled wryly and said, I wish I could make more, but it simply isn't feasible. How about this? To thank you for your support. If each of you brings in a new customer tomorrow, you may purchase an additional pork bun. While the crowd felt a twinge of disappointment, they ultimately had no choice but to acquiesce. Bossly, worry not. I will certainly bring in more new customers for you tomorrow. Just save those buns for me. Bossly, I will call my colleagues right now and ensure they all come tomorrow. For each new customer, we can buy another pork bun, correct? Very well. I shall bring my entire team. They are currently here in Dolphin Bay for a team-building event. Witnessing such enthusiasm from the crowd, a smile crept onto Li Yi's face. With the assistance of these loyal patrons, it seemed he would effortlessly accomplish both tasks. Chapter 3. The Allure of Cabbage Buns. After bidding farewell to the last customer, Li Yi tidied up the tables and chairs on the beach with minimal effort before making his way to the kitchen, where he intended to prepare a steamer full of pork buns for tasting. This time, Li Yi opted not to use the flour he had purchased himself. Instead, he procured a bag of flour from the system's marketplace. Premium wheat flour. 1 star. This flour, crafted from select wheat, boasts a fine texture and a milky white hue, significantly enhancing the taste of baked goods. Price, 50 gold coins per bag. This bag of premium wheat flour weighs a total of 5 pounds, priced at 50 gold coins, equating to 10 gold coins per pound, which is 3 to 4 times more expensive than regular flour. However, upon examining the flour within the bag, Li Yi found the price to be exceedingly reasonable. The flour was exceptionally fine, resembling milk in its color, devoid of any impurities, and emitted a subtle, inviting aroma of wheat that made his mouth water. Just its appearance warranted a price far exceeding 10 gold coins per pound. After preparing the dough, Li Yi purchased some pork from the marketplace. Select pork belly. 1 star. This premium pork belly, sourced from top-grade pigs, is renowned for its exquisite flavor, rich yet not greasy, and free from any hormones. Price, 60 gold coins per pound. The pork belly sold in the system's marketplace was similarly priced at 3 to 4 times that of the market. However, its quality surpassed all pork available, undoubtedly representing exceptional value. Li Yi skillfully minced the pork belly before adding various seasonings to create the filling. With the dough and meat filling ready, he spent 2,000 gold coins to acquire an entire new set of steamers from the system's marketplace. This set, woven from fine willow, not only enhanced steaming efficiency, but also preserved the quality of the buns for an extended period, far superior to the few steamers he had previously purchased. With the system at his disposal, Li Yi naturally chose the path of high-end, exquisite ingredients and utensils, striving for excellence to craft the finest cuisine. Once everything was prepared, he began to shape the buns. Having mastered the art of bun making at a masterful level, Li Yi's technique had reached an unparalleled proficiency within mere minutes. He fashioned several dozen buns, each of identical size, resembling exquisite works of art. Subsequently, Li Yi placed the batch of pork buns into the steamer for cooking. Approximately half an hour later, the buns were fully cooked. As he gently lifted the steamer lid, a rich aroma of meat wafted toward him, intoxicating in its fragrance. What an enticing scent! Li Yi could not help but swallow hard. Thanks to the premium wheat flour provided by the system's marketplace, the pork buns appeared as milky white as the finest cream, presenting no flaws other than the 18 delicate folds, making them remarkably beautiful. Pork bun, 1 star. Crafted from superior flour and pork, these buns are delectable and juicy, never tiresome to consume. Attributes, delicious 1, appearance 1. Upon seeing the information displayed by the system, Li Yi's eyes lit up with excitement. In the system, food is categorized from 1 star to 5 stars. The higher the star rating, the more delectable the dish. Foods rated 3 stars and above even possess special attributes, such as enhancing vitality, promoting beauty, and nourishing the body. However, dishes of 3 stars or more require high-quality ingredients and exceptional culinary skills to prepare. With the resources currently at Li Yi's disposal, he is unable to create dishes of 3 stars or higher. Li Yi picked up a pork bun and eagerly took a bite. In an instant, a rich broth flooded his mouth, bursting forth with flavor. The savory aroma of pork perfectly melded with the scent of wheat flour, reaching the pinnacle of taste. It was simply exquisite. A look of rapture crossed Li Yi's face as he devoured the bun in just a few bites. Unsatisfied after finishing 1 pork bun, he proceeded to consume 5 more, stopping only when he could eat no more, reluctant to cease his indulgence. It must be said that meat buns surpass vegetarian ones in taste. Although the cabbage buns Li Yi had made in the past few days were also delicious, they paled in comparison to the pork buns he had prepared today. It seemed that tomorrow's task was assured. A smile crept onto Li Yi's lips, his eyes brimming with confidence. He believed that anyone with a normal sense of taste would be unable to resist the allure of pork buns. Given some time, he could make the visitors of Dolphin Bay go wild over them. Meanwhile, as Li Yi was engrossed in making pork buns, Lin Jiang returned to his hotel. After leaving Li Yi's resort, Lin Jiang took a stroll around Dolphin Bay. The scenery surrounding Dolphin Bay was indeed breathtaking, allowing Lin Jiang to fully appreciate the beauty of the seaside. Perhaps due to his extensive walk, his stomach, which had felt quite full that morning, now stirred with hunger once more. Never mind, I'll have a meal before heading back to my room, Lin Jiang thought as he glanced at the time and made his way to the hotel restaurant. It was lunchtime and several tourists were dining within the establishment. Lin Jiang casually chose a seat and summoned a waiter, requesting the reheating of the 3 cabbage buns he had packed from Li Yi that morning. Earlier, Lin Jiang had purchased 8 buns from Li Yi, consuming 5 and feeling satisfied, which led him to take the remaining 3 cabbage buns back for lunch.
Recalling the exquisite flavor of the cabbage buns, he couldn't help but lick his lips, and his previously unhungry stomach audibly growled. It seemed that the buns from Li Yi's establishment were not only delicious, but also tantalizingly appetite-stimulating. In about 3 minutes, the restaurant staff returned. Having heated the 3 cabbage buns, Lin Jiang eagerly picked one up, took a bite, and a look of rapture graced his face. Yes, this is the taste I was longing for. It is simply delightful. Generally speaking, no matter how delectable the buns may be, indulging too much can lead to a sense of saturation. However, the buns crafted by Li Yi's family possess an enchanting quality that renders them perpetually enjoyable. Even after Lin Jiang had consumed 5 cabbage buns today, he still felt no trace of fatigue from the flavors. As he savored the delectable morsels, he suddenly sensed a pair of eyes fixated on him. Turning around, he beheld a little girl, around 4 or 5 years of age, gazing intently at the bun in his hand. Dressed in a lovely white dress, her features were exquisite, and she appeared quite beautiful, albeit frail, with a pale, waxen complexion that suggested malnutrition. Noticing her unwavering gaze, Lin Jiang picked up a cabbage bun and, with a warm smile, offered it to her, saying, "Would you like one? This bun is truly delicious." The little girl hesitated for a moment before accepting the bun, softly replying, "Thank you, uncle." A tender look filled Lin Jiang's eyes as he gently encouraged, "No need to be polite. Go ahead and eat." The little girl nodded obediently, cradling the cabbage bun in her hands, and cautiously took a bite. In that instant, her eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance, as though she had discovered a new world. And she began to devour the bun with great enthusiasm. Watching her relish the food, a loving smile spread across Lin Jiang's face. His daughter was of a similar age, and he found himself utterly charmed by the sight of such young girls. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated beside him as a plate shattered on the ground, startling Lin Jiang. He quickly turned to see a woman in her 30s, dressed in white, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at the little girl. Her eyes filled with disbelief as though witnessing an extraordinary event. "Tuan Tuan Yu." Lin Jiang initially thought the woman was upset because the little girl had taken something that did not belong to her. He hurriedly stood up, apologetically addressing her. "I'm sorry, the bun she is holding is from me, so please don't worry. It's absolutely safe and delicious." However, the woman paid no heed to Lin Jiang. She rushed to the little girl and embraced her tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks as she choked out, "Tuan Tuan, how wonderful. You finally decided to eat." By this time, the little girl had finished the bun entirely, licking her lips with satisfaction and cheerfully exclaiming, "Mommy, this bun is so delicious. Tuan Tuan wants to eat another one. All right, just wait. Mommy will go buy you one right now." The joy on the woman's face was palpable as she hurriedly stood up, turning to Lin Jiang with urgency. "Sir, may I ask where you purchased this bun? Could you take me to buy some?" Scratching his head, Lin Jiang replied, "I got these buns from a nearby resort, but they have already sold out. If you wish to buy some, you'll have to wait until tomorrow." "What? Sold out already?" The woman in white was filled with an expression of profound disappointment. Upon noticing her forlorn gaze, Lin Jiang, with a heavy heart, retrieved his last remaining cabbage bun and extended it towards her, saying, "I still have one bun left. If you don't mind, please take it." A flicker of joy illuminated the woman's eyes as she eagerly accepted the bun from Lin Jiang's hand, exclaiming, "Thank you. I am truly grateful." Lin Jiang quickly waved his hand, responding, "No need for thanks. It's merely a bun." The woman then handed the bun to a little girl, gently saying, "Tuan Tuan, this uncle has another bun for you. Hurry and eat." "Thank you, uncle," the little girl replied, her face lighting up with delight as she took the cabbage bun and devoured it with enthusiasm. Observing the little girl's voracious appetite, tears of emotion welled up in the woman's eyes once more. Unable to contain his curiosity, Lin Jiang inquired, "Miss, is your daughter?" Wiping away her tears, the woman replied, her expression tinged with sorrow, "My daughter has been suffering from anorexia. This is the first time in 3 months that she has willingly eaten something." Upon hearing her words, Lin Jiang understood. Realizing why the little girl appeared malnourished, she was indeed afflicted by anorexia. "Sir, could you kindly inform me where the resort that sells the buns is located? I wish to buy a few more buns for Tuan Tuan. Perhaps it might help alleviate her condition," the woman asked Lin Jiang. "Of course," he replied without hesitation. Recalling what Li Yi had mentioned earlier, Lin Jiang's eyes brightened as he said, "Tomorrow, the resort will be launching a new pork bun, but supplies are limited, and each person can only purchase one. The owner has stated that if we loyal customers bring a new guest, he will allow us to buy an additional pork bun. Why don't you join me tomorrow? This way, we can procure several more buns." Upon hearing this, the woman nodded eagerly. "All right, let us exchange WeChat. My name is Wang Sini. Just call me when you set off tomorrow morning." "Sounds good." Lin Jiang responded enthusiastically, pulling out his phone to exchange WeChat information with her. Chapter 4. New pork buns, a flourishing business. The following morning, Li Yi arose at 4 o'clock, preparing the buns he would sell that day. Kneading dough, chopping filling, seasoning, wrapping, and steaming, he skillfully executed each step. Before long, baskets of freshly steamed buns emerged. Today, Li Yi had prepared a total of 1,000 buns, comprising 500 cabbage buns and 500 pork buns. Despite Li Yi's mastery in bun making, it took him a full 4 hours to steam all the buns. "I am utterly exhausted. It seems I must hire a few employees from the system to assist in the future," he murmured, rubbing his sore arms. Once he accumulated 1,000 prestige points, he would unlock the employee recruitment system, allowing him to enlist various workers to lighten his load. At that point, he would no longer have to toil so intensely. Once everything was prepared, Li Yi carried the freshly steamed buns to the entrance of the resort, ready to commence operations. However, upon reaching the entrance, he was taken aback. A long queue of eager patrons had formed, stretching as far as the eye could see, with at least 100 people present. Astonishingly, such a multitude of customers had arrived. Li Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had worried that steaming 1,000 buns might be excessive, but now it was clear that his concerns were unfounded. Even if he had steamed 2,000 buns, he would likely sell out today. Upon spotting Li Yi, the customers outside began to shout impatiently. "Boss Li, you've finally opened. I've been waiting for almost an hour. Hurry up, boss. I'm craving those pork buns. If I don't get some soon, I might starve. Boss Li, I've brought my entire family. You must sell me several pork buns." Seeing the eager crowd outside, Li Yi quickly opened the door and apologized. "I'm terribly sorry for the wait. I will set up the tables immediately, and once they are ready, we will officially begin service." "What? You still need to set up tables?" The crowd, upon hearing this, surged into the resort, eagerly assisting Li Yi in arranging tables. In no time, the beach was filled with tables and chairs. "Boss Li, the tables are ready. Let us start serving." Noticing the impatient expressions of the crowd, Li Yi chuckled and promptly began operations. The price of the pork buns was considerably higher than that of the cabbage buns, each priced at 20 yuan. This price, even on a national scale, was quite steep. However, the loyal customers who had previously tasted the cabbage buns had no objections to this price. Within a few minutes, Li Yi had sold over 50 pork buns. Upon savoring the delectable taste of the pork buns, all customers wore expressions of pure ecstasy. "Oh, this is absolutely delicious. How can such wonderful buns exist in this world? Indeed, the pork buns are divine. I shall forever remember the cabbage buns. Boss Li, please give me a few more pork buns. I'm willing to pay double." "Me too. One bun is hardly enough. I need at least 10 to feel satisfied." As the crowd grew more boisterous, Li Yi let out a wry smile and quickly responded, "I sincerely apologize, but we can only steam a limited number of buns each day. I assure you, I will prepare more pork buns tomorrow." Hearing Li Yi's words, the crowd could only sigh in disappointment. It was truly regrettable that such exquisite buns could not be savored to their heart's content. When Lin Jiang and Wang Xini arrived at the resort with Tuan Tuan, the beach was already bustling with patrons. "Wow, so many people," Wang Xini exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment. She had anticipated such a large turnout specifically for the resort's buns. Not just Wang Xini, but even Lin Jiang was taken aback. When he arrived yesterday, there were merely a dozen or 20 people on the beach. However, today, the number has surged to at least 50 or 60. Many individuals, unable to find a seat, resorted to squatting on the ground to eat. The growing crowd is a testament to the increasing recognition of Boss Li's buns. How fragrant. Tuan Tuan inhaled the savory aroma wafting across the beach and could not help but lick her lips, sweetly telling Wang Xini, "Mom, I want to eat meat buns." "All right, I'll buy them for you right now." Wang Xini quickly nodded and joined Lin Jiang in the queue. The two stood in line for a full 10 minutes before it was finally their turn. Lin Jiang pointed at Wang Xini and Tuan Tuan, addressing Li Yi, "Boss Li, today I brought you 2 new customers. According to our agreement, we should be able to purchase 3 pork buns, right?" Li Yi glanced at Wang Xini and Tuan Tuan behind Lin Jiang and smiled. "Indeed. Would you like 3 pork buns?" A glimmer of joy appeared in Lin Jiang's eyes as he promptly added, "In addition to the 3 pork buns, please give me 10 cabbage buns." Li Yi shook his head and chuckled. "I'm afraid not. Today's crowd is simply overwhelming, and to ensure every customer can savor our buns, each person is limited to purchasing 2 cabbage buns." "What?" Lin Jiang was taken aback. He had intended to buy a few more cabbage buns for dinner tonight. He couldn't believe there was a purchase limit even on the cabbage buns. "All right then, I'll take 3 pork buns and 2 cabbage buns," Lin Jiang said, feeling somewhat disgruntled. "Got it." Li Yi swiftly prepared the buns for Lin Jiang and turned to Wang Xini, inquiring, "Hello, how many buns would you like?" Wang Xini replied, "Boss, there are 2 of us. Surely we can buy a double portion of buns." Li Yi looked at Tuan Tuan in Wang Xini's arms and smiled, "Certainly. But as you and your daughter are new customers, you may only purchase 1 pork bun." Observing this, Lin Jiang stepped closer to Li Yi and quietly said, "Boss Li, Xiao Wang's daughter is suffering from anorexia and can only eat your buns now. Could you possibly sell them a few more?" "Anorexia?" Li Yi was momentarily taken aback as he looked at Tuan Tuan. Upon seeing her frail body and sallow complexion, his expression softened, and he smiled at Wang Xini, saying, "Since your daughter enjoys our buns so much, I will give you 5 pork buns and 10 cabbage buns. How does that sound?" Wang Xini's eyes brightened at his words, and she quickly thanked Li Yi. "Thank you, boss. No need to mention it." Li Yi replied with a slight smile as he handed over the buns to Wang Xini. Taking the buns, Wang Xini and Lin Jiang found a spot on the beach to sit and began to eat. Lin Jiang did not rush to taste his pork bun. Instead, he took out his pre-prepared live streaming equipment and began broadcasting. With buns as delicious as these, he felt compelled to recommend them to his fans. Chapter 5. Live Broadcast. These buns look absolutely delightful. As a food blogger with millions of followers online, Lin Jiang's live stream attracted a substantial audience. As soon as he opened the live stream, hundreds of fans rushed in. "Old Lin, you finally started your broadcast. We've been waiting for you for so long." "Old Lin, the Sichuan restaurant you recommended last time was indeed delightful. I haven't had such authentic Sichuan cuisine in years. Which restaurant are you planning to explore today? At this early hour, could it be a breakfast spot?" Lin Jiang glanced at the dense barrage of comments on his phone and smiled. "Good morning, dear fans. Today, I am excited to introduce a remarkable bun shop. The buns here are incredibly delicious, undoubtedly the best I have ever tasted." Upon hearing Lin Jiang's words, the live chat was instantly flooded with comments. "Is that true? Could these buns possibly be better than those from Din Tai Fung?" Din Tai Fung's buns are indeed excellent, renowned across the nation, though they are slightly pricey. Absolutely, especially their crab soup dumplings. They are simply irresistible. I always order 2 baskets whenever I visit. Seeing the enthusiastic praise for Din Tai Fung from the fans, Lin Jiang chuckled. While Din Tai Fung's buns are indeed delightful, having tasted them a few times, I must say that compared to the shop's buns, Din Tai Fung pales in comparison. This statement piqued the interest of the viewers. Din Tai Fung is one of the 8 renowned establishments in Kyoto, famous for its dumplings, often hailed as the finest in the land. Which establishment produces buns so exceptional that they surpass Din Tai Fung? Lin Jiang grinned. Today, this shop has introduced a new pork bun that I haven't tried yet. So I specifically brought you all along to sample it. With that, old Lin raised his phone, aiming it at the plate of pork buns. Here is the new pork bun from today. What do you think? As the viewers beheld the pork bun on the plate, an involuntary gasp escaped their lips. Wow, what a stunning bun. Old Lin, are you sure this is a real bun and not a piece of art? I counted, and this bun actually has 18 folds. Is this the legendary thin-skinned, generously filled bun with 18 pleats? In that moment, the entire audience was captivated by the bun's exquisite appearance. It must be said that this pork bun was indeed the most visually appealing and appetizing they had ever encountered. Even through the screen, they could not help but swallow hard. Lin Jiang licked his lips and proclaimed, "Let me tell you, these buns are not only beautiful, but also exceptionally flavorful. Once you try them, you will never forget them." All right, old Lin, stop the chatter. Hurry up and taste it. Let's see how it actually tastes. The crowd eagerly urged. Lin Jiang set down his phone, adjusted his position, and eagerly picked up the pork bun from the table, taking a bite. In the next moment, an unimaginable burst of exquisite flavor erupted on Lin Jiang's palate. The savory essence of the pork perfectly melded with the fragrant wheat, exhilarating every taste bud on his tongue. At this moment, Lin Jiang was completely oblivious to the outside world, savoring the pork buns in his hands with an expression of pure bliss on his face. Hey Lin, don't just indulge in eating. Hurry up and tell us what this bun tastes like. The fans in the live stream, witnessing Lin Jiang relish his food so delightfully, couldn't help but swallow hard. It was the first time they had seen him enjoy his meal with such fervor. He seemed utterly lost in the experience, fully immersed in the delight of the cuisine. After devouring 3 pork buns in quick succession, he reluctantly paused, wiping the broth from his hands. He glanced at the barrage of comments flooding his screen and sheepishly remarked, "I apologize for being so engrossed in eating that I forgot to describe the flavor of this pork bun." How could he articulate it? Lin Jiang pondered for a moment before saying, "This pork bun tastes akin to the essence of first love, though inexperienced. It is imbued with profound happiness that lingers in your memory forever." A bun can evoke the taste of first love? Lin, you are truly exaggerating. Another viewer chimed in. Did your first love have a bun-shaped face? While the audience may not fully grasp Lin Jiang's metaphor, his enthusiasm suggested that the bun must indeed be delectable. Lin Jiang, noticing the comments, grinned and clarified, "That was merely a metaphor. What I truly mean is that this pork bun is extraordinarily delicious, capable of invoking feelings of happiness. I have tasted countless delicacies, yet none have evoked such a sensation. If you ever get the chance, you must visit this restaurant to try their buns. I assure you, it will be worth your while." Upon hearing Lin Jiang's words, the fans in the live room were instantly intrigued. The reason Lin Jiang had garnered such a large following online was due to the authenticity of his restaurant reviews. He never resorted to slandering or exaggerating. His high praise for this establishment's buns could only mean they were truly exceptional. At that moment, a vibrant comment floated across the screen. "Where's this bun shop? I must go try it tomorrow." Seeing this colorful comment, Lin Jiang smiled faintly and promptly replied, "Luo. This bun shop is located in the Rainbow Paradise Resort at Dolphin Bay in Jinghai City. If you wish to taste them, make sure to arrive early in the morning. Otherwise, they'll sell out quickly." The owner of this colorful comment, known as Luo, was a wealthy supporter of Lin Jiang's live stream, frequently gifting him donations and considered one of his longtime fans. "Haha, I can't believe this shop is in Dolphin Bay. I'm currently traveling in Jinghai City, and tomorrow I'll just have to stop by to try them. Alas, Jinghai City is too far from where I live. Otherwise, I would go try them too." Another viewer lamented, "Damn it, Lin has awakened my cravings. I'm booking a flight to Jinghai right now. If these buns aren't delicious, I'll make Lin pay for it. Count me in. It's just around the May Day holiday. I might as well treat it as a vacation to Dolphin Bay." In that moment, many fans in Lin Jiang's live stream were preparing to head to Dolphin Bay to sample the famed buns at that restaurant. They were eager to see if the dumplings from this establishment were truly as delectable as Lin Jiang had claimed. Within just an hour, all 1,000 dumplings prepared by Li Yi were snatched up entirely. After a quick calculation, Li Yi realized that after deducting the costs of the dumplings, he had earned over 10,000 yuan that day. When combined with the profits from the previous 3 days, his total earnings for this brief period had reached a remarkable 20,000 yuan. This substantial income filled Li Yi with uncontainable joy. At this rate, within a month, he would be able to repay all his debts. Clenching his fists, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Li Yi was a native of Jinghai City, having graduated from an ordinary first-tier university in China. After completing his studies, he joined a state-owned enterprise. Unable to endure the monotony of such a job, he resigned after merely 6 months and returned home to establish the Rainbow Paradise Resort at Dolphin Bay, aspiring to embark on his own entrepreneurial journey. His parents were ordinary workers, and with a younger sister still in high school, they could hardly provide any financial support. To launch the resort, Li Yi borrowed 200,000 yuan from friends and classmates, and secured an additional 800,000 yuan loan from the bank, which allowed him to construct the entire resort. Li Yi had initially believed that the abundant tourism resources of Dolphin Bay would surely lead to substantial profits. However, he never anticipated that due to the resort's remote location and lack of distinctive features, it would suffer severe losses and teeter on the brink of closure within less than 6 months of operation. If it weren't for the powerful resort development system he had acquired, the establishment might have already shut down. Suddenly, as Li Yi was lost in his reflections, a crisp notification sound resonated in his ears. "Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Chapter 6, Treasure Chest Reward, 1-star Employee Recruitment Card." Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Yi's eyes gleamed with delight. He concentrated and opened his information panel. Host, Li E age, 22 skills, master-level dumpling making technique employees, none reputation, 1238 backpack items, 2 one-star treasure chests bound resort, rainbow paradise tasks, prosperous business, completed. Rave reviews, completed. Upon seeing his reputation score, a look of astonishment crossed Li Yi's face. He had not expected to accumulate such a substantial amount of reputation. Logically, even after completing those 2 tasks, he should have only received 400 points of reputation. How had it multiplied so significantly? Was it due to the higher number of customers today? He gazed thoughtfully at the guests on the beach. According to the system's parameters, reputation could be acquired through 2 primary avenues, completing system tasks and enhancing the resort's visibility. This meant that the more visitors the resort attracted, the greater his reputation would grow. It was clear that he needed to devise strategies to boost the resort's prominence and draw in more tourists. Li Yi's eyes blazed with determination. Everything within the system requires reputation to unlock. Only by acquiring more reputation can one continuously upgrade their resort. Li Yi opened his system backpack to examine the 2 one-star treasure chests he had obtained. 1-star treasure chest. Upon opening, it randomly grants 1 item or skill of 1-star quality. He fervently hoped for 2 skills, clasping his hands together in silent prayer before eagerly opening the first chest. Buzz. A dazzling blue light surged forth, and a charmingly rotund fortune cat figurine flew out of the chest. Fortune cat figurine. 1-star, a plush fortune cat that attracts wealth. When placed in the resort, it draws in more visitors. Li Yi's eyes brightened at the sight of the fortune cat. He had been pondering how to attract more tourists. And to his astonishment, he had uncovered such a treasure. He hoped this figurine would bring in even more guests. Cheerfully, he tucked the fortune cat away and opened the second treasure chest. Buzz. A brilliant golden light flashed, and a golden card emerged from the chest. Employee recruitment card. 1-star when used, it randomly recruits 1 one-star employee. To his delight, it was an employee recruitment card. Li Yi nearly leapt for joy upon seeing the item from the second treasure chest. He had not anticipated unearthing such a card, especially since the employee recruitment system required 10,000 reputation points to unlock. With this card in hand, he could recruit an employee ahead of time to assist him. Suppressing his excitement, Li Yi placed the employee recruitment card into his system backpack. Given the large number of tourists around, he decided it prudent to wait until after closing to find a secluded spot to use the card. After opening the 2 treasure chests, Li Yi eagerly awaited the system to issue the next task. However, after a long wait, there was no sign of any activity from the system. What was going on? A hint of confusion crossed Li Yi's face as he inquired, "System, why is there no new task?" "System, this system will randomly issue tasks based on the development status of the host resort. Please strive to upgrade your resort and activate more tasks." Upon receiving the system's message, Li Yi finally understood. He had mistakenly believed that completing tasks would prompt the system to generate new ones. Instead, the system issued tasks based on the growth of his resort. This meant he needed to expedite the upgrading of his resort. Otherwise, once he completed the current tasks, he would be unable to receive any further assignments. As Li Yi contemplated the next steps for his resort's development, Wang Xini approached, cradling Tuan Tuan, and inquired, "Boss Li, may I ask if there are any vacant rooms available at your resort? I wish to stay with you for a few days." Tuan Tuan has become completely enamored with the buns crafted by Li Yi. In an effort to alleviate Tuan Tuan's aversion to food, Wang Xini intends to reside at Li Yi's resort for a while, allowing her easier access to those delectable buns. Upon hearing this, Li Yi promptly replied, "Our resort has plenty of vacant rooms. You are welcome to check in at any time, and it's just 128 yuan per night. I will reserve a room right away. After checking out at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we shall come over." Wang Xini's eyes sparkled with delight as she swiftly made the reservation. She had assumed that the exquisite buns from Li Yi's family would mean the resort's prices would be exorbitant, yet she was pleasantly surprised to find them so affordable at only 128 yuan per night. It is worth noting that hotels and resorts around Dolphin Bay charge at least 2 to 300 yuan for a single night. The hotel where she and Tuan Tuan are currently staying costs 588 yuan per night, a price that could afford them 4 nights at Li Yi's resort. Li Yi smiled and said, "No problem, I will register you. Just come over when you arrive." After bidding farewell to Wang Xini, Li Yi excitedly rubbed his hands together. Suddenly struck by a brilliant marketing idea, given the popularity of his buns, he could leverage this to attract tourists to stay at the resort. Every guest at Rainbow Paradise would enjoy unlimited access to purchase his homemade buns. He believed this enticing offer would surely draw a significant number of visitors. Glancing towards the nearby beach, now past 9 in the morning, Li Yi noticed that most customers had already departed. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to announce this news tomorrow morning. With time still on his side today, he could take the opportunity to upgrade all the rooms at the resort. At 10 o'clock in the morning, after seeing off the last customer, Li Yi eagerly returned to his room and retrieved the employee recruitment card from his system backpack. Opting to use it, a brilliant white light flashed, and a burly man clad in a white chef's uniform materialized before him. This man appeared to be in his early 30s, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique that exuded an imposing presence, reminiscent of a mountain. Should Li Yi encounter such a figure on the street, he would undoubtedly choose to steer clear. With a thought, Li Yi checked the attributes of this imposing man. Employee, Zhang Taizhu height, 192 meters weight, 110 kilograms occupation, chef talents, culinary skills, strength skills, intermediate bun making technique, intermediate noodle making technique, advanced tofu production technique, advanced Sichuan cuisine cooking technique. Salary, 5,000 gold coins per month. Upon seeing the final line of information on the panel, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired of the system, "Do I need to pay the salary for the employees I recruit?" The system replied, "Of course. Would you expect to work for someone else without compensation?" Li Yi was rendered speechless by the system's words. Would he work for someone else without receiving payment? Certainly not. A worker's spirit is unwavering. Wages represent everything to the laborer. Should the employer dare to withhold even a single cent of their salary, the laborer might well unleash their wrath upon them. Yet, isn't Iron Pillar an employee recruited through the system? Does he still need to receive a salary each month? The system resolutely declared, employees recruited by this system are akin to real individuals. The host must treat their employees with kindness. Should the host fail to distribute wages punctually, the system will recall all employees. Upon hearing this, Li Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. Fine. If wages must be paid, so be it. It is merely 5,000 yuan. As long as the resort flourishes, this sum is insignificant. Li Yi circled around Iron Pillar, patting his robust arm with satisfaction. Iron Pillar, as long as you work diligently under my guidance, I assure you that I shall not neglect your worth. Although Iron Pillar's physique appeared somewhat intimidating, his countenance radiated sincerity, clearly embodying the ideal diligent employee. He scratched his head, grinning broadly at Li Yi. Boss, as long as you don't delay my wages, I shall do whatever you ask of me. I'm entirely at your service. Hearing Iron Pillar's words, Li Yi nodded in approval. Behold, this is what constitutes a good employee. With a compliant worker like Iron Pillar, the development of his resort is assured. Glancing at the time, Li Yi instructed Iron Pillar. It is nearly noon. Please head to the kitchen and prepare a few of your signature dishes for us. I shall come by shortly to sample them and assess their flavor. Iron Pillar, a chef by profession, possessed 2 intermediate culinary skills and 2 advanced culinary skills. Though these skills could not be compared to Li Yi's master-level expertise, they were certainly superior to those of an average chef. Li Yi intended to evaluate Iron Pillar's culinary prowess, as a delightful dining experience could potentially rejuvenate the resort's restaurant, attracting external visitors and stimulating the overall growth of the establishment. All right, boss, I shall get started right away. Iron Pillar nodded and exited the room. Watching his sturdy silhouette depart, Li Yi couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. Indeed, a strong man brings a sense of security. With a formidable figure like Iron Pillar around, he need not worry about disturbances at the resort in the future. Once Iron Pillar left, Li Yi accessed the system, preparing to upgrade the resort's accommodations. The scale of Li Yi's resort was modest, consisting of a single restaurant, 15 lodgings, and some basic facilities. These 15 lodgings were not traditional inns. Rather, they resembled trendy, simplistic lodgings found online. Each lodging resembled a vast tent, complete with individual bathrooms and utilities, decorated much like a hotel, albeit with separate structures. To maintain these lodgings, Li Yi had previously employed a dedicated cleaning lady. However, last month, due to an inability to issue wages, he had to disband all employees at the resort. Now, within the entire resort, only he and Taiju remained. Li Yi checked the system and discovered that all 15 lodgings could be upgraded, with their exteriors also subject to redesign. Given that these lodgings are standalone, each can be individually upgraded in distinct styles. This implies that Li Yi could craft 15 uniquely styled accommodations. However, this would require a greater expenditure of prestige. After careful consideration, Li Yi ultimately resolved to upgrade these lodgings in various styles. Although this approach would demand a considerable amount of prestige, the diversity of styles would significantly enhance their appeal to visitors. With proper promotion, he could transform these 15 lodgings into a distinctive feature of Rainbow Paradise Resort, undoubtedly attracting numerous guests. Li Yi selected 5 lodgings with favorable locations to upgrade first. The system offers 10 options for enhancement, including the lodging's appearance, environment, theme, bedding, appliances, lighting, and more. Each option can be elevated to 5 stars, encompassing various styles. The higher the star rating, the greater the prestige required. To ascend to the next star level, every option must be upgraded to the same star rating. Thus, if Li Yi wishes to elevate a lodging to 2 stars, he must first ensure that all 10 options are upgraded to 1 star. He pondered how the lodgings would fare once all options were upgraded, wondering if they could rival 5-star hotels. Li Yi mused inwardly, filled with anticipation. The system guarantees high quality, even at 1 star. The quality would far exceed that of similar products on Earth. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yi decided to first upgrade the theme and bedding of these 5 lodgings to 1 star. After all, the primary purpose of a lodging is for comfort. The quality of accommodations hinges upon the comfort of the stay, and the theme and bedding are undoubtedly the 2 elements that most enhance guest comfort. As long as these 2 aspects are well executed, even if the other options are somewhat lacking, they could still attract a considerable number of visitors. The system offers a plethora of themes, including anime, cinema, and natural landscapes, each requiring 100 prestige points to unlock. To Li Yi's dismay, this 100 prestige merely grants access to the theme. To incorporate these themes into the lodgings, he must expend gold coins as well. In other words, the upgrades for these lodgings necessitate Li Yi's financial input. What a nuisance, everything requires money, he muttered under his breath. Initially, he had no desire to be a profiteer, yet the system seemed intent on pushing him down that path. In light of this, he would not hesitate to claim his due. When the opportunity arises, he would ensure that the money spent on him by the system would be fully recovered from the guests. After a considerable struggle in making choices, Li Yi ultimately selected 5 popular thematic styles. Subsequently, he expended 500 prestige points to upgrade all the beds in these 5 lodgings to 1 star. In total, the upgrades for these 5 accommodations cost Li Yi 1,000 prestige points and 16,000 yuan. The 20,000 yuan he had earned that morning had barely warmed his hands before it was nearly all spent. It seemed that he would have to pull an all-nighter making buns tonight, Li Yi murmured to himself. Without diligent effort, even with prestige, he would find it impossible to upgrade his resort. The upgrades for these 5 lodgings would take an hour to complete. During this time, Li Yi could conveniently visit the restaurant to sample Tieju's culinary skills. He wondered what dishes Taiju had prepared. Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, he was greeted by an incredibly enticing aroma wafting from within. Chapter 8. The money-obsessed Taiju and his enchanting one-star lodgings. What a delightful fragrance. Li Yi inhaled gently, a look of rapture spreading across his face. The enticing aroma emanating from the restaurant was irresistible, igniting his appetite. Although he had not felt particularly hungry, his stomach began to grumble at the enticing scent. It seemed Tieju's culinary skills were impressive. Just from this aroma, he could attract quite a number of visitors. A gleam of joy sparkled in Li Yi's eyes as he eagerly stepped into the restaurant. Upon entering, he was greeted by a table laden with an array of delectable dishes. Twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, boiled beef, mapo tofu. Each dish was a classic of Sichuan cuisine, radiating an alluring sheen that made one's taste buds tingle. Besides these Sichuan specialties, there were also 2 bowls of tofu pudding, beautifully adorned with a sprinkle of green onions. "Boss, you're here," Taiju exclaimed, bringing out the last dish and wiping his hands, grinning at Li Yi. "I wasn't sure what dishes you would like, so I just made a few of my specialties. I hope they suit your palate." Li Yi gazed at the table full of dishes, astonished, and asked, "Did you prepare all these dishes just now?" Taiju had only been out of the room for an hour. To make over a dozen dishes in such a short time was astonishing. Taiju scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. This speed is actually quite slow. If I had prepared the ingredients in advance, I could have completed these dishes in half an hour. Tieju's proficiency in Sichuan cooking had reached an advanced level, comparable to that of the top Sichuan chefs in Huaxia. For him, preparing over a dozen dishes in an hour was indeed no challenge at all. "Taiju, quickly get me a bowl of rice. I want to taste these dishes." Li Yi sat down, eagerly urging Taiju. "You can't enjoy Sichuan cuisine without rice. It would definitely lose half its flavor." "All right." Taiju grinned broadly and promptly served Li Yi a bowl of rice. Li Yi, holding a bowl of rice, eagerly began to sample the dishes laid out before him. The pork belly was rich, yet not greasy. The kung pao chicken was fragrant and delectable. The boiled beef was tender and flavorful. The mapo tofu was exquisitely delicate. Each dish crafted by Taiju was perfectly cooked, devoid of any flaws, embodying the quintessential taste of Sichuan cuisine. Delightful, utterly delightful. Li Yi's appetite was insatiable as he devoured 2 large bowls of rice before reluctantly pausing. It must be said that Taiju's culinary prowess in Sichuan cooking was indeed remarkable. While these dishes may not have been as astonishing as Li Yi's dumplings, they were certainly commendable, holding their own against the finest Sichuan restaurants back home. The key point was that Taiju utilized only ordinary ingredients available in the market. Had he employed the premium ingredients provided by the system, the flavors could have ascended to an even higher echelon. From today onward, Taiju, you shall be the chief chef of our resort. I am confident that with your presence, our resort will attract more visitors and become the finest establishment in Dolphin Bay. Li Yi proclaimed passionately, waving his hand. Taiju's eyes brightened, and with a naive grin, he rubbed his hands together. "Boss, since I am now the chief chef, could my monthly salary be increased a tad?" Li Yi's expression darkened. "Oh, you, with those prominent brows and bright eyes, are trying to leverage this moment for a salary hike?" "Absolutely not." He resolutely declined. "If you wish for a raise, you'll need to deliver some results first." A flicker of disappointment crossed Taiju's face as he replied, "All right then, I shall strive to achieve some noteworthy results." Witnessing Taiju's seemingly innocent yet money-driven demeanor, Li Yi let out a helpless sigh. Who would have thought that this seemingly simpleton was, in fact, a financial enthusiast? Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. "Please compile a list of your signature dishes for me," Li Yi instructed Taiju. "I will organize the ingredients in advance, and we shall commence formal operations tomorrow." "Sure." Taiju nodded enthusiastically, looking at Li Yi. "Boss, you mustn't deceive me. If I indeed produce results, you must grant me a salary increase." All right. Li Yi conceded with a resigned nod. "As long as the customers are satisfied with your dishes, I promise to raise your salary next month." It was merely a matter of a salary increase. As long as Taiju could attract visitors, he would be rewarded generously. After all, the expenses would ultimately be covered by the customers, and if necessary, he could simply raise the prices of the dishes. "By the way, I still have 2 bowls of douhua that I haven't tasted." Li Yi's gaze darted across the table, suddenly recalling the untouched bowls of douhua. In addition to his advanced Sichuan culinary skills, Taiju was also adept at crafting exquisite douhua. He wondered how these 2 bowls would taste. Li Yi brought the bowls before him and began to savor them. One was sweet, and the other savory. Whether sweet or savory, both exuded a delightful bean aroma. Melting in the mouth, sweet and tender, and utterly exquisite. Li Yi had just savored a feast of Sichuan cuisine, the lingering spiciness still dancing on his palate. However, after indulging in 2 bowls of tofu pudding, the fiery sensation vanished, replaced by an unexpectedly delightful sweetness. In contrast to the exquisite Sichuan dishes prepared by Taiju, these bowls of tofu left Li Yi utterly astonished. If Taiju's Sichuan culinary skills were deemed sophisticated, then the artistry of these 2 bowls of tofu had reached an unparalleled pinnacle, tantalizingly close to mastery. "How many bowls of tofu can you make in a morning?" "Taiju," Li Yi inquired excitedly. The tofu made by Taiju complemented his dumplings beautifully. If sold together, the combination would undoubtedly attract more visitors. Taiju pondered for a moment before replying. "As long as the ingredients are sufficient, I could make hundreds of bowls in a single morning." "That's splendid," Li Yi exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. "Prepare for tonight. We shall set up a stall tomorrow morning. I will sell dumplings while you make tofu. Together, we shall grow and achieve greatness." Taiju gazed at Li Yi with eager anticipation, only concerned with one question: will my salary increase? Seeing Taiju's eager expression, Li Yi gritted his teeth and replied, "Yes. I will raise your pay by 100 yuan for the morning shift. Are you in?" Upon hearing this, Taiju's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly nodded, absolutely. Thank you, boss. He then began to calculate with glee. 100 yuan a day amounts to 3,000 yuan a month. Huh, soon, I shall become a wealthy man. After relishing Taiju's culinary creations, an hour had passed. Li Yi leisurely exited the restaurant, intending to check on the renovations of the 5 goose houses. After an hour of upgrades, all 5 goose houses had been completely transformed. Although they appeared similar to other goose houses from the outside, their interiors had undergone a remarkable rejuvenation. Li Yi casually pushed open the door to one guest house and stepped inside, greeted by an enchanting aura of youthful femininity. The theme he had chosen for this guest house was pink girlhood. The room was adorned in a delightful palette of pink, rosy curtains, heart-shaped ceiling fixtures, soft pink walls, and a tenderly hued bed. The harmonious color scheme blended seamlessly with the surroundings, evoking a sense of sweet innocence. Even a steadfast man like Li Yi felt an impulsive desire to don a pink dress and preen in front of a vanity mirror. Wow, Li Yi couldn't suppress a shiver, rubbing his arms to dispel the goosebumps. After all, he was a manly man. How could such unsettling thoughts arise? This room was truly peculiar. If those with a penchant for all things girlish were to see this guest house, they would undoubtedly be enchanted, unable to tear themselves away. Shaking his head to dispel the whimsical thoughts, he approached the bed and lay down, testing the comfort of the newly upgraded bedding. So comfortable. As he reclined, a look of pure enjoyment spread across his face. After a systematic upgrade, the beds in this inn have become remarkably plush, providing a sensation akin to returning to a mother's embrace. Not long after Li Yi reclined upon it, he found himself succumbing to drowsiness. Without a doubt, this hypnotic effect alone is bound to attract numerous visitors. In the following hours, Li Yi thoroughly inspected all 5 upgraded lodgings and found himself exceedingly satisfied with the enhancements. Even at a mere 1-star rating, they were already exceptional. One could only wonder how splendid they would appear once they achieve a 5-star status. In that moment, Li Yi felt an overwhelming sense of hope for the future of his resort. He firmly believed that as long as he continued to strive and gradually elevate his resort, it would undoubtedly become one of the most luxurious and sought-after destinations, both nationally and globally. Chapter 9. Concern from family. Comfort from parents. The prices for these 5 upgraded lodgings were temporarily set at 1,888 yuan per night. Although this price may seem slightly steep, it is undeniably of value beyond comparison. Li Yi had previously stayed in hotels priced over 1,000 yuan per night. While those rooms appeared lavish, they were far less comfortable than the 5 lodgings in question. Li Yi was confident that anyone who experienced these accommodations would become enamored and reluctant to depart. Shortly after completing the upgrades on the 5 lodgings, he suddenly received a new task from the system. Task: a room hard to come by difficulty. 1-star task requirement. Within 2 days, all 15 lodgings in the resort must be fully booked. Task reward: 500 reputation. 1 mysterious treasure chest. At last, a new task had arrived. As Li Yi gazed at the newly refreshed assignment, excitement gleamed in his eyes. Indeed, as the system had indicated, it would issue new tasks randomly based on the resort's development. Having just upgraded 5 lodgings, he promptly received the corresponding task. Upon reviewing the specifics, Li Yi brimmed with confidence. This task was exceedingly simple. Not to mention 2 days. He could fill all 15 lodgings by tomorrow. After upgrading the 5 lodgings, Li Yi spent 200 reputation points to enhance the dining environment of the restaurant. Evidence suggests that a pleasant dining atmosphere can significantly enhance one's appetite. Lacking sufficient reputation to upgrade other facilities in the restaurant, he focused on improving the dining ambience first. It is worth noting that the power of the system is indeed remarkable. Initially, the restaurant's environment was quite ordinary, but following the upgrade, it ascended to several tiers, exuding an air of elegance that rivaled even the most prestigious establishments. Once Li Yi completed the restaurant enhancement, Wang Xini arrived at the resort with her group as promised. Li Yi guided Wang Xini on a tour of the 15 lodgings. Upon witnessing the upgraded lodgings, Wang Xini was instantly taken aback in astonishment. She never anticipated that despite the seemingly ordinary appearance of Li Yi's resort, it housed 5 exquisitely luxurious goose houses. The unique thematic styles and comfortable beds dazzled Wang Xini, who felt an overwhelming desire to check in immediately. However, upon learning the prices of these opulent accommodations, she ultimately hesitated. Alas, Wang Xini was merely an ordinary online novelist. Although her monthly earnings amounted to a respectable sum, affording such extravagant lodgings was beyond her reach. After Li Yi completed the check-in procedures for Wang Xini and her daughter, he, alongside Taiju, devoted an entire afternoon to thoroughly cleaning the resort. This rigorous labor left Li Yi with a sore back and aching limbs, while Taiju appeared entirely unfazed, a fact that filled Li Yi with envy. Though his physical condition was commendable, it paled in comparison to Tieju's remarkable stamina. That evening, after a modest meal, Li Yi followed Tieju's meticulously crafted list to procure a substantial quantity of ingredients from the system. By the time he had completed his shopping, his remaining 4,000 yuan had been entirely spent, rendering him once again destitute. It wasn't until past 8 in the evening that Li Yi, weary and fatigued, returned to his room. Despite his exhaustion, a smile graced his lips, and his heart brimmed with anticipation for the morrow. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Li Yi prepared a basin of warm water for a foot soak before an early bedtime, he received a video call from his mother. He hurriedly answered, revealing a middle-aged woman in her 50s on the screen. This was none other than his mother, He Xiaomei. Concern etched on her face, He Xiaomei inquired, Xiaoyi, have you eaten? Li Yi replied with a smile, yes, I've eaten. I'm just soaking my feet now. Mom, how have you and Dad been lately? We're doing well. You needn't worry about us. How is business at your resort? He Xiaomei asked. Li Yi responded cheerfully, it's thriving. With the May Day holiday, Dolphin Bay is bustling with tourists. Our resort is fully booked every day, and we are constantly busy. To alleviate any concerns his mother might have, Li Yi refrained from sharing the resort's previous struggles and consistently presented a positive front whenever they inquired about it. While he had often forced a smile in the past, today, Li Yi's joy was genuine, as the resort's fortunes had indeed begun to improve over the past few days. He Xiaomei sensed her son's elation and, with a motherly concern, advised, "You seem to have lost a bit of weight. Make sure to rest more and don't overexert yourself. Money can always be earned, but your health is paramount." Li Yi chuckled, "Mom, I assure you, I'm perfectly fine. I'm not tired at all." At that moment, a beautiful girl of about 16 or 17 suddenly squeezed into the frame, exclaiming, "Brother, when are you taking me to your resort? I haven't been to Dolphin Bay in ages." This lovely girl was none other than Li Yi's younger sister, Li Ruoxue. Li Ruoxue is currently a senior at Jinghai No. 1 high school and is on the verge of taking the college entrance examination. Li Yi looked at Li Ruoxue and, with a smile, said, "Once you finish your exams, I will come to pick you up. You should invite all your classmates and friends, and I shall host a graduation bonfire party for you. Is that true?" Li Ruoxue asked, her face brimming with delight. "Of course. When have I ever deceived you? I will cover all the expenses and ensure you all have a splendid time." Li Yi assured her, patting his chest. "That's wonderful. Brother, I adore you." Li Ruoxue exclaimed excitedly. He Xiaomei, with a look of disdain, tapped Li Ruoxue on the head and reprimanded. "All you do is think about playing. Focus on your studies. If you do poorly in this exam, you can forget about going anywhere." Li Ruoxue huffed and replied, "It's just a college entrance examination. Can it really trouble me? Mother, just wait. I will definitely bring back an admission to Tsinghua or Peking University." Li Ruoxue was not merely boasting. This girl had been intelligent since childhood, consistently ranking first in her grade during exams. Even the teachers at her school stated that as long as she performed normally, she would undoubtedly gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University. With a smile, Li Yi told Li Ruoxue, "If you truly manage to get into Tsinghua or Peking University, I will buy you whatever you desire. I promise." Li Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she promptly said, "Brother, you said it. It's a deal. And you must not go back on your word." He Xiaomei, with a stern expression, scolded, "Your brother is starting a business and needs money right now. How can he afford to buy you anything?" Seeing Li Ruoxue's aggrieved expression, Li Yi quickly interjected, "Mother, it's all right. The resort business is thriving recently, and I can earn several thousand yuan every day. This amount is hardly a concern." "What?" He Xiaomei exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief. "Can you truly earn that much money? Mother, would I deceive you? Just today, I made 20,000 yuan, and there will be more to come. You and Dad can just enjoy your life at home." Li Yi declared. Once his resort flourished, earning 20,000 yuan a day would be a trivial matter, let alone 200,000. Seeing the confidence radiating from Li Yi, he Xiaomei felt a wave of relief and said, "As long as you can earn money, that's wonderful. Just take care of yourself. No need to worry about your father and me. We are still young and can work for a few more years. When the time comes for you to marry and buy a house, we can help you a little." Hearing he Xiaomei's words, Li Yi felt a surge of gratitude. Upon returning home to start his business, although his parents were not affluent, they managed to scrape together 150,000 yuan for him. Once he successfully developed the resort and earned a fortune, he would surely repay he Xiaomei and the others generously. After chatting for about half an hour, Li Yi and he Xiaomei ended the video call and went to bed. The next morning, at 3 o'clock, Li Yi rose early from his bed to prepare the buns he intended to sell that day. He had prepared a total of 3,000 buns, which included 1,000 cabbage buns and 2,000 pork buns. With the assistance of Taiju, Li Yi busied himself for 4 hours, finally preparing all the buns before dawn. Chapter 10, New Culinary Delights and the Arrival of Wealthy Fans. As everything was set, Li Yi opened his doors promptly at 7:30 in the morning. Although his operating hours commenced half an hour earlier than the previous day, a considerable throng of tourists had already gathered outside the resort. A glance revealed at least 100 individuals. Witnessing such a crowd, Li Yi felt a flicker of astonishment. He had anticipated a slight increase in customers compared to yesterday, yet he never imagined the surge would be so substantial. This phenomenon was, in fact, to be expected. In this age of advanced connectivity, the word of Li Yi's buns had spread far and wide among the visitors of Dolphin Bay. It is no exaggeration to say that Li Yi's resort had transformed into a social media sensation. Many tourists had come specifically to experience its offerings. In the past, the notion of his resort becoming a hot spot would have filled Li Yi with joy. However, after witnessing the formidable power of the system, his ambitions burgeoned like wild grass. Merely being a trendy establishment no longer satisfied his aspirations. His goal was to elevate his resort to become the preeminent vacation destination in the world, a place sought after by the elite from across the nation and globe. As Li Yi finally opened for business, the waiting tourists outside erupted with excitement. "Boss Li, a day without your buns feels like an eternity. I've missed them terribly. Please, let us in. I'll help set up tables. Let us get this started. Surely, we won't be limited to just one pork bun today? One is hardly enough. Yes, sell us more. We can afford it." Li Yi quickly reassured them. "Rest assured, today we have more buns than yesterday. Each person can purchase 3 pork buns and 3 cabbage buns." This was much to their satisfaction. Continuing with a smile, Li Yi announced, in addition to the buns, "We are also introducing a new delicacy today, exquisite handmade tofu pudding, which is absolutely delicious. If you're intrigued, do give it a try." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. They had not anticipated a new offering today, and their appetites were piqued. "Hurry, let us begin. We can hardly wait." Seeing their eagerness, Li Yi promptly signaled Taiju to display the buns and tofu pudding, commencing operations. He priced the tofu pudding the same as the pork buns, at 20 yuan per bowl. This price was 4 to 5 times higher than the usual tofu pudding, yet due to their trust in Li Yi, the majority of customers purchased a bowl. Lin Jiang had set out early that day. Within 5 minutes of queuing, he had secured his buns and tofu pudding. Eagerly, he carried his treasures towards the beach, seeking a spot to savor the delightful culinary creations. As he approached the shoreline, his eyes suddenly brightened. The once golden beach is now adorned with an array of vividly colored tables, each exquisitely crafted, resembling a cascade of rainbows scattered across the sand. They harmoniously complement the distant azure sea, creating an enchanting tableau. How beautiful! Lin Jiang couldn't help but exclaim. He had never encountered tables and chairs that paired so flawlessly with the beach and ocean. The furniture he beheld was not ordinary, but rather an elegant selection purchased by Li Yi from the system's marketplace, each piece boasting a quality rating of 1 star. Not only were they aesthetically pleasing, but they also provided remarkable comfort. Lin Jiang settled into a chair and devoured a pork bun voraciously before turning his appreciative gaze towards the bowl of tofu pudding before him. The tofu pudding prepared by Taiju today was crafted from tofu acquired from the system's marketplace. This tofu, made from the finest soybeans produced in Jiangnan, was exceptionally white and delicate, devoid of any impurities. Lin Jiang scooped a spoonful of the pudding and tasted it, and instantly, a robust bean fragrance erupted in his mouth. The pudding melted effortlessly, its silky smoothness offering an extraordinary delight. Today, Lin Jiang opted for sweet tofu pudding. Typically, sweet versions can be overly cloying due to the added sugar. However, this bowl was sweet yet not overwhelming, perfectly complementing the velvety texture of the pudding. Truly exquisite. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Lin Jiang marveled, his face alight with enjoyment. In all his years, he had never tasted such scrumptious tofu pudding. As he savored the delectable buns and pudding while basking in the surrounding beauty, he felt an unparalleled sense of ease and joy. This breakfast was undoubtedly the most satisfying he had ever experienced. The delightful food and breathtaking scenery melded perfectly, allowing him to truly relish the joy of culinary delights. At that moment, as Lin Jiang indulged in his meal, a special visitor arrived outside the resort. This visitor was a striking young woman, approximately 24 or 25 years old. Dressed in a white short dress, she possessed a tall and slender figure with porcelain skin, and her long, straight legs resembled smooth jade, drawing many admiring glances. Her name was Luo Li, the affluent patron known as Lao Zong from Lin Jiang's livestream. After receiving the detailed address of Li Yi's resort, she had taken a night flight to see for herself if the buns were as delicious as Lin Jiang had claimed. Accompanying Luo Li was a charming young boy of about 10 years old. He sported a fashionable shirt and shorts, adorned with oversized sunglasses, and his glossy black curls added to his adorable demeanor. This young lad was Luo Li's nephew, Luo Xiaobai. Following closely behind him was a middle-aged man, who appeared serious and composed, with meticulously groomed hair and a well-trimmed beard. Although the weather was sweltering, he remained clad in a black butler's uniform, meticulously trailing behind Luo Xiaobai. This infernal place is unbearably hot. Luo Xiaobai pouted discontentedly at the blazing sun in the sky. Even though it was merely 8 in the morning, Dolphin Bay was already basking in the searing heat. Yinzua, I want a cola, Luo Xiaobai called out loudly. The middle-aged man immediately understood and retrieved a bottle of cola from his backpack, twisting off the cap and presenting it to her. Young master, your cola. Remarkably, the bottle exuded a refreshing chill, as if it had just emerged from the refrigerator. Gulp, gulp. Luo Xiaobai took the cola eagerly, her youthful face lighting up with satisfaction. Annie, this place is both hot and dull. Why did you come all the way here? She handed the cola to Yinzua behind her, complaining. Luo Li seemed accustomed to Luo Xiaobai's grievances, responding nonchalantly without turning around. If you find it uninteresting, you can go home. I never insisted you accompany me. Luo Xiaobai pouted. I certainly want to go back. If I do, the old man will have me learn this and that. It's utterly bothersome. Luo Li replied coldly. Then be quiet, or I shall have Yinzua take you back at once. Luo Xiaobai shrank back, muttering softly. Yinzua is mine. He wouldn't listen to you. Despite her words, she dared not grumble any further, obediently following behind Luo Li. Soon, the trio arrived at Rainbow Paradise Resort. So many people. Upon seeing the long line of customers in front of the resort, Luo Li displayed a look of astonishment. She hadn't anticipated such a thriving business. No wonder old Lin specifically instructed her to arrive early. Chapter 11. Irresistible delicacies and the booming in the popularity of Rainbow Paradise Resort exceeded Luo Li's wildest expectations. Seeing the throngs of tourists outside the resort, Luo Xiaobai frowned and shouted. Yinzua. The middle-aged man immediately comprehended, bowing slightly. Young master, please wait a moment. He then approached the front of the line, surveying the crowd before heading towards a trio of jovial young men and women. Hello. I would like to offer you 1,000 yuan to purchase your places. Would you be willing to accept? Yinzua politely inquired. The 3 young individuals were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated anyone would be willing to pay for their spots. Although the offer was tempting, the leading young man declined. Sorry, we're not in need of money. No matter how much you offer, we want to sell. Yinzua remained silent, pulling out a stack of pristine 100 yuan bills from his bag, swiftly counting out 20 notes and presenting them to the young man. How about 2,000? Upon witnessing Yinzua's unhesitating display of wealth, the young man could not suppress a gulp, declaring with fervor, Sir, you have mistaken us. We are educated elites and would never bend for a trifling sum. Yinzua paused momentarily before producing another 10 crisp 100 yuan notes, presenting them to the man with a simple 3,000. If not, I shall seek another. The young man's previously defiant countenance shifted dramatically. He swiftly accepted the banknotes with a sycophantic smile, exclaiming, Sir, you truly have an eye for talent. These 3 spots are yours. With that, he eagerly ushered his companions to join the queue at the back of the crowd. 3,000 yuan for their positions. Only a fool would refuse such an offer. Their monthly wages barely reached 6 or 7,000. And this amount would afford them several days of enjoyment at Dolphin Bay. Under Yinzua's financial prowess, Luoli and her companions found themselves at the forefront of the line in an instant. Within mere minutes, they successfully acquired steamed buns and tofu pudding from Li. Both Luoli and Luoxiabai were ardent carnivores, opting for 3 pork buns and a bowl of tofu pudding. As Luoxiabai gazed at the food in his hands, a flicker of disappointment crossed his features. "Aunt, you traveled all this way just for a few buns?" he lamented, having anticipated a grand feast instead. Ignoring Luoxiabai's complaints, Luoli made her way to the beach and settled into a spot. Luoxiabai pouted but followed suit, conceding to accompany her for this modest meal. Luoli took out her phone, capturing a photograph of the buns and pudding before elegantly biting into a pork bun. In an instant, her eyes sparkled with delight, revealing an expression of sheer surprise. This bun was simply exquisite. Never had she tasted such deliciousness in her life. She quickly devoured the bun and took a sip of the tofu pudding. The moment the soft, delicate pudding melted in her mouth, it sent delightful shivers through her being. She hadn't anticipated that the pudding would be equally delectable. The harmonious blend of flavors flooded her with an overwhelming sense of happiness. "This is divine," Luoli exclaimed, relishing the pork bun while eagerly sipping the pudding, her face radiant with bliss. "Aunt," Luoxiabai stared, utterly astonished by Luoli's voracious appetite. Typically, she was meticulous about her image, savoring her meals with grace. Yet today, she seemed oblivious to her appearance, devouring her food as if she hadn't eaten in days. Not only Luoxiabai, but even Yinzua, known for his stoic demeanor, revealed a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. "Is this shop's bun truly as delectable as it seems?" Observing Luo Li savoring it with such gusto, Luo Xiaobai, filled with skepticism, picked up the pork bun in his hand and took a bite. The moment he sank his teeth into it, his eyes widened in astonishment, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. In that instant, he comprehended why Luo Li had indulged so voraciously. This bun was simply exquisite. Although Luo Xiaobai had not yet reached the age of 10, he had already sampled the finest cuisines from around the globe. Michelin 3-star restaurants and private banquet delicacies were all part of his culinary adventures. Yet, to date, he had never encountered anything as delectable as this pork bun. Munching eagerly, Luo Xiaobai quickly devoured the bun in his hand. Just as he was contemplating indulging in another pork bun, he discovered that Luo Li had taken all the buns from his plate. "Auntie, those are mine," Luo Xiaobai exclaimed, panicking and reaching out to reclaim his buns. However, Luo Li firmly pressed down on his head, her expression serious as she said, "Xiaobai, you are still too young. These buns are quite rich, and consuming too many would not be good for your health. Allow your aunt to take care of this for you." With that, disregarding Xiaobai's protests, she swiftly finished off the buns on his plate. Witnessing Luo Li consume all his pork buns, Xiaobai felt a pang of injustice, nearly on the verge of tears. Yet, he found himself powerless against this formidable aunt and could only rely on Yinzua to procure him a few more pork buns. Although Li Yi had stipulated that each person could only purchase 3 pork buns, this posed no issue under Yinzua's financial prowess. Soon, Xiaobai's plate was replenished with 5 steaming pork buns. In less than an hour, Li Yi had sold over 2,000 buns. Noticing the beach was filled with tourists, Li Yi asked Taizhu to assist with selling the buns for a moment and walked onto the beach, smiling as he inquired of the crowd. "Are you all satisfied with our newly launched tofu pudding today?" "Absolutely. Boss Li, your tofu pudding is undoubtedly the best I've ever tasted." "Boss Li, your culinary skills are simply extraordinary. Not only are the buns delicious, but the tofu pudding is equally delightful. After traveling extensively for years, this is the first time I've encountered such exquisite flavors. Boss Li, 1 bowl of tofu pudding is simply insufficient. I'll pay double the price for another bowl." The crowd responded enthusiastically, showering him with compliments without reservation. Li Yi replied with a smile, "As long as everyone is satisfied, that's what matters. To express our gratitude for your support, our resort is launching a special event. All guests who stay with us today can purchase unlimited buns and tofu pudding, and also enjoy our new culinary offerings in advance." Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes sparkled with excitement. The buns crafted by Li Yi were so delectable that they momentarily forgot they were at a resort. If they stayed at Li Yi's resort, they could indulge in these culinary delights to their heart's content. Upon pondering this, the crowd inquired, "Mr. Li, what is the cost of a night's stay at your resort?" With a smile, Li Yi replied, "We presently have 14 available lodgings in our resort, comprising 5 one-star accommodations and 9 standard lodgings. The standard lodgings are priced at 128 yuan per night, while the one-star accommodations are set at 1,888 yuan per night." "What?" Upon hearing the staggering price of 1,888 yuan for a one-star lodging, expressions of shock enveloped the faces of the crowd. They had not anticipated such a significant disparity between the one-star accommodations and the standard lodgings. "Mr. Li, what distinguishes your one-star accommodations? Why is the price so elevated?" One visitor could not contain their curiosity. Li Yi explained with a grin, "Our one-star lodgings have been crafted by a professional design team, each featuring a unique thematic style that promises an unparalleled living experience. Furthermore, the beds in our one-star accommodations are custom-made from the finest materials, ensuring exceptional comfort and remarkable sleep-enhancing effects. Hence, the price is understandably higher than that of standard lodgings. Is that true? In such a modest resort, can there truly be such luxurious lodgings?" As skepticism lingered among the crowd, Luo Li suddenly raised her hand and declared, "Mr. Li, I would like to reserve a one-star accommodation." Seeing this, Luo Xiaobai quickly followed suit, exclaiming, "I want one too. No, 2 one-star accommodations." He was indeed a loyal follower of Luo Li. Wherever she chose to stay, he and Yinzua would accompany her. "Mr. Li, I would like to reserve a standard lodging." Observing that 3 one-star accommodations had been swiftly claimed by Luo Li and her companions, the remaining crowd hastily vied to secure their own reservations. Although the price of the one-star lodgings was somewhat steep, The standard accommodations were significantly more affordable than those at other resorts in Dolphin Bay. Staying here also granted unlimited access to the culinary delights of Li Yi's resort, making it an irresistible bargain. In the blink of an eye, every lodging at Li Yi's resort was completely booked. Even the last two one-star lodgings were snatched up by two affluent tourists. Chapter 12. Grand opening of the restaurant and the food festival invitation. Congratulations, host, for completing the task and receiving 500 prestige points and a mysterious treasure chest. Upon hearing the notification, a smile unconsciously graced Li Yi's face. He had never anticipated that his resort would experience such a full house. A wave of emotions surged within him. Since the opening of Rainbow Paradise Resort, it had never reached full capacity. Even on the busiest day, only 7 lodgings had been occupied. Yet now, in less than a minute, all 15 lodgings had been sold out, including the 5 costly one-star accommodations. In that moment, Li Yi clenched his fists, unable to articulate the excitement swelling within him. Witnessing the instantaneous sellout of lodgings at his resort left those visitors who had yet to voice their desire in deep regret. Mr. Li, I too wish to spend a few days at your resort. If any lodgings become available, please notify me at the earliest opportunity. Li Yi smiled and said, no problem. Please follow the official Douyin account of our Rainbow Paradise Resort. If there are any available accommodations, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. After saying this, Li Yi shared the resort's official Douyin account with everyone. This account had been registered by Li Yi some time ago, occasionally featuring the picturesque surroundings of the resort to attract visitors. However, due to lackluster business, it had garnered only a scant few followers. Now that Rainbow Paradise Resort has gained a modest reputation in Dolphin Bay, Li Yi intended to enhance the account to draw in more tourists. Upon hearing about the resort's official Douyin account, the visitors eagerly pulled out their phones to follow it. In just a few minutes, the account amassed over 100 new followers. Li Yi, filled with delight, addressed the crowd, saying, thank you all for your support. I will promptly announce any new activities or culinary delights at the resort on this Douyin account. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to mention. Li Yi continued with a smile. Our restaurant at Rainbow Paradise Resort will be open to the public today at noon, serving primarily Sichuan cuisine, all crafted by top-tier Sichuan chefs, renowned for their exquisite flavors. If you are a fan of Sichuan dishes, you certainly must not miss this. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up with surprise. Mr. Li, I had no idea your resort offered Sichuan cuisine. That's fantastic. It's my favorite. Someone exclaimed. Can I reserve a table in advance? I just happened to be bringing friends for lunch today. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their anticipation palpable. Given the delightful taste of Li Yi's buns, the Sichuan dishes were sure to be equally outstanding. Noticing the enthusiasm in the crowd, a spark of inspiration flickered in Li Yi's eyes. He cheerfully stated, our restaurant has limited space and cannot accommodate a large number of guests. Therefore, to ensure everyone enjoys their dining experience, we operate on a reservation basis, limiting service to 100 guests daily. If you wish to dine with us, please make an online reservation. I have posted the reservation link on our official Douyin account. What? Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the crowd erupted in dissatisfaction. Mr. Li, why must everything be restricted? First the buns and tofu, and now the dining numbers. Exactly. Do you think we can't afford to pay? Li Yi quickly responded. I apologize. I do not wish to impose restrictions. However, our restaurant is indeed quite small, and we currently lack sufficient staff. If we accommodate too many diners, it will undoubtedly detract from your dining experience. To ensure that everyone has a satisfying meal, we must adhere to this policy. I hope for your understanding. Hearing Li Yi's explanation, the crowd reluctantly accepted the situation and began to reserve their spots on the official Douyin account. Soon, all 100 dining slots for the day were swiftly claimed. Those who were slower in seizing the opportunity immediately expressed their dismay. Goodness, your speed is astonishing. In less than a minute, all the spots have been claimed. I'm willing to pay 100 yuan for a dining spot. Is anyone willing to part with theirs? I managed to secure 2 spots. Is there any lovely lady who would accompany me for a meal? Witnessing the swift purchase of all 100 spots today, Li Yi's excitement surged as he clenched his fists. It seems the reputation of Rainbow Paradise Resort has firmly established itself in the hearts of the people. If he can maintain this momentum, no matter what new products or events he introduces in the future, people will unconditionally trust him. Such is the significance of reputation. After announcing all the activities, Li Yi returned to selling buns. By 9:30 a.m., the 3,000 buns he had prepared for the day were completely sold out. The 500 bowls of tofu prepared by Taiju also vanished without a trace. Just as Li Yi was tidying up, ready to take Luo Li and others to see his guest house, a middle-aged man approached him unexpectedly. Hello, Boss Li. My name is Zhang Quan, and I work for the Tourism Bureau of Jinghai City. The Tourism Bureau? Upon hearing the man's introduction, Li Yi promptly set down what he was holding and shook hands with him. Hello, may I ask what brings you here? Zhang Quan replied with a smile. Boss Li, the food festival at Dolphin Bay is set to commence in 3 days. Your buns and tofu are exquisite. Have you considered participating in this festival? Li Yi responded with a smile. We would certainly like to take part in the food festival, but all the vendor spots are already filled. Even if we wished to participate, we wouldn't be able to. He was well aware of the upcoming food festival at Dolphin Bay and had considered joining to enhance the visibility of his resort. However, after calling the organizers yesterday, he was informed that all vendor spots had been claimed. Seeing Li Yi's predicament, Zhang Quan reassured him, no worries. As long as you are willing to participate, we at the Tourism Bureau can assist you with the vendor spots. The primary goal of this food festival is to promote Jinghai's culinary culture and attract more tourists to our city. Your buns and tofu are truly exceptional. Showcasing them at the festival would undoubtedly draw countless visitors and could even become a hallmark of Jinghai's culinary heritage. As a representative of the Jinghai City Tourism Bureau, Zhang Quan would not let such a splendid opportunity slip by, which is why he specifically came to invite Li Yi to join the festival. Delighted that Zhang Quan could help him secure a vendor spot, Li Yi gratefully said, "Thank you so much." Zhang Quan waved his hand dismissively, smiling, "No need for thanks. This is part of my duty. Please leave me your contact number, and I will inform you as soon as I resolve the vendor situation." "Alright, I appreciate your assistance." Li Yi quickly provided his phone number to Zhang Quan. After bidding farewell to Zhang Quan, a smile inevitably spread across Li Yi's face. He had been pondering how to enhance his reputation, and now he had a promising avenue to pursue. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Quan presented him with a remarkable gift. If all goes well, after this culinary festival, the Rainbow Paradise Resort may well achieve a resounding reputation throughout Dolphin Bay. Chapter 13. The one star in that stunned the audience. Regret comes too late. After a brief tidying up, Li Yi returned to the beach and addressed Luo Li and the others. "Would those who just reserved in please follow me? I shall give you a tour of our resort's accommodations. Should there be any dissatisfaction, you may cancel your reservations at any time." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Luo Li and her companions promptly rose to their feet and followed him toward the resort. Lin Jiang and a few other tourists who had failed to secure a reservation also stood up, trailing behind Luo Li, eager to discover the true nature of the resort's lodgings. Under Li Yi's guidance, they swiftly arrived before the 15 inns. As they beheld the humble abodes, disappointment flickered in their eyes. After Li Yi's earlier enthusiastic descriptions, they had anticipated something far more splendid. Instead, they found the accommodations quite rudimentary. No wonder the price was merely 128 yuan per night. Observing the simplicity of the inns, a middle-aged woman who had booked a one-star inn inquired, puzzled, "Mr. Li, where are the one-star lodgings we reserved?" Li Yi pointed to the inns before them and replied, "The one-star inns are among these accommodations. However, rest assured, while their exteriors may resemble the standard lodgings, their interiors differ entirely." "What?" The middle-aged woman's expression shifted dramatically upon realizing that the 5 one-star inns were indeed among the others. Anger flared in her voice as she exclaimed, "Mr. Li, I trusted you when I made this reservation, but you cannot deceive us like this. For such a rudimentary inn, you are charging 1,888 yuan per night? That is outrageous." Though Luo Li and her companions remained silent, their furrowed brows indicated their discontent. "Old aunt, this resort is truly subpar. Let us find another hotel." Luo Xiaobai tugged at Luo Li's arm, expressing his dissatisfaction. He had never encountered such a meager resort in his life. Li Yi patiently attempted to clarify to the middle-aged woman, "You misunderstand. Although the 5 one-star inns appear similar to these ordinary lodgings, their design and arrangement are entirely distinct. If you wish, I can take you inside to see for yourself." "That won't be necessary." The middle-aged woman dismissed his explanation coldly. "I no longer want that one-star inn. Please cancel my reservation immediately." Li Yi, unperturbed, responded with a gentle smile, "Of course, if you are dissatisfied, you are welcome to cancel at any time." Turning to Luo Li and her companions, he added, "If you find it unsatisfactory, you may also cancel your reservations." Luo Li furrowed her brow and replied, "Mr. Li, let us first take a look. Since we are already here, we might as well see for ourselves. If it truly does not meet our expectations, we can always cancel later." At that moment, Lin Jiang suddenly stood up and said, "Boss Li, since this lady no longer wishes to make a reservation, I shall take that one-star inn." The middle-aged woman harbored doubts about Li Yi, yet he remained steadfast in his conviction. Since Li Yi asserted that the 5 one-star inns concealed extraordinary wonders, they must surely be exceptional. Seizing the opportunity, he decided to secure a reservation without delay. Li Yi smiled gently, nodding in agreement. "No problem. Thank you for your trust." With that, Li Yi led the group to the front of the 5 one-star inns and introduced them. "These 5 inns are our resort's one-star offerings. Each inn boasts a distinct thematic style, with its own unique characteristics. Allow me to show you the first one-star inn." The theme of this inn was named Warm Sun and Spring Blossoms, designed with the essence of natural landscapes. As Li Yi spoke, he opened the door of the inn. As the door swung open, a brilliant ray of sunlight burst forth from within. Upon entering, the predominant hues of the inn revealed themselves as a soothing green. Lush green curtains, brown flooring, and pale blue walls harmonized perfectly, complemented by lighting that radiated warmth akin to sunlight, evoking a sense of being immersed in nature. "My goodness, who designed this room? The effect is simply astounding. If it weren't for the presence of a bed, I would genuinely believe I had stepped into the great outdoors," exclaimed one guest in awe. "Incredible. The lighting, the arrangement, the color scheme, it's simply exquisite." Having stayed in numerous hotels, I have never encountered one that so masterfully embodies a thematic concept. At this moment, the crowd could not contain their astonishment, fully captivated by the theme's effect. Not only the guests, but even the worldly wise Luo Li and Luo Xiaobai stared wide-eyed in shock at the inn before them. It is worth noting that Luo Li and Luo Xiaobai were not ordinary scions. Luo Li was the esteemed daughter of the Huaxia Luo group, while Luo Xiaobai was the sole heir of the current chairman, Luo Yang, having been born with silver spoons in their mouths. They had experienced the finest 5-star hotels both domestically and abroad. Yet, despite the lavishness of those establishments, none had left them as profoundly impressed as this inn. "Boss Li, may I inquire which master designed this inn?" Luo Li asked excitedly. Li Yi shook his head, smiling as he replied, "I apologize, but that is a commercial secret of our resort, and I cannot disclose it. However, I can tell you that all our one-star inns are crafted by the world's leading design masters, each one a unique gem in its own right." With the thematic effects of these 5 one-star inns laid bare, Li Yi had no fear of embellishing the truth. The more he extolled their virtues, the more the guests perceived the inns as invaluable treasures. Indeed, the words of Li Yi were met with nods of agreement from everyone present, with not a single soul expressing doubt. This design effect was unparalleled, achievable only by the most esteemed masters on the international stage. The middle-aged woman who had previously considered canceling her reservation, upon witnessing the enchanting theme of this inn, immediately donned a smile and addressed Li Yi, saying, "Mr. Li, I must apologize. I misunderstood you earlier. May I retract my cancellation?" Li Yi shook his head, his expression tinged with regret as he replied, "I am truly sorry. But your room has already been reserved by that gentleman. If you wish to book a room, you will need to wait until tomorrow or until someone checks out." Hearing his words, a flicker of regret crossed the woman's face. Had she known that the thematic styles of these one-star inns were so remarkable, she would never have considered canceling. Chapter 14. A daily profit of 16,000. Terrifying returns. The astonishing thematic effect of the one-star inn left everyone in awe. Observing the crowd's astonished expressions, Li Yi continued his presentation with a smile. In addition to our unique thematic styles, the beds in our one-star inn are distinctly different from those in ordinary accommodations. These beds, crafted from specially selected materials, are not only exceptionally comfortable, but also possess remarkable sleep-inducing properties. Even those who struggle with sleep can enjoy a slumber as restful as that of an infant. As Li Yi elaborated, the crowd gravitated towards the beds, their curiosity compelling them to touch the bedding. "How incredibly smooth!" Lin Jiang exclaimed. The bedding felt as silky as a baby's skin, making it utterly irresistible. Had the venue not been so crowded, Lin Jiang would have been tempted to lie down and experience it for himself. In the next moment, Luo Xiaobai acted on his desire. The young boy swiftly removed his shoes and climbed onto the bed, reclining against the pillow. "Ah, this feels so comfortable." Luo Xiaobai sighed in satisfaction, his face alight with contentment. The bed was indeed a realm of unparalleled comfort, reminiscent of the blissful moments spent sleeping in his mother's embrace, leaving him utterly relaxed. Seeing Luo Xiaobai sprawled on the bed without a care, Luo Li's expression darkened, and she admonished him sternly, "Luo Xiaobai, come down this instant. How can you behave so inappropriately in public?" Luo Xiaobai opened his eyes and, looking at Luo Li, excitedly replied, "Auntie, this bed is far more comfortable than ours at home. Would you like to come and experience it?" As the heir to the Luo group, Luo Xiaobai's own bedroom featured a bed that was anything but ordinary. His mattress, custom-made at great expense from a high-end furniture factory abroad, had cost over 2 million, comparable to that of a luxury automobile. Yet, in that moment, he found the 2 million yuan mattress at home to be far inferior in comfort to the one in the inn. Noticing that Luo Xiaobai was reluctant to get up, Luo Li's expression turned icy, and she resorted to her trump card. "If you don't get up right now, I shall have Yinswa take you back." "Fine, I'll get up." Luo Xiaobai pouted, reluctantly dragging himself out of bed. He gazed at Li Yi and eagerly proclaimed, "Boss, I have made up my mind. I shall stay in this room tonight." Li Yi looked at Luo Xiaobai with a smile and replied, "Little one, are you certain? I have 4 other equally charming goose houses, each with its own unique theme. Perhaps you may find another one more to your liking." After a moment's hesitation, Luo Xiaobai responded, "All right, I shall take a look at the other rooms then." With a gentle smile, Li Yi addressed the group, "Everyone, allow me to show you the other 4 one-star goose houses." For the next little while, Li Yi guided them through the remaining goose houses, each with its distinct theme. One inspired by the essence of Chinese literature, another themed around a pink, youthful aesthetic, a third reflecting the might of Iron Man, and the last evoking the beauty of a starry sunset. Each guest house was a world unto itself, brimming with character. Once the tour concluded, Li Yi turned to Luo Li and the others with a smile, asking, "Are you all satisfied with these 5 one-star goose houses?" "Absolutely, we are immensely satisfied." Lin Jiang and the others nodded eagerly. Though these 5 one-star goose houses appeared quite ordinary at first glance, their interiors were indeed treasures beyond compare. In a 5-star hotel, a night in one of these goose houses would cost at least 10,000 yuan. They had secured their stay for only 1,888 yuan, an extraordinary bargain. Li Yi chuckled, "Since everyone is pleased, I shall proceed to check you all in." "Great." Luo Li and the others nodded with excitement, following Li Yi towards the resort's front desk. Soon, Li Yi had completed the check-in process for the group. Luo Li, Luo Xiaobai, and Yinswa each booked a 3-night stay, while Lin Jiang and another guest opted for 2 nights. Just from these 5 one-star goose houses, Li Yi garnered over 20,000 yuan in revenue. After the check-in was finalized, Luo Li and her companions promptly departed from the Rainbow Paradise Resort, intending to cancel their previous hotel bookings and move into the goose houses immediately. Their eagerness to reside in those 5 one-star accommodations was palpable. By the time Li Yi wrapped up the guest house matters, it was nearly 11 o'clock. He hadn't even had a moment to sip water before hurrying towards the resort's restaurant. Only an hour remained until noon, and he needed to assist Taiju in preparing the dishes for the influx of visitors expected for lunch. After an hour of bustling activity, Li Yi and Taiju finally had all the dishes ready. At 12 o'clock, the restaurant officially opened its doors, and the business exceeded even Li Yi's expectations. Despite implementing a reservation system that limited service to 100 guests daily, the restaurant remained packed, filled with the sounds of lively chatter. Li Yi and Taiju toiled for a full 4 hours before finally bidding farewell to the last guest. In the resort's restaurant, all visitors have expressed exceedingly high praise for the cuisine, stating unequivocally that the Sichuan dishes prepared by Li Yi are the finest they have ever tasted. Some guests, unable to contain their enthusiasm, even made reservations for the following day before finishing their meals. In the face of such thriving business, although Li Yi was exhausted to the point of being unable to straighten his back, he found joy in his endeavors. After completing the cleaning of the restaurant, he finally acquired a moment of respite. With a thought, he opened his information panel. Host, Li Yi, age, 22, skill, master-level dumpling making technique, employee, Zhang Taiju, 1 star, reputation, 2152 backpack items, 1 mysterious treasure chest-bound resort, Rainbow Paradise task, a room hard to come by, completed, through a day's hard work. Li Yi's reputation surged to 2152. Apart from the 500 reputation points earned from completing the task, the remainder was accrued from the visitors. Li Yi roughly calculated that at least 500 guests had graced the Rainbow Paradise Resort today, greatly contributing to his reputation. In addition to reputation, Li Yi also made a significant profit today. From dumplings and tofu pudding alone, he earned over 40,000 yuan. With 15 lodgings, he garnered approximately 20,000 yuan. The restaurant's profits were even greater. Despite operating for just one afternoon, after deducting all costs, he made nearly 100,000 yuan. This means that in just one day, Li Yi earned a total of 160,000 yuan. It is important to note that this 160,000 yuan is not mere turnover, but gross profit. Upon seeing this figure, Li Yi felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Just a week ago, his resort teetered on the brink of collapse, burdened by a debt of 1 million yuan. Yet now, his resort not only rose from the ashes, but also earned over 100,000 yuan in a single day. Such a dramatic transformation left Li Yi feeling as though he were in a dream. It seemed he would no longer have to worry about that million yuan debt. Clenching his fists, a smile of excitement spread across his face. For some time, that million yuan debt loomed over him like a mountain, suffocating him with its weight. Now, Li Yi could finally breathe a sigh of relief. At this rate of gross profit, it would only take a few days to completely clear his debts. Chapter 15, Mysterious Treasure Chest, Summer Event Customization Voucher. In addition to the substantial reputation points, Li Yi also received a mysterious treasure chest upon completing his task today. He was curious about what extraordinary item this treasure chest might contain. Eagerly, he opened his system backpack to examine the mysterious treasure chest. Mysterious Treasure Chest, a chest imbued with mysterious powers. Upon opening, it grants a random item. To his astonishment, there was no star level restriction. A glint of surprise flickered in Li Yi's eyes. The two one-star treasure chests he had previously acquired yielded only one-star quality items upon opening. However, this mysterious treasure chest had no such limitations. Could it be that this treasure chest could unveil items of varying star levels? A tremor coursed through Li Yi's heart as he hastily inquired about the system. The outcome aligned perfectly with his suspicions. This enigmatic treasure chest indeed possessed the capacity to yield items of varying star ratings, and with a stroke of good fortune, it might even reveal a 5-star quality item. However, the probability of such an occurrence was exceedingly low. According to the system's description, the likelihood of obtaining an item rated 4 stars or higher was a mere 1%. Unless Li Yi experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck, acquiring items of 4 stars or above was virtually impossible. Nevertheless, he consoled himself with the thought that any probability, no matter how minuscule, was preferable to none at all. He held no extravagant hopes of unveiling a 4-star item. Merely avoiding a 1-star item would suffice to bring him immense satisfaction. Heaven bless me. May I unearth something truly beneficial. He fervently prayed, his hands clasped together in silent supplication, before eagerly opening the mysterious treasure chest. With a hum, perhaps Li Yi's prayers were indeed heard. The treasure chest erupted in a dazzling golden glow. In the next moment, a palm-sized piece of golden parchment soared forth from the chest. Summer Event Customization Ticket, 3 stars upon use. The system will provide a complimentary customization of a summer event for the host's resort, with all necessary items supplied at no cost. To his astonishment, Li Yi had drawn an event customization ticket. He leapt in exhilaration, hardly able to believe his extraordinary fortune in securing a 3-star quality ticket. It was well known that events customized by the system for resorts came at a steep price, often requiring thousands or even tens of thousands of prestige points for a single event. This ticket, however, would allow the system to customize a summer event for his resort at no charge, providing all requisite items as well. It felt as though a pie had fallen from the sky. In that moment, Li Yi could hardly contain his urge to use the ticket immediately. Envisioning the influx of visitors the system's formidable capabilities could attract to his resort. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately resolved to defer the use of the event customization ticket. With only 3 days remaining until the Dolphin Bay Food Festival commenced, a considerable gathering of tourists was anticipated. Li Yi planned to first establish the reputation of Rainbow Paradise Resort during the food festival, ensuring that more visitors became aware of its existence. Once the festival was well underway, he would seize the opportunity to utilize the ticket and host a grand summer event at Rainbow Paradise Resort. This dual approach would undoubtedly propel the resort's renown to unprecedented heights. After meticulously mapping out his plans, Li Yi stored the summer event customization ticket within the system's inventory. As for the 2,000 prestige points he had acquired that day, he chose not to spend them, but rather to save them for future endeavors. Given the recent developments, Rainbow Paradise Resort was experiencing a severe shortage of manpower. The workload was overwhelming for Li Yi and Taizhu alone to embark on any new projects. Hiring additional staff was essential. However, Li Yi was reluctant to recruit external employees. Firstly, he wished to keep the existence of the system concealed. Secondly, the employees recruited by the system were far superior to those hired externally. Take Taizhu, for instance. Not only did he possess exceptional culinary skills, but he was also diligent and committed. Whatever task Li Yi assigned him, he executed it without a hint of laziness or evasion. Apart from his slight obsession with money, Taizhu was virtually flawless, vastly surpassing the capabilities of Li Yi's previous hires. Therefore, Li Yi decided to conserve his 2,000 reputation points until he amassed a total of 10,000, at which point he would activate the employee recruitment system and subsequently upgrade other projects and facilities at the resort. At that time, the Rainbow Paradise Resort would enter a phase of rapid development, as the culinary delights of the Rainbow Paradise Resort spread among visitors to Dolphin Bay. A significant influx of tourists began to arrive over the next 3 days. Li Yi found himself in a state of both pain and joy. The pain stemmed from his grueling schedule, working from the early hours of 3 a.m. until 9 p.m. with scarcely any time to rest. Conversely, the joy arose from the substantial reputation and income he garnered each day. After 3 days of relentless effort, Li Yi had accumulated over 7,000 reputation points, with his savings exceeding 600,000. During this period, he managed to repay all the debts owed to his classmates and friends. As for the 800,000 owed to the bank, he felt no urgency. The interest over a year was minimal, and he could repay it later when he earned more. Freed from the burden of debt, Li Yi finally experienced a long-awaited sense of relief. In addition to settling his debts, he also sent 100,000 back home, as he felt it was only right to share his newfound ability to earn with his family. As the 3 days passed, the much-anticipated Dolphin Bay Food Festival arrived. On that morning, Li Yi and Taiju meticulously prepared their signature buns and tofu pudding and made their way to Dolphin Square. Dolphin Square, located in the heart of Dolphin Bay, spans an area of over 10,000 square meters and is the largest square in Jinghai City. At this moment, the square had been transformed into a vast culinary fair, with numerous stalls selling a variety of delectable treats. By the time Li Yi and Taiju reached Dolphin Square, many stalls had already commenced operations. The square was bustling with visitors, filled with an enthusiastic crowd of food lovers. So many tourists. As Li Yi observed the sea of people, a spark of excitement ignited in his eyes. The food festival had been heavily promoted by Jinghai City for quite some time, attracting not only local residents, but also food enthusiasts from across the nation. If they could establish a strong reputation during this festival, the Rainbow Paradise Resort would have no shortage of visitors in the future. After searching the Culinary Square, Li Yi finally located his stall in a corner. This stall had been diligently secured for him by Zhang Quan. Although its location was not ideal, the cost was quite reasonable at only 5,000 per day for the stall fee. Indeed, the establishments within the food court are certainly not free. Each vendor is required to pay a certain stall fee. The better the location, the higher the fee. It is said that some stalls at the entrance of the food court charge as much as 100,000 per day. Yet, despite this, countless vendors are eager to compete for a spot. Li Yi has no particular demands regarding the location of his stall. As the saying goes, a fine wine fears not the depth of the alley. A fragrant flower will attract butterflies, as long as the food is delicious. How could one fear a lack of business? Today, he intends to demonstrate to the vendors in the food court what it truly means to strike from a higher dimension. Chapter 16. 388 yuan for a bowl of tofu pudding. This shop is a scam. With the assistance of Taiju, Li Yi quickly set up his stall. To participate in today's food festival, Li Yi and Taiju began their preparations at 4 in the morning, ultimately preparing 2,000 buns and 500 bowls of tofu pudding. Additionally, Li Yi has devised a new culinary creation. This dish, named Shishir tofu pudding, is made by incorporating a type of beauty egg that Li Yi discovered in the system's marketplace into the tofu pudding crafted by Taiju. This beauty egg, of a remarkable 3-star quality, is cultivated through a special process, not only boasting an exquisite flavor, but also possessing skin whitening and beautifying properties that can render the consumer's skin smooth and delicate. Li Yi conducted an experiment yesterday. The Shishir tofu pudding indeed exhibited remarkable effects in enhancing complexion and beauty. After consuming a bowl, his skin became significantly smoother and more refined overnight. Li Yi is confident that once the women experience the powerful beautifying and whitening effects of the Shishir tofu pudding, they will be utterly captivated. Of course, due to the use of 3-star quality ingredients, the price of the Shishir tofu pudding is not inexpensive. After careful consideration, Li Yi ultimately set the price at 388 yuan per bowl. Given its potent effects, this price is quite reasonable. Li Yi plans to maintain this price initially, and once the Shishir tofu pudding gains popularity, he will gradually increase it. Once everything is ready, Li Yi recorded a short video and posted it on the official Douyin account of Rainbow Paradise Resort, then displayed his prepared sign outside the stall. Upon seeing the price indicated on Li Yi's sign, the owners of the surrounding stalls were momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress their disbelief. Am I seeing things? His pork buns are selling for 20 yuan each. Goodness, 20 yuan for a bowl of tofu pudding. That's exorbitant. Look over there. That Shishir tofu pudding is priced at 388 yuan a bowl. That's utterly outrageous. Is his tofu pudding made of gold? In that moment, the surrounding vendors were astonished by the exorbitant prices displayed on Li Yi's sign. While the prices of snacks in the food court are typically slightly higher than those outside, they are not usually this absurd. One vendor across from Li Yi even thought that Li Yi had mistakenly marked the price and kindly advised, "Brother, you've mispriced your sign. You should correct it promptly." Mispriced? Li Yi was taken aback and quickly glanced at his sign, which displayed no errors. "Brother, I haven't mispriced anything. The buns and tofu pudding in our shop are indeed at this price," Li Yi said with a smile. "What?" The shop owner was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing Li Yi's words. He had initially thought that Li Yi had made a mistake in pricing, but was astonished to discover the prices were genuinely so steep. Has this kid lost his senses over money? Noticing the astonished expressions of the crowd, Li Yi explained, "Our buns and tofu pudding are crafted from the finest ingredients, resulting in exquisite flavors, which justifies the slightly higher price. If you don't believe me, feel free to try." The crowd quickly waved their hands in refusal. "Forget it. I can't afford such expensive buns and tofu pudding. If my wife finds out that I spent 20 bucks on a bun and 20 bucks on a bowl of tofu pudding, she'd definitely break my legs." "You're impressive. Brother, this is the first time I've seen someone sell tofu pudding for 388 bucks a bowl. If you manage to sell it today, I shall certainly take you as my mentor." Seeing the skepticism on their faces, Li Yi chose not to elaborate further. Actions speak louder than words. Soon enough, they would know the truth of his claims. The food court was bustling with visitors, and despite Li Yi's shop being somewhat tucked away, many tourists still passed by. However, upon seeing the prices displayed on Li Yi's sign, all of them hesitated and moved on. After waiting for 20 minutes, not a single bun had been sold. Where have all those who tried my buns gone? I haven't seen a single one. Just as Li Yi pondered this, a man in his 30s, dressed in black, approached his shop, excitedly holding up his phone. He began recording in front of Li Yi's sign, exclaiming, "Folks, look! I told you someone at this food festival would try to take advantage of customers. I've finally caught one. Wow, $20 for a pork bun and $20 for a bowl of tofu pudding. They really are ruthless. They're treating us tourists like cash cows. Wait a moment. This Shishir tofu pudding is selling for $388 a bowl. Goodness, this place is outrageous. This isn't just milking us, it's outright robbery." As the man in black shouted, his live stream began to flood with comments. "Wow, $388 for a bowl of tofu pudding. I can't believe such a greedy establishment exists at this food festival. This price surpasses even the exorbitant shrimp prices from a few years back. I was initially excited to visit Dolphin Bay, but now I've lost all interest. This is simply too much. I wonder how the local government allows such a scam to operate so openly at a food festival. It tarnishes the local tourism industry. Everyone, quickly share Brother Zhang's live stream to let more people know about these unscrupulous vendors." Seeing the surge in popularity of his live stream, the man in black, named Zhang Gang, was filled with joy. He was a well-known food exploration streamer on Douyin, although not comparable to major streamers like Lin Jiang, who boasts millions of followers. He nonetheless possesses a substantial online following of over 100,000. This time, he has come to Dolphin Bay specifically to broadcast the Culinary Festival, hoping to capitalize on its popularity. Just moments ago, he inadvertently overheard several tourists discussing a particularly unscrupulous establishment that deliberately exploits visitors. Curiosity piqued, he decided to investigate further. Upon witnessing the exorbitant prices of the buns and tofu pudding at Li Yi's shop, Zhang Gang was immediately filled with excitement. The renowned Culinary Festival at Dolphin Bay had surprisingly given rise to a predatory establishment. This was explosive news. If he were to break this story firsthand, it would undoubtedly capture the attention of countless netizens. With his phone raised high, Zhang Gang fervently addressed his audience. "These tourist attractions have truly become outrageous, treating us visitors with utter disdain. A pork bun selling for 20 yuan. This is blatant exploitation. Today, I, Xiao Gang, will fight to the bitter end against these unscrupulous vendors. Rest assured, I have already contacted the festival's regulatory personnel to report this nefarious establishment. Let us wait and see what unfolds today. Everyone, please like and share the live stream to draw more attention to this matter." Chapter 17. The arrival of tourists. Surely they are his stooges. Zhang Gang's loud proclamations quickly attracted the attention of nearby tourists. Before long, a crowd had gathered around Li Yi's shop. Observing Zhang Gang's ignorance as he accused the establishment of being a scam, Li Yi furrowed his brow and coldly replied, "Sir, I must urge you to choose your words carefully. Our establishment has never deceived any consumer. If you are unaware of the situation, I kindly ask you to refrain from spreading baseless claims." "Baseless claims?" Zhang Gang scoffed, raising his voice to the onlookers. "Let us seek the truth and see who is truly speaking nonsense. This shop is charging 20 yuan for a pork bun and 388 yuan for a bowl of tofu pudding. Is this not a scam?" The crowd erupted in astonishment. "What? 388 yuan for a bowl of tofu pudding? That is outrageous. I have never even seen a bowl of tofu pudding priced at 10 yuan, let alone this absurd 388. What on earth could it possibly taste like? What could it taste like? Certainly, it must be the taste of foolishness. Only a fool would pay 388 yuan for a bowl of tofu pudding." In that moment, the surrounding tourists began to point fingers at Li Yi, their eyes filled with indignation. Everyone had come out to enjoy themselves. No one wished to be treated as a mere sheep to be slaughtered. Li Yi's brazen attempts to swindle them were a blatant disregard for their presence as visitors. Sensing that Li Yi had become the focal point of ire, a smug smile spread across Zhang Gang's face. Make way, make way." Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a blue uniform, adorned with a red armband marked with market supervision, pushed his way through the crowd. "Who just called to report that there are vendors selling exorbitantly priced food here, deliberately deceiving tourists?" A middle-aged man, with an authoritative gaze, scanned the crowd and inquired in a deep voice. "It was I." Zhang Gang raised his hand and swiftly approached the middle-aged man, pointing at Li Yi's shop, indignantly exclaiming, "Comrade, just look at the prices in this establishment. They are utterly outrageous. This is a blatant attempt to swindle us tourists." The middle-aged man furrowed his brow and followed Zhang Gang's direction. Upon seeing the sign hanging in front of Li Yi's shop, his expression changed dramatically. Not only Zhang Gang, but even he was taken aback by the exorbitant prices at Li Yi's establishment. The middle-aged man approached Li Yi's shop, his demeanor serious as he asked, "Are the prices displayed here genuine?" Li Yi nodded, explaining, "Our buns and douhua are crafted from top-quality ingredients, which is why the prices are slightly higher than usual." "Huh?" Zhang Gang scoffed derisively. "Are your buns made of dragon meat? If you are intentionally deceiving customers, why bother with such grandiloquent justifications? Indeed, even if they were made of dragon meat, they shouldn't be priced so steeply. Let us not forget that bowl of douhua priced at 388 yuan. I am genuinely curious about what kind of douhua could possibly warrant such a price. Is there gold in it? Even if your douhua contained gold, it wouldn't be worth 388 yuan a bowl. This shop is purely a scheme to exploit customers. This comrade, you must ensure that these unscrupulous merchants are dealt with severely. Otherwise, who would dare to visit your town again?" Hearing the surrounding tourists voicing their outrage, the middle-aged man turned to Li Yi with a grim expression, saying, "You must immediately close your stall and accompany me." Li Yi's actions had severely tarnished the reputation of the food festival, and he needed to be addressed with seriousness. Li Yi frowned and replied, "Comrade, while our buns and douhua may be somewhat pricey, their prices have received recognition from numerous tourists at Dolphin Bay. There is no fraudulent behavior. You may investigate if you wish. Haha, you amuse me. Zhang Gang looked at Li Yi with a mocking grin and said, May I ask where these numerous tourists you speak of are? I see not a single one. Just as Zhang Gang finished speaking, several tourists suddenly pushed their way through the crowd, their faces alight with excitement as they looked at Li Yi. Boss Li, I finally found your shop. Boss Li, your shop is rather secluded. We circled the square several times before we discovered it. Boss Li, hurry and bring me 5 pork buns and a bowl of douhua. I am starving. Boss Li, I need 10 pork buns and 2 bowls of douhua. My wife has been thinking about your buns since she had them yesterday. I want to take some home for her. The tourists rushed to Li Yi's shop, eagerly shouting their orders. These tourists had been frequenting the Rainbow Paradise Resort over the past few days, savoring the buns. Li Yi, having participated in the food festival today, had not sold buns at the resort that morning. Upon receiving the news, a multitude of tourists flocked to the scene. However, Li Yi's establishment was rather secluded, nestled in the far corner of the square. After considerable effort, they finally managed to locate his shop. Onlookers were taken aback to witness actual customers purchasing Li Yi's steamed buns and douhua. Expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. Were these individuals out of their minds to buy such expensive delicacies? Surely, they must be hired shills for the owner, after all. Who in their right mind would pay such a high price for steamed buns and douhua? Indeed, they must be plants. Zhang Gang, with a mocking demeanor, looked at Li Yi and disdainfully remarked, Kid, stop your theatrics. Do you think a few hired hands can deceive us? We will not fall prey to your clumsy tricks. Save your efforts. Yet, before Zhang Gang could finish his tirade, a dozen more tourists excitedly surged in from the crowd. Look, Boss Li's shop is truly here. I told you, the place with the most visitors at the food festival must be Boss Li's. No one can resist the deliciousness of his steamed buns. Enough chatter. Let us queue up. If we delay, there might be no buns left. As the group of eager tourists formed a line outside Li Yi's shop, the surrounding onlookers were left in stunned silence. If it were just a handful of people, one might suspect they were indeed hired, but surely not this many. No way. They must all be plants, staging a performance to trick us into buying their goods. Don't be fooled. Zhang Gang shouted to the crowd. Upon hearing his words, the new arrivals exchanged puzzled glances. Plants? Who is a plant? Is he suggesting we are hired by Boss Li? This was ludicrous. Given the taste of Boss Li's steamed buns, who would need to hire anyone? It was evident that Zhang Gang had never sampled the delights of Li Yi's offerings. Anyone who would never utter such foolishness. I couldn't care less about your so-called plants. If you're not buying Boss Li's steamed buns and douhua, then kindly step aside. I'm starving. Chapter 18, West Lake Douhua, a culinary delight that beautifies and nourishes the skin. Zhang Gang stood dumbfounded as the group of enthusiastic tourists urged him to move aside, eager to purchase from Li Yi's shop. At that moment, he was certain that these individuals could not possibly be hired. The disdain reflected in their eyes was far too genuine. If this were a performance, their acting was remarkable. Not only Zhang Gang, but also the surrounding spectators began to realize this truth. Were Li Yi's steamed buns and douhua truly that delectable? Observing their impatient demeanor, it seemed the taste must indeed be delightful. Had they misjudged the situation? Meanwhile, a middle-aged man from the market supervision department wore a perplexed expression. Wasn't it said that Li Yi's shop was a black market? Why are there so many tourists eagerly vying to purchase items from Li Yi's establishment? Upon seeing the visitors who had previously savored his buns arrive, Li Yi's face broke into a smile as he addressed the middle-aged man. Comrade, I assure you that our shop engages in no deceptive practices towards our patrons. If you have any doubts, feel free to inquire among these visitors. They have all enjoyed our buns and douhua. You may ask them whether our offerings are worth their price. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the middle-aged man turned to the group of tourists, asking, Earlier, someone reported that this shop sells overpriced food and engages in deliberate price gouging. Since you have all tasted the food here, do you find the prices reasonable? Upon hearing his question, the tourists suddenly understood the situation. So that's why there were so many people gathered here. Someone reported that Boss Li is overcharging. How ridiculous. Boss Li overcharging? If we wanted to be overcharged, Boss Li wouldn't even oblige us. Listen, if you haven't tasted Boss Li's offerings, please refrain from making unfounded comments. Although his buns and douhua are pricier than others, their flavor is truly unparalleled, absolutely justifying the cost. Indeed, even if we wished to buy more, we wouldn't be able to. The group of tourists rallied in support of Li Yi, proclaiming, We can all testify on behalf of Boss Li. He certainly engages in no deliberate price gouging. Hearing their words, the middle-aged man felt a wave of relief wash over him. Fortunately, Li Yi's shop was not guilty of any wrongdoing. Otherwise, this incident could have escalated significantly. If word got out, not only would this food festival become a laughingstock, but the entire tourism industry of Jinghai City would suffer severe repercussions. He, as the market supervisor, would surely face dire consequences. Comrade, since these tourists have stated that this shop does not engage in price gouging, it seems you may have misunderstood. After briefly explaining to Zhang Gang, the middle-aged man turned to leave. Feeling the peculiar gazes of the surrounding tourists upon him, Zhang Gang's face flushed with embarrassment as he muttered in dissatisfaction. It's his exorbitant prices that led to this situation. It's simply unreasonable. No matter how delicious his food is, it shouldn't be sold at such inflated prices. Li Yi, observing Zhang Gang's obstinacy, chose to ignore him and smiled at the group of tourists, saying, Thank you all for your support. As a token of gratitude, today, our pork buns and douhua are unlimited. Buy as much as you desire. At this, the tourists erupted in cheers. Boss Li, you said it. I'll have 5 bowls of douhua. I intend to indulge today. Boss Li, give me 20 pork buns. I plan to feast on buns for all 3 meals today. Li Yi smiled faintly, quickly retrieving bags to serve the eager tourists. With the arrival of this enthusiastic group, Luo Li and others soon found their way to Li Yi's shop as well. In just a mere 10 minutes, a long queue stretching several meters formed outside Li Yi's shop. Witnessing the bustling business within, the proprietors of surrounding establishments were instantly consumed with envy. Goodness, this fellow's items are so expensive, yet he attracts such a multitude of customers. It truly defies logic. 20 yuan for a bun. How much could he possibly earn in a single day? If only my shop's business could match half of his. Half. If I could achieve even a tenth of his success, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. Luo Li and her companions arrived rather early today. And after only a few minutes of waiting, it was their turn. Li looked at Luo Li and asked with a smile, Miss Luo, how many buns would you like today? The buns in Dohua are unlimited, so you may purchase as many as you desire. Having stayed at the Rainbow Paradise Resort for 3 days, Li had become quite familiar with them. Upon hearing that the buns in Dohua were unlimited, Luo Xiaobai's face lit up with excitement as she raised her delicate hand and exclaimed, Boss Li, I want 10 pork buns and a bowl of Dohua. Li chuckled. Xiaobai, can you finish that many buns? Not a problem. If I can't finish them all, I'll take them with me and eat them at noon. Luo Xiaobai replied mischievously. Li shook his head with a smile, preparing 10 pork buns and a bowl of Dohua for Luo Xiaobai, then turned to Luo Li and asked, Miss Luo, would you also like 10 pork buns and a bowl of Dohua? Pointing at the signature Shishir Dohua on the menu, Luo Li inquired curiously, Boss Li, is this Shishir Dohua a new offering from your resort? Li nodded with a smile, indeed. Observing that a considerable number of tourists had gathered outside his shop, he raised his voice to address the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, this Shishir Dohua is a newly launched delicacy from our resort. Unlike ordinary Dohua, this version is not only exquisitely sweet, but also possesses remarkable skin whitening and beautifying properties. Consuming it will leave your skin fair and delicate, akin to the beauty of ancient Shishir. At Li Yi's words, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Boss Li, are you joking? How could Dohua possibly have skin whitening effects? Boss Li, I may not be well educated, but don't deceive me. Boss Li, while we all trust you, this claim seems utterly outrageous. In that moment, the faces of the crowd were filled with skepticism. Hardly anyone believed Li Yi's assertion. It was understandable. Li Yi's Dohua, though delicious, was merely a culinary delight and could not possibly possess any beautifying effects. Chapter 19, Don't Rush. Let the bullet fly for a while. Seeing the skepticism etched on the faces of the crowd regarding the Shishir Dohua's purported benefits, Li Yi wore a faint smile, feeling no sense of discouragement. In truth, he had anticipated such skepticism before introducing the Shishir Dohua. If someone had told Li Yi a week prior that a bowl of Dohua could enhance one's complexion, he too would have found it hard to believe. After all, this does sound rather fantastical. Therefore, today, Li Yi did not intend for everyone to immediately believe him. He chuckled and addressed the surrounding tourists, saying, I understand that many of you think I am boasting. How about this? To provide you with a more tangible experience of the effects of Shishir Dohua, I will be giving away 10 portions of Shishir Dohua for free to the ladies present. You can personally experience whether this Shishir Dohua is indeed as miraculous as I claim. Free experience? Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the female tourist's eyes immediately lit up. Although they were skeptical about the whitening and beautifying properties of Shishir Dohua, the prospect of a complimentary trial was quite different. After all, a freebie is always the most enticing. It wouldn't cost them anything, so why not give it a try? What if it actually worked? Boss Li, how can we qualify for the free tasting? One eager female tourist raised her hand and asked. Li Yi replied with a smile, it's quite simple. Please follow our official Douyin account for Rainbow Paradise Resort. I will randomly select 10 female followers from among those who follow us. And you just need to keep an eye on the notifications. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly pulled out their phones and navigated to the official Douyin account of Rainbow Paradise Resort to follow it. Thanks to Li Yi's tireless promotion over the past few days, the official Douyin account had already amassed over 1,000 followers. Li Yi accessed the Douyin backend and randomly selected 10 female fans from those who followed the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Soon, 6 female tourists received notifications of their win. Haha, I've been selected. Haha, me too. Today is such a lucky day. The 6 fortunate female tourists, upon seeing the notifications, could not contain their excitement and erupted into cheers, drawing envy from those around them. Li Yi smiled at the 6 lucky winners and said, Congratulations on your selection for the free experience. Please wait a moment, and I will prepare a portion of Shishir Dohua for you. With that, Li Yi retrieved 6 crystal-clear eggs from his ingredient box. These eggs were slightly smaller than ordinary ones, with smooth, round shells that gleamed with a pearly whiteness, almost resembling exquisite pieces of art. These 6 eggs were the 3-star whitening eggs Li Yi had purchased from the System's marketplace. 3-star whitening eggs, rare eggs cultivated through special processes, rich in whitening essence. Consuming them can enhance one's complexion and render the skin smoother and more delicate. Attributes, flavor 2, texture 2, special attribute, exhibits certain whitening and beautifying effects. Taiju, I leave this to you. Li Yi carefully handed the 6 whitening eggs to Taiju behind him. Taiju took the eggs and promptly began preparing the Shishir Dohua. With his skilled techniques, 6 portions of Shishir Dohua were soon freshly made. Li Yi packaged the 6 portions of Shishir Dohua and presented them to the 6 lucky female tourists. Here is your Shishir Dohua. Please enjoy it slowly. The 6 fortunate female tourists eagerly accepted the Shishir Dohua from Li Yi's hands, their eyes instantly captivated. Inside the box lay the exquisite Dohua, resplendent as jade, adorned with delicate strands of golden egg yolk, emanating an alluring fragrance that invigorated their senses. Wow, it's so beautiful, one of the women exclaimed. Unable to contain her awe, compared to ordinary Dohua, this Shishir Dohua was on an entirely different level of allure, reminiscent of the distinction between an average girl and Shishir herself. Unable to resist, one of the tourists scooped a spoonful of the Dohua. Instantly, an indescribable flavor burst forth in her mouth. The sweet, delicate Dohua melded seamlessly with the velvety egg, transporting her to a celestial paradise. It's so delicious, she exclaimed. rapidly finishing the entire bowl, leaving not a trace behind. Observing her delight, the surrounding tourist inquired, "How does it taste? Is it good?" The woman, savoring the remnants on her lips, nodded enthusiastically. "It's absolutely delightful. This shisha douhua is far superior to ordinary douhua. They are worlds apart." Meanwhile, the other tourists had also finished their bowls, singing praises for the exquisite taste. "It truly is delectable. I thought Li Yi's douhua was the best, but I never imagined there could be something even more delicious. Indeed, the flavor is simply exceptional. No wonder Li Yi charges such a premium." Hearing their compliments, the other onlookers felt a strong desire to indulge as well. However, upon seeing the staggering price of 388 yuan for a bowl, their impulses quickly evaporated. Though they longed to experience the taste, the price was simply beyond their means. Yet, just because the average person could not afford it did not mean Luo Li was similarly constrained. Observing the enthusiasm of the other tourists, she decisively turned to Li Yi and said, "Li Yi, I'll have a bowl of shisha douhua." Nearby, Luo Xiaobai jumped in excitement, exclaiming, "Get one for me, and Yin Zuo as well." He was indifferent to any purported beauty benefits. All he cared about was the taste. Aside from Luo Li and her companions, a few other affluent tourists also decided to purchase a bowl of shisha douhua. After tasting it, they unanimously praised its exquisite flavor. Setting aside any discussions about its potential beauty-enhancing properties, the taste was undeniably exceptional, perhaps even surpassing the buns crafted by Li Yi. Nevertheless, despite the douhua's ability to enchant all who tasted it, its price remained exorbitant. Ultimately, Li Yi sold only 9 bowls of shisha douhua after depleting his stock of buns and ordinary douhua. He remained unperturbed, thinking, "No worries. Let the bullets fly for a while." Upon awakening tomorrow morning, the female tourists shall become acutely aware of the remarkable efficacy of shisha douhua. By then, acquiring shisha douhua will not be as effortless as they might hope. Chapter 20, A Shocking Revelation, The Extraordinary Effects of Shisha douhua. The establishments within the food plaza generally operate throughout the day, with some remaining open until 8 or 9 in the evening. However, Li Yi's shop, having opened for less than 2 hours, was compelled to close its doors. This was not due to any complaints, but rather the overwhelming success of his business. Even though, due to Chun Gang's influence, the tourists harbored some skepticism about the offerings at Li Yi's shop. Their curiosity was piqued upon witnessing the throngs of visitors queuing up to purchase his buns and douhua. Unable to contain their intrigue, they eagerly joined the line to discover what made Li Yi's delicacies so exceptional. The outcome was inevitable. After sampling the buns and douhua, these tourists were utterly captivated, transforming into devoted patrons of Li Yi's establishment. Amidst the fervent purchasing frenzy, within less than 2 hours, Li Yi's prepared stock of 2,000 pork buns and 500 bowls of douhua was entirely sold out. With all his wares gone, Li Yi had no choice but to close for the day and return home. Though Li Yi operated his shop for merely 2 hours at the food plaza, the extraordinary demand had elevated his establishment to newfound fame during the food festival. Many visitors were introduced to the existence of the Rainbow Paradise Resort for the first time. In just one morning, the official Douyin account of the Rainbow Paradise Resort saw its followers surge to over 3,000. Reservations for dining at the resort's restaurant were already booked out 5 days in advance, underscoring the immense popularity of the establishment. What thrilled Li Yi the most was that, in just one day, he accrued over 2,500 points of reputation. Now, he only needed a final 300 points to reach a total of 10,000 reputation, thus unlocking the employee recruitment system. Considering that recruiting staff also consumes reputation, it was clear that 10,000 points would not suffice. That evening, Li Yi and Taiju worked overtime, preparing a total of 3,500 buns and 1,000 bowls of douhua, readying themselves for the following day's ambitious endeavors. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. At 7:30, Luo Li slowly opened her eyes, awakening from her slumber. She languidly stretched, her face adorned with a look of sheer contentment. Over the past few days, Luo Li had enjoyed an exceptionally comfortable stay at the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Li Yi had not exaggerated. The beds in these 5-star accommodations indeed possessed remarkable sleep-inducing properties. Having traveled extensively over the years, Luo Li's lifestyle had been notoriously irregular, leading to poor sleep quality, requiring melatonin to fall asleep. Yet, in these past few days, she had rediscovered the bliss of collapsing into bed. Every evening, as soon as she lies down in bed, within a minute at most, Luo Li effortlessly drifts into a serene slumber. Her sleep quality is exceptional. Each morning, she awakens refreshed and invigorated, enveloped in an indescribable sense of comfort. It is precisely for this reason that after her initial stay, Luo Li opted to extend her accommodation for another 5 days. With no pressing matters at hand, she deemed it more beneficial to indulge in a restful retreat at Rainbow Paradise Resort. The amenities here surpass all expectations: delicious cuisine, restful nights, and breathtaking ocean views, far exceeding those of renowned international resorts. After dressing and attending to her morning routine, Luo Li retrieved her cosmetics to apply a light touch of makeup before heading to Li Yi's shop for a bowl of shisha douhua. Ever since savoring its exquisite flavor the day prior, she had become utterly enamored with this delicacy. In her eyes, the delectable nature of shisha douhua even eclipsed that of Li Yi's pork buns. Today, she planned to purchase 2 bowls to relish fully. As Luo Li opened her vanity mirror to apply sunscreen, she was taken aback by her reflection, her mouth agape in astonishment. Her skin appeared remarkably fair, akin to that of an infant, smooth and flawless. How could this be? As she gently caressed her silky complexion, disbelief filled her eyes. While her skin had always been of superior quality compared to that of most girls, it had still bore some dark spots and acne scars. Yet now, these blemishes had vanished completely. Her face seemed rejuvenated, radiant, and pristine. Could this be the miraculous whitening and beautifying effect of Shishir Dohua? As she touched her face, excitement surged within her. She had never anticipated such a potent effect from Shishir Dohua. In just one night, her skin had undergone a breathtaking transformation. The results were nothing short of astonishing. Had she not experienced it herself, Luo Li would have found it hard to believe. Suddenly, she realized it was already 8 o'clock. Glancing at her phone, her expression shifted, and she hurriedly packed her belongings, rushing out the door at the fastest pace towards the food plaza. With the extraordinary whitening effects of Shishir Dohua, she knew countless tourists would be clamoring for it today. If she delayed, she might miss out entirely. Not only Luo Li, but also the other female tourists who had tasted Shishir Dohua the previous day were now acutely aware of their skin's transformation. At Dolphin Bay, a 5-star hotel, a piercing scream shattered the morning tranquility. Zhang Na stood motionless before the mirror, her face a mask of shock as she touched her cheeks. Her eyes brimming with disbelief. How could this be? My skin has truly improved. Zhang Na, a moderately famous model in the country, regularly posed for promotional materials for various e-commerce platforms, often changing her makeup multiple times a day due to her profession. Frequent use of cosmetics had rendered Zhang Na's skin increasingly deteriorated, with her face marred by an array of blemishes and acne scars. Yesterday, fortune smiled upon her as she won a complimentary experience of Shishir Dohua. Although she was not at the food court at the time, Li Yi graciously sent her a bowl of this delicate dessert later on. Zhang Na held no high hopes for the whitening and beautifying effects of Shishir Dohua. After all, she had tried numerous premium skincare products without any improvement in her skin condition. What could a mere bowl of Dohua possibly achieve? However, to her astonishment, she soon realized how mistaken she had been. The whitening and beautifying effects of Shishir Dohua far surpassed those of the high-end skincare products she had previously used. In just one night, the blemishes and scars on her face had diminished by more than half. Her once lackluster skin had regained a smooth and refined texture. Had she not touched her face herself, she would hardly have believed it was her own skin. "Na, what has happened?" At that moment, Zhang Na's friend rushed into the restroom in haste. Having heard Zhang Na's exclamation from outside, she feared something was amiss and hurried in. Zhang Na pointed at her face, her surprise palpable, and exclaimed, "Xiaohan, look, my skin has improved." The young girl named Xiaohan was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixated on Zhang Na's face. Upon seeing the remarkable transformation to a fair and delicate complexion, she instinctively covered her mouth in disbelief. "Na, how did your skin suddenly become so radiant? Just last night, your face was still covered in blemishes and scars. How could such a dramatic change occur overnight? It's simply incredible." All of this was due to that bowl of Shishir Dohua. Gripping Xiaohan's arm with excitement, Zhang Na exclaimed. Boss Li mentioned that Shishir Dohua possesses powerful whitening and beautifying effects. I thought he was exaggerating, but it turns out to be true. Look, in just one night, my skin has transformed to such a fair and delicate state. It's astonishing. What? It's because of that bowl of Shishir Dohua? Xiaohan's eyes widened in astonishment, and she dashed out of the restroom without a second thought. "Xiaohan, where are you going?" Zhang Na called after her, puzzled by her friend's sudden departure. "Of course, I'm rushing to Boss Li's shop to get some Shishir Dohua," Xiaohan shouted back while hastily dressing. Her skin was hardly any better than Zhang Na's, and now that she knew of the remarkable effects of Shishir Dohua, she was determined to secure a bowl for herself. "Wait for me, I'm coming too." Zhang Na, upon hearing this, neglected to apply her makeup, hastily gathered her belongings, and hurried alongside Xiaohan towards the food court with all possible speed. Chapter 21. The Dohua that is all the rage online, worth its weight in gold. By the time Zhang Na and Xiaohan arrived breathless at Li Yi's shop, they were left utterly stunned. Before the shop stood a long queue of eager patrons, easily numbering in the hundreds, with more than 80% of them being women. They stretched their necks, incessantly gazing towards the front of the queue, their faces etched with anxiety, as if fearing they might miss the chance to purchase items from Li Yi's shop. Goodness, why are there so many people? Zhang Na and Xiaohan could not help but exclaim. They could hardly fathom that, even before 8 o'clock. An extensive line had already formed in front of Li Yi's establishment. "Are you here to buy the Shishir Dohua?" A girl in white ahead of Zhang Na turned to inquire. Zhang Na nodded and curiously asked, "Are you as well?" "Indeed," the girl in white affirmed. "As soon as I saw that video this morning, I rushed over, but it seems I was still too late." "What video?" Zhang Na and Xiaohan were momentarily taken aback. "You don't know?" The girl in white looked at them in astonishment, opened her Douyin app, selected a short video, and handed her phone to Zhang Na and Xiaohan, saying, "It's this video. Didn't the owner, Li, give away 10 free experiences of Shishir Dohua yesterday?" A female visitor posted a video showcasing the transformation of her skin before and after consuming the Dohua, and it went viral. You wouldn't believe the difference in her skin after drinking the Shishir Dohua. It was as if she had transformed completely. Zhang Na and Xiaohan, intrigued, clicked on the video to take a look. The protagonist of the video was a girl with dark skin and numerous blemishes, her complexion even poorer than Zhang Na's. She recorded the entire experience of drinking the Shishir Dohua. Like Zhang Na, she had initially harbored little hope for the Dohua. However, upon awakening the next morning, she was astounded to discover a dramatic transformation in her skin. Not only had her dark complexion lightened significantly, but many of her blemishes had also faded. It was as if she had a new face altogether. Overjoyed, the girl shared her experience on Douyin, and it unexpectedly set the internet ablaze. Upon witnessing the remarkable whitening and beautifying effects of the Shishir Dohua, female tourists around Dolphin Bay went into a frenzy, rushing to Li Yi's shop to purchase a bowl of Dohua. After watching the video, Zhang Na and Xiaohan finally understood. No wonder there were so many girls in line so early. Everyone was already aware of the Dohua's extraordinary benefits. With so many people, will we even be able to buy the Shishir Dohua today? Xiaohan expressed her concerns. There were at least 70 or 80 people ahead of them, and by the time their turn arrived, the Dohua might very well be sold out. Alas, there is nothing we can do. We arrived too late. We'll just have to wait patiently. Hopefully, there will still be some left by the time we get there. Zhang Na offered reassurance. Meanwhile, inside Li Yi's shop, he and Tai Zhu were exceedingly busy. Li Yi had intended to let things unfold at a leisurely pace, but he had not anticipated the rapid influx of customers. In just one night, the Shisha Dohua had gained immense fame throughout Dolphin Bay, becoming the holy grail of whitening for all the girls. This morning, the crowd predominantly consisted of young women eager to purchase Shisha Dohua, with even the number of bun buyers significantly reduced. Bossly, I would like a bowl of Shisha Dohua. Bossly, do you accept advance orders? I wish to reserve 3 bowls of Shisha Dohua. Bossly, how long can your Shisha Dohua be preserved? My best friend wants me to bring her a portion back. She resides in the high-tech zone of Jinghai City. Faced with the frenzied demand from these female patrons, Li Yi couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Indeed, it appears that women's money is easily earned. As long as it enhances their beauty, they will go to great lengths to obtain it. It seems he must introduce more delicacies that offer skin brightening and beautifying benefits in the future. If he captures the hearts of these women, he need not worry about future earnings. Dear patrons, thank you for your affection for Shisha Dohua. However, the ingredients are exceedingly rare, allowing us to produce only 100 bowls daily. To ensure everyone has a chance to enjoy it, each person is limited to 1 bowl, Li Yi promptly announced. This time, the limitation was not intentional. Rather, the whitening eggs in the system shop could only be purchased in quantities of 100 per day. Even if he wished to prepare more bowls, it would be akin to a skilled cook unable to find rice. What? Only 100 bowls? That is far too few. Bossly, I implore you to make a few more. I truly want to experience the skin brightening effects of Shisha Dohua. Bossly, I'll pay extra. I'm willing to offer double the price for a bowl of Shisha Dohua. Upon hearing that Li Yi was only selling 100 bowls a day, those at the back of the queue became anxious, clamoring for him to sell a few more, fearing they might miss out. Their excitement is understandable. The skin brightening effects of Shisha Dohua are simply extraordinary. To maintain their complexion, some of them spend tens of thousands each year on high-end skincare products. However, when compared to Shisha Dohua, the efficacy of those luxurious products pales in comparison. Not only is Li Yi's Shisha Dohua immensely flavorful, but it also yields rapid results. Just one night can significantly enhance their skin quality. It is truly a miraculous whitening elixir. They would gladly pay 888 yuan for a bowl, not just 388. Although these women pleaded in vain, they could not alter the outcome. Realizing that only 100 bowls could be made in a day, those at the back of the line sought alternative solutions. A girl in yellow, who had just joyfully acquired a bowl of Shisha Dohua from Li Yi, was approached by a wealthy middle-aged woman, who, with a beaming smile, inquired, "Beautiful lady, would you be willing to sell that bowl of Shisha Dohua? I will pay you 1,000 yuan for it." Upon hearing this woman's offer, the nearby shop owners were left in stunned silence. They had thought that 388 yuan per bowl was already outrageous. Yet, to their astonishment, someone was willing to pay 1,000 yuan for it. If one were to act as a scalper at Li Yi's establishment, would it not be incredibly lucrative? However, what left these proprietors in utter astonishment was yet to unfold. Just as the middle-aged woman finished speaking, several female tourists approached eagerly, vying for the attention of the girl in the yellow attire. "Beautiful lady, I will offer 1,500 for that bowl of Westlake tofu pudding." One exclaimed. "I'll give you 2,000. Just agree, and I shall transfer the funds to you immediately." Despite the escalating offers from these tourists, the girl in yellow remained resolute, firmly declining. "I'm sorry, but I wish to savor this bowl of Westlake tofu pudding myself. If you wish to partake, seek someone else." With that, she delicately cradled her precious tofu pudding and departed the food court. The determined tourists, undeterred by her refusal, continued to inquire among those ahead in the queue. While the girl seemed indifferent to monetary gain, there were always others who valued it. They could not fathom that with a sufficient offer, they might not be able to acquire a bowl of Westlake tofu pudding that day. Chapter 22. Achieving 10,000 prestige points. The influx of agents seeking assistance. The popularity of Westlake tofu pudding far surpassed everyone's expectations. As time passed, the number of visitors in front of Li Yi's shop swelled, ultimately spilling out of the food court. Witnessing this bustling scene, the other shopkeepers in the food court were consumed with envy, their eyes practically turning red with jealousy. Despite their loud proclamations and various promotions, they could scarcely attract a few patrons. In contrast, Li Yi did nothing, yet countless visitors flocked to him, willing to endure a wait of 1 or 2 hours just to purchase his buns and tofu pudding. The disparity was astounding. Even more astonishing to these shopkeepers was the fact that the Westlake tofu pudding at Li Yi's was being resold at exceedingly inflated prices. Some patrons were willing to pay an additional 2,000 to 3,000 just to acquire a bowl. Those at the front of Li Yi's queue, seeing such immense profit, took on the role of scalpers, purchasing bowls of Westlake tofu pudding solely to resell to others. Yet, even under these circumstances, the demand for Li Yi's tofu pudding remained insatiable. Each time a bowl was resold, it would be snatched up in an instant. This left the other shopkeepers utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly dream that a bowl of tofu pudding could be valued like tickets to a superstar concert. In that moment, those proprietors even contemplated abandoning their businesses. After all, toiling all day did not yield as much profit as reselling a few bowls of Westlake tofu pudding. If the business at Li Yi's continued to thrive in this manner, what need would they have for their own shops? They might as well become scalpers at Li Yi's. Unbeknownst to Li Yi, who was preoccupied with the bustling activity around him, he had no time to ponder the thoughts of these shopkeepers. Amidst the frenzy of eager customers, in less than half an hour, the 100 servings of Westlake tofu pudding he had prepared for the day vanished entirely. Although the tofu pudding was sold out, the enthusiasm of the visitors showed no signs of waning, as they continued to line up to purchase Li Yi's buns and tofu pudding. Li Yi's hands scarcely paused throughout the day. Fortunately, Tai Zhu was by his side, assisting him significantly. Otherwise, Li Yi would have truly found himself exhausted and cramping by day's end. By 9 o'clock in the morning, every last baozi and douhua in Li Yi's shop had been snatched away. Outside, a queue of over 100 eager tourists remained, waiting for their chance to savor the delicacies. To those who were unable to purchase any baozi or douhua, Li Yi could only offer his sincere apologies, urging them to return the following morning. After bidding farewell to the last customer, Li Yi finally found a moment to catch his breath. Sipping on a bowl of douhua he had reserved for himself, he opened his information panel. Host, Li Yi, age, 22, skill, master-level baozi making technique, employee, Zhang Taizhu, 1 star, reputation, 13. 580 inventory, summer event customization voucher, 3 stars, bound resort, Rainbow Paradise task, renowned food festival at long last. He had accumulated the requisite 10,000 reputation points. A surge of excitement flooded Li Yi's eyes upon seeing his reputation had reached 13,580. Thanks to the viral fame of his Shishir Douhua online, his shop attracted a plethora of new customers today, significantly boosting his reputation. Now, with 10,000 points amassed, he could finally activate the employee recruitment system, suppressing his exhilaration. Li Yi continued to peruse the rest of his information. This culinary festival had presented him with a new task issued by the system. Task, renowned food festival difficulty, 2 stars. Task content, attract a total of 2,000 new customers during the festival. Task reward, 1,000 reputation points, 1 2-star treasure chest. Although the difficulty of this new task was rated at 2 stars, it was not overly daunting for Li Yi. With 7 days allotted for the festival, he needed to attract merely 300 new customers each day to fulfill the requirements. However, he did not anticipate the rapid surge in popularity of Shishir Douhua, which had already brought him a substantial influx of new patrons. In just 2 days, Li Yi had attracted 132 new customers, achieving half of his goal. At this rate, he would successfully complete the task in just 4 days. He eagerly planned to recruit a few new employees upon returning, hoping to complete the task by tomorrow. With a sense of urgency, Li Yi tidied his belongings, preparing to return to the Rainbow Paradise resort with Tai Zhu. Just then, a middle-aged lady wearing sunglasses called out to him. "Boss Li, please wait a moment." Li Yi turned to face the woman and inquired, "Is there something you need?" With a warm smile, she replied, "Boss Li, could you kindly find a way to prepare another bowl of Shishir Douhua for me today? I'll pay any price you ask, without haggling." A resigned smile crossed Li Yi's face as he responded, "Madam, I regret to inform you that we have truly run out of Shishir Douhua. No matter how much you offer, I am unable to prepare another bowl for you today. Please do return tomorrow." With that, he turned to leave. Since the exquisite Shishir Douhua sold out, numerous tourists discreetly approached Li Yi, offering to pay extra for a few more bowls. One affluent individual even raised the price to 5,000 yuan. However, Li Yi ultimately declined all offers, not out of a desire to forgo profit, but simply because he had exhausted his ingredients. A middle-aged woman quickly seized Li Yi's arm, exclaiming, "Boss Li, if there is nothing left, then it's settled. However, I have another matter I wish to discuss with you." "What is it?" Li Yi inquired. With an ingratiating smile, the woman replied, "Since you can create the Shishir Douhua, a divine beauty elixir, I assume you must possess the secret formula for skin whitening. Might you consider selling this formula? I am willing to pay a handsome price." Upon hearing her words, Li Yi's expression turned cold. He realized that her relentless pursuit stemmed from a desire to acquire the beauty-enhancing secret of the Shishir Douhua. Unfortunately, there was no secret. Its efficacy was solely due to the extraordinary ingredient, the whitening egg. "I'm sorry, but there is no secret to our Shishir Douhua," Li Yi remarked, dismissing the middle-aged woman as he turned away, heading towards the food plaza. The woman's face paled, and she hurried after him, saying, "Boss Li, you misunderstand. I am not coveting your beauty formula. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Mei, the manager of Haitian Entertainment, and also Lu Xiaofei's agent. The reason I wish to purchase your formula is to help treat Xiaofei's skin." Lu Xiaofei? Li Yi halted, astonished. He had never anticipated that this middle-aged woman was Lu Xiaofei's agent. Chapter 23. Recruiting new employees. The resort sets sail. Lu Xiaofei is a renowned rising star in Huaxia. Not only is she stunningly beautiful with an impeccable figure, but she also possesses exceptional acting and singing talents. Shortly after her debut, she skyrocketed to fame across the country, becoming the perfect goddess in the eyes of countless admirers. If she could maintain such momentum, it was highly likely she would ascend to become another iconic figure in Huaxia. However, fate had other plans. 6 months ago, while filming a new drama, Lu Xiaofei suffered a severe allergic reaction that led to a grave skin condition. Her body was covered in large patches of red spots and blisters. Although the red spots and blisters healed under expert care, they left behind extensive dark patches and acne scars. Particularly, Lu Xiaofei's facial skin was severely affected, rendering her nearly unable to step outside. For a young actress whose livelihood depended on her appearance, this was an utterly devastating blow. Since that illness, Lu Xiaofei had not appeared in public. Li Yi could hardly fathom that the middle-aged woman before him was Lu Xiaofei's agent. Li Mei looked at Li Yi with a wry smile and said, "Boss Li, you must have heard about Xiaofei's predicament. Since the onset of Xiaofei's skin issues, we have exhaustively explored countless remedies and scoured renowned dermatological institutions worldwide in hopes of restoring her skin to its former glory, yet to no avail. Given your esteemed ability to concoct the exquisite Shishir Douhua, a veritable elixir for skin whitening and beauty enhancement, it is evident that you possess a unique and invaluable formula for achieving such results. I humbly beseech your assistance in treating Xiaofei, with the hope of reviving her skin's health. Should you succeed in this endeavor, we are prepared to offer you a generous remuneration of 5 million. What say you?" Upon hearing Li Mei's proposition, Li Yi felt a flicker of temptation. Despite having earned a considerable sum in recent days, 5 million remained a significant figure. If he could restore Lu Xiaofei's skin, not only would he gain the monetary reward, but also the goodwill of Lu Xiaofei, one of the most sought-after actresses in China, boasting millions of fans and immense influence. If she were to endorse the Rainbow Paradise Resort, its renown would undoubtedly spread across the nation in no time. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Li Yi spoke resolutely to Li Mei. I shall give it a try, though I cannot guarantee success. Wonderful. Thank you, Boss Li. Li Mei's face lit up with joy upon receiving Li Yi's affirmation, and she eagerly inquired, when can you treat Xiaofei? Li Yi pondered briefly before replying. Please bring Lu Xiaofei to my resort tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. I will assess her condition then. All right, I will ensure Xiaofei is there on time. Li Mei nodded enthusiastically. She then produced a check from her bag and handed it to Li Yi, stating, Boss Li, this is a token of my gratitude. Please take good care of Xiaofei. Afterward, Li Mei departed from the food plaza without further ado. Once she was gone, Li Yi examined the check in his hand, which revealed an impressive sum of 100,000 yuan. How remarkably generous. Li Yi chuckled softly and shook his head. It must be said that Li Mei is indeed an astute individual, well-versed in the intricacies of human relations. With such a formidable manager by her side, it is no wonder that Lu Xiaofei achieved nationwide fame in a mere year. After securing the check, Li Yi returned to the Rainbow Paradise Resort with Taizhu. After a brief tidy-up, he retreated to his room and eagerly spent 10,000 prestige points to activate the employee recruitment system. Congratulations, host, on activating the employee recruitment system. With the system's announcement, a recruitment interface appeared before Li Yi. By expending a certain amount of prestige, he could enlist system employees to work for him. At long last, I shall no longer toil like a dog. Li Yi suppressed his excitement and thoroughly acquainted himself with the details of the employee recruitment system. Within the system, employees were classified into tiers ranging from 1 to 5 stars, with higher star ratings indicating greater capabilities. Accumulating 10,000 prestige points would allow for the recruitment of a 1-star employee, while 100,000 prestige points would permit the enlistment of a 2-star employee. Upon accumulating a reputation of 500,000, one can recruit 3-star employees. With a total reputation of 1,000,000, 4-star employees become available for recruitment. Achieving a staggering 5,000,000 in reputation grants the opportunity to enlist 5-star employees. Furthermore, upon reaching a remarkable 10,000,000 in reputation, there exists a chance to recruit legendary tier employees. These legendary employees possess formidable abilities that far surpass those of ordinary staff. Each one stands as a pinnacle in the industry, adept in multiple legendary skills. Currently, Li Yi has amassed just over 10,000 in reputation, limiting him to recruiting only 1-star employees. The recruitment of each 1-star employee requires a cost of 500 reputation points. With 580 reputation points remaining, he can recruit a total of 7 1-star employees if he expends all of his remaining points. First, I need to hire a few chefs, Li Yi murmured to himself. The restaurant at Rainbow Paradise Resort is now exceedingly popular, attracting a multitude of visitors daily. It is impossible for Li Yi and Taizhu to manage alone. Hiring new chefs is imperative. With additional chefs, both Li Yi and Taizhu would find their workload considerably lightened, enabling them to produce more buns and tofu pudding. Next, a few salespeople are essential. Each day, numerous tourists flock to purchase the buns and tofu pudding from Li Yi's establishment. He finds himself laboring tirelessly each morning, with scarcely a moment to rest. To alleviate his burden, he must recruit several salespeople dedicated to selling buns and tofu pudding. This would allow him to focus solely on the art of bun making each day. In addition, several front desk receptionists are required. As Rainbow Paradise Resort continues to thrive, its 15 lodgings are perpetually booked, with a constant influx of guests inquiring about accommodations. Thus, it is crucial to hire a front desk receptionist to cater to these visitors. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed by the sheer volume of inquiries. Lastly, a few cleaning staff are necessary. With the increase in guests, the cleanliness of Rainbow Paradise Resort has become a pressing concern. To ensure a favorable impression on visitors, he must recruit cleaning personnel to maintain the resort's hygiene. After considerable reflection, Li Yi ultimately decided to recruit 2 chefs, 2 salespeople, 2 cleaning staff, and 1 front desk receptionist. Like Taizhu, these 7 newly recruited employees will also require monthly compensation. However, their wages are slightly lower than Taizhu's, with each earning 4,000 gold coins per month, a sum that is negligible in light of Li Yi's current income. Regrettably, Li Yi found himself somewhat disheartened. Despite all being 1-star employees, the skills possessed by these 7 new recruits were markedly inferior to those of Taizhu. Taizhu boasts mastery of 4 skills, including 2 intermediate and 2 advanced abilities, while each of the 7 new employees is limited to 2 skills, predominantly of an intermediate level. Only 2 new employees possessed advanced skills, and their abilities paled in comparison to Taizhu. Upon inquiring with the system, Li Yi discovered that employees recruited using the employee recruitment card were considerably more capable than those acquired through the system. Though Taizhu was merely a 1-star employee, the skills he commanded were not inferior to those of typical 2-star employees. This could be regarded as a beginner's boon bestowed upon Li Yi by the system. After recruiting 7 new employees, Li Yi found himself devoid of the remaining 580 points of prestige. Although he had reverted to a state of poverty, a profound sense of joy filled his heart. With ample manpower, the development of Rainbow Paradise Resort was finally on the path to progress. He pondered whether he could now resolve Lu Xiaofei's skin issues. The power of the system was immensely formidable. It not only allowed for the upgrading of existing facilities at Rainbow Paradise Resort, but also unlocked the construction of various new amenities. This included entertainment, medical, beauty, dining, and infrastructure facilities, among others. Anything available on Earth could be constructed within the resort, with upgrades that surpass the quality and functionality of similar products. For instance, the beauty center built by the system possessed technology far beyond contemporary beauty practices. Particularly, once upgraded to 5 stars, its techniques were almost unimaginable, capable of completely transforming one's appearance and ensuring eternal youth. Of course, given Li Yi's current prestige, constructing a 5-star beauty center was an impossibility. However, the feasibility of erecting a 1-star beauty center was within reach. Upon examining the system, Li Yi noted that the total cost for establishing a 1-star beauty center amounted to 20,000 points of prestige and 1 million gold coins. With the rate at which Li Yi was currently accumulating prestige, he could gather the required 20,000 points within a week to construct the beauty center. Currently, the powerful whitening and beautifying effects of Shishir Dohua had gained a modest reputation online. If Li Yi seized the opportunity to build a beauty center, women across the entirety of Huaxiao would likely go into a frenzy. At that point, if he could successfully treat Lu Xiaofei's skin issues, the fame of Rainbow Paradise Resort would undoubtedly resonate throughout the nation without requiring any promotion from Li Yi. With this thought, a smile graced Li Yi's lips as he eagerly accessed the system's marketplace. He planned to search for several products with whitening and beautifying properties to try on Lu Xiaofei the following day, to see if they would yield any results. Should they prove ineffective, he would have to wait until the beauty center was established to assist Lu Xiaofei further. Under Li Yi's guidance, the 7 newly recruited employees quickly integrated into Rainbow Paradise Resort and commenced their duties. It must be said, products of the system are indeed of exceptional quality. Although these 7 new employees were only 1-star, their work capabilities far exceeded those of the employees Li Yi had previously recruited from the talent market. At noon, with the assistance of the 2 new chefs, Daniyu and Erniyu, Taiju effortlessly attended to the day's visitors, rendering any further help from Li Yi unnecessary. After finishing his lunch, Li Yi indulged in a delightful nap, finally savoring the joys of being a boss. Suddenly, at 3 in the afternoon, Li Yi was jolted awake from his slumber by the shrill ring of his mobile phone. Groggily, he picked it up and discovered it was a call from Zhang Quan of the Jinghai City Tourism Bureau. Quickly sitting up, he answered the call. "Hello, Director Zhang," Li Yi exclaimed. The opportunity for a stall at the food festival was entirely thanks to Zhang Quan's support. Later, he learned that Zhang was not merely an ordinary employee, but a director with considerable authority within the bureau. "Am I disturbing your work?" Zhang's cheerful voice resonated through the line. "Not at all. I'm just lying in bed watching videos." Li Yi responded. "Is there something you need from me, Director Zhang?" With a smile in his voice, Zhang replied. "Li Yi, I'm calling specifically to thank you. The steamed buns and douhua from your shop have become the most popular delicacies at our food festival, attracting numerous visitors to Jinghai City. The higher-ups are quite pleased and have asked me to extend their gratitude to you. I hope you will continue your efforts to make the Rainbow Paradise Resort another illustrious emblem of our tourism industry." Li Yi, taken aback by the praise, quickly replied. "Thank you for the encouragement, Director. We will certainly strive to meet your expectations." Zhang continued, "To ensure more visitors are aware of the culinary delights at your resort, we are offering you a complimentary upgrade to a better stall location. If you have time, you can head over to Dolphin Square to check it out." Li Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the Jinghai City Tourism Bureau would provide him with a new stall location free of charge. "Thank you so much, Director. I will go to Dolphin Square right away." After expressing his gratitude to Zhang, Li Yi hurried towards Dolphin Square. Upon arrival, he was immediately captivated by the new shop prepared for him by the Tourism Bureau. The stall was situated right next to the entrance of Dolphin Square, surrounded solely by his establishment, making it exceedingly prominent. Normally, such a prime location would command a daily stall fee of several thousand. Yet, the Jinghai City Tourism Bureau had generously gifted it to him, underscoring their appreciation for the Rainbow Paradise Resort. If the resort continued to thrive and consistently attracted new visitors to Jinghai City, it was likely that not only the Tourism Bureau but also the entire city government would hold Li Yi in high regard. After surveying the advantageous location of his new shop, Li Yi returned to the resort, satisfied. As he entered his room, Taiju walked in, carrying a bowl of douhua. "Boss, the new douhua you asked me to prepare is ready. Please take a look. Did you finish it so quickly?" Li Yi's eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly accepted the bowl of tofu pudding from Taiju's hands. The color of this tofu pudding was unlike that of ordinary varieties. While typical tofu pudding is a milky white, resembling exquisite jade, this particular bowl was a delicate shade of crimson, akin to a ruby, exuding an enchanting beauty. The surface of the tofu pudding was adorned with several plump red goji berries, emanating a subtle herbal fragrance. These goji berries were significantly larger than the usual ones, their fullness reminiscent of small dates. Premium goji tofu pudding, 2 stars. A delectable tofu pudding crafted from premium goji berries. Attributes: flavor 3, appearance 3, nourishment 3. Special attributes: enhances kidney health and replenishes vitality. Upon reading the description of this tofu pudding, a grin spread across Li Yi's face, revealing a knowing smile. Oh, the benefits of enhancing kidney health and replenishing vitality. Surely, the male tourists at Dolphin Bay would go wild over this. Chapter 25. The anticipation of male tourists and crowded customers. In truth, not only is it easy to earn money from women, but men are equally willing to spend. If women are prepared to invest everything for beauty, men are equally inclined to go to great lengths to enhance their prowess in certain aspects. Since the female visitors of Dolphin Bay have the exquisite Shishir tofu pudding, it is only fair that Li Yi caters to the male tourists as well. This premium goji tofu pudding was specifically developed by Li Yi for the male guests at Dolphin Bay. The goji berries in this bowl of tofu pudding were a 2-star quality variety purchased from the system's marketplace. According to the system's description, these goji berries originate from the depths of Changbai Mountain, significantly larger than ordinary ones, boasting remarkable nourishing properties, truly a treasure for man. Li Yi took out his phone and recorded a video of the premium goji tofu pudding before uploading it to the official Douyin account of Rainbow Paradise Resort. After a morning's time, the resort's followers had increased considerably, nearing 7,000. This was merely the beginning. Once those who purchased the Shishir tofu pudding experienced its powerful skin whitening and beautifying effects, the resort's followers would undoubtedly surge even more. After posting the video, Li Yi picked up a spoon to taste the tofu pudding. Under Tai Zhu's exceptional craftsmanship, the flavor of the goji berries had fully infused into the pudding, enhancing its originally smooth and tender texture with a hint of herbal aroma that lingered delightfully. Li Yi sampled the goji berries, which had absorbed the essence of the tofu pudding, transforming into small, date-like morsels. With a gentle bite, the sweet juice mingled with the unique fragrance of the goji berries burst forth, delivering an extraordinarily delicious experience. It was simply divine. In just a few moments, Li Yi savored every last bit of the tofu pudding, wearing a satisfied smile on his face. The flavor of this premium goji tofu pudding rivaled that of the Shishir tofu pudding. Though distinct in taste, both left an unforgettable impression. Li Yi had scarcely finished his bowl of tofu pudding when he began to feel a warmth coursing through his body. The once tranquil little brother was now stirring with eagerness. He touched his slightly flushed cheeks, surprise glimmering in his eyes. Truly, this was a 2-star ingredient produced by the system. The nourishing effects were remarkably potent. Having just consumed the tofu pudding, he was already experiencing such a reaction. Hastily, Li Yi opened the refrigerator and downed an entire bottle of cola in one go to regain his composure. As the flames of desire within him gradually subsided, he opened Douyin to check the video he had just posted. Although it had only been a few minutes since its release, the video had already amassed thousands of views, accompanied by numerous comments below. Upon perusing the comments, he noticed they were all from male visitors. Bossly, I have a friend who wants to know if your premium goji berry tofu pudding truly possesses such remarkable effects. Bossly, I have a friend who absolutely adores your tofu pudding. Could you save him a bowl of that premium goji berry tofu pudding for tomorrow? Bossly, a friend of mine has been feeling a bit weak lately. You must reserve a bowl of fresh tofu pudding for him tomorrow. I thank you on his behalf. Bossly, my friend can hardly wait. He is currently staying at a hotel near your resort. Could you sell him a bowl of fresh tofu pudding right now? While none had yet tasted Li Yi's newly launched premium goji berry tofu pudding, they were all familiar with the remarkable whitening and beautifying effects of the Shishir tofu pudding. Given that the quality of the premium goji berry tofu pudding was on par with the Shishir variety, its efficacy was undoubtedly commendable. In that moment, the hearts of the onlookers burned with fervor, eager to sample Li Yi's premium goji berry tofu pudding without delay. Observing the enthusiastic comments beneath his video, a knowing smile crept across Li Yi's face. Judging by the current enthusiasm, it seemed his shop would attract a considerable number of male patrons the following day. The nourishing effects of the premium goji berry tofu pudding exceeded Li Yi's expectations. By the time he awoke the next morning, he still radiated vitality and vigor. With the help of Dainyu and Erniu, Li Yi and Taizhu managed to produce a total of 4,000 buns and 1,200 bowls of tofu pudding that day, significantly more than before. As for the Shishir tofu pudding and the premium goji berry tofu pudding, he prepared 95 bowls of each, reserving the remaining 5 bowls for unforeseen circumstances. Due to the overwhelming quantity of buns and tofu pudding, Li Yi, along with Taizhu and 2 newly recruited salespeople, arrived at Dolphin Square by 8 in the morning, nearly half an hour later than usual. To their astonishment, a long queue had formed outside Li Yi's new shop, stretching an impressive 200 to 300 meters long. At a glance, there were at least 300 to 400 people in line. Witnessing such a throng of visitors outside Li Yi's establishment, the other shop owners in the food court were filled with envy, nearly drooling at the sight. The number of patrons at Li Yi's shop surpassed the combined total of all their shops. It was a clear case of the more people, the more envy. Wow, so many customers. As Li Yi observed the throngs of tourists queued outside his shop, a young woman beside him could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The 2 sales assistants he had recruited the previous day were both young women, one named Zheng Lingling and the other Zhao Xiaomei. They were both in their early 20s, around the same age as Li Yi. While neither could be deemed extraordinarily beautiful, they possessed a delicate charm that grew more appealing upon closer inspection. The young woman who had just exclaimed was none other than Zheng Lingling. Upon hearing her outburst, Zhao Xiaomei also displayed an expression of exhilaration. Who would have thought that business at our shop would flourish so remarkably? In contrast to the excitement of Zheng Lingling and Zhao Xiaomei, Taizhu, upon witnessing the multitude of tourists, turned to Li Yi with a look of grievance and lamented, "Boss, there are so many more visitors today than yesterday. At this rate, I might just collapse from exhaustion." Li Yi glanced at Taizhu's woeful expression and replied somewhat brusquely, "All right. I understand that you've been working hard these past few days. Once we finish today's tasks, I shall grant you an additional bonus of 300 yuan. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Taizhu's previously disheartened demeanor transformed instantly, his spirit reviving as he exclaimed, "Thank you, boss. I will certainly give my best effort today." The tourists in the square, upon spotting Li Yi, erupted in excitement. "Bossly, you have finally arrived. We have been waiting for you for quite some time." One of them exclaimed, "Bossly, did you know? I have been queuing since around 6 this morning, and I have now been waiting for a full 2 hours. Another chimed in, "Please, start the business. I can hardly wait to taste the new douhua you are offering today. I apologize for being a bit late today. Thank you all for your patience." Li Yi quickly offered his apologies and commenced business. The visitors outside the shop perked up, promptly forming an orderly line. Due to the overwhelming popularity of Li Yi's establishment, it had become common for many to leave empty-handed when seeking his renowned buns and douhua. Consequently, the queue outside his shop had become a coveted spot, with numerous individuals arriving 1 or 2 hours in advance to secure their place. In other places, if someone were to cut in line, people might turn a blind eye. However, at Li Yi's establishment, any attempt to jump the queue would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the crowd. Not even an elderly gentleman in his 70s would be spared from the collective disapproval. With eager anticipation palpable in the air, Li Yi finally commenced operations for the day. To his surprise, the very first customers were Luo Li, Luo Xiaobai, and Yin Zhua. "Boss Li, I would like 3 bowls of Shisha Douhua, please," Luo Li eagerly requested. Regrettably, due to her late arrival the previous day, when she reached Dolphin Square, the Shisha Douhua had already sold out. Although she was willing to pay a premium for it, she ultimately left empty-handed, which left her quite disheartened. In a fit of anger, Luo Li spent 5,000 yuan to hire someone to queue for her at 5 a.m., ultimately securing the first spot. As Luo Li finished her sentence, Luo Xiaobai jumped up and exclaimed, "Boss Li, I heard your shop has introduced a new type of douhua. I want to try that." Upon hearing this, a sheepish smile crept onto Li Yi's face as he replied, "Xiaobai, you are still too young to enjoy that new douhua. Why not?" Luo Xiaobai asked, bewildered. Clearing his throat, Li Yi explained, "That particular douhua is designed specifically for adults." Luo Li felt her cheeks flush slightly as she gently tapped Luo Xiaobai's head, admonishing, "If I say you cannot drink it, then you cannot. There is no need for further questions." Luo Xiaobai, pouting and rubbing her head, retorted, "If I can't drink it, then I want tea. It's not a big deal." Li Yi then turned his attention to Yin Zhua, who was standing behind Luo Xiaobai, and asked with a smile, "Mr. Yin, would you care for a bowl of our shop's new douhua? Its effects are remarkably potent." Yin Zhua, adjusting his throat slightly, replied with utmost seriousness, "Since young Master Xiaobai cannot partake, allow me to sample it on her behalf. Boss Li, please bring me 2 bowls of the premium goji berry douhua." Li Yi could not help but smile at Yin Zhua's words. Even the typically stoic Yin Zhua could not resist the allure of the premium goji berry douhua, highlighting its irresistible charm for men. Under Li Yi's direction, Lingling and Xiaomei quickly prepared the buns and douhua ordered by Luo Li and her companions. Though Lingling and Xiaomei were young women, their nimble hands moved with remarkable efficiency. With their assistance, Li Yi found himself considerably less burdened than in previous days, no longer struggling to keep up with the demands of the shop. Observing that Lingling and Xiaomei had swiftly adapted to their roles, Li Yi entrusted all responsibilities to them and leisurely settled in the shop, scrolling through Douyin. Upon opening the app, he was taken aback to discover that the follower count for Rainbow Paradise Resort had surged from 7,000 to an astonishing 150,000 overnight, a dramatic increase of over tenfold. "Wow, how did we suddenly gain so many followers?" Li Yi exclaimed with delight. He had anticipated some growth in followers for Rainbow Paradise Resort that day, but he never expected such an explosive rise. This was truly a delightful surprise. After scrolling through Douyin for a while, he soon learned the reason behind the rapid increase in followers. It turned out that after a night's time, the remarkable skin brightening and beautifying effects of Shisha Douhua had fully manifested. This morning, those who had consumed the Shisha Douhua woke to find their skin transformed, resembling that of the girl featured in the earlier Douyin video. Their complexions had become significantly fairer, and many dark spots had visibly faded. It was as if they had been reborn. The remarkable efficacy of the product instantly exhilarated the visitors, prompting them to share their skin transformations on Douyin. Upon viewing these videos, the platform erupted in excitement. Many on Douyin had previously harbored skepticism regarding the skin whitening and beautifying effects of Shisha Douhua, as few had actually tasted it. It was entirely possible that the girl who initially posted the video was merely a plant hired by Li Yi. However, the videos shared by the numerous visitors today shattered all doubts. While one person could potentially be a ruse, the significant transformation in the skin of so many individuals could not be dismissed as a mere fabrication. In this moment, all the women on Douyin were abuzz with discussions about the powerful beauty-enhancing properties of Shisha Douhua. In just an hour, Shisha Douhua from Li Yi's establishment soared to the second spot on Douyin's trending list, surpassed only by a young celebrity recently embroiled in a scandal. Li Yi, witnessing the continuous surge in followers for Rainbow Paradise Resort, felt a thrill of exhilaration. He had initially worried that visitor numbers would dwindle after the May Day holiday, but following today's trending wave, it seemed likely that they would not only remain steady but possibly increase dramatically. In addition to the burgeoning follower count, Li Yi received a multitude of private messages. Some sought to reserve Shisha Douhua, while others inquired about purchasing the recipe, and still others sought his contact information to discuss potential collaborations. Li Yi, however, found little inclination to respond, opting instead to block them all. Armed with his proprietary system, he felt no need for partnerships. With gradual development, he was destined to transform Rainbow Paradise Resort into the world's premier resort. Beyond these private messages, Li Yi also noticed complaints regarding scalpers on the official Douyin account of Rainbow Paradise Resort. He had indeed been aware of the scalper issue and was taken aback by how swiftly it had emerged in his establishment. While he harbored a deep disdain for these scalpers, he currently found himself without effective means to combat them. After all, halting the sale of Shisha Douhua due to scalpers would be counterproductive. Nevertheless, this situation would not persist for long. Li Yi planned to sell Shisha Douhua and premium goji berry douhua only during the food festival. Once the festival concluded, he intended to cease public sales of these delicacies. At that juncture, he would introduce a membership system at Rainbow Paradise Resort, allowing only members to purchase the uniquely beneficial Shisha Douhua and premium goji berry douhua. Furthermore, henceforth, all goods and facilities rated 2 stars and above at Rainbow Paradise Resort would be exclusively accessible to members. Li Yi aimed to make membership at Rainbow Paradise Resort a symbol of distinction. Let those renowned figures of the world take pride in being members of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Chapter 27. 1-star hotel construction card. Skyship Hotel. As Li Yi perused Douyin, the first visitor in line had already acquired the newly launched premium goji berry tofu pudding from his establishment. Priced similarly to the exquisite Shisher tofu pudding at 388 yuan per bowl, this premium delicacy, though costly, was eagerly purchased by the men at the front of the queue, predominantly middle-aged gentlemen in their 40s and 50s. Despite their claims of buying it for friends, the moment they received their bowls, they could hardly contain their eagerness and began to indulge in the rich flavors themselves. The expressions of rapture on their faces revealed their enchantment with the exquisite taste of the premium goji berry tofu pudding. Within just a few mouthfuls, these gentlemen drained their bowls with unrestrained delight. As they savored the exquisite flavor of the pudding, a sudden warmth surged from their abdomens, illuminating their faces with a radiant glow and stirring a certain restlessness within. The rapid onset of such effects left them in a state of ecstatic disbelief. They had not anticipated the pudding's swift efficacy. "Dear, it's getting late. Let us return to the hotel at once," exclaimed one middle-aged man, his face aglow, as he eagerly pulled his wife towards the hotel. After consuming the premium goji berry tofu pudding, he felt an invigorating heat coursing through his body, reminiscent of the boundless passion of his youth. Witnessing the urgency of the middle-aged man, the surrounding tourists were struck with incredulity. In a mere few minutes, these gentlemen appeared rejuvenated, their spirits lifted, as though they had shed a decade from their lives. The potency of this dish was undeniable. At that moment, the crowd abandoned their reservations and clamored to purchase the premium goji berry tofu pudding from Li's shop. In less than 10 minutes, the 95 bowls he had prepared for the day were entirely sold out. The fervor of the scene left Li astonished. As time passed, the number of visitors in front of Li's shop continued to swell. Amidst the frenzy of purchases, the dumplings and tofu pudding he had prepared were quickly exhausted. After concluding the day's sales, Li returned to the resort, eagerly opening his information panel. Due to the popularity of Shisher tofu pudding on Douyin, a significant influx of new customers visited Li's shop that day. These newcomers brought him over 800 points of prestige, doubling the previous day's tally. Alas, if only the online followers could contribute to his prestige, the rewards of the day could have multiplied even further. A hint of regret flickered in Li's eyes. Although the followers of Rainbow Paradise Resort had surged to a remarkable 150,000, they did not translate into prestige for Li. According to the system's configuration, only those patrons who have spent at the Rainbow Paradise Resort can contribute to Li's prestige. Otherwise, given the current popularity of the resort online, Li could have easily garnered tens of thousands of prestige points today. In addition to the over 800 prestige points, Li successfully completed the renowned Gourmet Festival task today, earning an additional 1,000 prestige points and a 2-star treasure chest as a reward, thus accumulating nearly 8,000 prestige points today. It was a bountiful harvest indeed. He fervently hoped that this 2-star treasure chest would yield something valuable. Gazing at the 2-star treasure chest in his inventory, an expression of anticipation lit up his eyes. This was his first time obtaining a treasure chest of such caliber. Based on previous experiences, the items procured from treasure chests were significantly more potent than those available in the system's marketplace. He silently prayed for fortune to bestow upon him a useful item this time. After a moment of anxious contemplation, he opened the 2-star treasure chest. Buzz! A dazzling golden light flashed, and a golden card soared out from the chest. 1-star hotel construction card, 2-star upon usage. It allows the expenditure of 5,000 prestige points and 200,000 gold coins to construct a 1-star hotel within the resort. Upon seeing the item that emerged from the chest, Li was instantly filled with elation. He could hardly believe that he had drawn a 1-star hotel construction card. It is worth noting that constructing a 1-star hotel through the system typically costs 20,000 prestige points and 1,000 gold coins. This construction card, however, only required 5,000 prestige points and 200,000 gold coins, utilizing merely 1/4 of the resources normally required. It was practically a gift. Excitedly gazing at the 1-star hotel construction card in his hand, Li mused inwardly. It seems the plan for the beauty center's construction will have to be postponed. Initially, he intended to gather 20,000 prestige points to build the beauty center first before proceeding with other facilities. However, with this 1-star hotel construction card now in his possession, his plans would need to be adjusted. Currently, the Rainbow Paradise Resort offered only 15 lodgings for visitors, which were insufficient to meet the demand. Countless tourists had expressed their desire to stay at the resort these past few days, but due to the lack of available lodgings, they were forced to leave in disappointment. If Li were to construct a hotel at the Rainbow Paradise Resort, he would no longer need to worry about guests lacking accommodation. With this thought in mind, Li took out the 1-star hotel construction card from his inventory and, without hesitation, selected to use it. Please select the location for the hotel construction. With the system's prompt, a 3-dimensional map appeared before Li. This map presented a panoramic view of the entire Rainbow Paradise Resort. Though the resort's facilities were limited, its vast expanse measured several hundred acres, even surpassing some 5-star resorts in size. In Dolphin Bay, such a vast expanse of land, even in a remote location, would typically command a rental fee of no less than several $100,000 a year. However, Li managed to secure a 2-year lease for merely $100,000. The reason for this remarkably low price was due to the generosity of a good friend who rented the land to him at a discounted rate. Without the assistance of this friend, given Li's background, it would have been utterly impossible for him to acquire such a large tract of land in Dolphin Bay. After careful consideration, Li ultimately decided to position the hotel on a vacant plot of land near the coastline at Rainbow Paradise Resort. This open space is located less than 100 meters from the shore, with a lush mangrove forest behind it, surrounded by breathtaking scenery, ideal for constructing a hotel. Once the site for the hotel was confirmed, the next step was to design its exterior. This aspect did not require Li's attention. as the system proactively provided him with a dozen design proposals. Each of these designs possessed its own unique charm, leaving a lasting impression on all who beheld them. After a challenging selection process, Li Yi finally chose a design named Sky Ship. This design envisioned a hotel resembling a colossal sailboat, reminiscent of Dubai's Burj Al Arab, yet overall more exquisite and harmonious with the surrounding environment. Li Yi was confident that once this hotel was constructed, it would undoubtedly become a landmark for Dolphin Bay and even the entire Jinghai city. Chapter 28. If you want me to heal you, endorse me for 5 years free. As Li Yi finalized the hotel design, a crisp notification echoed in his mind. Hotel plan confirmed. Shall we commence construction? Without hesitation, he selected confirm. Ding. The construction team is now in position and will commence building the hotel. Estimated completion time, 15 days. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. He had initially believed that the hotel would require several months for completion, yet to his surprise, it would only take 15 days. Such speed was astonishing. Boom. Half an hour later, a tremendous noise suddenly erupted from the entrance of the resort. Li Yi's heart raced as he hurried out of his room to see what was happening. He was met with the sight of a construction team comprising over 100 workers, driving numerous trucks laden with materials, marching into Rainbow Paradise Resort. This construction crew had been dispatched by the system to build the hotel. Observing the bustling scene, some tourists enjoying their time at the resort curiously approached Li Yi, asking, "Boss Li, what are you preparing to build at the resort?" "This is quite the commotion." Li Yi smiled and replied, "We are planning to construct a new hotel. Once it's completed, I hope everyone will come to support us." "What? A new hotel?" Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the expressions of the surrounding tourists brightened with delight. "That's wonderful. Boss Li, your resort will finally have a hotel. I had initially intended to stay at your resort for a few days, but due to the unavailability of rooms, I had to find accommodation at a nearby hotel. Once your hotel is completed, I will surely visit your resort and refrain from seeking other lodgings." "Mr. Li, when will your hotel be finished? I am eager to spend several days there and indulge in the culinary delights of your resort." Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Li Yi smiled and responded, "Thank you all for your support. The construction of this hotel is progressing rapidly and will soon be completed. Once the hotel is fully finished, I will promptly announce it on the official Douyin account of Rainbow Paradise Resort, so please stay tuned for our updates." After the construction team settled into Rainbow Paradise Resort, they immediately erected barriers around the area and commenced the building work. With the system in place, Li Yi was relieved of the worries regarding the hotel's construction and returned to his own affairs. At 3 in the afternoon, having just woken from a nap, Li Yi received a call from the receptionist, Tian. "Boss, a lady named Li Mei is looking for you. She mentioned that she has an appointment to meet you today." Upon hearing this, Li Yi instructed Tian, "Please bring them to my room." "Certainly, I will bring them right away." Shortly after hanging up, Tian arrived with 2 individuals at his room. One of them was indeed Li Mei, whom he had met yesterday. The other was clad in a long black outfit, wearing an oversized sun hat, and her face was concealed by a thick veil, leaving only her eyes visible, obscuring her appearance entirely. This woman, shrouded in mystery, was none other than Lu Xiaofei, who had vanished for half a year. Li Mei grasped Lu Xiaofei's hand and said to Li Yi, "Boss Li, this is Xiaofei. I would appreciate your assistance in examining her today. Please, take a seat." Li Yi invited Li Mei and Lu Xiaofei to sit down. Turning to Lu Xiaofei, he said, "Miss Lu, kindly remove the veil from your face so that I may assess your condition." Upon hearing his request, a flicker of panic crossed Lu Xiaofei's eyes as she glanced at Li Mei beside her. Aunt. Li Mei, who was not only Lu Xiaofei's manager but also her aunt, had guided Lu Xiaofei into the entertainment industry, helping her ascend to the status of one of the most sought-after stars in Huaxia. Li Mei gently squeezed Lu Xiaofei's hand, offering reassurance. "Xiaofei, let Boss Li take a look at your condition. You must trust him." After a brief moment of hesitation, Lu Xiaofei glanced at Li Yi and, trembling, removed the black veil from her face. When Li Yi beheld Lu Xiaofei's visage, his brow furrowed slightly. It was undeniable that her skin condition was alarmingly poor. Her face was marred by dark red patches and numerous visible acne scars, rendering her appearance quite distressing and stripping away the youthful beauty she once possessed. No wonder Lu Xiaofei felt compelled to cover her face with a black veil even in the sweltering heat. If those paparazzi were to capture her current state, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the entire entertainment industry. Lu Xiaofei currently finds herself in a state of heightened sensitivity, unable to bear the peculiar gazes of others. After briefly revealing her black veil to Li Yi, she immediately donned it once more, enveloping herself in silence. Li Yi cast a glance at Lu Xiaofei, who was tightly wrapped, and inquired in a solemn tone, "Aside from your face, Miss Lu, is the condition the same in other areas of your body?" Lu Mei promptly nodded and responded, "Indeed. Boss Li, do you possess a method to restore Xiaofei's skin to its former state?" Li Yi pondered for a moment before slowly articulating, "There is a method, yet I cannot guarantee a complete restoration." As the beauty center had yet to be established, Li Yi could only resort to the items in the system's marketplace, which boasted skin brightening and beautifying effects, to temporarily administer to Lu Xiaofei. The extent of these items' effectiveness on her skin remained uncertain to Li Yi. Seeing that Li Yi had a potential solution for Lu Xiaofei, Lu Mei, brimming with excitement, urged him, "Boss Li, please proceed with the treatment for Xiaofei. Regardless of the outcome, we will not hold you accountable." Li Yi regarded Lu Mei and stated gravely, "I can assist Miss Lu, but I have one condition." "What condition? Please, do tell." Lu Mei replied hastily. Li Yi continued, "If I am able to restore Miss Lu's skin, she must agree to endorse our Rainbow Paradise Resort free of charge for 5 years." Upon hearing this, a look of hesitation crossed Lu Mei's face, and she negotiated, "Boss Li, 5 years seems excessive. Would 3 years suffice?" Lu Xiaofei, One of the most celebrated stars in Huaxia, commanded endorsement fees of at least 10 million per year, totaling 50 million for 5 years. However, before Li Yi could respond, Lu Xiaofei, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "If you can restore my skin to normal, I am willing to endorse your resort free of charge for 5 years." With that, Lu Xiaofei fixed her earnest gaze upon Li Yi, her eyes brimming with hope. She had been tormented by her current appearance to the point of despair. If Li Yi could restore her skin, she would gladly agree to a 5-year endorsement, or even 10, if necessary. Seeing the hopeful expression in Lu Xiaofei's eyes, Lu Mei sighed and said to Li Yi, "Boss Li, as long as you can heal Xiaofei, I will accept your terms." Li Yi smiled slightly and replied, "Very well. It is a deal." With that, he picked up his phone and called Taizhu. Before long, Taizhu entered Li Yi's room carrying a porcelain bowl. Lu Mei and Lu Xiaofei curiously peered at the bowl in his hands, which contained a steaming golden egg soup. The enticing aroma wafting from the bowl was irresistible. And even from a distance, Lu Mei and Lu Xiaofei could detect a captivating fragrance emanating from the soup that stirred their appetites. Gurgle. Under the spell of the delectable scent, Lu Xiaofei's stomach audibly rumbled, the sound resonating throughout the entire room. Chapter 29. A new lease on life excited. Lu Xiaofei felt her stomach growl, and her cheeks instantly flushed with embarrassment as she lowered her head. Ever since her skin issues arose, Lu Xiaofei had found herself in a trough of despair, enduring immense pressure daily that dulled her appetite. At noon today, she had only consumed a small bowl of rice, scarcely touching any vegetables. Although she initially had no hunger, the enticing aroma of the egg soup suddenly sparked her appetite, and her stomach could no longer remain silent. Li Yi smiled gently and said to Lu Xiaofei, "Miss Lu, this bowl of egg soup has been specially prepared for you. Its skin-whitening and beautifying effects surpass even those of the Shishir tofu pudding in our establishment. Do enjoy it while it's hot." This exquisite egg soup had been prepared in advance by Taizhu, containing 3 whitening eggs and a pouch of premium grassland milk. The 2-star milk, purchased from the system's marketplace, also boasted skin-brightening properties. Upon hearing this, Li Mei promptly picked up the bowl of egg soup and handed it to Lu Xiaofei, urging, "Xiaofei, do drink it quickly." "All right." Lu Xiaofei nodded, unveiling her face from beneath the black veil. She lifted the bowl of soup and took a delicate sip. As the delightful flavor enveloped her senses, her eyes widened in disbelief. The taste was simply exquisite, despite merely tasting a small sip. Her mouth was filled with the rich aroma of egg and the sweet essence of milk. The divine flavor compelled her to drink heartily from the bowl. In mere moments, Lu Xiaofei had polished off the entire bowl of soup, leaving not a trace behind. Noticing her lingering desire, Li Mei couldn't resist asking, "Xiaofei, was the soup delicious?" Lu Xiaofei nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Delicious. I have never tasted such delightful egg soup in my life." She glanced at Li Yi, feeling slightly shy, and inquired, "Boss Li, do you have more egg soup? I would love another bowl." Li Yi shook his head, chuckling. "This soup is crafted from special ingredients, and one may only have 1 bowl per day. Overindulgence would yield adverse effects." "All right," Lu Xiaofei sighed, placing the bowl down with a hint of regret in her eyes. In that moment, she truly understood why the Shishir tofu pudding at Li Yi's establishment was so immensely popular. Setting aside its remarkable skin-whitening and beautifying properties, the enchanting flavor alone could captivate anyone. Li Yi retrieved a glass bottle from a nearby shelf and presented it to Lu Xiaofei, saying, "Miss Lu, this is a special bottle of aloe vera juice I prepared for you. It detoxifies and enhances beauty, accelerating your skin's metabolism. Before your daily shower, apply this aloe vera juice to your skin, let it sit for an hour, and then rinse it off." "Okay." Lu Xiaofei accepted the glass bottle from Li Yi. Her curiosity piqued. Inside the bottle was filled to the brim with vibrant green aloe vera juice. The emerald green aloe vera juice appeared as translucent as jade, devoid of any impurities, exuding a striking beauty. The bottle of aloe vera juice that Li Yi gifted to Lu Xiaofei was no ordinary concoction. It was a special variant purchased from the system's marketplace. This exceptional aloe vera juice was cultivated with a unique whitening essence, capable of exfoliating the skin's surface and deeply detoxifying while enhancing beauty. Truly a natural skincare product. Its quality was rated at 3 stars, requiring a remarkable 10,000 prestige points for acquisition. Li Yi had invested a sum of 5,000 yuan solely for this bottle of aloe vera juice. Li Yi turned to Li Mei and suggested, "If you have no pressing matters during this period, why not stay at our resort? It would facilitate my treatment for Miss Lu." "Absolutely, we shall adhere to your arrangements, Boss Li." Li Mei promptly nodded in agreement. Glancing at the time, Li Yi addressed Li Mei, "It is getting late. Let me show you our resort's accommodations." With that, he led Li Mei and Lu Xiaofei out of the room and toward the resort's lodgings. In recent days, Li Yi had expended 2,000 prestige points to upgrade 10 ordinary lodgings to 1-star accommodations. Now, these 15 1-star lodgings alone generated over 20,000 yuan in daily income for him. Li Yi had already reserved 2 1-star lodgings for Li Mei and Lu Xiaofei. "Ladies, this is our resort's 1-star lodging. You shall reside here for the time being. Here are the keys to your rooms. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek my assistance." After handing over the keys to Li Mei and Lu Xiaofei, Li Yi turned to leave. Once Li Yi departed, Lu Xiaofei surveyed the lodging with a frown, unable to suppress her discontent. "This place is rather shabby, isn't it?" Li Mei sighed and replied, "Let us make do for a while. Being close to Boss Li means you can easily seek his help if any skin issues arise." Although reluctant, Lu Xiaofei had no choice but to acquiesce to Li Mei's suggestion and settle in for a time. As Lu Xiaofei opened the door, intending to use the restroom before retrieving her luggage, she was utterly taken aback upon entering the room. Before her stood an exquisitely enchanting princess room. The entire space was adorned in shades of white, with romantic and beautiful decorations, reminiscent of a fairy tale princess's abode, truly breathtaking. Goodness, this room is simply stunning. Lu Xiaofei gasped in disbelief, her eyes filled with astonishment. She never expected the lodging to be so exquisite, resembling a princess's chamber from a fairy tale. Not only was Lu Xiaofei taken aback, but Li Mei in the other lodging was equally captivated by the thematic style of her room. To find such a magical lodging in a modest resort was indeed a testament to Boss Li's extraordinary capabilities. Li Mei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. As a prominent agent at Haitian Entertainment, Li Mei had seen much in her career. Among the world's most prestigious luxury hotels, she has frequented quite a number. Yet none can rival the charm of this quaint inn. The remarkable ability of Li Yi to create such a unique lodging is indeed commendable. Her visit to seek Li Yi's help for Lu Xiaofei may very well be one of the wisest decisions of her life. After Lu Xiaofei and Li Mei inspected their room, they promptly returned to the hotel to transfer their luggage. That afternoon, the two eagerly checked into Rainbow Paradise Resort. Time swiftly passed, and before they knew it, morning arrived. As the gentle chime of the alarm clock filled the room, Lu Xiaofei awoke. Feeling like a princess emerging from slumber, she lazily stretched, feeling as though her body floated on clouds, enveloped in an indescribable sense of comfort. Since developing a skin condition 6 months ago that marred her complexion, Lu Xiaofei had struggled to find restful sleep, often jolted awake by nightmares. However, last night, she experienced a rare, restorative slumber, the profound relaxation allowing her to momentarily forget her troubles. Yet, upon recalling the current state of her skin, her earlier buoyancy quickly faded as she glanced down at her arms. The sight of her skin left Lu Xiaofei's eyes wide with disbelief, and she sat up abruptly. My skin, she exclaimed, incredulously touching her arm, her eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. In her quest to heal her skin ailment, she had consumed a considerable amount of hormones, which had darkened her once fair complexion, rendering her skin coarse and rough. But today, she was astonished to discover her arms had transformed into a silky, milk-white texture. Most astonishingly, the blemishes and scars left by her skin condition had significantly faded. The egg soup Li Yi had prepared for her truly worked wonders. At that moment, Lu Xiaofei's heart raced with exhilaration as she flung off the covers and dashed toward the bathroom. In her fervor, her knee collided sharply with a chair. Yet she paid no heed to the pain as she stumbled into the restroom, leaning eagerly before the mirror. She could hardly contain her excitement as she gazed at her reflection. Upon seeing her face, she gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief as tears streamed down her cheeks. In the bathroom, Lu Xiaofei beheld her visage, her heart swelling with joy. After just one night, her facial skin had undergone a remarkable transformation. The once dark and rough texture had reverted to a smooth, radiant quality. The frightening blemishes and scars had notably diminished, although they had not entirely vanished. The difference from the previous day was nothing short of miraculous. How wonderful! At last, my skin has begun to return to normal, Lu Xiaofei exclaimed, covering her mouth in sheer excitement, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. No one could fathom the immense pressure Lu Xiaofei had endured during this period. Upon realizing the unsightly condition of her skin, she was engulfed by an overwhelming fear, terrified that she might remain this way for eternity. For the past 6 months, Lu Xiaofei had awakened countless times from nightmares. Were it not for Li Mei's unwavering support and comforting presence, Lu Xiaofei might have succumbed to despair long ago. Fortunately, she persevered until the end. After enduring a multitude of despairing moments, she finally glimpsed the light of hope. In that instant, the exhilaration within Lu Xiaofei was beyond expression. She hastily exited the bathroom and joyfully called Li Mei. Shortly thereafter, Li Mei arrived at Lu Xiaofei's room. Upon witnessing the remarkable improvement in Lu Xiaofei's skin, the two embraced, weeping tears of joy. After a considerable time, they managed to calm their excitement. Wiping her tears, Li Mei fervently said to Lu Xiaofei, "Xiaofei, quickly get dressed. We must see Boss Li right away and have him examine you again." "All right." Lu Xiaofei nodded vigorously, hastily donning her clothes as she and Li Mei hurried toward Li Yi's room. At that moment, Li Yi had just returned from the kitchen, preparing to take a nap. Thanks to Lingling and Xiaomei's assistance, he now only needed to prepare the buns each day, no longer required to accompany them to the food court for sales. Upon seeing the hurriedly approaching Li Mei and Lu Xiaofei, Li Yi quickly dressed and got out of bed. "Boss Li, you're truly remarkable. In just one night, Xiaofei's skin has improved significantly," Li Mei exclaimed, grasping Lu Xiaofei's hand, her excitement palpable. "Is that so?" Li Yi's eyes brightened as he examined Lu Xiaofei's skin condition. Indeed, with the dual effects of the whitening egg soup and aloe vera juice, Lu Xiaofei's skin had greatly improved compared to yesterday. If she continued this regimen for a while longer, perhaps she would fully restore her skin even before the beauty center was completed. Smiling, Li Yi advised Lu Xiaofei, "The effects of the whitening egg soup are indeed impressive. Continue drinking it for a few more days, and see if we can completely eliminate the blemishes and acne marks." Lu Xiaofei nodded repeatedly, her expression one of utmost respect as she replied, "I will follow your guidance." If Lu Xiaofei had harbored a hint of skepticism toward Li Yi yesterday, today she was utterly convinced. From this moment onward, she would comply with whatever he instructed. In the following days, Lu Xiaofei and Li Mei settled contentedly into the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Each day, Li Yi prepared a bowl of whitening egg soup for Lu Xiaofei. Under the powerful effects of the soup, her skin improved daily. With a touch of makeup, the dark spots and acne marks were nearly imperceptible. However, despite Lu Xiaofei's remarkable recovery, Li Yi remains somewhat unsatisfied. He plans to wait until the beauty center is established before providing Lu Xiaofei with a comprehensive treatment for her skin, hoping to restore it to its normal state. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, the Dolphin Bay Food Festival has come to an end. Over the course of these 7 days, the reputation of Rainbow Paradise Resort has spread far and wide throughout Dolphin Bay and even to Jinghai City. Numerous relatives and friends of Li Yi have called to inquire about the resort, illustrating just how popular it has become. It is precisely due to this immense popularity that Rainbow Paradise Resort has triumphantly secured the Golden Chopsticks Award at this food festival. Each edition of the Dolphin Bay Food Festival bestows this prestigious award upon the most beloved establishment of the event. In past festivals, the competition for the Golden Chopsticks Award has been fiercely contested, with various vendors engaging in intense rivalry from the very first day. However, this year, the vendors at the food plaza exhibited no competitive spirit whatsoever, for they understood that the Golden Chopsticks Award was unequivocally destined for Rainbow Paradise Resort, regardless of their efforts. They knew they could not rival its success. Ultimately, the outcome aligned with the expectations of many. Rainbow Paradise Resort won the Golden Chopsticks Award by a staggering margin of over 100,000 votes ahead of the runner-up. In addition to the award, Li Yi also garnered a significant amount of prestige during the festival, with the explosive popularity of his signature dishes, Shishir tofu pudding and premium goji berry tofu pudding, on Douyin. The resort's followers soared to over 800,000, attracting a steady stream of new visitors daily. In just 4 days, Li Yi amassed over 28,000 points of prestige, averaging more than 7,000 points each day. With such an abundance of prestige, Li Yi made a momentous decision. He resolved to temporarily close Rainbow Paradise Resort for a comprehensive upgrade. Although the resort's business is thriving, the majority of customers are drawn solely by the culinary offerings, which diverges from Li Yi's vision of a balanced resort that excels in entertainment, dining, accommodation, and leisure. Currently, Rainbow Paradise Resort is heavily skewed towards food, with other aspects lacking significantly. Thus, Li Yi intends to pause operations for a while to replan the entire resort. When Rainbow Paradise Resort reopens, it will be poised to achieve national acclaim throughout China. Li Yi has always been a man of action. The day after the festival concluded, he announced the temporary closure of Rainbow Paradise Resort on the official Douyin account. Upon hearing the news, the resort's loyal fans reacted with dismay. "Boss Li, you can't close. If you do, where will I go to enjoy those delicious buns? Boss Li, if I can't indulge in your exquisite buns and tofu pudding for a month, how am I to survive? The resort may pause operations, but the buns and tofu pudding must persist. I yearn to purchase several bowls of the premium goji berry tofu pudding to properly reprimand my dear wife. With fervent pleas, I implore Boss Li not to cease operations." Within merely half a day, tens of thousands of fans left messages on the official Douyin account of Rainbow Paradise Resort, beseeching Li Yi to keep the establishment open. Even if it temporarily halts operations, the buns and tofu pudding must continue to be sold, or they shall not acquiesce. Faced with the fervent demands of his fans, Li Yi found himself with little choice but to acquiesce and continue selling the buns and tofu pudding. However, the Shishir tofu pudding and the premium goji berry tofu pudding would only be available once the Rainbow Paradise Resort fully resumes operations. Although the fans were reluctant about this stipulation, they had no recourse. After all, Li Yi is the proprietor. All they could do was hope for the swift reopening of Rainbow Paradise Resort. With the closure of the resort, the once bustling Dolphin Bay has become notably quieter. Soon, more than half a month passed. During this time, aside from a mere 2-hour window in the morning for selling buns and tofu pudding, the resort's doors remained firmly shut, with only construction vehicles sporadically entering and exiting, their purpose unknown. Just as the fervor surrounding Rainbow Paradise Resort began to wane on Douyin, on May 31st, the long-silent resort finally stirred to life. Chapter 31. Reopening. The summer carnival approaches. Dong Jie is a devoted fan of Rainbow Paradise Resort. She once savored the buns and tofu pudding from Li Yi's establishment at the Dolphin Bay Food Festival. At that moment, she was enchanted by the exquisite flavors of his offerings. After the Shishir tofu pudding became an online sensation, Dong Jie queued for a full 3 hours to secure a bowl. Upon tasting it, her skin, as promised on Douyin, visibly improved almost instantly. Experiencing the remarkable skin-brightening effects of the Shishir tofu pudding, Dong Jie became a loyal patron of Rainbow Paradise Resort, queuing almost daily for buns and tofu pudding. Regrettably, following the conclusion of the food festival, the resort ceased operations. During the past half-month, due to work-related stress, Dong Jie's skin deteriorated significantly, and she longs for another bowl of Shishir tofu pudding to enhance her complexion. During this time, she has routinely visited the official Douyin account of Rainbow Paradise Resort, hoping for its prompt reopening, but each visit ended in disappointment. Today, as usual, Dong Jie opened Douyin and navigated to the official account of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Upon entering the homepage, she was greeted by an eye-catching live broadcast announcement. This afternoon at 3 o'clock, the owner Li Yi would be live streaming on Douyin. At that moment, Li Yi would introduce the upgrades and renovations of the Rainbow Paradise Resort to his fans during the live broadcast, which had taken place over the past month and a half. Upon seeing this news, Dong Jie's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that the Rainbow Paradise Resort was finally reopening? Eagerly glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 2:50 p.m. With just 10 minutes until the live stream began, Dong Jie swiftly entered Li Yi's broadcast room. Although Li Yi had yet to start the stream, the chat room was already bustling with over 1,000 viewers. Messages scrolled rapidly across the screen. "Brothers, the boss is finally making an appearance. It seems the Rainbow Paradise Resort is about to reopen. This is wonderful. I can finally enjoy the exquisite bean curd dessert from the boss's establishment again. Li Yi, you've finally decided to reopen. Do you have any idea how I've been without your premium goji berry bean curd? My life has lost all meaning. Brothers, I've already booked my flight to Shanghai for tomorrow morning. This time, I intend to fully indulge at the boss's resort. Don't keep us waiting, Li Yi. Come out and greet us." Despite being closed for over a month, the resort's Douyin followers had not only remained steady, but had actually increased by over 100,000. Currently, the Rainbow Paradise Resort boasted a remarkable 950,000 followers, swiftly approaching the milestone of 1 million. Amidst the enthusiastic chatter, at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Li Yi finally appeared in the live stream. Wow, the boss looks incredibly handsome today. Dong Jia couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing him. Dressed in a pristine white shirt and casual black trousers, Li Yi radiated a fresh and sunny demeanor, looking exceptionally charming. Hello, dear fans. Li Yi waved to the viewers in the chat room, smiling as he continued. Thank you all for your continued interest in the Rainbow Paradise Resort during its hiatus. Since our closure, many friends have messaged me daily, inquiring about when we would reopen. Today, I have some wonderful news. After a month of dedicated effort, all the facilities at the Rainbow Paradise Resort have been completely upgraded and renovated. Starting tomorrow, the resort will once again welcome guests, and we invite everyone to come and enjoy. As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, a flurry of congratulatory messages flooded the chat room. Glancing at the comments, Li Yi smiled and said, "Thank you for your well wishes. I'm sure you are all very curious about what upgrades and renovations we have implemented at the Rainbow Paradise Resort over the past month. Today, I will give you a glimpse of the transformed resort." With that, Li Yi picked up his phone and directed the camera towards the entrance of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Wow, what a beautiful entrance! Dong Jia exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. As a devoted fan of the resort, she had previously visited during the food festival. At that time, the entrance to Rainbow Paradise Resort was merely a rudimentary iron gate, appearing exceedingly ordinary, akin to a rustic farmhouse. However, the humble iron gate has now vanished, replaced by a strikingly designed, brand new entrance. The architect behind this marvel remains unknown, yet the gate's exquisite form radiates an undeniable artistic flair. Adorning the top, vibrant neon lights spell out Rainbow Paradise in bold letters, instantly captivating the eye. A mere glance at this new entrance has etched a profound impression in Dong Jia's mind. Not only Dong Jia, but also the other fans in the live stream share this sentiment. This new gate seems to possess an enchanting allure, leaving an indelible mark on all who behold it. Witnessing the fans in the live stream drawn to the new entrance of Rainbow Paradise Resort, Li Yi couldn't help but smile. This magnificent gate was the result of Li Yi's investment of 5,000 prestige points for its renovation, achieving a quality rating of 2 stars, endowed with special attributes. Anyone who lays eyes upon this new entrance is irresistibly drawn to it, leaving a lasting impression in their minds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the upgraded entrance to our Rainbow Paradise Resort. Designed and constructed by a renowned international architect, it is truly beautiful. If you visit Rainbow Paradise Resort, do not forget to capture a photo at the entrance. After briefly introducing the entrance, Li Yi led everyone into the resort. As they stepped inside Rainbow Paradise Resort, the fans in the live stream were instantly awestruck. The entire resort exuded an oceanic ambience, featuring blue dolphin sculptures, charming jellyfish balloons, oversized SpongeBob and Patrick plushies, benches shaped like seashells, murals of mermaids swimming in the sea, and a pirate ship food cart that resembled a real vessel. At that moment, Rainbow Paradise Resort seemed to transform into an underwater world straight out of a fairy tale, brimming with a dreamlike atmosphere. My goodness, this is simply stunning. I feel as though I've entered an underwater realm. Mr. Li, you are truly remarkable. This is precisely how a seaside resort should look in my heart. Watching the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, Li Yi smiled and said, "Everyone, the facilities you see before you have been specially prepared for the new activities at Rainbow Paradise Resort. To celebrate the reopening of Rainbow Paradise Resort, starting tomorrow, we will host a grand summer carnival that will last for 7 days. During the carnival, there will be a variety of exciting games, so if you're interested, be sure not to miss out." Chapter 32, New Maritime Entertainment Project, High-Tech Electric Surfboard. Li Yi had previously discovered a summer activity custom voucher from a treasure chest. This upcoming summer carnival is a result of Li Yi utilizing that voucher, leading the system to tailor a special summer event for Rainbow Paradise Resort. The entire summer carnival spans 7 delightful days, featuring a plethora of engaging games and an array of exclusive culinary delights, ensuring that every visitor savors the joy of summer. The fans in the live stream are eagerly anticipating the event hosted by Li Yi, judging by the splendid decorations orchestrated by the proprietor. This summer celebration promises to be immensely enjoyable. How wonderful! Recently, I have had little to occupy my time, making it the perfect opportunity to partake in this summer carnival. I have resolved that this Children's Day, I shall take my son to revel for a day at Li Yi's resort. After providing a brief introduction to the summer festivities, Li Yi led the crowd towards the beach of the resort. As he walked, he addressed the viewers in the live stream, stating, "In the past, many fans who visited our resort remarked that while the scenery is beautiful, there were few entertainment options available. This time, I have specifically constructed 2 new seaside amusement attractions, ensuring everyone will have an exhilarating experience." However, rather than expressing excitement, the fans in the live stream began to voice their discontent. "Li boss, those 2 seaside attractions you mentioned aren't going to be airboats or jet skis, are they? I'm utterly fatigued from those." Indeed, nearly every coastal destination offers the same tired water sports. It's dreadfully uninspired. Sigh, having something to do is better than nothing. But I hope the charges here are reasonable. I was severely overcharged last time. The fans continued to lament. Presently, the domestic water entertainment options have become exceedingly homogeneous, dominated by airboats and jet skis, with little innovation to be found. They suspected that the seaside attractions Li Yi touted would be merely a rehash of the same old offerings. Observing the audience's complaints, Li Yi chuckled and assured them, "Rest assured, our resort's seaside attractions are distinctly unique and will surely broaden your horizons." Is that really the case? The viewers remained skeptical. Li Yi, holding his phone aloft, soon arrived at the beach of Rainbow Paradise Resort. There, he beheld a neatly arranged row of sun loungers, each fashioned in the delightful shape of white seashells, presenting an utterly charming sight. Nearby stood a quaint little house adorned with an array of colorful surfboards. Unlike ordinary surfboards, these were only slightly larger than standard skateboards. Each surfboard was equipped with a fist-sized metal piece at the back, the purpose of which remained a mystery. At that moment, a robust young man with dark skin was meticulously polishing the surfboards with a cloth. Upon noticing Li Yi's approach, the young man promptly rose, beaming as he greeted, "Boss. You've arrived." Li Yi smiled at the young man and inquired, "Xiao Wu, are the surfboards all set up?" "Absolutely. They are fully prepared for use at any moment." Xiao Wu replied promptly. "Excellent." Li Yi nodded in satisfaction, smiling at the fans in the live stream. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the new entertainment projects at our resort, surfing on the sea. What do you think?" "Huh, I thought it would be something grand. Turns out it's just surfing." "Bossly, do you really think this will amaze us?" "You underestimate us too much." "Bossly, there aren't even any big waves at Dolphin Bay. What is the point of this? Are we just supposed to paddle around on the water?" I was actually looking forward to it a bit. Who would have thought it would be this? At that moment, the fans in the live stream were filled with disappointment. When they heard Li Yi say he would broaden their horizons, they assumed he had prepared something spectacular. To their dismay, it was merely surfing. Li Yi's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he said, "Everyone, our surfing experience is entirely different from what you find elsewhere. Even without waves, we can still ride." After saying this, Li Yi turned to Xiao Wu and instructed, "Xiao Wu, please demonstrate how to use these surfboards for our viewers." "Sure." Xiao Wu nodded enthusiastically, immediately picking up a silver surfboard and running toward the sea. Once in the water, he tossed the silver surfboard onto the surface and leapt onto it. Seeing this scene, the fans in the live stream couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, does this guy even know how to surf? There aren't any waves, and he is just standing on the board. How ridiculous. Is he demonstrating how to fall into the water? Just when everyone thought Xiao Wu would surely tumble into the sea, an astonishing event unfolded before their eyes. Xiao Wu stood firmly on the surfboard, showing no signs of falling into the water. How is this possible? Witnessing this miraculous sight, the fans in the live stream gasped in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they were seeing. They never imagined that such a small surfboard could support Xiao Wu's considerable weight without sinking at all. It was utterly unscientific. However, what astonished everyone even more was yet to come. After standing on the silver surfboard, Xiao Wu gently tapped his wristwatch. Buzz. In the next moment, the tail of the silver surfboard suddenly released a powerful jet of water, propelling him forward. Xiao Wu crouched slightly, his feet firmly planted on the surfboard, gliding across the surface of the sea like a skateboard, leaving a trail of white froth in his wake. Li Yi observed Xiao Wu's graceful form and smiled at the fans in the live stream. "Everyone, our surfboards are high-tech electric surfboards manufactured using special techniques. They not only possess exceptional buoyancy capable of supporting over 200 kilograms, but also feature a powerful electric propulsion system and a balance sensing system that automatically adjusts the angle of the surfboard according to the wind and waves, allowing you to glide effortlessly. Even in the absence of tumultuous waves, one can glide effortlessly across the ocean's surface, and the method of operation is remarkably simple. With just a bit of practice, one can surf the waters as effortlessly as young Wu. Such a high-tech recreational endeavor is likely unprecedented for many. Though electric surfboards have been developed both domestically and internationally, they are notoriously difficult to maneuver and prohibitively expensive for the average person. However, the electric surfboards at Li Yi's resort are produced by a sophisticated system with impeccable technology. Even a child of 7 or 8 can easily master them, truly embodying the essence of cutting-edge innovation. Upon hearing Li Yi's introduction, the livestream audience erupted in excitement. Wow, such miraculous electric surfboards exist in this world. Bossly, you have outdone yourself. My eyes have truly been opened this time. For the sake of these electric surfboards, I must visit your resort. At that moment, the viewers were filled with enthusiasm, eager to rush to Rainbow Paradise Resort and experience the joy of these electric surfboards firsthand. Li Yi smiled gently and addressed the audience. In addition to this aquatic entertainment, our resort boasts another thrilling water-based activity. This one is even more exciting than the electric surfboards. What? The viewers were immediately taken aback by Li Yi's words. The electric surfboards had already astonished them, and the prospect of another even more engaging water activity was beyond their expectations. Li Yi's statement piqued the curiosity of the livestream audience. Bossly, what other delightful aquatic projects does your resort offer? Please show us. They clamored. If it's enjoyable, I will certainly support your resort tomorrow. Indeed. Hurry up. I can hardly wait. In response to the audience's eager requests, Li Yi did not keep them in suspense and led them to the other side of the beach. Shortly, he arrived at a small dock by the coast. At this dock, 5 remarkably futuristic vessels were anchored. Each vessel, approximately 3 meters in length, was adorned with various vibrant decals featuring dolphins, sharks, and sea turtles, creating an alluring spectacle. Wow, these 5 vessels are so cool. Bossly, is the other water activity you mentioned related to these boats? While the boats appeared intriguing, the audience felt they lacked any extraordinary features. The viewers regarded the 5 vessels with a hint of curiosity. Li Yi revealed a mysterious smile and proclaimed to the audience, "Ladies and gentlemen, these are not mere boats. They are a new type of submersible that our Rainbow Paradise Resort has imported from abroad." "What? A submersible?" The livestream audience was taken aback. "Bossly, are you pulling my leg? This is clearly a boat. How can it possibly be a submersible?" "Bossly, while my education may be limited, I am not foolish. This vessel lacks a diving chamber. How could it possibly be a submersible?" "Bossly, please do not jest." At this moment, the audience in the live stream spoke up, incredulous that these 5 vessels could possibly be submarines. Observing the barrage of comments, Li Yi's lips curled into a slight smile as he retrieved a unique remote control from his pocket and remarked, "You shall soon discover whether they are submarines." With that, he directed the remote towards one of the boats adorned with a dolphin mural and pressed a button. Click. In the next instant, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before the viewers. leaving them utterly speechless. The vessel, embellished with the dolphin design, transformed dramatically, akin to a scene from a science fiction film, as numerous components emerged from its hull, morphing it into a submarine resembling a dolphin. Goodness! The fans in the live stream could hardly contain their astonishment, their minds racing with disbelief at the revelation that these 5 boats could indeed transform into submarines. It was utterly unfathomable. Li chuckled. What do you think? I have not deceived you, have I? These 5 vessels are indeed submarines. Moreover, I can assure you that they not only possess transformation capabilities, but also boast remarkably powerful diving functions. As for the specifics of their prowess, you will discover that for yourselves once you take a ride. With a mysterious smile, he revealed that these extraordinary submarines had been procured at a considerable expense from the system's marketplace, each boasting a 3-star quality with formidable capabilities. While the electric surfboards had their share of technological marvels, they paled in comparison to these 5 submarines. As Li purposefully built suspense, the viewers in the live stream felt a keen sense of impatience. It must be said, he had undeniably piqued their curiosity. For many fans, this was their first encounter with such high-tech products in reality. In that moment, numerous viewers promptly opened their ticketing apps to reserve their journeys to Rainbow Paradise Resort. They were eager to discover the unique features of these submarines the following day. After introducing the 5 submarines, Li addressed the audience. Currently, our resort offers only these 2 water-based entertainment options. However, rest assured, we are planning additional attractions. I have exciting news. Within the next 6 months to a year, we will be constructing an ultra-large amusement park situated entirely on the water. This park will be the first of its kind in the world, featuring hundreds of rides for everyone to enjoy. Please stay tuned. Upon hearing Li's words, the viewers were filled with anticipation. If it were anyone else, they might dismiss such claims as mere boasting. However, with Li, it was a different matter entirely. Given that he had procured transforming submarines, it was plausible that he could indeed establish a colossal amusement park on the water. After detailing the seaside entertainment facilities, Li strolled along the coastal path, guiding everyone toward the resort's restaurant. Next, allow me to show you our resort's dining establishment. It is well known that our Rainbow Paradise Resort is renowned for its exquisite culinary offerings, and we have recently been honored with the prestigious Golden Chopsticks Award at this year's food festival. In light of this achievement, we have undertaken a comprehensive renovation of the resort's restaurant, introducing a plethora of delectable dishes that are sure to satisfy all palates. Upon hearing this announcement, the fans in the live stream were filled with anticipation. Their fondness for Rainbow Paradise Resort is largely attributed to its exceptional cuisine, particularly the famed Shishir tofu pudding and the premium goji berry tofu pudding, both of which are not only incredibly delicious, but also possess remarkable health benefits, earning them the title of culinary masterpieces. We hope that this time, Li will create even more dishes akin to the Shishir tofu pudding. The Rainbow Paradise Resort is conveniently located a mere 5 minutes from the beach, and soon Li arrived at the restaurant. Upon witnessing the transformed establishment, those who had previously dined at Rainbow Paradise could hardly contain their astonishment. Wow! They exclaimed, as they beheld the once modest restaurant now transformed into a resplendent palace. Following Li's lead, the guests entered the restaurant, and as they stepped inside, their senses were immediately captivated. The renovation had significantly enlarged the dining area, which now featured an orderly arrangement of 30 to 40 tables. Unlike the ordinary, inexpensive tables found in typical eateries, these were crafted from fine mahogany, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. The harmonious interplay of these tables with the restaurant's decor and lighting imparted an ambience of luxury, making it feel akin to a high-end dining establishment. Surrounding the restaurant were numerous transparent windows, each indicating a different cuisine, encompassing a wide array from Sichuan, Cantonese, Shandong, to Huayang, and more. The extensive menu had everyone salivating in anticipation. Standing at the heart of the restaurant, Li spread his arms wide and cheerfully introduced. Welcome to our newly renovated restaurant. The establishment boasts 2 levels, with the first floor accommodating up to 300 diners simultaneously, where guests can relish our resort's 1-star and 2-star culinary delights. The second floor features our newly established musical dining area, which not only offers a more enchanting atmosphere, but also showcases our 3-star and above gourmet offerings. 1-star cuisine? Upon hearing Li's words, the audience in the live stream erupted with confusion, bombarding the chat with question marks, unable to grasp the meaning behind his statements. With a smile, Li elaborated. I forgot to mention that our resort's culinary creations are classified into 5 tiers based on flavor, ingredients, quality, and health benefits. 1 star is the lowest, and 5 stars is the highest. The higher the rating, the more exquisite the taste, and the greater the health benefits. The well-known Shishir tofu pudding and premium goji berry tofu pudding are classified as our 2-star offerings. What? The audience was left in a state of shock, unable to fathom that what they had revered as a culinary wonder, the Shishir tofu pudding, was merely a 2-star dish in Li's restaurant. Even the 2-star delicacies are so delectable, one can only imagine the exquisite flavors of 3-star cuisine. Chapter 34. 3-star cuisine, the radiant golden shrimp fried rice. The culinary star rating announced by Li left all the fans in the live stream utterly astonished. In their minds, the Westlake tofu pudding was already the pinnacle of global gastronomy. They simply could not fathom that there could exist any dish more delicious than the Westlake tofu pudding. Li boss, is what you say truly credible? This Westlake tofu pudding, which you claim is merely a 2-star dish in your establishment, is simply too exaggerated. Indeed, the Westlake tofu pudding possesses remarkable skin whitening and beauty-enhancing properties. It is inconceivable that any other cuisine could rival it. In that moment, the fans in the live room shook their heads, convinced that Li was boasting. In the face of their skepticism, Li smiled gently and said, I understand that some of you may find it hard to believe my words. How about this? Today, I happen to have the opportunity to showcase a new 3-star delicacy from our resort. With that, Li Yi turned towards the display window and signaled to the chef, Taizhu, in the kitchen. Receiving Li Yi's message, Taizhu made an okay gesture and immediately ignited the stove to commence cooking. Within approximately 3 minutes, Taizhu arrived at Li Yi's side, presenting a steaming bowl of fried rice. The fried rice was a brilliant golden hue, each grain distinct and enveloped in a luscious coating of egg. These grains were tenderly piled together, reminiscent of golden rice during the autumn harvest, irresistibly enticing. Moreover, the bowl of fried rice contained countless shrimp, each finely diced. These shrimp glimmered translucently, sparkling under the light like stars in the night sky. Viewed from a distance, this bowl of fried rice appeared akin to the famed golden fried rice from Culinary masterpieces, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Witnessing this miraculous scene, the crowd could not help but swallow in awe. Wow, there truly exists a glowing fried rice in this world. Could this be the golden fried rice from the culinary world? Now I understand why the Westlake tofu pudding can only be rated as a 2-star dish. It turns out there are such extravagant delicacies in existence. Oh my, the color of this fried rice looks utterly tempting. I long to take a bite. As the spectators gazed at the alluring golden fried rice, they could not restrain their salivation. In their lifetime, they had never encountered such an enticing dish. Even through the screen, they yearned to taste it. Amidst the eager and hungry gazes, Li Yi picked up a spoon, savoring the fried rice while introducing it to the audience. This fried rice is named golden shrimp fried rice. The rice is sourced from the finest Xiangshui tribute rice of Huaxia, and the eggs are specially cultivated whitening eggs. What is most precious in this bowl of shrimp fried rice are the shrimp, sourced from the wild streams of Changbai Mountain in China. Each piece of shrimp harbors a wealth of protein and mineral elements. The exquisite combination of 3 top-tier ingredients, expertly stir-fried by our resort chef, results in a harmonious blend of flavors, achieving a perfect balance of color, aroma, and taste. A true culinary masterpiece. Consuming this dish not only fortifies the body and invigorates circulation, but also replenishes the substantial mineral elements essential for the human body, making it particularly suitable for those recovering from prolonged illness. One might ponder whether this bowl of golden shrimp fried rice surpasses even the famed Westlake's silky tofu. Upon hearing Li Yi's introduction, the viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished, and no one dared to question his words any longer. If what Li Yi claimed is indeed true, then the quality of this golden shrimp fried rice certainly exceeds that of the Westlake's delicacy, meriting a 3-star rating. Goodness! If 3-star cuisine is already so exceptional, one can only imagine the wonders of 4 or 5-star dishes. Mr. Li, is it possible that the chefs in your restaurant are reincarnated culinary masters? I doubt even Michelin 3-star chefs could create such a dish. The crowd couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, completely captivated by the culinary delights of Li Yi's restaurant. Setting aside everything else, this bowl of golden shrimp fried rice alone justifies a visit to the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Mr. Li, may I inquire about the price of this golden shrimp fried rice? At this moment, a fan in the live stream could no longer contain their curiosity. Li Yi, upon seeing the fan's comment, smiled and replied, "The ingredients used in this golden shrimp fried rice are among the finest in the world, hence the price is understandably higher. Each bowl is priced at 888 yuan, with a daily limit of 50 bowls available, accompanied by specific purchase restrictions. I will disclose the exact restrictions at the end of the live stream. 888 yuan per bowl." Although it was anticipated that this golden shrimp fried rice would not come cheap, the viewers were still taken aback upon hearing the precise price. The cost of this bowl of golden shrimp fried rice could easily afford them a splendid meal at one of the 8 renowned establishments in the capital. However, despite the steep price of this golden shrimp fried rice, not a single person felt it was unwarranted. Indeed, spending 888 yuan for a glowing bowl of fried rice is remarkably reasonable. Li Yi devoured the last grain of rice from his plate, contentedly addressing the audience. Well, that concludes our introduction to the restaurant. Now, let us proceed to another location. With that, Li Yi stood up and walked towards the restaurant exit. Mr. Li, what will you be introducing next? I am certain it must be the new hotel that you have built at the resort. I recall that your resort offers a dozen guest houses. Since the restaurant has undergone an upgrade, surely the guest houses have been enhanced as well. The viewers began to speculate excitedly in the live stream, as Li Yi introduced the new products of the resort one by one. His audience in the live broadcast room felt neither boredom nor disinterest. Instead, they were filled with anticipation. In that moment, it was as if they were attending a product launch event. With each new product unveiled, their excitement surged. Many fans actively shared Li Yi's live stream with their friends and classmates, drawing a considerable number of new viewers. Within less than half an hour of going live, the number of spectators in the room skyrocketed to nearly 100,000, a figure that continued to rise. Amidst the eager anticipation of the viewers, Li Yi arrived at the southernmost homestay of the resort. Indeed, what he was about to introduce were the 15 upgraded homestays. Chapter 35. The grand opening of the beauty center and the mysterious guest of honor for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Among all the facilities at Rainbow Paradise Resort, the first to undergo upgrades were these 15 homestays. However, due to their immense popularity, they were almost always fully booked, leaving very few visitors who had actually experienced a stay in these accommodations. When fans learned that Li Yi would take them to see the resort's homestays, many expressed their curiosity. Does Boss Li's resort have homestays? I had no idea. I've seen Boss Li's homestays. They are just a few ordinary, trendy accommodations. Quite rudimentary compared to the exquisite dining options available. Huh, it's clear you only took a glance from the outside. Let me tell you, although Boss Li's homestays appear ordinary, they hide a world of luxury within, surpassing even 5-star hotels in comfort. Indeed, I was fortunate enough to spend a night in one of Boss Li's homestays, and it was the most comfortable lodging experience of my life. Several former guests who had stayed in the homestays chimed in the live chat, their hearts brimming with excitement. The homestays at Li Yi's resort were by no means inferior to the culinary delights of the resort. It was just that few were aware of their quality. Little did they know what transformations Li Yi had implemented in these 15 homestays over the past month and a half. Li Yi turned his phone around, directing the camera toward the resort's homestays. Ladies and gentlemen, behold our resort's newly upgraded homestays. While they may not seem extravagant, they are certainly adequate for a comfortable stay. Upon seeing the 15 homestays, the once vibrant barrage of comments in the live chat instantly fell silent. Everyone stared in awe at the homestays, their eyes wide with astonishment. Those who had previously stayed in these accommodations knew well that while they were deceptively simple from the outside, the interiors were a treasure trove of luxury. However, after Li Yi's extensive renovations over the past month and a half, the exteriors of these homestays had undergone a remarkable transformation, now harmoniously reflecting the thematic style of their interiors. For instance, the homestay-themed warm sun, spring blossoms had experienced a dramatic metamorphosis in its appearance. The entire guesthouse has transformed into a treehouse-like structure, surrounded by a lush green lawn and vibrant flowers, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a serene countryside courtyard in the perfect spring weather. Each guesthouse boasts its own unique architectural style, harmoniously aligning with its thematic essence, leaving one awestruck as if gazing into a multitude of distinct worlds. Remarkably, Li nonchalantly remarked that one could merely settle for these accommodations. How utterly modest. Over the past half-month, Li Yi has expended considerable prestige to upgrade these 15 ghost houses. Under his diligent efforts, all 15 have now attained a 2-star rating, making them the only 2-star facilities in Li Yi's resort. Boss Li, I never imagined your resort would feature such exquisite ghost houses. Can these be reserved in advance? I wish to book one for my stay tomorrow. What is the nightly rate for these ghost houses? It must be quite expensive. The curious fans in the live stream inquired. With such stunning exteriors, the interiors must be equally splendid. The price for these premium accommodations is surely not modest. Li Yi chose not to disclose the pricing but instead smiled at the fans in the live stream, stating, at midnight tonight, our resort will open reservations for these 15 ghost houses. If you're interested, feel free to check then. To cultivate a sense of anticipation among the live stream audience, Li Yi refrained from revealing the interiors of the ghost houses. After giving the fans a brief tour around the premises, he proceeded towards the resort's 2 newly constructed projects. These 2 initiatives represent the primary enhancement endeavors undertaken at Rainbow Paradise Resort over the past month and a half, a beauty center and the Skyship Hotel. Under Li Yi's guidance, the fans swiftly arrived at the newly established beauty center. Its architecture is remarkably unique, resembling an enormous duck egg, akin to a structure from a futuristic world, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Standing proudly before the entrance, Li Yi gestured towards the beauty center and introduced it to the live stream audience with a beaming face. Ladies and gentlemen, what you see before you is our resort's newly constructed beauty center. Surely, you have all heard of our renowned shish tofu pudding, known for its ability to enhance the skin of those who consume it, rendering their complexion fair and delicate with remarkable efficacy. Within this beauty center lies equipment and facilities even more powerful than the shish tofu pudding, capable of not only whitening and nourishing the skin but also removing blemishes and acne, rejuvenating your complexion entirely. Upon hearing Li Yi's description, the female fans in the live stream were instantly captivated, their eyes shimmering with excitement as they flooded the screen with enthusiastic comments. I'm so thrilled. I was worried I wouldn't be able to secure some of Boss Li's shish tofu pudding, but I can't believe he has built an entire beauty center. This is simply fantastic. Boss Li, is this beauty center truly as magnificent as it sounds? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? I have faith in you, Boss Li. Since you have crafted the miraculous shish dohua, a symbol of whitening, your beauty center must surely be exceptional. Without further ado, I've already booked my ticket and am preparing to visit your beauty center tomorrow. Are there any sisters who wish to join me? As the barrage of comments flooded his live stream, Li Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of mystery. He addressed his fans. I have an exciting announcement. To celebrate the grand opening of the beauty center, I have invited a mysterious guest for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. This guest is one of the most popular actresses in our nation and will serve as the exclusive spokesperson for our Rainbow Paradise Resort. You can look forward to it. Is this for real? The fans in the live stream widened their eyes, disbelief etched on their faces. They could hardly fathom that Li Yi had the capability to invite a celebrity for the ceremony. Boss Li, you didn't invite some obscure star and are now boasting, did you? It's obvious. Which renowned star would attend such a minor event? Not necessarily. If Boss Li's beauty center is truly remarkable, numerous actresses would surely vie to represent him. I've never seen a top star endorse a mere resort. Noticing the skepticism among the fans, Li Yi chuckled and reassured them. I am not exaggerating. The guest attending tomorrow is indeed one of the most popular actresses in our nation. I can offer you a hint. She starred in an immensely popular youth idol drama and has been relatively low-key in the past 6 months. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted with excitement. Could it be Lu Xiaofei that you are referring to, Boss Li? In response to the clues provided by Li Yi, the audience immediately thought of Lu Xiaofei. Her breakout role was indeed in a youth idol drama, and she had not made many appearances in recent months. Among the prominent actresses in the nation, only Lu Xiaofei matched these criteria. Could it be true that Boss Li had invited her? It seems unlikely. Lu Xiaofei is one of the most celebrated actresses, and given her stature, why would she attend a ribbon cutting at Rainbow Paradise Resort? Wouldn't that be beneath her? Not necessarily. I heard that Lu Xiaofei suffered from a severe skin condition 6 months ago, which affected her entire complexion. If Boss Li has helped her restore her skin, she might be willing to lend her support. Boss Li is the mysterious guest for the ribbon cutting Lu Xiaofei. Seeing the speculation among the crowd, Li Yi smiled and said, whether it's Lu Xiaofei or not, you will find out when the beauty center officially opens tomorrow. By the way, I almost forgot to mention. In celebration of the beauty center's opening, our resort is hosting a series of promotional activities. The first 20 customers who make a purchase at the beauty center will receive a 50% discount, a rare opportunity you certainly should not miss. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the female fans in the live stream were instantly captivated. A 50% discount. Such a considerable offer was simply irresistible. In that moment, many resolved to arrive early at the Rainbow Paradise Resort the following day, eager to seize this opportunity. After introducing the general details of the beauty center, Li Yi led everyone towards the final newly constructed project of the Rainbow Paradise Resort, the Sky Ship Hotel. As he walked, he addressed the fans in the live stream, saying, "Some of you may already know that we completed a new hotel at the resort a month ago. After a month of construction, this hotel is now fully finished and will officially open tomorrow. Let me take you to see this new hotel." Upon hearing that the hotel was completed, the longtime fans of the Rainbow Paradise Resort were utterly astonished. Had that hotel truly been built so swiftly? Was this pace even plausible? Mr. Li, are you certain this is a hotel you built and not merely a guest house? Can a hotel built in a month even accommodate guests? Amidst the barrage of doubts flooding the screen, Li Yi arrived at the southeastern coast of the resort. Upon seeing the Sky Ship Hotel standing majestically by the shore, the fans in the live stream gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend their eyes. The hotel, towering 18 stories high, resembled a magnificent white sailboat, seamlessly blending with the surrounding scenery, presenting an exquisite sight. "Wow, Mr. Li, are you sure this luxurious hotel was constructed in just 1 month? It's simply opulent," exclaimed one fan. "This hotel looks remarkably similar to the Burj Al Arab in Dubai. Did Mr. Li model it after that? How could the Burj Al Arab compare? Look at how harmoniously the colors of this hotel complement the surrounding landscape. It truly resembles a sailboat sailing through the sky. No wonder it is called the Sky Ship Hotel." In that moment, the fans in the live stream did not hold back their admiration, showering praises upon the hotel before them. Though the Sky Ship Hotel may not exude the extravagance of those top-tier 5-star hotels, its overall design was outstanding, emanating an astonishing beauty that left an indelible impression on all. Li Yi smiled as he introduced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the hotel you see before you, the Sky Ship Hotel, is a magnificent seaside establishment that we have painstakingly constructed. It boasts 18 floors and a total of 299 rooms. The second floor houses a cafe. The 9th floor features a gym, and the top floor offers an infinity pool with a plethora of amenities available. Tonight at midnight, this hotel, alongside 15 guest houses, will open for reservations. We warmly welcome you to stay." The fans in the live stream excitedly chimed in. "I never expected there to be so many rooms in this hotel. I won't have to worry about finding a place to stay when visiting Mr. Li's resort. Oh my, the hotel even has an infinity pool on the roof. I must experience that. The surrounding scenery is undoubtedly splendid." Li Yi remarked with a smile to the crowd. "The upgrades to our resort are essentially these. I wonder if everyone is satisfied with these improvements?" "Absolutely." Numerous satisfied comments flooded the live stream. It is truly commendable that Li Yi managed to transform Rainbow Paradise Resort into its current state within just a month. Even the most prestigious 5-star resorts in Dolphin Bay could hardly compare. Observing the barrage of comments, Li Yi smiled and continued, "As long as everyone is content. I have one more significant announcement to share. To enhance your experience, starting tomorrow, our resort will adopt a membership system. Only those who become members of Rainbow Paradise Resort will be permitted to enjoy its amenities. The standard membership fee is 599 yuan per year, with guests earning a corresponding amount of points based on their spending at the resort. Accumulating 100,000 points qualifies one for a 1-star membership, 500,000 points for a 2-star membership, 1 million points for a 3-star membership, 5 million points for a 4-star membership, and 10 million points for a 5-star membership. The higher the membership level, the greater the privileges and services one can enjoy." Upon hearing Li Yi's announcement, the live stream erupted with astonishment. "Did I hear that correctly? The membership fee is 599 yuan. That's outrageous," exclaimed one viewer. "Other resorts are eager to attract as many visitors as possible, yet you've implemented a membership system that effectively bars guests from entry. Li boss, it seems you've lost your mind over money. Do you think your resort is Disneyland? You actually require a membership to enter." Another commented, "Now I understand why he specially hosted a live stream to showcase the entire resort. It was a ploy to entice us into becoming members." The prospect of needing a staggering 10 million yuan to achieve a 5-star membership seemed absurd, even compared to the most elite private clubs in the country. Many viewers felt he was truly obsessed with money. At that moment, the fans in the live stream began to turn their criticism towards Li Yi. If the membership fee had been merely 30 or 50 yuan, they might have found it acceptable, but the shocking 599 yuan was simply too steep. With that amount, they could enjoy a trip to Disneyland instead. Seeing the viewers' fervent criticism, Li Yi remained composed, having anticipated such reactions. He understood that some individuals might find the price exorbitant. However, when compared to the facilities at Rainbow Paradise Resort, the price was hardly excessive. If Li Yi simply aimed to create an ordinary resort, he would never have instituted a membership system. Yet, his ambitions were grand. He envisioned transforming Rainbow Paradise Resort into the most prestigious resort in the world, a veritable paradise on earth. Thus, he was determined to implement the membership system. Although this decision might provoke discontent among certain fans, Li Yi held firm in his belief. As long as these followers visit the Rainbow Paradise Resort and personally experience its myriad facilities, they will discover that the membership fee of 599 yuan is truly a bargain, offering exceptional value. Chapter 37, a subject of controversy across the internet, a deceptive influencer establishment. After Li Yi concluded his introduction of the membership system at Rainbow Paradise Resort, he wrapped up the day's live stream. Shortly thereafter, some viewers took snippets from Li Yi's broadcast and crafted them into short videos. which they uploaded onto various platforms. In merely a few hours, these clips skyrocketed in popularity across the internet. Particularly, the video showcasing the transformation of the dolphin boat into a submersible captivated countless viewers. Within hours, it amassed millions of views. Many netizens, having watched the video, believed they were witnessing scenes from a science fiction film. In addition to the transformation video, the clip featuring the golden shrimp fried rice also garnered significant attention. Viewers were astounded to see the golden shrimp fried rice shimmering under the lights, leaving them in utter disbelief. They could hardly fathom that someone in this world could create fried rice that glows. As these videos went viral online, Rainbow Paradise Resort experienced an influx of attention. By 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, the resort's follower count surged to over 1.2 million, an increase of nearly 300,000 fans. However, where there are supporters, there are also detractors. As the videos of Rainbow Paradise Resort gained traction, the membership system faced scrutiny from some individuals. Upon learning that entry to the resort necessitated a 599 yuan membership card, the online reaction was one of astonishment. Goodness, has the owner of this resort lost their mind? Charging 599 yuan for a membership? Why not just rob a bank instead? Many remark that these influencer establishments have become so desperate for profit that they have lost all sense of decency, assuming we are all fools. With 599 yuan, I could enjoy a day at Disneyland or Universal Studios, rather than this shabby resort. It was evident that the proprietor was still dreaming, and netizens humorously suggested someone should slap some sense into him to wake him from his delusions. In no time, Rainbow Paradise Resort found itself the target of scorn and ridicule across the web. This derision peaked when the room rates for the Sky Ship Hotel were revealed. My goodness. A standard room costs 888 yuan per night, a deluxe room 888 yuan, and a premium suite a staggering 888 yuan. The pricing here is utterly outrageous. The absurdity did not end there. Can you guess how much their homestay costs per night? An astonishing 888 yuan, surpassing even the presidential suites of 5-star hotels. Is it merely an influencer resort? How could they set room prices so exorbitantly high? One can only wonder what gave them the audacity. Upon reviewing, I discovered this resort is located near Dolphin Bay, which likely contributes to the inflated prices. But what is so special about Dolphin Bay? I have visited Dolphin Bay several times, where a night at a 5-star hotel costs just over 1,000 yuan. Is this resort truly superior to 5-star establishments? It appears to be yet another unscrupulous merchant. Only a fool would choose to vacation at their resort. Many netizens mock Rainbow Paradise Resort, yet a significant number have not even watched its promotional videos. Nevertheless, this does not deter their derision. In their eyes, Rainbow Paradise Resort is merely a fleeting internet sensation. What could such a trendy establishment possibly offer? Surely, they aim to exploit the influx of visitors to line their pockets. They have witnessed such antics before. However, despite the online disparagement of Rainbow Paradise Resort, numerous fans ardently defend it. You simply do not understand. Though the offerings of Boss Lee's resort may seem expensive, the quality far surpasses that of other venues, rendering it an exceptional value. Indeed, your perception of high prices stems solely from a lack of first-hand experience. Once you have savored the exquisite buns and experienced the charming accommodations at Boss Lee's establishment, you will come to realize that they are not overpriced at all. Why even bother explaining to these people? They remain oblivious to the true quality of Boss Lee's offerings. In time, this will deter competition for us. The fans advocating for Rainbow Paradise Resort have typically indulged in Boss Lee's buns and tofu pudding. They have all visited Rainbow Paradise Resort, personally experiencing its culinary delights. And they know it is far from the mere trendy spot others claim it to be. It is a place imbued with genuine enchantment. Here, one can savor unparalleled delicacies and stay in accommodations as beautiful as a fairy tale. Those who have never truly visited Rainbow Paradise Resort will never grasp its allure. Alas, the truth rests solely in the hands of a few. While these fans fervently defend Rainbow Paradise Resort, a substantial number of netizens continue to launch relentless attacks against it online. Under the weight of such adverse public opinion, the business of Sky City Hotel has also suffered. With only 95 rooms booked for the night and an occupancy rate of less than a third. Conversely, the 15 rooms deemed a tax on intelligence by netizens, 2-star accommodations, have been completely snatched up. Faced with this situation, Lee feels no despair. He is exceedingly confident in his resort. The current subpar booking situation is merely a result of those fans yet to truly appreciate the allure of Rainbow Paradise Resort. He believes that once it opens tomorrow, the rooms at Sky City Hotel will be instantly fully booked. At that time, securing a reservation will not be so simple. Time flies, and soon it is the following morning. Despite the immense controversy surrounding Rainbow Paradise Resort online, the number of visitors arriving to explore its offerings remains remarkably high. At 8:30 in the morning, the gates of Rainbow Paradise Resort remained closed, yet a throng of over 100 eager tourists had gathered outside. These individuals were predominantly devoted fans of the resort, congregating in small clusters, animatedly discussing the newly constructed attractions while eagerly anticipating the opening of the establishment. Amidst the crowd, one young woman stood out remarkably. She possessed breathtaking beauty and an elegant stature, adorned in a pink t-shirt emblazoned with a whimsical Peppa Pig design, paired with a knee-length white skirt and pristine white canvas shoes. Her youthful exuberance and vitality drew the attention of onlookers, who couldn't help but steal glances in her direction. At that moment, this captivating girl was holding a selfie stick, her face aglow with a radiant smile as she conducted a live broadcast. Good morning to all my viewers. Today, we are here to explore the much-discussed Rainbow Paradise Resort, she exclaimed. Many netizens have labeled this resort as a notorious tourist trap. Today, I will investigate on your behalf to determine whether these claims hold any truth. Chapter 38. The stunning streamer's investigation and the shock of her audience upon recognizing the beautiful young woman live streaming in front of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. The surrounding tourists began to chatter excitedly. Look, isn't that the outdoor streamer Xiaoqi who has been trending on Douyin recently? It truly is her. I can't believe she has come to Rainbow Paradise Resort today, exclaimed one. Wow, I can't believe I get to see Xiaoqi in person. I must take a photo with her later. This enchanting streamer, known as Xiaoqi, had gained immense popularity on Douyin, where her live content revolved around exploring various establishments across the nation, whether it be restaurants, hotels, resorts, or tourist attractions. She ventured to scrutinize any place that had gained notoriety or sparked debate online, providing assessments for her viewers. With her charming appearance and engaging streaming style, Xiaoqi had amassed over 5 million followers on Douyin. After the Rainbow Paradise Resort gained widespread attention online the previous day, Xiaoqi had hastily flown from the bustling metropolis to Jinghai City, prepared to evaluate the resort firsthand. She aimed to ascertain whether it truly was the tourist trap that many claimed it to be. Having announced her live streaming plans on her Douyin account the day before, Xiaoqi found herself with thousands of viewers even though her broadcast had just begun. Witnessing the surge in her audience, she felt a surge of joy and, with a beaming smile, addressed her viewers. Welcome to Xiaoqi's live stream. Please take a moment to show your support by clicking follow. Your encouragement is my greatest motivation. With that, she turned the camera towards the entrance of Rainbow Paradise Resort, introducing it to her audience. And here it is. The Rainbow Paradise Resort we are set to explore today. If anyone is interested in the offerings of this resort, feel free to mention it in the live stream, and I will take you over to explore shortly. Upon witnessing the stunning new entrance of Rainbow Paradise Resort, the viewers in the live stream erupted in lively discussions. Is this indeed the renowned Rainbow Paradise Resort? It appears quite impressive. Who designed the entrance? It is truly beautiful. Yet, what use is beauty if it is merely superficial? Indeed, it bears the hallmark of a trendy establishment, filled with ostentatious embellishments. Amidst the casual banter between Xiaoqi and the viewers, the clock swiftly struck 9 in the morning. With a resounding blast of firecrackers, Rainbow Paradise Resort officially commenced its operations. Guided by a lovely attendant, the visitors formed a long queue to process their membership. Witnessing this scene, Xiaoqi expressed her astonishment to the audience. Esteemed viewers, this resort indeed requires a membership for entry, just as stated online. Having explored numerous establishments, this is my first encounter with a membership-only resort. I maintain that this is a deceptive trendy shop. A membership costs a staggering 599 yuan, even pricier than a ticket to Disneyland. I cannot fathom the reasoning behind such willingness to invest in a membership here. Perhaps they are simply naive with excess money. Soon, when they realize the folly of their choice, regret will undoubtedly follow. Amid the viewers' derision, it was soon Xiaoqi's turn to acquire her membership. After parting with 599 yuan, Xiaoqi, with a pained expression, addressed the audience. Esteemed viewers, in my quest to investigate this resort for you, I have truly spent a fortune. I urge you to show your support and help me recoup some of this loss. Although she had yet to enter Rainbow Paradise Resort, Xiaoqi already felt a sense of being duped. She could hardly believe that there was anything within the resort worth the 599 yuan membership fee. Today, it seemed she was destined to be the gullible fool once more. Welcome to Rainbow Paradise Resort. Here is your membership card. Please keep it safe. A smiling attendant presented a blue membership card to Xiaoqi. Wow, this attendant is stunning. Though the resort may leave much to be desired, their staff are undeniably attractive. I have already spotted 2 or 3 lovely ladies. This is yet another tactic of a trendy establishment, relying on beauty to lure visitors. It appears Xiaoqi is destined to be the unsuspecting fool. The several beautiful attendants facilitating membership registration were recruited by Li Yi from the system. After extensive upgrades over the past month and a half, the staff at Rainbow Paradise Resort has expanded to over 30 members. The monthly salaries of these system employees alone amount to several 100,000 yuan. Xiaoqi took the blue membership card, examined it closely, and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this membership card is exquisite. The material of this card is unknown, but it feels remarkably pleasant to the touch. The front of the membership card features a dolphin leaping from the sea, while the reverse displays the logo of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. It is undeniably beautiful. With just a glance, Xiaoqi instantly fell in love with this membership card in her hand. Who would have thought that the resort's membership card could be so aesthetically pleasing? Surely, the owner of this resort does not squander all their funds on trivial matters? A card priced at 599 yuan could surely be designed more attractively, remarked the viewers in the live stream. Waving the membership card enthusiastically, Xiaoqi addressed the viewers, everyone. I have officially become a member. Now, we can venture into the resort to explore. With that, she eagerly entered the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Upon her arrival, she was awestruck by the dreamlike scenery before her. Beneath the azure sky, the resort was enveloped by the essence of a vast blue ocean. Lifelike dolphin sculptures, gorgeous murals of mermaids, adorable SpongeBob and Patrick plush toys, an imposing pirate ship model. In that moment, Xiaoqi felt as if she were submerged in an underwater fairy tale. Her spirits instantly lifted. Not just Xiaoqi, but the viewers in the live stream also felt their moods inexplicably brighten upon witnessing the enchanting sights. Wow, is this the summer carnival that Rainbow Paradise Resort is about to host? It looks stunning. Oh no, why do I feel an irresistible urge to visit this resort? I have a premonition that Xiaoqi might not be the naive one this time. The quality of this resort exceeds our expectations. Indeed, I feel the same. Just the scenery here is worth 300 yuan. As the viewers in the live stream engaged in animated discussion, Xiaoqi suddenly noticed something, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she dashed towards a nearby gift shop. Chapter 39. First Experience. The easily accessible electric surfboard. The shop that thrilled Xiaoqi was a quaint gift shop located at the entrance of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. This modest store, roughly the size of a newsstand, showcased an array of exquisite gifts. Among these were colorful rainbow bubble guns, charming dolphin plushies, dazzling luminous mermaid pendants, and specially designed postcards emblazoned with the resort's logo. While these gifts were not extravagantly priced, their craftsmanship was remarkably refined, each item appearing quite delightful. "Wow, everyone, look at how beautiful the items in this gift shop are!" exclaimed Xiaoqi, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she beheld the various exquisite gifts. She has always had a penchant for such delicate trinkets. Whenever she explored shops across the country, she would purchase beautiful little souvenirs to bring home as gifts. To her surprise, the Rainbow Paradise Resort had already opened its own exclusive gift shop shortly after its grand opening. "Hello, may I ask how much this mermaid pendant costs?" Xiaoqi pointed to a remarkably exquisite mermaid pendant within the gift shop and inquired of the saleswoman. The saleswoman beamed a sweet smile. Her expression tinged with apology as she replied, "I'm sorry, but the gifts in our store are not for sale. They can only be exchanged for rainbow badges. If you wish to acquire these gifts, you may participate in the summer festival hosted by our resort. The festival features a variety of delightful mini-games, and by engaging in these activities, you can earn rainbow badges." Upon hearing the saleswoman's introduction, Xiaoqi's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly asked, "How many rainbow badges are required to exchange for that mermaid pendant?" The saleswoman responded with a smile. "Each gift in our store can be redeemed for just 3 rainbow badges." Afterward, she handed Xiaoqi a flyer detailing the specific activities of the summer festival. "If you are interested, feel free to take a closer look." Xiaoqi accepted the flyer and began to read with curiosity. The flyer meticulously outlined the precise schedule and content of the summer festival, along with various mini-games to be played: the Rainbow Doll Machine, Dolphin Bubble Gun Battle, Pirate Ship Treasure Hunt, and Octopus Riddle Machine. Each game was specially designed for this summer festival, promising fun for all ages. "Look, this resort will host a grand ocean light show tonight. I wonder how entertaining it will be." Xiaoqi exclaimed excitedly to her audience in the live stream. "Uft, it's just a light show. How entertaining can it be? We have a grand light show every year during the New Year's celebrations. I've grown quite weary of it. The scenery of this resort is so breathtaking. Perhaps their light show is unlike any other," suggested a viewer. "Xiaoqi, why not spend a night at this resort and see for yourself how their light show truly is?" Hearing some fans in the live stream express a desire for her to stay a night at Rainbow Paradise Village, Xiaoqi felt a twinge of temptation. To be honest, although she had just entered Rainbow Paradise Resort, it had already provided her with considerable delight. Should this resort hold other remarkable features, she might contemplate a night's stay. With time still on her side, she proposed, "Let us wander around this resort for now. Are there any particular places you wish to visit? I've heard their marine entertainment offerings are incredibly enjoyable, and there's even a boat that can transform into a submersible. Shall we head over there to take a look? I've seen that video too. Are you sure that it's real? It feels like something out of a sci-fi movie. Do we even need to discuss this? That video must be fabricated. How could there possibly be such advanced technology in this world?" However, I searched online and found no connection between that video and any sci-fi film. Xiaoqi observed the audience in the live streaming room engaging in a heated debate and remarked with a smile, "Whether it's true or false, we shall find out for ourselves." With that, she made her way to the beach of Rainbow Paradise Resort. In a short while, she arrived at the shoreline, where a considerable number of tourists had already gathered. To her astonishment, she witnessed 7 or 8 individuals skillfully gliding across the water on a peculiar surfing board, their exhilarated screams punctuating the air. Xiaoqi's mouth fell agape, her face alight with excitement. "Wow, what kind of surfing board is that? It looks incredibly fun." The viewers in Xiaoqi's live stream were equally astonished, their jaws nearly dropping at the sight of the surfers. Many of them had not seen Li Yi's broadcast from the previous day and were unaware of the electric surfing board phenomenon. Wait, are they really riding electric surfing boards? It certainly appears so, but aren't electric surfing boards notoriously difficult to handle? How did they learn so quickly? Did you not watch Boss Li's stream? These electric surfing boards are crafted using cutting-edge technology, equipped with an automatic balance adjustment feature. Even a child of 7 or 8 could master it swiftly. "Xiaoqi, you must try it out and see if it's as magical as they claim," urged by her viewers. Xiaoqi eagerly approached the coastline and rented an electric surfing board from Xiao Wu. The rental fee was not insignificant, costing 300 yuan for just half an hour. Under Xiao Wu's guidance, within mere minutes, Xiaoqi had mastered the operation of the electric surfing board. After entrusting her phone to a female tourist on the shore for a quick photograph, she gingerly ventured into the water with the board, just as the viewers had suggested. Operating the electric surfing board was remarkably simple. After only 2 attempts, she successfully stood atop the board. "Dear viewers, look, I'm actually staying afloat," she exclaimed, her face beaming with exhilaration. Although Xiaoqi weighed around 100 pounds, the electric surfing board effortlessly supported her on the water's surface, showing no signs of submerging. With a mixture of anticipation and trepidation, she lifted her left hand and pressed the control switch on her wrist. Buzz! The rear of the electric surfing board erupted with a jet of water, propelling Xiaoqi forward at a leisurely pace. "Ah, it's moving. I'm going to fall," she cried out nervously, fearing she might plunge into the sea. However, to her astonishment, she found that the board exhibited no signs of instability, regardless of the water's undulations. Xiaoqi felt as though she were standing on solid ground. "My goodness, this is utterly remarkable," she gasped in wonder. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such an extraordinary surfing board. Once acclimated to the speed of the electric surfboard, Xiaoqi pressed the control switch on her wrist again, accelerating the board's pace. Although the speed had increased significantly, she felt little instability. Crouching on the board, she mimicked the surfing posture she had observed online, gliding swiftly across the ocean's surface while emitting a series of excited shrieks. Within mere minutes, she had mastered the operation of the electric surfboard, skillfully riding the waves, leaving the viewers in the live stream utterly astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. As devoted fans of Xiaoqi, they were well aware of her lack of athletic prowess. She had never even attempted roller skating, let alone surfing. Yet today, in less than 10 minutes, she effortlessly grasped the technique of maneuvering the electric surfboard, showcasing its remarkable ease of use. Seeing Xiaoqi's exhilaration as she surfed the waves, some viewers could no longer contain their enthusiasm. I can't take it anymore. I'm booking a trip to Rainbow Paradise Resort right now. Are you out of your mind? Membership at this resort costs 599 yuan. So what? For this electric surfboard alone, I'm willing to pay that amount. Chapter 40. An unparalleled dreamlike ocean voyage. Xiaoqi enjoyed herself on the ocean for a full half hour before reluctantly returning to shore. Grabbing her phone, she eagerly addressed her audience in the live stream. The electric surfboard at this resort is simply delightful. If you ever visit, you must experience it. It will not disappoint. Having explored numerous venues within the country, she had never encountered an entertainment attraction as thrilling as the electric surfboard at Rainbow Paradise Resort. Just this activity alone made a trip to the resort worthwhile. After returning the surfboard, Xiaoqi hurried towards the dock of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Everyone, we've experienced the electric surfboard. Now, let's check out another aquatic activity at this resort. I've heard this one is even more exciting. Upon hearing her words, the viewers' anticipation soared. Initially, they had tuned into Xiaoqi's live stream to witness how the resort might deceive them. However, with each first-hand experience she shared, they began to realize that Rainbow Paradise Resort was not as dreadful as they had presumed. Although the membership fee was somewhat steep, the offerings within were extraordinary, far surpassing those of typical resorts, evoking a sense of exceptional value. In that moment, any lingering doubts vanished, replaced by enthusiastic anticipation. They were eager to discover what further surprises this resort had in store for them. Under Xiaoqi's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the dock of Rainbow Paradise Resort, where 5 unique vessels awaited. Behold, these 5 vessels are strikingly identical to those featured in the video. Could it be that the footage is indeed authentic? If these 5 ships truly possess the ability to transform into submarines, I would promptly whisk my wife away to this enchanting resort. Not only is the audience in the live stream, known as Xiaoqi, filled with curiosity about these 5 ships, but she too approaches the ticket booth at the dock, inquiring of the staff, "Hello, may I ask if those ships are available for boarding?" "Indeed," replied the attendant with a nod and a smile. "Our Dream Ocean voyage was originally exclusive to members with a rating of 1 star or higher. However, in celebration of the resort's reopening, regular members are now also welcome to partake. The cost for a single experience is 880 yuan. Would you care to try it?" "What?" Xiaoqi's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom the cost of this entertainment. She never anticipated that such an extravagant fee of 880 yuan would be required for a single ride. Goodness, that is exorbitant. No wonder so few people engage in this activity. Who can possibly afford it? Just as I was beginning to warm to this resort, they deliver a staggering blow. 880 yuan for a single ride. This resort truly dares to charge such a price. The viewers in Xiaoqi's live stream could not contain their disdain. They too were astonished by the steep fee for this amusement, likening it to extortion. Xiaoqi frowned and presented her membership card to the staff, declaring, "I shall take a ticket. I must see what makes this entertainment so exceptional as to warrant such a hefty charge." The attendant scanned her membership card and replied with a smile, "Rest assured, after you experience our Dream Ocean voyage, you will certainly feel that the 880 yuan is well worth the expenditure. Let us hope so." After settling the payment, Xiaoqi followed the attendant toward the 5 vessels at the dock. The attendant gestured to the ships and asked, "Which one would you like to board?" Xiaoqi surveyed the options and pointed to the ship adorned with a dolphin motif, saying, "This one, please." Having cherished dolphins since childhood, she hoped this vessel would bring her some delightful surprises. "Excellent. Please board and take your seat. We shall set sail immediately." Under the attendant's guidance, Xiaoqi boarded the dolphin ship and settled into her chosen spot. As she observed the interior of the dolphin vessel, which bore no remarkable distinction from an ordinary boat, the audience in the live stream erupted into laughter. "Huh, wasn't it said that this ship could transform into a submarine? Hurry up and show us. Transform into what? You actually believe such nonsense? How frustrating. I thought for certain this ship could indeed become a submarine. Turns out it was all a ruse. Huh. It appears that Xiaoqi, the unsuspecting fool, has truly fallen for it this time." Just as the onlookers assumed Xiaoqi had been duped, the attendant pressed a red button aboard the ship. With a sudden jolt, the dolphin vessel began to tremble. In the next moment, countless mechanical components extended from the sides of the vessel, and a massive circular glass dome rose around Xiaoqi, enveloping her completely. Within mere seconds, the dolphin-shaped ship transformed into a submarine. "Oh my heavens!" Xiaoqi could not help but exclaim, her eyes wide with disbelief. She could never have imagined that this dolphin vessel would truly morph into a submersible. It was utterly inconceivable. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would have never believed it to be real. Not only was Xiaoqi astonished, but the audience in the live stream was equally captivated by the spectacle before them. "Brothers, I must be hallucinating. This ship has genuinely transformed into a submarine. Impossible. This is absolutely unfathomable. I must be dreaming. Goodness. Such extraordinary technology truly exists in this world. What sort of resort is this that it possesses such advanced technology?" As Xiaoqi and the live stream audience were engulfed in astonishment, the dolphin submarine gradually descended into the ocean, carrying Xiaoqi towards the depths below. Soon, a vibrant underwater world unfolded before them. The first sight to greet their eyes was a stunning coral reef. Countless corals adorned the ocean floor, resembling a magnificent palace. These corals shimmered in brilliant hues, taking on myriad forms. Some resembled grand lotus flowers blooming serenely on the ocean bed, while others flickered like clusters of dancing flames that illuminated the depths. Some resembled branching deer antlers, delightfully charming in their appearance. Amidst this coral expanse swam countless colorful schools of fish and jellyfish. The radiant sunlight filtered through the clear waters, casting a serene glow upon the ocean floor, as if refracted through a prism, enveloping the entire seabed in a kaleidoscope of colors, surreal and dreamlike. The dolphin submarine glided gently through the coral thickets. Xiaoqi and the audience, peering through the thin glass window, were spellbound by the dreamlike underwater realm before them, utterly entranced. In that moment, they felt a profound shock resonate within their souls. Their spirits seemed to be purified by the breathtaking beauty that lay before them. A staff member, observing Xiaoqi's dazed expression, smiled and inquired, "Miss, do you now believe that the 880 yuan was worth it?" Xiaoqi jolted back to reality, nodding vigorously. "Absolutely. It is indeed worth it. To behold such an ethereal spectacle, I would gladly pay not just 880 yuan, but even 1,880 yuan. It is truly beyond value." Chapter 41. Seeing is believing. This bowl of fried rice actually glows. Xiaoqi's enchanting ocean journey lasted a total of half an hour. During this time, she traversed the waters surrounding the Rainbow Paradise Resort in the Dolphin submarine, reveling in the magnificent underwater scenery. Although the location of the Rainbow Paradise Resort was somewhat remote, the surrounding vistas far surpassed those of other areas in Dolphin Bay. Moreover, Li Yi expended a considerable amount of prestige to enhance the scenic beauty of the waters surrounding the Rainbow Paradise Resort, transforming it into a breathtaking locale akin to a celestial wonderland. This enchanting sight captivated Xiaoqi and her audience, who were accustomed to the mundane steel and concrete of urban life. Even as the Dolphin submersible returned to the dock, Xiaoqi remained in a state of astonishment. After a prolonged moment, she expressed her heartfelt sentiments to her viewers, stating, "Dear audience, I find myself at a loss for words to adequately convey my emotions. I can only say that this dreamlike ocean voyage has been the most awe-inspiring experience of my life. If you ever have the opportunity, you must come here and experience it for yourself. It will undoubtedly be unforgettable." Not only Xiaoqi, but also her viewers were profoundly moved. Ladies and gentlemen, I retract my previous statements. This resort is certainly not a mere gimmick, but rather a premier establishment that strives for excellence. It is absolutely worth a visit. I once thought their membership was exorbitant, but now I perceive it as an incredible value. Just these two marine entertainment activities alone could elevate this resort to legendary status. Indeed, I previously believed Disney was the epitome of fun, but in comparison to this resort, it pales in significance. Witnessing the realization of Rainbow Paradise Resort's magnificence, a longtime admirer who had been lurking in Xiaoqi's livestream could no longer contain their excitement. Haha, you finally recognize the prowess of Boss Li's resort. Let me tell you, what you have seen is merely the tip of the iceberg. The culinary offerings are truly their crowning jewel. Is that really true? Is the food at this resort genuinely that delicious? Absolutely. Do you think Rainbow Paradise Resort gained sudden fame online for no reason? It is solely because their cuisine is extraordinarily delightful. I had it once, and I still savor the memory. I have heard that Boss Li's resort has launched a plethora of new culinary delights. If it weren't for my work commitments, I would insist on spending a few days at Rainbow Paradise Resort to thoroughly indulge in their gastronomic offerings. Observing the fans lauding the resort's cuisine, the audience in the live stream felt an irresistible urge and prompted Xiaoqi, let us head to the resort's restaurant next. I want to see if the food here is truly as delectable as they claim. Xiaoqi, feeling a bit hungry herself, nodded and replied, "No problem. Our next stop will be the resort's restaurant. Let us go." The restaurant was not far from the coast. After a brief 5-minute walk, Xiaoqi arrived. Although it was still before 11 a.m., the restaurant was already bustling with visitors. Wow, it smells incredible. As soon as Xiaoqi stepped inside, a rich aroma enveloped her senses. The enticing fragrance was irresistible, stirring her appetite even further. She eagerly approached the ordering window of the restaurant and inquired of the viewers in the live broadcast, "What would you all like to eat? I can taste it on your behalf." With that, Xiaoqi directed the camera towards the restaurant's menu. Upon seeing an extensive array of dishes, the audience in the live stream gasped in astonishment. They could hardly believe that this restaurant offered such a vast selection. Hunan cuisine, Cantonese cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Shandong cuisine. Every renowned culinary style from the country was represented here. "Xiaoqi, I heard they have a glowing egg fried rice. Would you like to order a bowl to try?" some viewers suggested. The video of the golden shrimp egg fried rice had gone viral online the previous night, and many viewers in the live stream had seen it. After watching the video, their initial reaction had been disbelief. Many suspected that the glow of the golden shrimp egg fried rice was merely a post-production effect. Since Xiaoqi was at the restaurant today, why not order a bowl of golden shrimp egg fried rice to see if it truly glows, or if it was indeed just a special effect? A glowing egg fried rice. Xiaoqi nodded at the barrage of comments in the live stream and said, "All right, let us order a plate to try." Afterward, she placed her order for a bowl of golden shrimp egg fried rice with the restaurant staff. Originally, the golden shrimp egg fried rice could only be purchased by members of the Rainbow Paradise Resort with a 2-star rating or above. However, to celebrate the reopening of the resort, regular members could also purchase it, but only for the first 10 guests each day. Xiaoqi arrived at the restaurant early enough to secure her place as the 10th guest, thus successfully ordering a bowl of golden shrimp egg fried rice. In addition to the golden shrimp egg fried rice, she also ordered a bowl of shishir tofu pudding. The shishir tofu pudding was the signature dish of Rainbow Paradise Resort, and many people became acquainted with the resort because of it. Having never tasted the shishir tofu pudding before, Xiaoqi was curious to see if it was as extraordinary as claimed online. After placing her order, Xiaoqi found a seat in the restaurant and, holding her receipt, expressed her thoughts to the viewers in the live stream. "Everyone, I'm not sure if the food here is delicious, but the prices are indeed steep. For just these 2 items, I spent over 1,000 yuan. The viewers in the live stream were equally taken aback by the exorbitant prices at the Rainbow Paradise Resort restaurant. Wow, Over 1,000 yuan for a bowl of fried rice and a bowl of tofu pudding? Even a Michelin 3-star restaurant wouldn't charge that much. Someone commented. Thank goodness I don't have the money to visit this resort. Otherwise, I'd be in for a shock. But don't rush to judgment. Although Boss Lee's dishes are a bit pricey, the flavor is undeniably exquisite. Once you taste them, you'll understand. Exactly. I used to think Boss Lee's food was expensive too, but after trying their Shisher tofu pudding, I no longer feel that way. Please refrain from comparing the culinary delights of Mr. Lee's establishment to those of Michelin 3-star restaurants. The creations from those esteemed venues pale in comparison to the offerings of Mr. Lee, which are nothing short of exquisite. At the Rainbow Paradise Resort Restaurant, the service is remarkably swift. Within a mere 10 minutes, the diligent staff presented Xiao-Qi with her order of exquisite tofu dessert and golden shrimp fried rice. The golden shrimp fried rice was elegantly arranged on a pristine white plate, adorned with a delicate bowl cover that sealed in the fragrant dish. This was the celebrated golden shrimp fried rice, and while the tableware was undeniably beautiful, one could not help but wonder about the true quality of the dish within. Xiao-Qi placed her phone on the table, adjusted the angle for capturing the moment, and eagerly lifted the cover. In an instant, a rich aroma wafted from the bowl, invigorating her senses. How delightful! Xiao-Qi inhaled deeply, her face betraying a look of sheer ecstasy. Having savored countless delicacies, she had never encountered such an intoxicating fragrance. Yet, what astonished her even more was what followed. As she unveiled the dish, the crystal chandelier above cast its radiant light upon the golden shrimp fried rice, causing it to shimmer with an extraordinary brilliance, just as depicted in the videos. Witnessing this incredible spectacle, both Xiao-Qi and the audience in the live stream were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that such a luminous fried rice dish truly existed. Xiao-Qi, in a state of incredulity, took her spoon and gently stirred the golden rice, revealing countless shrimp, each the size of a soybean. These shrimp sparkled with a crystalline clarity, devoid of any impurities. The glow emanating from the fried rice was a reflection of the overhead lights dancing upon the shrimp. How marvelous! Xiao-Qi marveled at the ingenuity behind such a wondrous creation. This golden shrimp fried rice was undoubtedly the most extraordinary dish she had ever encountered. Akin to the golden fried rice from the revered culinary series Chinese Cooking Master. Xiao-Qi, do hurry and taste it. We must know if this dish lives up to its appearance, urged the viewers eagerly, their mouths watering at the sight, even through the screen. With anticipation, Xiao-Qi scooped a mouthful of the fried rice. In that moment, a radiant light flickered in her eyes, and a blissful smile graced her face. It was simply divine. With fervor, Xiao-Qi wielded her spoon, devouring the fried rice with unrestrained delight, completely immersed in the joyous experience of gastronomic pleasure. Even the audience in her own live stream had been momentarily forgotten. Witnessing Xiao-Qi relish her meal with such delight, the viewers could not help but swallow in anticipation. Goodness! That bowl of fried rice looks utterly delectable. How I long to partake in it. I must acquire a phone that can emit such enticing aromas. Xiao-Qi, do not merely indulge in your meal. Please, enlighten us about the flavor of this fried rice. Is there even a need for such an introduction? Just by observing Xiao-Qi's enjoyment, one can ascertain that this bowl of fried rice must be exquisite. As a captivating streamer, Xiao-Qi usually pays great attention to her image, savoring her meals slowly and delicately. However, today she completely abandoned her usual restraint, devouring the dish with an almost ravenous fervor, reminiscent of a famished spirit reborn. The fact that she disregarded her image speaks volumes about the deliciousness of this fried rice. Under the watchful eyes of her audience, Xiao-Qi consumed the entirety of the fried rice in less than 10 minutes, leaving not a single grain behind. In a moment of satisfaction, she licked her lips and set down her spoon. Upon noticing her phone before her, she blushed and hastily grabbed a napkin to wipe her mouth, addressing her viewers. Apologies, this fried rice was simply too delightful. I couldn't help myself and consumed it all. As Xiao-Qi finally remembered that she was still live, her audience could not resist teasing her. Xiao-Qi, you finally remembered us. I thought you had forgotten you were streaming. Is this fried rice truly that delicious? When a fan inquired about the flavor of the golden shrimp fried rice, Xiao-Qi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, Dear viewers, this fried rice transcends mere deliciousness. It is an earthly delight. I, Xiao-Qi, have traversed the length and breadth of this land, sampling countless delicacies. Yet this is the first time I have encountered such a remarkable dish. Even a culinary deity would be in awe. Seeing Xiao-Qi extolling the virtues of the fried rice, the viewers could hardly contain their salivation. As devoted fans, they were well aware of Xiao-Qi's discerning palate. Even when dining at the illustrious Baodelu in Beijing, she had merely uttered a single compliment. Yet today, she elevated this bowl of fried rice to celestial heights. Though they had not tasted the dish themselves, they could perceive its deliciousness through Xiao-Qi's exuberant reaction. I can no longer resist. I am taking a leave of absence to visit this resort. Count me in, brother. I must experience the flavor of this golden shrimp fried rice. No way. You haven't booked your tickets yet? I have already secured a room at the resort. Wow, your speed is astonishing. I have to be quick. I sense this resort is about to become wildly popular. If I delay any longer, I may not be able to secure a reservation. At this moment, no viewer in the live stream considered the membership at Rainbow Paradise Resort to be expensive. For merely 599 yuan, one could indulge in an unforgettable underwater journey and unparalleled culinary delights. What an extraordinary bargain. Had they known the resort was this exceptional, they would have set off for Rainbow Paradise Resort earlier today. In the restaurant, Xiao-Qi savored a rare feast. Besides the bowl of golden shrimp fried rice, the exquisite taste of the Shisher tofu amazed her. The silky and delicate texture was utterly irresistible. If it weren't for the restriction of one bowl per person, she would have relished several servings. Having satisfied her hunger, it was already past noon. Contentedly departing the restaurant, Xiaoqi addressed the viewers. I plan to stay at this resort for a night. Let us book a room at their hotel now. Initially, Xiaoqi intended to spend just a day at Rainbow Paradise Resort before exploring other places. However, after her delightful experience, she found the resort to be simply enchanting. She was reluctant to leave. Thus, she decided to stay overnight, fully intending to enjoy herself before departing the next day. Naturally, the viewers in the live stream wholeheartedly supported her decision, expressing great interest in Rainbow Paradise Resort and wishing for her to linger a few more days. Chatting with the viewers, Xiaoqi made her way to the Sky Ship Hotel. Soon, she arrived at the southern coast of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Upon seeing the Sky Ship Hotel shimmering under the sunlight, her eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what a beautiful hotel." Having stayed in numerous five-star hotels, she had never encountered one as magnificent as the Sky Ship Hotel before her. Goodness, this hotel appears even more stunning than the Burj Al Arab in Dubai. No wonder the resort's rooms are so pricey. I had no idea their hotel would be this breathtaking. Oh dear, I seem to have completely fallen for this resort. Next Sunday, I must carve out time to spend a day here. Amidst the viewers' astonished gasps, Xiaoqi eagerly entered the Sky Ship Hotel. Approaching the front desk, she retrieved her ID to book a room. However, the ensuing revelation left her in disbelief. What? All the rooms in your hotel are fully booked? Chapter 43, Luxury Suite. The ultimate accommodation experience at the front desk of the Sky Ship Hotel. Xiaoqi's eyes widened in surprise. She never anticipated that the rooms would be fully reserved so swiftly. Earlier that morning, when she arrived at Rainbow Paradise Resort, she had checked online, discovering nearly 200 rooms still available at the Sky Ship Hotel. To her astonishment, within just 3 hours, all 200 rooms had been completely booked. How extraordinarily swift. Unable to contain her surprise, Xiaoqi inquired of the front desk attendant, "Are you certain that every room in your hotel is fully reserved? Just this morning, I noticed quite a number of rooms available." The front desk attendant, with an apologetic expression, replied, "I'm afraid that while we did have several rooms available this morning, they were all booked within the last hour. Today, we have over 200 visitors at Rainbow Paradise Resort. After experiencing the resort's various amenities, many guests, like yourself, have become utterly enchanted and have eagerly recommended it to their friends and family. Furthermore, with the live broadcast by the popular beauty influencer Xiaoqi, an even greater number of people online have come to realize the resort's true allure. Once they saw that Rainbow Paradise Resort was indeed as remarkable as depicted in the videos, those who had initially intended to visit could no longer resist and began booking rooms at the Sky Ship Hotel. In less than an hour, every single room, including the luxurious suites, was snatched up. Witnessing the overwhelming demand for the Sky Ship Hotel's accommodations, the viewers in the live stream were left in utter disbelief. Just yesterday, didn't everyone complain about the exorbitant room rates? How could they have all vanished by today? They lamented, "Alas, if only I had the time. I too would love to experience this resort. How frustrating. Had I known, I would have made my reservation sooner. I told you this resort would eventually become popular. You didn't believe me, and now it's too late to book." Just as Xiaoqi was feeling despondent, her phone suddenly buzzed with a new message. Upon opening it, a glimmer of joy illuminated her face, and she excitedly addressed her viewers, "Everyone, I have great news. Just now, Fan Yi sent me a message saying she has booked a luxurious suite at this hotel, and if I wish, she can let me stay for a night." Upon hearing this, the live chat exploded with enthusiastic comments. Fan Yi is magnificent. What a generous gesture to offer a luxurious suite. Of course, with Fan Yi's status, how could she possibly settle for anything less than the finest accommodations? Fan Yi, a wealthy supporter of Xiaoqi's stream, may have a masculine-sounding name, but in actuality, she is a stunning young woman in her 20s, hailing from a well-to-do family. Rumor has it that she is the daughter of a prominent domestic consortium, with a fortune exceeding $1 billion. Over the past few months, she has generously gifted $2 to $3 million in Xiaoqi's live streams. With Fan Yi's assistance, Xiaoqi successfully secured a luxurious suite at the Sky Ship Hotel. Located on the 18th floor, the suite boasts breathtaking views, offering a panoramic perspective of the entire Dolphin Bay. Under the guidance of the hotel staff, Xiaoqi swiftly arrived at her reserved room, number 1806. As she opened the door, she couldn't help but cover her mouth in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief. Before her lay an opulent luxury suite, resplendently adorned in a golden hue, complemented by an array of exquisite decorations that rendered the room a veritable palace. My goodness, this room is extravagantly lavish. With a look of delight, Xiaoqi stepped inside, eagerly surveying the splendid arrangement of the suite. The luxury suite, while modest in size, around 100 square meters, paled in comparison to the grand presidential suites of five-star hotels. Yet, the harmonious decor imbued the space with an expansive aura, transporting one into an atmosphere reminiscent of a royal palace. Not only was Xiaoqi captivated, but the audience in the live stream was equally struck by the suite's lavish embellishments. Wow, this luxury suite looks magnificent. It rivals the presidential suite Xiaoqi previously occupied. As a professional interior designer, I can confidently assert that the mastermind behind this suite's design is undoubtedly a world-renowned virtuoso. Indeed, the design of this room is simply extraordinary. Such an effect is unattainable by mere mortals. After exploring the suite, Xiaoqi tossed her bag onto the bed and excitedly flopped onto the luxurious mattress. Wow, this bed is incredibly comfortable. She ran her fingers over the soft bedding, her eyes gleaming with surprise. The bed was exceptionally plush, enveloping her in unparalleled comfort. Lying there, Xiaoqi felt as if she had returned to her mother's embrace, a soothing sensation washing over her. Mere seconds into her repose, she began to feel a wave of drowsiness. Dear viewers, I'm going to take a short nap. Let us reconvene at 2 o'clock to explore more of this resort. After yawning and bidding her audience farewell, she turned off the live stream and eagerly surrendered to slumber. 2 hours later, the shrill tone of her phone alarm roused her from her dreams. Ah, that was an exquisite nap. Stretching lazily, Xiaoqi sat up, her face aglow with satisfaction. This midday slumber was the most restful she had enjoyed in years. Awakening, she felt an unprecedented lightness in her body, her spirit rejuvenated and brimming with vitality. After washing her face and applying makeup, she reopened the live stream. Within mere seconds, thousands of fans flooded into her chat. Xiaoqi, you're finally awake. It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. You've slept for quite a while. Upon witnessing the audience in the live stream lamenting their prolonged slumber, Xiaoqi adorably stuck out her tongue and offered her apologies, exclaiming, I sincerely apologize. The beds in this hotel are simply too comfortable, and I completely lost track of time. The viewers in the live stream eagerly urged her. The beauty center at this resort opens at 3 o'clock. We've heard that the owner has invited a popular female celebrity for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. You must hurry and check it out. Upon reading the barrage of comments, Xiaoqi promptly smacked her forehead, realizing, had it not been for your reminders, I might have completely forgotten about this event. The reason Xiaoqi had come to Rainbow Paradise Resort was not solely to showcase the resort's amenities to her online audience, but also due to another significant motivation. She had heard that the owner of the resort had invited a renowned star for the grand opening of the beauty center. Rumor has it that this star might very well be the elusive Lu Xiaofei, who had vanished from the public eye for 6 months. As a devoted fan of Lu Xiaofei, Xiaoqi had rushed to Rainbow Paradise Resort overnight, eager to discover whether the celebrity invited by the owner was indeed Lu Xiaofei. Chapter 44, the grand opening of the beauty center and the frenzied female tourists. After a quick tidying up, Xiaoqi grabbed her phone and hurried towards the beauty center. Upon exiting the hotel, a look of astonishment crossed her face. Wow, why are there suddenly so many tourists? Earlier that morning, as she strolled through the resort, there had been only a handful of visitors. However, now, as she glanced around, the entire Rainbow Paradise Resort was bustling with tourists, their numbers having multiplied several times over. Not only was Xiaoqi taken aback, but the viewers in the live stream were equally surprised. They had not anticipated that just 2 hours could bring such a surge in visitors. It seemed that Rainbow Paradise Resort had truly become a sensation online. In the coming days, it was likely that even more tourists would flock to the resort. Xiaoqi jogged along and soon arrived at the beauty center of Rainbow Paradise Resort. At that moment, dozens of tourists had gathered at the entrance, predominantly women, with a few journalists wielding cameras among them. These journalists had come to stake out the resort after hearing the news the previous day. If the owner had indeed managed to secure Lu Xiaofei's presence, it would be a sensational story. Since Lu Xiaofei had developed a serious skin condition, she had not been seen in public for quite some time. Securing the first-hand news of her return would surely be a lucrative opportunity. Xiaoqi was astounded by the number of visitors who had come to witness the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the beauty center. After considerable effort, she finally squeezed her way to the front of the crowd, securing an excellent vantage point to commence her live broadcast. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is, the beauty center of Rainbow Paradise Resort. What do you think? As the viewers beheld the beauty center before them, they immediately began to express their admiration. Wow, this beauty center looks incredibly upscale. The design of this beauty center is remarkably artistic. If not for your mention, I might have mistaken it for an art museum. I have heard that the owner of this resort specially invited a popular female celebrity from our country to officiate the opening ceremony. Many online are speculating it to be Lu Xiaofei, though I am skeptical. It seems improbable. Although Lu Xiaofei has not made an appearance for half a year, she remains one of the most celebrated stars in the country. Given her stature, it is unlikely she would come to this resort for a ribbon-cutting ceremony. While Li Yi hinted yesterday that the star attending the ceremony at Rainbow Paradise Resort might be Lu Xiaofei, the majority online do not believe this to be true. After all, Rainbow Paradise Resort is merely a moderately well-known influencer destination with little recognition nationwide. How could such a resort possibly attract a prominent star like Lu Xiaofei? As the crowd awaited, the clock swiftly approached 3 p.m. With a series of resounding firecracker sounds, Li Yi emerged from the beauty center clad in a white shirt. He gazed at the gathered tourists and introduced himself with a smile. Hello everyone, I am Li Yi, the owner of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Welcome to our establishment. Upon seeing Li Yi, Xiaoqi and the female viewers in the live stream were instantly captivated. They had not anticipated that the owner of this resort would be such a charming and handsome young man. Li Yi continued. Today marks not only the reopening of Rainbow Paradise Resort, but also the official launch of our beauty center. To celebrate this moment, I have specially invited a distinguished guest to inaugurate our beauty center. This guest is not only our first customer, but will also serve as the exclusive spokesperson for our center moving forward. Now let us welcome this guest to the stage. As Li Yi finished speaking, a tall, stunning young woman with a radiant smile walked out from the beauty center. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with delight. It was Lu Xiaofei. The mysterious guest Li Yi had invited was indeed Lu Xiaofei. How incredible! The owner of this resort has truly outdone himself by securing Lu Xiaofei. I cannot believe it. Lu Xiaofei is my idol. Had I known, I would have visited this resort today. I can't help but feel that Lu Xiaofei appears even more beautiful than before. Her skin seems exceptionally flawless, as though she possesses the complexion of a newborn. How curious. Didn't Lu Xiaofei have a skin condition? How has her skin improved so remarkably? At that moment, not only the viewers in the live stream, but also Xiaoqi and the tourists present noticed this transformation, their expressions filled with astonishment. As a devoted fan of Lu Xiaofei, Xiaoqi is quite familiar with her. Lu Xiaofei's skin had always been good, but it was nowhere near as radiant and flawless as it is today, appearing as if enhanced by a filter, devoid of any imperfections. As Lu Xiaofei observed the astonished gazes of the crowd, a gentle smile graced her lips. It seems everyone has noticed that my skin has improved significantly, she remarked. All of this is thanks to Boss Li's beauty center. After a month of treatment there, my skin has transformed into the fair and delicate complexion you see today. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Is it true? Is this beauty center truly so remarkable? At that moment, the crowd was filled with both excitement and skepticism. They could hardly believe that such a newly established beauty center could possess such exceptional skincare technology. With sincerity etched on her face, Lu Xiaofei continued. I understand you might think I am merely promoting Boss Li's establishment, but I assure you, his beauty center is even more formidable than I have described. She paused, recalling her struggle. As many of you may know, I suffered from a severe skin condition 6 months ago. Although the illness was eventually treated, I was left with debilitating after effects. Dark spots and acne scars covered my body, rendering me nearly unable to face the world. For the past 6 months, I have refrained from public appearances, tirelessly seeking medical help for my skin. Yet, despite visiting the most renowned dermatology hospitals and aesthetic institutions worldwide, my condition remained unresolved. Just when I was engulfed in despair, Boss Li appeared. With his assistance, my skin has not only returned to normal, but has flourished beyond my expectations. Boss Li has truly saved my life. Turning to Li Yi, she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Boss Li, thank you. Without you, my life may have been irrevocably ruined. Thank you for rescuing me. With that, Lu Xiaofei bowed deeply to Li Yi. Her gesture was devoid of any pretense. It was a genuine expression of her heartfelt appreciation. Without Li Yi's intervention, she could not be certain she would have the courage to continue living in this world. A palpable wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd at Lu Xiaofei's heartfelt display. Everyone gazed at her in disbelief, unable to fathom the tribulations she had endured over the past 6 months. It was no wonder she had chosen to attend the grand opening of this beauty center. After all, it was this very establishment that had restored her skin. As they observed Lu Xiaofei's milk-like, radiant complexion, a spark of desire ignited within the onlookers. If this beauty center was indeed as powerful as Lu Xiaofei claimed, could they also achieve such flawless skin? With this thought in mind, the crowd rushed forward, clamoring to reach Li Yi, eagerly exclaiming, Boss Li, where do we pay for your services? I want a full beauty treatment today. Boss Li, I want to join too. As long as you can make my skin as beautiful as Lu Xiaofei's, I am willing to pay any price. Boss Li, I was the first to arrive. Let me go first. Observing the frenzied demeanor of the female visitors, Li Yi was immediately drenched in cold sweat. He had yet to perform the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Yet these women were already brimming with impatience. Indeed, women are the most fervent beings in this world. Chapter 45, The Beauty Center. A hot topic trending first on the charts under the relentless urging of the female tourists, Li Yi hastily concluded the ribbon-cutting ceremony and officially commenced operations. As the doors of the beauty center slowly swung open, the women surged inside with uncontainable eagerness, their fervor reminiscent of elderly patrons eagerly awaiting discounted items at supermarket openings. Witnessing this scene, a slight smile played at the corners of Li Yi's mouth. He had invested a considerable amount of prestige and wealth in establishing this beauty center. And now, the time for reaping the rewards had finally arrived. He hoped these women would be even more enthusiastic in their spending, contributing significantly to his success. Once all the female visitors had entered the beauty center, Li Yi approached Lu Xiaofei, smiling as he expressed his gratitude. Miss Lu, thank you for promoting me today. To be honest, Li Yi had not anticipated that Lu Xiaofei would publicly disclose her skin issues. Even more surprising was her public expression of thanks toward him. He could already envision the ripples this news would create. It wouldn't be long before the doors of the beauty center would be overwhelmed by eager women. Looking at Li Yi, Lu Xiaofei sincerely remarked, Boss Li, the one who should be expressing gratitude is me. If it weren't for your treatment that restored my skin to normal, I would have lived my life in darkness. Moved by Lu Xiaofei's heartfelt thanks, Li Yi felt a surge of comfort. He had assumed that, as a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, Lu Xiaofei would possess a rather haughty demeanor. However, after spending a month with her, he discovered she was far from the lofty disposition of certain celebrities. Instead, she was remarkably humble and gracious. It was precisely this quality that had motivated him to explore various treatments for her. Now, it seemed, his efforts had not been in vain. Lu Xiaofei produced a bank card from her bag and handed it to Li Yi, saying, Boss Li, this is the 5 million treatment fee we originally promised you. As for the 5-year endorsement contract, I have arranged for it as well. We can sign it at any time. Li Yi smiled and pushed the bank card back into Lu Xiaofei's hand, replying, Miss Lu, you have done an excellent job promoting our beauty center today. Let's consider the treatment fee waived. Lu Xiaofei firmly pressed the bank card into Li Yi's hand, her expression serious as she insisted, Boss Li, we must keep our accounts clear. What happened today is something I ought to do, and you must accept this money. Otherwise, how can we collaborate in the future? Seeing Lu Xiaofei's insistence, Li Yi felt it would be inappropriate to refuse any further. He nodded and said, Then thank you, Miss Lu. In the future, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I shall never refuse any request within my capabilities. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Lu Xiaofei's eyes sparkled with delight. This affirmation was precisely what she had longed to hear. Her insistence on bestowing the sum of 5 million upon Li Yi stemmed from 2 motivations. First, her gratitude for his skillful remedy of her skin affliction. Second, her desire to cultivate a friendship with him. In merely a month, Li Yi had transformed the previously modest Rainbow Paradise Resort into a marvel of beauty, revealing the immense potential he possessed. Crucially, he held a wealth of powerful beauty secrets that could dramatically enhance a woman's complexion in a short span of time, rendering it exquisitely fair and delicate, akin to a rebirth. By fostering a good rapport with Li Yi, Lu Xiaofei believed she would no longer have to fret over her skin issues. Li Yi, however, underestimated Lu Xiaofei's popularity in Huaxia. Less than half an hour after the ribbon-cutting ceremony concluded, news of her return swept across the internet, instantly securing the top spot on various trending charts. The beauty center at Rainbow Paradise Resort also climbed into the top 5 trending topics, gaining widespread recognition throughout Huaxia due to Liu Xiaofei's association. When news broke of Liu Xiaofei's skin being restored with Li Yi's assistance, the initial response from netizens was skepticism, with many believing it to be a mere publicity stunt for Li Yi's beauty center. Numerous detractors even mocked Liu Xiaofei online, accusing her of sacrificing her dignity for monetary gain. In response to the barrage of criticism, Liu Xiaofei's studio swiftly issued a statement within minutes. Under Li Mei's guidance, Liu Xiaofei's team publicly shared her medical records and photographs from the past 6 months online. The revelation sent shockwaves through the internet. Incredible. This news is genuine. How could this be? No wonder Liu Xiaofei had been absent for so long. Her skin had suffered such severe repercussions. The fact that Liu Xiaofei's grave skin issues could be resolved was astonishing, and the beauty center was hailed as extraordinary. In no time, discussions surrounding Liu Xiaofei erupted across the internet, with disbelief permeating the public sentiment. They could scarcely fathom the severity of her skin condition. And even more astonishing was the fact that it had been treated successfully, resulting in an even healthier complexion than before. It was nothing short of miraculous. At that moment, all women began fervently searching for information regarding the beauty center online. Soon, the popularity of the Rainbow Paradise Resort's beauty center eclipsed Liu Xiaofei herself, claiming the top spot on the trending charts. Observing this development, Li Mei wore a satisfied smile. Knowing her decision to publicize Liu Xiaofei's medical records and photographs was a strategic move to generate buzz. Although Liu Xiaofei remains one of the most celebrated actresses in Huaxia, her absence from the public eye for several months has led to a noticeable decline in her popularity. The recent publicity stunt orchestrated by Li Mei not only served to promote Li Yi's beauty center, but also significantly boosted Liu Xiaofei's visibility, elevating her to the pinnacle of current trending topics and public interest among female celebrities. A true case of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As discussions about Liu Xiaofei and Li Yi's beauty center dominated the internet, Xiaoqi emerged from the beauty center with a look of utmost satisfaction. To safeguard the privacy of its clients, the beauty center at Rainbow Paradise Resort prohibits any form of photography, let alone live streaming. Faced with this limitation, Xiaoqi could only apologize to her fans in the live stream and temporarily shut it down. During the several hours spent at the beauty center, Xiaoqi indulged in a comprehensive skincare regimen, and the results left her exceedingly pleased. As soon as she exited the beauty center, she eagerly reopened her live stream, ready to share her elation with her followers. However, upon activating the stream, she was utterly taken aback. Within mere seconds, her live stream was inundated with 40 to 50,000 viewers. The excitement surged, propelling her live stream into the top 5 of Douyin's trending rankings. What on earth was happening? Xiaoqi's mouth fell agape, her eyes wide with disbelief. How could her live stream have attracted so many viewers in such a short span? Chapter 46. Xiaoqi's genuine reaction. Li Yi becomes a sensation in front of the beauty center's entrance. Xiaoqi stared blankly at her live stream, her expression filled with incredulity. She could hardly fathom that only seconds into her broadcast, her stream had suddenly welcomed an influx of 40 to 50,000 viewers. Despite boasting over 5 million followers on Douyin, her typical live stream audience rarely exceeded 20,000. The number of viewers she had just witnessed was 2 to 3 times greater than her previous peak. And this was merely the beginning. As time passed, the count of viewers in Xiaoqi's live stream surged at an astonishing rate. 60,000, 70,000, 80,000. In the blink of an eye, her audience ballooned to a staggering 100,000. Upon witnessing this figure, a flicker of terror crossed Xiaoqi's face. Indeed, it was terror, not delight. The sheer scale of this audience was daunting. She had never dreamed her live stream could attract such a multitude. Did she inadvertently do something wrong, inviting this throng of online spectators? With this troubling thought, Xiaoqi quickly opened the comments section of her live stream. The screen was flooded with inquiries about Li Yi's beauty center. Host, I heard you are at the beauty center in Rainbow Paradise Resort. Is it truly as miraculous as Liu Xiaofei claims? Host, have you experienced the treatments there? How effective are they? What beauty services does this center offer? And what are their prices? Upon witnessing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Xiaoqi was initially taken aback, but soon felt a wave of relief wash over her. After all this time, it turned out that these viewers had tuned in primarily for the beauty center at Rainbow Paradise Resort. What a surprise it was. After glancing at the comments and messages in the live stream, Xiaoqi finally understood why her stream had attracted such a considerable audience. Ever since Li Yi's beauty center reached the pinnacle of trending topics, a plethora of young women began searching for information about it, eager to discover whether the beauty center truly lived up to its reputation. However, to their disappointment, the beauty center had only just opened its doors today. And aside from Liu Xiaofei, there were no other clients. No one really knew what Li Yi's beauty center was like. At that moment, news of Xiaoqi receiving skincare treatment at Li Yi's beauty center spread across the internet through her fans. Upon learning this, those young women promptly flocked to Xiaoqi's live stream, eager to see what the beauty center had to offer. The sheer number of viewers in her live stream filled Xiaoqi with uncontainable joy. Suppressing her excitement, she greeted the audience with a smile. Hello everyone. My name is Xiaoqi, and welcome to my live stream. I noticed many of you are curious about this beauty center. Since you're also interested, let me provide you with a detailed introduction. With that, Xiaoqi turned her phone around, directing the camera towards the beauty center behind her. Look, this is the beauty center at Rainbow Paradise Resort. By now, it was nearly 8 in the evening, and the lights surrounding the center had all illuminated. Bathed in this glow, the beauty center appeared even more upscale and sophisticated, resembling an artistic haven that dazzled the viewers in the live stream. Wow, is this the beauty center? It looks so high-end. No wonder it was able to resolve Liu Xiaofei's skin issues. Just the ambience alone speaks volumes. Host, what are the facilities like inside the beauty center? Noticing the flood of comments, Xiaoqi replied, photography is not permitted inside the beauty center. so I am unable to show you the interior. However, I can assure you that the facilities are exceptionally high-end. Certainly the best I have ever encountered in a beauty center. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream quickly inquired, what beauty treatments does this center offer? And what are their specific effects? Xiaoqi smiled and responded, this beauty center boasts a wide array of treatments. They have almost all the common beauty services available on the market, as well as several unique treatments that are not found elsewhere, such as ultrasonic exfoliation and egg white whitening treatments, among others. As for the effectiveness of these treatments, I can sum it up in one word, outstanding. After numerous skincare sessions, this one has yielded the most remarkable results. It has truly transformed my appearance. Excitement sparkled in Xiaoqi's eyes. Is that really true? The crowd was somewhat incredulous. Of course it's true, exclaimed Xiaoqi, her face alight with excitement. The lighting here is too dim for you to see clearly. Allow me to change locations, and you'll comprehend the remarkable transformation of my skin. With that, Xiaoqi raised her phone and moved to a street lamp next to the beauty center. Upon catching sight of her complexion under the illumination, the viewers in the live stream couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Under the light, Xiaoqi's skin appeared extraordinarily fair and delicate, with not a hint of blackheads in sight, as though she were adorned with a filter. Gazing into the camera, Xiaoqi animatedly addressed her audience. To be honest, my skin wasn't particularly good. But after undergoing a comprehensive skincare treatment at this beauty center today, the changes have been nothing short of revolutionary. Not only has my complexion become significantly fairer and smoother, but the blackheads and blemishes on my face have vanished entirely. It feels as if I have a new visage altogether. If you doubt my words, feel free to revisit my live stream from a few days ago and compare it with now, and you'll see just how profound the transformation is. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's statement, the viewers eagerly clicked on her profile to revisit her previous live stream. Indeed, just as she had claimed, her skin now radiated a notable brilliance, and her blackheads and blemishes were nearly non-existent. It was as if she had been reborn. Witnessing Xiaoqi's astonishing transformation, the entire live stream erupted in excitement. Goodness, just a single skincare treatment has yielded such a remarkable change for the host. This beauty center is simply extraordinary. Oh, how I long to visit this beauty center for a skincare treatment. Stop pondering. Take action now. I've already booked a train to Jinghai City for tonight. Tomorrow, I must personally experience this beauty center. So do I. My boss had asked me to work overtime tomorrow, but I've decided to quit. Nothing can impede my journey to beauty. Sisters, let us go? After receiving genuine feedback from Xiaoqi, the online community of women went into a frenzy, each one setting off for Jinghai City that very night. Within mere minutes, train tickets and flights to Jinghai City from across the nation were sold out. Not only ordinary women but even renowned female celebrities from the entertainment industry were quick to respond, each seeking to contact Li Yi. They understood that Liu Xiaofei's remarkable recovery was not merely due to the Rainbow Paradise Resort's beauty center, but rather Li Yi himself. As long as they could establish a connection with Li Yi, they would no longer fear skin issues in the future. Chapter 47. The shocking light show that captivated the entire internet. Xiaoqi's store exploration summary. The fervor in Xiaoqi's live stream lasted a mere half hour. After acquiring a general understanding of Li Yi's beauty center, the new viewers gradually departed from her stream. Before long, the audience count plummeted from a peak of 120,000 to just 30,000, a staggering reduction of 3/4. Faced with this situation, Xiaoqi found herself utterly powerless. There was nothing she could do. The new audience members were not drawn to her in the first place. Moreover, the most crucial point was that the majority of these new viewers were female. Although Xiaoqi was exceptionally beautiful, she held no allure for these young women. Nevertheless, despite the departure of a significant portion of her audience, Xiaoqi's live stream still attracted nearly 30,000 viewers, a number that was double her usual attendance. If she could convert these viewers into her fans, she would undoubtedly garner considerable popularity. Suddenly, just as Xiaoqi was employing all her efforts to retain the newcomers in her live stream, a dazzling firework shot up from the center of the resort and burst into a magnificent display in the sky. In an instant, the entire expanse above Rainbow Paradise Resort was enveloped in resplendent fireworks, resembling a cascade of fiery blossoms. Exquisitely beautiful. Wow, what stunning fireworks! Xiaoqi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the brilliant display above. She had not anticipated that Rainbow Paradise Resort would host a fireworks show today. Not only Xiaoqi, but all the visitors in the resort were equally astonished, swiftly pulling out their phones to capture the breathtaking spectacle. The fireworks at Rainbow Paradise Resort lasted approximately 10 minutes before vanishing into the night sky. Just as the audience was left yearning for more, a series of vibrant lights suddenly illuminated the entire resort. These lights adorned every structure, pathway, and facility within Rainbow Paradise Resort, casting a splendid glow. Most of the lights were a soft blue, reminiscent of the ocean's hue, transforming the resort into a dreamlike paradise, evoking the sensation of being submerged in the sea. Moreover, as the resort was aglow with lights, a deep, resonant whale call echoed throughout the expanse. In the next moment, a colossal blue whale projection, created from shimmering lights, materialized above Rainbow Paradise Resort. This ethereal whale, measuring over 20 meters in length, gracefully glided through the air like a mythical creature from ancient tales, delivering a powerful visual impact. Following the emergence of this magnificent blue whale, a multitude of virtual illusions crafted from light began to manifest throughout the resort. Playful dolphins frolicked. Enchanting mermaid princesses swam gracefully, SpongeBob and Patrick chased each other in gleeful antics, and schools of deep-sea fish danced together. At that moment, Rainbow Paradise Resort seemed to come alive, transforming into a fantastical underwater world. How romantic! Witnessing this enchanting, dreamlike spectacle, Xiaoqi and some female visitors could not contain their excitement, erupting into joyful exclamations, their eyes brimming with exhilaration. They could hardly believe that the light show at Rainbow Paradise Resort was so magical, utterly shattering their preconceived notions of what a light display could be. Not only was Xiaoqi astonished, but the audience in the live broadcast room was equally taken aback, their eyes brimming with disbelief. My goodness, the light show at this resort is simply breathtaking. Goodness gracious, this is no mere light show. It is akin to a magical performance. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a stunning spectacle. This resort is truly remarkable. I cannot fathom where they have procured such advanced technology. It is utterly astonishing. At that moment, everyone was mesmerized by the exquisite light show at Rainbow Paradise Resort. Many hastily shared Xiaoqi's live stream with their friends and family, inviting them to partake in this rare visual delight. Soon, videos of the light show at Rainbow Paradise Resort surged across the internet, soaring to the third position on trending lists. Where is this enchanting light show being held? It is simply magnificent. I have heard it is taking place at a place called Rainbow Paradise Resort. Rainbow Paradise Resort? Why does that name sound so familiar? Goodness. Isn't that the very beauty center that is trending today? Upon discovering that the light show in the video was indeed hosted by Rainbow Paradise Resort, the crowd was left in utter astonishment. What kind of extraordinary place is this Rainbow Paradise Resort? Not only does it house a beauty center that drives women wild, but it also orchestrates such a stunning light show. This is incredible. How have they never heard of this resort before? Driven by curiosity, numerous netizens began to search for information about Rainbow Paradise Resort online. Within just an hour, the resort's official Douyin account gained hundreds of thousands of followers. The light show at Rainbow Paradise Resort lasted for 2 hours before finally concluding. In addition to the light show, the resort hosted a variety of summer carnival games, such as the Dolphin Bubble Gun Battle, Rainbow Claw Machine, and Summer Treasure Hunt. These games were not only suitable for all ages, but also incredibly entertaining, attracting many visitors to participate. Xiaoqi was among them. In her quest to redeem prizes from Rainbow Paradise Resort, she played nearly every game, ultimately earning 18 rainbow badges. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Xiaoqi, exhausted yet exhilarated, returned to her hotel. Although it was quite late, there were still many viewers in her live stream. Xiaoqi placed her phone on the table and, as usual, provided a summary of her day's exploration. Dear viewers, having personally experienced a day at Rainbow Paradise Resort, I can confidently assure you that this establishment is far from the scammy influencer spots often mentioned online. On the contrary, every aspect of this resort is exceptionally outstanding, even bordering on perfection. Whether it be accommodations, cuisine, or other facilities, it ranks among the finest in the country. Undoubtedly the most enjoyable resort I have ever visited, without exception. However, Xiaoqi's tone shifted as she added, while this resort excels in many areas, it does come with a caveat. The expenses are rather high. I calculated that today alone, I spent nearly 50,000 yuan at this resort. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's words, the viewers in the live stream were utterly astonished. 50,000. That is an exorbitant amount. Your spending for just one day equates to my entire annual salary. I was initially considering visiting this resort, but after hearing this, I no longer dare to go. Seeing the barrage of comments, Xiaoqi chuckled and remarked, while the expenses at this resort are indeed high, they are not as exaggerated as everyone imagines. The primary reason for my significant expenditure today was the exorbitant costs associated with accommodation and beauty treatments. The complete skincare package alone set me back over 30,000. For most people, a budget of nearly 2,000 to 3,000 yuan would suffice for a delightful experience at the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Upon hearing Xiaoqi's reassurances, the audience felt a collective sigh of relief. Xiaoqi concluded with a smile. Based on my personal experience, while the costs at Rainbow Paradise Resort are somewhat elevated, they are undoubtedly worth every penny. If you have the time, I wholeheartedly recommend visiting Rainbow Paradise Resort. Only by experiencing it firsthand can one truly appreciate the allure of this resort. Chapter 48. Earning 10 million a day. A terrifying revenue. Xiaoqi took some time to compile her insights from her visit to Rainbow Paradise Resort and publish them on her Douyin account, attracting numerous viewers. The audience largely resonated with Xiaoqi's review. Although the expenses at Rainbow Paradise Resort are significantly higher than those at other domestic resorts, based on Xiaoqi's firsthand experience, the facilities offered are indeed worth the price. There is no premium to be found. After watching Xiaoqi's summary, many viewers began planning their own visits to Rainbow Paradise Resort. While Xiaoqi's review sparked considerable discussion online, inside one of the resort's rooms, Li Yi was examining the revenue figures for Rainbow Paradise Resort today, his face beaming with barely contained delight. Despite the considerable controversy surrounding the resort yesterday, it still attracted a substantial number of visitors today due to its previously established excellent reputation. Just today, 528 guests registered for membership at Rainbow Paradise Resort, generating an income of 320,000 yuan for Li Yi. In addition to the membership revenue, the resort's electric surfboards and Dream Ocean Journey attractions also contributed an impressive 300,000 yuan in revenue. Furthermore, the restaurant's earnings were equally commendable, bringing in over 600,000 yuan. As for the Sky Ship Hotel and the 15 Goose Houses, their combined income was slightly less than that of the restaurant, totaling around 500,000 yuan. However, the highest revenue-generating sector for Rainbow Paradise Resort today was undoubtedly the beauty center. Although the beauty center had only 30 to 40 customers today, it ultimately yielded a staggering 3,500,000 yuan in income for Li Yi. The astonishing revenue generated today can be attributed not only to the relatively high fees charged by the beauty center, but primarily to the presence of a wealthy female patron. After experiencing the remarkable effects of the beauty center, she promptly recharged 3 million, elevating her membership status to 3 stars. This left Li Yi astounded, showcasing the sheer extravagance of affluence. Upon calculating, he discovered that the total revenue for the Rainbow Paradise Resort today amounted to an impressive 5 million. When combined with the 5 million treatment fee from Lu Xiaofei, Li Yi's earnings for the day reached a staggering 10 million. Faced with this figure, he was momentarily rendered speechless, engulfed by a surreal sense of disbelief. He had never imagined that he would one day earn such a fortune. It is essential to note that this was only the first day of the resort's opening. As the reputation of Rainbow Paradise Resort blossoms, it is certain that an increasing number of visitors will flock there in the future, potentially multiplying the resort's revenue exponentially. With this thought in mind, Li Yi trembled with excitement, his face beaming with joy. Haha, from this day forth, I too shall be a wealthy man. However, after a brief moment of exhilaration, he quickly regained his composure. Despite earning 10 million in a single day, this sum is but a drop in the ocean compared to the financial resources required for the future development of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Not to mention, upgrading the Skyship Hotel to 5 stars alone will require a staggering 1 billion. When factoring in additional facilities, the total expenditure may reach astronomical figures. Nevertheless, despite the immense costs, if all facilities at Rainbow Paradise Resort can be upgraded to 5 stars, it will undoubtedly transform into a veritable goldmine. Forget merely earning a few million daily. Even attaining daily profits in the tens of millions would be effortlessly achievable. Beyond the substantial income, the resort also granted Li Yi a remarkable 30,000 in reputation today, filling him with unexpected delight. Over the past month, as he upgraded and renovated Rainbow Paradise Resort, he had only expended a little over 60,000 in reputation. Remarkably, he recouped half of that amount in just one day. Clearly, his decision to temporarily close the resort for renovations was indeed a wise one. In addition to the 30,000 reputation, Li Yi successfully completed 3 system tasks. Throughout the month of upgrades, he received 5 system tasks, comprising 2 3-star tasks and 3 2-star tasks. The 3 2-star tasks were relatively straightforward. Having opened for just one day, Li Yi adeptly completed all 3 2-star tasks, ultimately earning 6,000 in reputation and 3 2-star treasure chests as rewards. As for the 2 3-star tasks, Li Yi has yet to fulfill them. The first 3-star task requires him to attract over 10,000 visitors to Rainbow Paradise Resort during the summer carnival. The second 3-star task mandates that the total number of members at the resort exceeds 10,000. Although the 2 3-star tasks posed significantly greater challenges than the 3 2-star tasks, given the current circumstances at Rainbow Paradise Resort, their completion was merely a matter of time. After a cursory examination of his task progress, Li Yi eagerly retrieved the 3 2-star treasure chests from his system backpack. It was once again the delightful moment for treasure chest opening. He fervently hoped to uncover some exceptional items this time, praying silently for divine favor as he opened the first chest with bated breath. Buzz! A dazzling purple light erupted from the chest. Upon witnessing this violet glow, a sense of foreboding washed over Li Yi. Based on his previous experiences with treasure chests, a golden light signified the likely emergence of extraordinary treasures, while a purple light suggested a far more mundane outcome. Regrettably, the result aligned with Li Yi's expectations. The first chest yielded a bottle of blue potion, superb stamina restoration potion, 2-star crafted from rare herbs. This potion restores stamina rapidly when consumed. Attributes: stamina recovery speed 5. Upon seeing the blue potion, disappointment flickered in Li Yi's eyes. Although the potion had commendable properties, its single-use limitation rendered it practically useless to him at this moment. Come on, grant me some fortune. Even a random skill would suffice. Li Yi implored the heavens once more, gritting his teeth as he opened the second chest. Buzz! This time, a brilliant golden light emanated from the chest. Upon witnessing this golden radiance, joy surged within Li Yi, prompting him to leap in exhilaration. Finally, something worthwhile. As Li Yi gazed with eager anticipation, a golden scroll floated out from the chest. Master-level skill replication scroll, 2-star upon use. Allows the designated replication of 1 master-level skill from a system employee. Usable one time. Indeed, only the golden glow could yield exceptional items. Li Yi's eyes sparkled, and a broad smile spread across his face. This master-level skill replication scroll far surpassed the previously obtained superb stamina restoration potion. By utilizing this scroll, he could replicate a master-level skill from a system employee. Most importantly, this replication was not random. He could select a specific skill. This meant that with the scroll in hand, Li Yi could choose any master-level skill he desired at any time. The mere thought of this sent waves of excitement coursing through him. It was crucial to note that the skills within the system were immensely powerful. Even advanced skills possessed formidable capabilities, let alone master-level skills. Thus, possessing this master-level skill replication scroll would enable Li Yi to instantly become a leading figure in any field he chose to pursue. Certainly, it is imperative that the employees recruited by Li Yi from the system possess master-level skills. Currently, Li Yi has enlisted over 120 employees, all rated as 1-star, with none yet exhibiting master-level abilities. Fortunately, Li Yi's accumulated prestige has now exceeded 100,000, allowing him to recruit 2-star employees, who possess a certain probability of mastering advanced skills. By enlisting more 2-star employees, Li Yi need not fear the absence of master-level skill replication in the future. He placed the master-level skill replication scroll into his system backpack, rubbing his hands together in anticipation as he prepared to open the final 2-star treasure chest. A hum resonated, and whether it was divine intervention or simply exceptional fortune, the chest once again emanated a golden glow. A blue token soared from within. 2-star pet recruitment token, 2-star upon use. It allows for the random recruitment of a 2-star pet. Pet recruitment token? Li Yi gazed at the blue token in his hand. Astonishment reflected in his eyes. He had not anticipated that such an item could be found within the chest. With a thought, he activated the 2-star pet recruitment token. A dazzling light burst forth from the blue token, and in the next moment, a pure white Samoyed appeared before him. This Samoyed, having just reached adulthood, boasted a coat of immaculate white fur, devoid of any blemishes. Its petite pink ears stood upright, reminiscent of a fox, exuding a lively and spirited demeanor. Its round, glistening eyes sparkled like two black pearls, radiating an aura of innocence and charm. What a beautiful Samyed! Li Yi could not help but smile at this adorable creature. The Samyed seemed to possess an enchanting allure that compelled one to smile in its presence. Samyed, 2-star, a smile angel endowed with enchanting charm, capable of making those who behold it forget their troubles and smile. Attributes. Charm 5 special attribute, can enhance the charm value of the resort, attracting more visitors. Upon witnessing the Samyed's attributes, a spark of delight illuminated Li Yi's eyes. He had initially believed this Samyed to be merely aesthetically pleasing, yet it possessed a special attribute that could draw more tourists to the resort. This was reminiscent of the fortune cat figurine he had first discovered in a treasure chest. That figurine had been placed within the resort's lodgings, and he could not ascertain whether it truly attracted visitors. However, since its arrival, the lodgings of Rainbow Paradise Resort had never been vacant, perpetually bustling with guests. The attributes of this Samyed far surpassed those of the fortune cat figurine, suggesting it would attract even more visitors to the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Li Yi gently patted the soft little head of the Samyed and chuckled. Since you resemble a little sheep so much, from now on, I shall call you Little Lamb. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the Samyed opened its mouth wide, revealing a long, crimson tongue, appearing to smile, seemingly quite pleased with its new name. After opening the last 2-star treasure chest, Li Yi glanced at the system marketplace. With a total of 100,000 reputation points accumulated, a plethora of new items had been unlocked in the marketplace. Suddenly, Li Yi gasped in astonishment, his eyes shimmering with excitement. This time, not only had a multitude of new 3-star products been unveiled in the system marketplace, but a 4-star ingredient had also been unlocked. The polar silver cod, 4-star, a wild silver cod dwelling in the deep waters of the polar ocean, known for its exquisite flavor and abundant nutritional elements. Attributes. Taste 6. Nutrition 8. Special attribute. Consuming it can reduce stress and spasms, accelerating recovery for cardiovascular patients. Price. 28,888 per pound. Wow. Upon seeing the price of the polar silver cod, Li Yi couldn't help but exclaim. He had not anticipated that such a precious fish would cost so much. 28,888 per pound. It is worth noting that although the polar silver cod offered by the system marketplace is relatively small, each one weighs around 3 to 4 pounds. Just this single fish is valued at over 100,000. It seems that only the wealthy will be able to indulge in such a delicacy. Li Yi shook his head. This polar silver cod is simply unaffordable for the average person. Only the affluent would dare to spend such sums on it. Similar to the previous whitening eggs, this 4-star polar silver cod is also subject to purchasing restrictions, allowing only 10 pieces to be bought per day. However, this limitation will gradually lift as Li Yi's accumulated reputation increases. For instance, he could initially purchase only 100 whitening eggs daily, but after surpassing 100,000 reputation points, he can now procure 1,000 each day. Once his accumulated reputation reaches 500,000, the purchasing limit for whitening eggs will be completely lifted, allowing him to acquire them without restriction. Aside from the 4-star polar silver cod, Li Yi found no other 4-star items in the marketplace. Next, let's recruit an assistant, he murmured to himself. With the reopening of Rainbow Paradise Resort, Li Yi found himself burdened with an ever-increasing number of tasks that he could not manage alone. Since he could now recruit 2-star employees, Li Yi decided to first enlist an assistant to help him with the miscellaneous tasks at hand, allowing him a bit of ease in the future. With a thought, Li Yi opened the employee recruitment system. Recruiting a 2-star employee requires 5,000 reputation points, a tenfold increase compared to the cost of hiring a 1-star employee. Following his accumulation of 100,000 reputation points, the employee recruitment system had also been upgraded. Now, Li Yi could not only recruit employees of specific professions, but could also preset their basic attributes, such as gender, height, and age, among others. Li Yi, without a moment's hesitation, set the gender for his employee recruitment to female, subsequently adjusting other attributes. Height, perhaps 7 meters. Longer legs might run faster. Personality, I tend to prefer a gentle and lovable demeanor. Measurements, wow, can I actually choose this? I need to contemplate this carefully. Chapter 50. Recruiting an assistant, Li Yi's regret. After an exhaustive 10 minutes, Li Yi finally configured all the fundamental attributes for the assistant he wished to recruit. Once everything was settled, he eagerly selected the recruitment option. Buzz, a dazzling beam of white light flashed, and a young woman clad in a sleek black office attire appeared before Li Yi. She possessed a sweet visage, a statuesque figure, and her long, slender legs extended over a meter in length. Adorned with golden-rimmed glasses, she exuded an air of intellect and grace that was truly captivating. With a flicker of thought, Li Yi examined the attributes of this young woman. Employee, Zheng Yuner level, 2 stars height, 70 meters weight, 50 kilograms measurements, 90-60-90 occupation, work assistant skills, master level office skills, advanced English skills, advanced communication skills, advanced management skills. Salary, 30,000 gold coins per month. Upon reviewing Zheng Yuner's attributes, Li Yi's eyes sparkled with delight. It was undeniable that the attributes of a 2-star employee far surpassed those of a 1-star employee. Zheng Yuner boasted 3 advanced skills and 1 master-level skill. Regrettably, Li Yi was not particularly interested in the master-level skill, otherwise, he could have utilized the master-level skill replication scroll he possessed. Of course, the robust attributes of a 2-star employee come with a corresponding high salary. Zheng Yuner's monthly wages reached a staggering 30,000 coins, tenfold that of an ordinary 1-star employee. By the standard, a 3-star employee's monthly salary would indeed amount to 300,000. Realizing this, Li Yi felt that the 10 million he had earned today was suddenly less appealing. It is crucial to note that the wages of these system employees are not fixed. According to the system's design, their salaries are set to increase by 5 annually. Following this trend, the monthly salaries for the employees at Rainbow Paradise Resort might soon reach astronomical figures. However, although the salaries of system employees are significantly higher than those of externally hired staff, their capabilities far exceed those of the latter. Most importantly, these system employees exhibit an exceptionally diligent work ethic, never resorting to shortcuts or negligence. Throughout the day, Li Yi had not received a single complaint regarding the employees at Rainbow Paradise Resort, which clearly underscores their commitment to their work. It is only natural that such exemplary employees command higher salaries. At this moment, Zheng Yuner finally emerged from her momentary daze. Upon spotting Li Yi in the room, a glimmer of recognition flashed in her eyes, and she respectfully greeted him. "Good day, boss." Hearing Zheng Yuner's gentle voice invigorated Li Yi instantly. Yes, this is precisely the sensation he sought. Compared to that foolish iron pillar, it is indeed Zheng Yunera whose address to the boss sounds more pleasant. Li Yi gazed at Zheng Yunera and smiled, saying, "Yunera, from this day forth, you shall be my assistant." Yunera, with her hands crossed over her abdomen, nodded obediently. "All right. Please rest assured, boss, I will diligently complete every task you assign." Seeing Yunera's compliant demeanor, Li Yi nodded in satisfaction, seated himself comfortably in his chair, crossed his legs, and instructed her, "Yunera, I find myself somewhat parched. Please pour me a glass of water." "Pour water?" Yunera momentarily froze, then quickly responded, "Of course, boss. Please wait a moment." With that, she elegantly strode to the water dispenser and filled a cup with hot water. "Boss, here is your hot water." Yunera approached Li Yi, but in her haste, she accidentally tripped over a charging cable beside the table, spilling the hot water all over Li Yi's legs. "Ouch, hot, hot, hot." Li Yi exclaimed in agony. "I'm so sorry, boss. I'll clean it up right away." Yunera, flustered, grabbed a towel from the table, eager to help dry Li Yi. However, in her flurry, her arm inadvertently knocked over the desk lamp. Clang! The lamp fell directly onto Li Yi's head. "Ouch, that hurts. That hurts, that hurts." Li Yi could not help but cry out, clutching his head. Witnessing her unintentional harm to Li Yi, Yunera quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, boss. It's all my fault for being so careless. Let me massage your head." Without hesitation, Yunera rushed to Li Yi's side, intending to soothe him. Yet, another mishap occurred. In her eagerness, her knee collided with the chair, causing her to stumble and inadvertently push Li Yi's chair over. Thud! Li Yi, along with the chair, fell to the ground, sustaining yet another jolt. Observing this scene, Yunera felt tears welling in her eyes. "Boss, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean it." She reached out, wishing to help him up. "No need, I'm fine." Li Yi, his expression one of alarm, quickly shielded his head and distanced himself from her. Seeing the terror etched on Li Yi's face, Yunera lowered her head, her expression one of grievance. "Boss, I'm so sorry. I truly did not intend to. I've never served tea or water before, so I am still quite inexperienced. Please rest assured. I will practice diligently to ensure I never spill hot water on you again." Li Yi swallowed hard and waved his hand. "No need for that. From now on, you shall solely serve as my work assistant, responsible for handling the daily affairs of the resort. As for serving tea and water, I can manage that myself." "All right." Yunera nodded, feeling quite aggrieved. She never intended to cause Li Yi any trouble. It was all merely a series of unfortunate accidents. Regardless of Yunera's intentions, Li Yi certainly dared not to task her with such duties again. He merely requested Yuna to pour him a glass of water, but as a consequence, he found himself besieged by 3 unforeseen setbacks. If Yuna were to persist in attending to his needs, he might as well have lost his very life. Under Li Yi's arrangements, Yuna took residence in the employee dormitory of Rainbow Paradise Resort. This dormitory was specifically constructed by Li Yi for the resort staff. It can accommodate up to 300 employees, boasting a commendable environment. After ensuring Yuna was settled, Li Yi returned to his own quarters. Observing his still damp trousers, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had initially intended for Yuna to serve as his personal assistant, tending to his daily affairs. However, he was taken aback to discover that she was utterly inept at caregiving. Had he foreseen this, he would have certainly added the attribute of nurturing to her basic employee profile. Alas, it was too late for regrets now. After a brief wash-up, Li Yi sat before his computer, commencing the drafting of a developmental plan for the future of Rainbow Paradise Resort. He became engrossed in his work, and before he knew it, the clock struck 1 in the morning. Due to his late night, he unusually overslept the following morning. Just as he was lost in slumber, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the door. Soon after, Yuna's anxious voice called from outside. "Boss, are you awake? I need to talk to you." Chapter 51. An influx of tourists and the unexpected arrival of entertainment tycoons. Upon hearing Yuna's frantic voice, Li Yi was jolted awake. He hastily scrambled out of bed, threw on his clothes, and opened the door, inquiring, "What is the matter? Is something wrong?" Yuna, her face etched with worry, informed him, "Boss, there are far too many tourists visiting our resort today. Our staff simply cannot keep up. The entrance is completely blocked by visitors, and passage is impossible. You must come and see." "What?" Li Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed towards the entrance of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Upon arriving, he was rendered speechless by the scene before him. The entrance was inundated with a throng of tourists. There must have been at least 2,000 or 3,000. Goodness! How could so many tourists have arrived? Li Yi exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Although he had anticipated an increase in visitors compared to the previous day, he never imagined it would be to this extent. In that moment, he felt a mix of elation and concern. He was thrilled that Rainbow Paradise Resort had finally gained significant recognition, yet he feared whether the resort could accommodate such an overwhelming influx. At that moment, The 3 service staff responsible for processing memberships at the entrance were on the verge of tears. Despite their earnest efforts to maintain order and encourage the tourists to queue patiently for their membership processing, chaos reigned. Yet, numerous tourists remained oblivious, eagerly surrounding the women, clamoring to have their membership applications processed first. Beautiful lady, I wish to apply for 2 membership cards. Gorgeous, I would like 4 membership cards. Are there any discounts at your resort? Miss, I'm a close acquaintance of your boss from middle school. Could you grant me a small favor? Witnessing the unruly queue cutting by these tourists, the honest patrons waiting in line grew increasingly discontent, voicing their grievances. What gives you the right to cut in line? We were here first. Indeed, what a lack of decorum. This resort should enforce some order. Since they are cutting, then we shall do the same and see who prevails. Observing the rising tension at the entrance, Li Yi hastily instructed Yuna beside him. Yuna, please assist in maintaining order. I will return shortly. With that, Li Yi dashed back to his room, swiftly recruiting 10 one-star employees from the system. This exemplified the convenience of the employee recruitment system. As long as he possessed sufficient prestige, Li Yi could summon the employees he desired at any moment. Under Li Yi's arrangement, the 10 new recruits promptly established 5 additional membership processing lanes at the entrance of Rainbow Paradise Resort. With their assistance, the speed of membership processing surged significantly. Witnessing this transformation, the tourists ceased their frantic jostling and formed an orderly line to apply for their memberships. Li Yi let out a sigh of relief. Grateful Yun had called him over in time to prevent any disputes. Had a major conflict erupted, all his efforts over the past month would have been in vain. Just as Li Yi prepared to freshen up and have breakfast, a sudden commotion erupted from the nearby line. His heart raced, fearing something was amiss. And he quickly turned to look. Approaching with purposeful strides, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, was a middle-aged man clad in black casual attire. This man, possessing striking features and seemingly in his 40s or 50s, appeared remarkably well-preserved, with scarcely any wrinkles, reminiscent of his youthful, charming self. Upon sighting this man, excitement flickered in the eyes of the tourists waiting in line. Look, isn't that Xiang Tianhua? Oh my, it truly is Xiang Tianhua. I can't believe he has come to Rainbow Paradise Resort. I adored his films as a child. Never did I imagine I would see him in person today. Xiang Tianhua's acting was quite commendable, though it's a pity he hasn't acted in over a decade. But now he is the CEO of Haitian Entertainment. Who has time for acting? This distinguished middle-aged man was Xiang Tianhua, a renowned titan in the Huaxia entertainment industry. Long before Li Yi was even in elementary school, Xiang Tianhua had already become a household name in Huaxia cinema. Later, he withdrew from the entertainment realm and founded Haitian Entertainment Company. With the formidable connections and relationships that Xiang Tianhua has cultivated in the entertainment industry, Haitian Entertainment Company has, in a mere decade, ascended to become one of the premier entertainment firms in Huaxia. Liu Xiaofei stands as one of the leading stars of Haitian Entertainment. It was under the vigorous support of Haitian Entertainment that Liu Xiaofei achieved nationwide fame in just 1 year. Li Yi, upon catching sight of Xiang Tianhua, was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that this titan of the entertainment realm would choose to visit his resort today. Amidst the excited gazes of the crowd, Xiang Tianhua arrived at the entrance of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Spotting Li Yi at the entrance, Xiang Tianhua's eyes brightened, and he strode purposefully toward him. You must be Mr. Li, the owner of Rainbow Paradise Resort. I am Xiang Tianhua, the president of Haitian Entertainment. Before reaching Li Yi, Xiang Tianhua extended his hand, warmly greeting him. The surrounding tourists gasped in astonishment, their faces painted with disbelief. It is well known that Xiang Tianhua possesses a rather aloof demeanor, especially since assuming the presidency of Haitian Entertainment, exuding an air of authority that leaves a strong impression of intimidation during interviews. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Xiang Tianhua displayed such warmth towards Li Yi today, even hinting at a desire to ingratiate himself. This was nothing short of astonishing. Not only the onlookers, but even Li Yi felt somewhat flattered by the unexpected attention. However, he maintained his composure, smiling as he shook Xiang Tianhua's hand. Mr. Xiang, welcome to our Rainbow Paradise Resort. Li Yi greeted. Xiang Tianhua, looking at Li Yi, inquired with a smile, Mr. Li, I wonder if you have a moment to spare? I have a couple of matters I would like to discuss with you. Li Yi felt a stir of interest and cheerfully nodded. Of course, Mr. Xiang. Please come in. Let us find a more suitable place to converse. With that, Li Yi led Xiang Tianhua to his office. Chapter 52. Chief Beauty Consultant and Collaboration with an Entertainment Mogul under Li Yi's guidance. Xiang Tianhua soon arrived at the office. After inviting Xiang Tianhua to take a seat, Li Yi personally poured him a cup of tea and asked, Mr. Xiang, may I inquire what brings you here today? Taking a sip of tea, Xiang Tianhua smiled and replied, Mr. Li, I have 2 primary matters to discuss with you today. The first is to express my gratitude for your assistance in healing Xiaofei. Had it not been for your intervention, her life would have been irrevocably altered. As Xiaofei's employer, I felt it essential to convey my thanks personally. As for the second matter, Xiang Tianhua paused, gazing at Li Yi with sincerity. I would like to invite you to become the chief beauty consultant for Haitian Entertainment. Although this was their first meeting, Xiang Tianhua was already aware, through Liu Xiaofei and Li Mei, of the extraordinary beauty techniques that Li Yi possesses, capable of transforming one's appearance dramatically, achieving results that rival those of cosmetic surgery. For an entertainment company, this is an irresistible temptation. In the current landscape of the Chinese entertainment industry, aside from the truly seasoned veterans, what is of utmost importance for star artists? It is their appearance. As long as one possesses beauty or handsomeness, even in the absence of any acting skills, they can amass a considerable fan base. Li Yi's expertise in beauty can provide those stars with the most flawless visage, rendering him almost a divine figure. It is precisely for this reason that Xiang Tianhua has personally come to invite Li Yi to serve as the chief beauty consultant for Haitian Entertainment Company. With Li Yi's formidable beauty techniques, the stars of Haitian entertainment are sure to achieve greater success in the industry. Upon receiving Xiang Tianhua's invitation, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiang Tianhua's visit was for this purpose. Mr. Xiang, I apologize. I have been rather busy lately and may not have the time to serve as your beauty consultant. Li Yi politely declined with a smile. Xiang Tianhua quickly clarified, Mr. Li, you misunderstand. I am not asking you to work at our company in a formal capacity. It would merely be a nominal position, whenever you have the time. We would appreciate your assistance in providing daily skincare guidance to our artists. Should you agree to be our chief beauty consultant, I am willing to offer you an annual fee of 10 million for your services. What do you think? Upon hearing Xiang Tianhua's proposal, Li Yi felt a stirring in his heart. If it were merely a nominal title, it would not be an issue. The Rainbow Paradise Resort is currently in dire need of recognition. Haitian Entertainment Company is one of the foremost entertainment firms in China, boasting numerous popular stars and a wealth of resources. If Haitian Entertainment could assist in promoting Rainbow Paradise Resort, it would undoubtedly gain fame throughout China in no time. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Yi spoke earnestly to Xiang Tianhua. I can accept the role of your beauty consultant, but I have one condition. Your company must utilize its resources to promote Rainbow Paradise Resort. Without hesitation, Xiang Tianhua agreed. No problem. With just your word, our company will wholeheartedly support your promotional efforts. Compared to Li Yi's value, this request was trivial. Li Yi extended his hand, smiling at Xiang Tianhua. In that case, let us wish for a fruitful collaboration. Upon hearing Li Yi's agreement, Xiang Tianhua's eyes sparkled with joy, and he excitedly shook hands with Li Yi, saying, Mr. Li, rest assured, in my dealings, I have always prioritized honesty, and I will not let you down. Xiang Tianhua's efficiency in handling matters was remarkable. As soon as Li Yi agreed, he immediately instructed his assistant to draft a collaboration contract. After reviewing the document thoroughly and confirming that there were no issues, Li Yi affixed his signature. Xiang Tianhua, securing the contract, smiled and inquired, Mr. Li, may I ask if you have any availability in the next few days? Several of our artists currently have no scheduled engagements. If you have the time, could you spare a moment to assist them with their beauty and skincare? Li Yi pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Certainly. I have time these next couple of days. You may have them come over at their convenience. A glimmer of joy flickered in Xiang Tianhua's eyes as she hastily replied, Boss Li, I will notify them immediately. If all goes well, they should arrive at Rainbow Paradise Resort this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Li Yi responded promptly, If they can make it this afternoon, then I shall attend to their skincare this evening. With a beaming expression, Xiang Tianhua exclaimed, That would be a tremendous favor from you, Boss Li. After speaking, she swiftly retrieved her phone to contact the female artists at her company. Upon receiving Xiang Tianhua's message, the female artists of Haitian Entertainment were immediately filled with excitement. Ever since witnessing Lu Xiaofei's skin transform so beautifully under Li Yi's care yesterday, they had been enviously wishing for his assistance with their own skincare. To their surprise, before they could even reach out to Li Yi, Xiang Tianhua had already arranged everything. In that moment, they all set aside their tasks and hurried towards Jinghai City with utmost urgency. As per Xiang Tianhua's request, these female artists announced their impending visit to Rainbow Paradise Resort on their social media accounts before departing. Since Li Yi had readily agreed to help the artists of Haitian Entertainment with their skincare, Xiang Tianhua felt compelled to reciprocate by promoting Rainbow Paradise Resort. The moment the female artists' announcements were made, the internet was ablaze with excitement. What on earth is happening? Why have all the stars from Haitian Entertainment flocked to Rainbow Paradise Resort? I don't know, but I heard even Xiang Tianhua went there this morning. Could this resort truly be that enjoyable? I must visit it as well. It must be said, the promotional impact of these female stars was indeed remarkable. Shortly after their messages were published, Rainbow Paradise Resort once again soared to the top of trending topics across various websites. As numerous netizens engaged in lively discussions, within a luxurious office building in Modu, a middle-aged woman in her 40s browsed the online news with a furrowed brow. Dressed in a striking red gown, her figure was alluring, exuding an air of mature charm. This woman was Tai Xinlan, the president of Xinlan Entertainment. Tai Xinlan was Xiang Tianhua's ex-wife. They had once collaborated to establish Haitian Entertainment. However, due to certain undisclosed reasons, a fierce conflict arose between Tai Xinlan and Xiang Tianhua, resulting in their eventual divorce. After parting ways with Haitian Entertainment, Tai Xinlan independently founded Xinlan Entertainment. With her formidable capabilities and acumen, Xinlan Entertainment flourished rapidly, soon becoming one of the leading entertainment companies in China. Due to the unique relationship between Tai Xinlan and Xiang Tianhua over the years, Xinlan Entertainment Company and Haitian Entertainment Company have been engaged in both overt and covert competition, each striving to outdo the other. This morning, upon witnessing Xiang Tianhua personally visiting Li Yi at Rainbow Paradise Resort, a sense of vigilance surged within Tai Xinlan. Based on her understanding of Xiang Tianhua, he would never make a personal appearance unless it was for a matter of utmost importance. Could it be that he was drawn to the resort's beauty center? As one of the titans of the entertainment industry in Huaxia, Tai Xinlan was well aware of the beauty center at Rainbow Paradise Resort. Although Haitian Entertainment Company had maintained strict confidentiality, never disclosing any information regarding Lu Xiaofei, Tai Xinlan had been in the industry long enough to remain well informed. She had learned about Lu Xiaofei's situation half a year ago. According to her knowledge, Haitian Entertainment Company had scoured the globe for renowned dermatology clinics, yet none had succeeded in treating Lu Xiaofei's skin condition. Tai Xinlan had believed that Lu Xiaofei would never regain her former complexion. To her astonishment, not only had Lu Xiaofei's skin completely recovered, it had even improved beyond its previous state. The news left Tai Xinlan in shock. She could hardly fathom that a mere beauty center within a resort could possess such extraordinary capabilities. Intrigued, Tai Xinlan had instructed her assistant to visit Rainbow Paradise Resort in the coming days to ascertain the veracity of its reputed excellence. However, to her surprise, before her assistant could embark on the journey, Xiang Tianhua had already taken the initiative to visit the resort personally. This unexpected development sent a ripple of unusual energy through Tai Xinlan. As someone who had once been intimately close to Xiang Tianhua, she understood him well. He was notoriously proud and held himself in high esteem. He would never make a personal appearance unless it were critically important. The only plausible explanation for Xiang Tianhua's visit to Rainbow Paradise Resort was that its beauty center was even more formidable than she had anticipated. With this realization, a gleam of determination flickered in Tai Xinlan's eyes as she promptly contacted her assistant. Xiao Wang, immediately book me the earliest flight to Jinghai City tomorrow morning. I must visit Rainbow Paradise Resort myself. Since even Xiang Tianhua has taken action, I cannot fall behind. I am eager to discover the extraordinary attributes of the resort's beauty center. After finalizing the contract with Xiang Tianhua, Li Yi busied himself with preparations. The influx of visitors to Rainbow Paradise Resort today was overwhelming. To alleviate the pressure on the resort staff, Li Yi recruited 30 new employees from the system, distributing them across various positions within the resort. In addition, Li Yi procured a batch of electric surfboards and 10 ocean diving devices from the system mall. Following a day of exhilarating experiences for the visitors, the water sports of surfing and the enchanting ocean journey have gone viral online. Today, many tourists have come specifically for these two aquatic entertainment activities. To ensure a delightful experience for the guests, Li Yi must prepare additional electric surfboards and ocean diving devices. The entire afternoon was consumed with various matters concerning the resort. Although he was busily engaged with Yuna's assistance, Li Yi did not feel overly fatigued. While Yuna may struggle with personal care, she demonstrated remarkable efficiency in handling work-related tasks. Anything Li Yi entrusted to her was promptly executed without error. Time flew by, and before long, evening descended. As night fell, the vibrant ocean light show of Rainbow Paradise Resort illuminated the entire venue once again. Countless visitors gathered at the resort, marveling at the splendid light display while indulging in the myriad of entertaining games at the summer carnival. The atmosphere was lively and filled with joy throughout Rainbow Paradise Resort. Meanwhile, in a private dining room on the second floor of the resort's restaurant, Li Yi was hosting Xiang Tianhua, Lu Xiaofei, and several female artists from Haitian Entertainment Company. Prompted by Xiang Tianhua, the female artists had arrived at Rainbow Paradise Resort before dusk. To celebrate the collaboration between himself and Xiang Tianhua, Li Yi had reserved a private room in the restaurant, hosting a banquet for them. This time, Xiang Tianhua had invited 4 female artists. Although their star power was slightly inferior to that of Lu Xiaofei, they were nonetheless prominent figures in the entertainment industry, enjoying considerable popularity in the nation. Nevertheless, despite their fame, the 4 artists displayed a warm demeanor towards Li Yi, enthusiastically greeting him, even bearing a hint of flattery in their expressions. After all, Li Yi held the key to their success. If they wished to attain skin as radiant as Lu Xiaofei's, they must earnestly win Li Yi's favor. Once everyone was seated, Li Yi smiled at Xiang Tianhua and said, "Mr. Xiang, your timing is impeccable. Our restaurant has just developed a 4-star dish, and I've had the kitchen prepare it for you to sample. Let us know how it tastes." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Lu Xiaofei and Li Mei's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Xiang Tianhua replied with a smile, "I've long heard from Xiaofei that your culinary creations are exceptionally delicious, and today, I must savor them." The 4 female artists from Haitian Entertainment chimed in eagerly. "We've been eager to try the exquisite dishes from your restaurant, but have never had the opportunity. Finally, we can indulge ourselves today." Although they verbally expressed their thoughts, the 4 female artists held no significant expectations regarding the 4-star cuisine that Li Yi had mentioned. As prominent stars of the Huaxiao entertainment industry, their living standards far exceeded those of the average individual. They had indulged in both domestic and international gourmet delicacies, and no matter how delectable Li Yi's restaurant offerings were, could they truly rival the finest establishments abroad? At Li Yi's command, the restaurant staff swiftly entered the private room, each carrying exquisitely crafted dishes, their contents concealed beneath silver cloches, leaving the nature of the food a mystery. With a smile, Li Yi introduced to Xiang Tianhua and the others, "Mr. Xiang, the 4-star dish you are about to enjoy is called golden polar cod, prepared from a unique species of cod sourced from the depths of the polar sea. Not only is it exceptionally tender in flavor, but it is also rich in nutritional elements, beneficial for lowering blood pressure and alleviating spasms, making it particularly advantageous for those with cardiovascular conditions." Is that so? Curiosity flickered in Xiang Tianhua's eyes as they eagerly lifted the lids of their plates. In the next instant, an indescribably enticing aroma wafted from the dishes. What a delightful scent! They could not help but swallow hard, gazing down at the plates. Upon seeing the cod, their mouths gaped in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment as they gasped, "My goodness!" Chapter 54, Culinary Masterpieces That Captivate All. Li Yi's unique beauty methods. Though Xiang Tianhua and the others had witnessed many things, they could not suppress their exclamation, their expressions reflecting profound shock. The reason was simple. The cod on the plates was breathtakingly beautiful. On the pristine white plates, a cod fillet, roughly the size of an adult's palm, emitted a gentle steam. This piece of cod was translucent, its flesh resembling flawless white jade. Topping the cod was a layer of golden egg wash, which shimmered under the light, resembling true gold from a distance. Despite their extensive culinary experiences, none had ever encountered a dish as visually stunning as this cod. It was nothing short of a masterpiece. Seeing the way Xiang Tianhua and the others were salivating, a subtle smile graced Li Yi's face as he said, "This cod should be enjoyed while hot. Please, do indulge." Upon hearing his words, Xiang Tianhua and the others eagerly grasped their forks and knives, unable to contain their anticipation as they sampled the cod. The moment the first bite of cod touched Xiang Tianhua's palate, his eyes widened in sheer amazement. A look of rapture spreading across his face. Just as Li Yi had described, the cod was incredibly tender, and when paired with the golden egg wash, it melted in the mouth, leaving a lingering aroma. In that moment, Xiang Tianhua felt as though he had transformed into a silver cod, joyfully swimming in the ocean. His mind wholly consumed by a wave of bliss. It was utterly delicious. Xiang Tianhua waved his knife and fork, devouring the golden codfish on his plate with unrestrained enthusiasm, completely oblivious to his surroundings. The 4 female performers were equally engrossed. At that moment, all that occupied their minds was the exquisite piece of cod. Concerns about their image and grace had been entirely cast aside. Within a mere minute, they had polished off the codfish, leaving not a trace behind. Had there not been so many people around, they might have even licked the plate clean of its sauce. Li Yi observed the satisfied expressions of Xiang Tianhua and his companions, and with a smile, he inquired, "Mr. Xiang, how do you find our restaurant's golden polar cod? The taste is quite delightful, is it not?" Xiang Tianhua, licking his lips with a look of reminiscence, replied, "Not merely delightful, it is a veritable ambrosia. In all my years, I have never tasted anything so exquisite." Indeed, the 4 female performers nodded in agreement, their faces adorned with expressions of lingering delight. They had never imagined that the food at Li Yi's restaurant could be so delectable. In that instant, they comprehended why Lu Xiaofei and Li Mei had chosen to linger at the Rainbow Paradise Resort for an entire month, reluctant to depart. If they could indulge in such culinary delights daily, they too would find it hard to leave. Lu Xiaofei remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Li Yi, her voice brimming with anticipation as she asked, "Mr. Li, do you have any more of that codfish? I would love to have another piece." Upon hearing Lu Xiaofei's request, Xiang Tianhua and the others brightened up, their expressions mirroring her eagerness. Although the previous piece of cod was substantial, akin in size to a typical steak, they had consumed it with ease. To say they could manage another slice was an understatement. They could easily devour 2 or 3 more. Li Yi shook his head with a chuckle, responding, "I'm afraid that this particular codfish is exceedingly rare and labor-intensive to prepare. We only have a limited quantity today. If you wish for more, you will have to wait until tomorrow." A chorus of disappointed sighs escaped Lu Xiaofei and her companions upon hearing Li Yi's words. The thought of waiting until the morrow for another taste of such culinary delight was indeed tormenting. Li Yi, noting the glimmers of disappointment in their eyes, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. He certainly had other codfish available, but as the adage goes, rarity begets value. It is the unattainable that is most coveted. By leaving Xiang Tianhua and the others wanting, they would undoubtedly keep the Rainbow Paradise Resort in their thoughts. With a grin, Li Yi addressed Xiang Tianhua and the others, saying, "While we may be out of golden cod, our restaurant boasts a plethora of other delectable dishes that I am confident will not disappoint." Following this, he issued instructions to the service staff in the private room. Soon, the restaurant staff presented a series of dishes, each exuding an irresistible aroma. These culinary delights were all rated 2 stars or higher. Although they could not rival the golden polar cod in flavor, they were nonetheless exceptionally delicious. After sampling the offerings, Xiang Tianhua and his companions found themselves unable to resist, indulging in the feast before them with unabashed fervor. Originally, Xiang Tianhua and his companions intended to seize the opportunity of this dinner to share a drink with Li Yi and strengthen their bond. However, at this moment, they completely forgot about that notion, engrossed in their meal. In less than half an hour, all the food on the table was devoured by Xiang Tianhua and his companions. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Li Yi smiled and inquired, "Mr. Xiang, are you satisfied with today's meal?" "Absolutely. We are thoroughly satisfied." Xiang Tianhua and the others leaned lazily against their chairs, nodding without hesitation. Although the meal did not feature extravagant dishes, it was undeniably one of the most delightful meals they had ever experienced. Li Yi chuckled, "Since everyone is full, let me take care of your skin." Now, the 4 female entertainers displayed expressions of surprise upon hearing this. It was already nearing 9 o'clock in the evening. Was there still time for skincare at this hour? Although they felt a tinge of confusion, they did not voice any objections to Li Yi's suggestion. "All right, let us head to the beauty center," they said in unison, rising from their seats and gathering their belongings, ready to leave the private room. Seeing this, Li Yi quickly interjected, "No need to go to the beauty center. We can do it right here." "What? Here?" The 4 female entertainers were momentarily taken aback. There were no beauty instruments in this place. How could Li Yi possibly provide skincare for them? Observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Li Yi smiled and explained, "My approach to skincare differs from the conventional methods. It does not require beauty devices, but rather employs dietary therapy for whitening and beautifying the skin." Dietary therapy? One of the female entertainers suddenly recalled something and could not help but exclaim, "Mr. Li, are you referring to the famous Westlake tofu pudding?" The Westlake tofu pudding had become a renowned beauty product online, and they were somewhat familiar with it. Indeed, Li Yi nodded with a smile, adding, "The delicacies I have prepared for you today are not only extraordinarily delicious, but possess even more powerful whitening and beautifying effects than the Westlake tofu pudding." Chapter 55, Snow Lotus Egg and Milk Soup, an irresistible whitening treasure for women. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the eyes of the 4 female entertainers sparkled with anticipation. Although they had never tasted the Westlake tofu pudding, they had watched numerous videos about it online. It was said that its whitening and beautifying effects were more potent than those of the world's top skincare products, capable of transforming one's skin in just one night. If the effects of the Westlake tofu pudding were so remarkable, how extraordinary must be the culinary creation Li Yi had meticulously prepared for them. At that moment, not only the 4 female entertainers, but even Lu Xiaofei was filled with eager anticipation. Though her skin was already in excellent condition, who wouldn't desire even more flawless skin? Seeing the expectant gazes directed at him, Li Yi smiled and instructed the restaurant staff, Soon, the restaurant staff brought in the exquisite dishes prepared by Li Yi, placing them before Lu Xiaofei, Li Mei, and the 4 female artists. Eagerly, they gazed at the culinary delights before them. Li Yi had prepared a steaming bowl of soup for them today. This soup, as white as fresh milk, was adorned with delicate strands of golden egg flour, exuding an alluring fragrance that invigorated the senses. Oh my, this soup smells divine. The 4 female artists leaned forward to inhale the aroma wafting from the bowl, their faces lighting up with expressions of sheer delight. Despite having dined heartily, the enticing scent of the soup made them swallow involuntarily. With a smile, Li Yi introduced the dish to Lu Xiaofei and the others. Today, I present to you this bowl of snow lotus egg milk soup. It is crafted from 3 exquisite ingredients: Tianshan snow lotus, premium white eggs, and top-grade wild pure milk. Not only is it extraordinarily delicious, but it also possesses remarkable skin whitening and nourishing properties, while significantly rejuvenating the body and slowing the aging process of the skin. After accumulating a reputation of 100,000, Li Yi unlocked a variety of skin whitening ingredients in the system's marketplace, including a 3-star quality Tianshan snow lotus. According to the system's description, this snow lotus thrives at the peaks of snowy mountains, harboring a unique protease that not only whitens the skin, but also greatly mitigates its aging. By blending this Tianshan snow lotus with the white eggs and premium wild pure milk, Li Yi ultimately created this snow lotus egg milk soup. Upon hearing Li Yi's introduction, the 4 female artists were taken aback, their eyes filled with astonishment. They could hardly fathom the soup's extraordinary effects on their skin aging. How incredible! Lu Xiaofei, looking at Li Yi with excitement, asked, "Mr. Li, if we consume this soup regularly, won't we be able to preserve our youth?" Li Yi shook his head gently, smiling as he replied, "No one can remain eternally youthful in this world. While this snow lotus egg milk soup is indeed powerful, it can only slow the aging process of your skin. It cannot maintain your current appearance indefinitely. Should you drink it consistently, it may help your skin appear up to 20 years younger than your peers." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Lu Xiaofei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unlike the 4 female artists, she had personally experienced the efficacy of Li Yi's culinary creations and understood just how potent they truly were. If Li Yi claimed this soup could make them look 20 years younger than their contemporaries, it must be true. In that moment, Lu Xiaofei resolved that no matter how busy or tired she became, she would regularly visit Rainbow Paradise Resort to indulge in this remarkable soup. Though the 4 female artists found Li Yi's claims somewhat exaggerated, they too felt a surge of excitement. They did not necessarily seek the miraculous effects Li Yi described. They would be more than satisfied if the soup delivered even a fraction of the promised benefits. Li Yi chuckled and said, "Everyone, stop dawdling and quickly enjoy this bowl of soup." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaofei and the others eagerly picked up their spoons and began to savor the snow lotus egg milk soup before them. Just a single sip transformed their expressions into one of sheer ecstasy, completely captivated by the exquisite flavor of the soup. Although this snow lotus egg milk soup did not quite measure up to the golden cod fish they had just indulged in, it was still remarkably delightful. Noticing the delight on Lu Xiaofei's face, Xiang Tianhua could not help but swallow hard, impatiently asking Li Yi, "Boss Li, why hasn't my soup arrived yet?" Taken aback, Li Yi responded, "Xiang, you wish to have some too?" It seemed rather unusual for a man like Xiang Tianhua to desire such a beautifying soup. Perceiving the odd look on Li Yi's face, Xiang Tianhua helplessly remarked, "Boss Li, who says men cannot pursue beauty? I, too, wish for my skin to appear more youthful." Although Xiang Tianhua had stepped away from acting, as a former A-list celebrity in the entertainment industry, he maintained strict standards for his image, investing a considerable sum each year to preserve his skin and physique. Such diligence was precisely why he appeared so youthful. Feeling a bit embarrassed by Xiang Tianhua's statement, Li Yi smiled awkwardly and replied, "My apologies, Mr. Xiang. I completely forgot about you. I will have a bowl made for you right away." He promptly called the kitchen, instructing Tai Zhu and the others to prepare another bowl of snow lotus egg milk soup. Fortunately, they had enough ingredients left to accommodate the request. Before long, the restaurant staff presented the freshly prepared snow lotus egg milk soup. Xiang Tianhua eagerly took his spoon and began to taste the soup. In just a few bites, he finished the entire bowl. "Delicious," he exclaimed, licking his lips, his face reflecting a lingering sense of satisfaction. The flavor of this snow lotus egg milk soup was simply divine. Even without any beautifying effects, it remained an exquisite delicacy. After Lu Xiaofei and the others finished their soup, Li Yi presented each of them with a bottle of a special skincare serum. This serum was crafted from premium quality water bamboo, known for its remarkable skin-nourishing properties. Upon receiving the serum, Lu Xiaofei and her companions were overjoyed, eagerly departing the restaurant to return to their rooms and test the effects. Once Li Yi had seen everyone off, he returned to his room, freshened up briefly, and retrieved the financial report prepared by Yuan, examining the revenue figures for Rainbow Paradise Resort. Upon seeing the total revenue for the day, his pupils slightly contracted, and an expression of astonishment crossed his face. Although he had anticipated a strong revenue performance, the final figure still left him incredulous. 15 million. This is the total revenue of the Rainbow Paradise Resort for today. Compared to yesterday, today's earnings have surged threefold. The remarkable increase in revenue is primarily due to the influx of visitors, which has multiplied several times over from the previous day. On this single day, the resort welcomed an additional 827 members, contributing over 2 million in income for Li Yi. In addition to these new members, the resort's 2 marine entertainment projects and restaurant have also seen a significant rise in revenue, collectively bringing in more than 3 million. However, the earnings from the Sky Vessel Hotel and the 15 Goose Houses remained relatively unchanged, as they were fully booked since yesterday. Despite the influx of tourists, there was no additional capacity available. The lion's share of the resort's revenue still originates from the beauty center. There is simply no shortage of affluent women in Huaxia. Today alone, the beauty center's income reached a staggering 10 million. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that 8 million of this total came from prepaid funds. Several wealthy women, eager to indulge in the beauty center's 2-star services, made substantial top-ups of over 1 million to their membership cards, instantly elevating their membership status to 3-star. Excluding this 8 million, the actual revenue of the beauty center today was approximately 2 million. Even so, the total revenue for Rainbow Paradise Resort reached a remarkable 7 million in just one day, a figure surpassing the annual earnings of most resorts in Huaxia. Haha, what a delightful surprise. Li Yi gazed at the financial report in his hands, unable to suppress a joyful laugh. In merely 2 days, he had earned over 20 million. The exhilarating sensation of suddenly acquiring wealth was simply unparalleled. Li Yi picked up his phone, opened his banking app, and transferred 2 million to his parents. When the resort had just turned a profit, he had previously sent them a modest amount of 100,000. Now that he had earned such a substantial sum, it was only natural for him to send more, allowing them to enjoy a bit of comfort. Shortly after completing the transfer, a video call from Hsiomei came through. Li Yi smiled slightly and answered the call. Mom, are you still awake? On the other end of the video, Hsiomei, dressed in her pajamas, looked at Li Yi with a worried expression and asked, Xiao Yi, why did you suddenly send us so much money? When Li Yi transferred the funds, Hsiomei was in the midst of her evening routine. Upon receiving the bank notification, she was momentarily stunned. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such a large sum of money. Realizing that it was Li Yi who sent it, she hastily abandoned her routine and initiated a video call to inquire about the situation. At that moment, a middle-aged man with slightly dark skin squeezed in beside Hsiomei and, with a serious expression, addressed Li Yi. Xiao Yi, where did you acquire such a fortune? Although we may lack wealth, we must never engage in unlawful activities. The middle-aged man is none other than Li Wei's father, Li Jianguo. Upon noticing the worried expression on his father's face, Li Yi smiled and reassured him, Dad, what are you thinking? Even if I am poor, I would never resort to illegal actions. I earned this 2 million in just a couple of days. Li Jianguo's eyes widened in disbelief as he questioned, Isn't your resort just reopening? How could you possibly earn such a sum? Observing his father's astonishment, Li Yi proudly declared, Dad, do not underestimate my resort. It has become a sensation nationwide, attracting a multitude of visitors daily. In just these 2 days, I have nearly earned 20 million. What? The words left Li Jianguo and Hsiomei utterly speechless, their mouths agape with shock. They could never have imagined that Li Yi's resort would be so profitable, raking in 20 million in merely 2 days. Xiao Yi, you aren't deceiving your mother, are you? Can your resort truly generate such wealth? Hsiomei asked tremulously. She found it hard to believe that Li Yi's establishment could earn so much in such a short time. To put it into perspective, the factory where she worked garnered merely 2 to 3 million in total profits over the course of a year. The amount Li Yi had earned in these 2 days nearly equaled her factory's annual profit. Li Yi chuckled as he explained to Hsiomei, Mom, I am not lying. Haven't you seen the news? My resort now operates on a membership basis. Only members can gain entry. Each membership costs 599 yuan, and in these 2 days alone, we have acquired over 4,000 members, which has brought in over 250,000 just from membership fees. In addition to memberships, the resort's business is thriving. Even prominent domestic celebrities are eager to collaborate with me. Just earlier, I had a meal with Xiang Tianhua. Li Jianguo, upon hearing this, was filled with disbelief. Is that true? A major celebrity would actually take an interest in your resort? Xiang Tianhua has been a household name across the land for over a decade. Li Jianguo could hardly fathom that his son was now collaborating with such a renowned star. With pride, Li Yi responded, Dad, do not underestimate your son. It was Xiang Tianhua who sought me out for this collaboration. You love his films, right? When the opportunity arises, I will arrange for you to dine with him and meet your idol. Upon hearing this, a spark of excitement lit up Li Jianguo's eyes. He indeed adored Xiang Tianhua's films and had watched every one of them. However, thinking of Xiang Tianhua's stature, he hesitated. I am just an ordinary worker. Would he even want to dine with me? Li Yi confidently patted his chest and assured, Dad, rest assured, if your son asks, he will certainly agree. Hsiomei, witnessing Li Yi's confident demeanor, couldn't help but wipe away her tears from the corners of her eyes, expressing her heartfelt delight. Our little Yi has truly become increasingly accomplished. Ever since Li Yi graduated, Hsiomei had been consumed with worry for her son, fearing that he might struggle in his career. Now, seeing him finally carve out a niche for himself, her heart was filled with pride and relief. As Li Yi caught the glimmer of pride in his mother's eyes, his own gaze became slightly misty. The reason he had worked so diligently during this period was precisely for this moment. There is nothing more joyous in the world than knowing one's parents are proud of them. With a beaming smile, Li Yi assured Hsiomei, Mom, your son is doing remarkably well now. You need not worry about me any longer. That 2 million is my way of honoring you and Dad. You both have worked hard all your lives, so it's time for you to take a break. Once Ruoxue finishes her exams, you and she should come to my resort for a while. I will show you around my resort in due course. Chapter 57. Establishing a security team, gaining mighty warriors. Li Yi's parents conversed for a full hour before reluctantly ending the call, still savoring the conversation. Although the business at Rainbow Paradise Resort had been thriving these past few days, the pressure on Li Yi was immense. He had been in a constant state of heightened tension. However, after the heartfelt exchange with his parents, the weight on his shoulders significantly lightened, and even his body felt more relaxed. Perhaps this is the power of family. After hanging up, Li Yi resumed reviewing his gains for the day. In addition to an impressive income of 15 million, he had also garnered over 60,000 in prestige. This influx rejuvenated his previously depleted reserves of prestige. Rather than hoarding it, Li Yi promptly upgraded the resort's medical center to a one-star facility. Within the system, the medical center was a vital component of the resort. A robust medical center not only ensures the safety of guests and addresses emergencies promptly, but also attracts those in ill health to recuperate at Rainbow Paradise Resort, indirectly drawing in more visitors. Upon examining the 5-star medical center constructed by the system, Li Yi discovered it was equipped with cutting-edge medical technology capable of curing every disease on Earth. Should he ever elevate the medical center within the resort to 5 stars, Rainbow Paradise Resort would become a sanctuary for healing worldwide. Not only ordinary tourists, but even global elites and dignitaries would vie for a chance to visit. However, the resources required for the system's medical center construction were staggering, consuming several times more than other facilities. The upgrade to a 1-star medical center alone demanded a hefty 30,000 in prestige and 10 million gold coins. Although he felt a pang of regret, Li Yi ultimately chose to proceed with the upgrade. Ding! The medical center is upgrading. Estimated time for completion, 5 days. A crisp alert resonated within Li Yi's mind. Having previously established a medical center, the upgrade process this time would be relatively swift, requiring only 5 days for a complete transformation. I hope this medical center does not disappoint me after 5 days, Li Yi murmured, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Once the medical center was upgraded, Li Yi found himself with just over 30,000 reputation points remaining. After careful consideration, he resolved to utilize these 30,000 points to assemble a security team. As the Rainbow Paradise Resort expanded, the influx of visitors grew increasingly diverse. To maintain order and safety within the resort, the formation of a competent security team became an imperative task. Li Yi harbored no intention of instigating trouble. Yet he would not tolerate any disruptions within his resort. System, recruit a 2-star employee for me. Li Yi configured the foundational attributes for the prospective employee and initiated the recruitment process. With a radiant flash of white light, a robust man materialized before Li Yi. This individual, appearing to be in his early 30s, donned a camouflage training outfit, his dark skin accentuating a steadfast gaze and an aura of tenacity. Upon his recruitment, the man immediately tensed, scanning his surroundings with vigilance. Upon noticing Li Yi, he straightened his posture and saluted with a serious demeanor. Reporting to you, boss. Zhang Hu is here. Li Yi nodded in satisfaction and examined Zhang Hu's attributes. Employee, Zhang Hu level, 2-star height, 183 meters weight, 75 kilograms profession, special forces skills, master level combat skills, advanced driving skills, advanced reconnaissance skills, advanced shooting skills, advanced command skills. Salary, 40,000 gold coins per month. Upon reviewing Zhang Hu's attributes, Li Yi's eyes lit up, a look of astonishment crossing his face. 5 skills. Zhang Hu's capabilities exceeded those of an ordinary 2-star employee by a considerable margin. Not only did he possess a master-level skill, but he also boasted 4 advanced skills. Having recruited hundreds of system employees, this was the first time Li Yi encountered someone with 5 skills. Zhang Hu, in a one-on-one confrontation. How many opponents could you handle simultaneously? Li Yi inquired with curiosity, observing Zhang Hu's muscular physique. The combat prowess of a special forces operative far surpassed that of an average individual. Zhang Hu's attributes, even among special forces, would categorize him as an elite warrior. Such strength should allow him to contend with 10 adversaries, akin to those depicted in television dramas featuring special forces. Standing tall, Zhang Hu replied confidently, reporting to you, boss. I could handle around 20 ordinary individuals at once. Is that so? Li Yi raised an eyebrow at Zhang Hu's assertion. To confront 20 ordinary people simultaneously. Even the elite warriors of the Chinese special forces might find such a feat challenging. Li Yi assumed a standard boxing stance, his face brimming with eagerness as he addressed Zhang Hu. Old Zhang, shall we engage in a friendly spar? Despite his seemingly modest musculature, Li Yi possessed exceptional physical prowess. Having diligently trained in boxing for several years during his university days, for most, facing him would be an insurmountable challenge. He was curious to see if Zhang Hu truly lived up to his reputation. Zhang Hu regarded the enthusiastic Li Yi with a flicker of hesitation in his eyes before nodding in agreement. Boss, I apologize in advance. With that, he lunged forward, resembling a fierce tiger descending the mountain, launching himself toward Li Yi with blinding speed. Li Yi barely had time to react before he found himself pinned to the ground, utterly immobilized. Goodness, this is overwhelming. Li Yi lay there, bewildered, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. He had anticipated that even if he were not a match for Zhang Hu, he would at least be able to exchange a few blows. To his astonishment, he was subdued before he could even process the situation. The disparity in their abilities was staggering. Boss, are you alright? Zhang Hu inquired, assisting Li Yi to his feet by grasping his arm. I'm fine. Li Yi waved his hand dismissively, smiling at Zhang Hu as he declared, from this moment onward, you shall be the head of security for our resort. All matters concerning safety will be under your purview. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Zhang Hu straightened his posture, saluting with a serious demeanor. Yes, boss. I will ensure the safety of our resort. Li Yi surveyed Zhang Hu's formidable presence, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. With such a capable ally, he felt reassured about the security of the resort. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the following morning. In a luxurious suite at the Sky Ship Hotel, Xiang Tianhua awoke from a deep slumber. He stretched languidly, a contented expression gracing his face. The previous night had bestowed upon him the most restful sleep he had experienced in over a decade. Having stayed in numerous upscale hotels, he had never encountered such a comfortable bed. He resolved to inquire with Li Yi about the source of this exquisite bedding. Upon returning, he was determined to procure one for himself. Dressed and ready, Xiang Tianhua made his way to the bathroom to freshen up before heading to the resort's restaurant for breakfast. However, upon catching sight of his reflection in the mirror, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not help but exclaim, what on earth? Chapter 58, Astonishing Beauty Effects. The arrival of Tai Xinlan as a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, Xiang Tianhua had weathered countless storms throughout his life. His composure finally honed to remain unperturbed by accolades or slights. Yet, in this moment, gazing at his reflection, he could not suppress his astonishment. Disbelief etched across his face. There was simply no denying it. The scene before him was utterly astonishing. In the mirror, he beheld a striking transformation. His skin had remarkably lightened. The blemishes that once marred his face had vanished, and even the fine lines at the corners of his eyes had significantly diminished. In the span of a single night, his complexion underwent a dramatic metamorphosis, making him appear 5 or 6 years younger. Astonishing. Is this truly the efficacy of Boss Li's dietary beauty regimen? The results are nothing short of extraordinary. Xiang Tianhua couldn't help but exclaim, his heart tumultuous with disbelief. Although he was aware of Li Yi's exceptional beauty techniques, he had never anticipated such profound results. This was not merely beauty treatment. It was akin to a rebirth. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Xiang Tianhua excitedly examined his skin, his phone erupted with a series of notifications. Picking up his device, he discovered that the 4 female artists who had partaken in the Snow Lotus Egg Milk pudding the previous day were fervently expressing their exhilaration in the Hai Tian Entertainment Company's group chat. Oh my goodness, Boss Li's beauty techniques are simply astounding. In just one night, my skin has undergone a complete transformation. Me too. The blemishes on my face have nearly entirely disappeared, and the wrinkles at the corners of my eyes are gone. The results are absolutely remarkable. Everyone. It seems that what Boss Li said last night was indeed true. That bowl of Snow Lotus Egg Milk pudding really can alleviate our skin's aging process. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, Boss Li is the deity of beauty in my heart. As long as I cling to Boss Li's coattails, my skin shall remain eternally youthful. The members of this group chat were all artists of Hai Tian Entertainment. Upon reading the messages, the artists were left in a state of bewilderment. Lu Xiaofei and the others had discussed Li Yi's beauty treatments in the group the previous night. Initially, they had been somewhat skeptical, dismissing his dietary beauty methods as mere gimmicks. Yet, less than a day later, they found themselves overtaken with excitement. Could Li Yi's dietary beauty regimen truly be that effective? Wang Jia, has your skin really improved so quickly? This is utterly exaggerated. One female artist could not help but voice in the group. Even if Li Yi's beauty techniques are remarkable, it cannot possibly yield results this swiftly. Noticing the skepticism from her fellow artist, Zhang Wan directly shared a selfie in the group. Not only Zhang Wan, but the other 3 female artists also posted their selfies. Upon seeing the photos, all the artists in the chat gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. Wow, in just one night, Wang Jia and the others' skin has undergone such an immense change. This is beyond exaggerated. I can't believe it. I thought Boss Li's beauty dietary method was a hoax. I never imagined the effects could be so miraculous. I too wish to visit Rainbow Paradise Resort for a rejuvenating treatment. Xiang Zong, my schedule wraps up tomorrow. Could you assist me in contacting the owner of this resort? I too wish to experience his dietary beauty regimen. Xiang Zong, add me as well. My schedule concludes tomorrow too. At this moment, the crowd in the group chat fervently tagged Xiang Tianhua. With a slight smile, Xiang Tianhua addressed the group, saying, everyone, please remain calm. I have wonderful news. Boss Li has now become our company's chief beauty consultant. From now on, Boss Li will regularly provide skincare treatments for our artists, allowing each one of you to experience his miraculous dietary beauty methods. Upon reading Xiang Tianhua's message, the artists in the group couldn't contain their excitement and erupted in cheers, exclaiming, long live President Xiang. They had not anticipated that Xiang Tianhua would act so swiftly in bringing Li Yi into the company. This was simply fantastic. With the formidable beauty consultant Li Yi on board, their concerns about skin issues were now a thing of the past. Observing the jubilant reactions of the crowd, a smile involuntarily spread across Xiang Tianhua's face. At that moment, he felt that the 10 million he had spent the previous day was indeed worth it. If other companies in the entertainment industry were to discover Li Yi's extraordinary beauty techniques, not even 100 million would deter them from making an offer. Just as Xiang Tianhua basked in the satisfaction of his decision, Li Mei suddenly called him. Hello? Xiang Tianhua answered the call, his mood still buoyant. President Xiang, something's amiss. I just saw Tai Xilan from Xinlan Entertainment, and she seems interested in collaborating with Boss Li. Li Mei said anxiously over the phone. What? Xiang Tianhua's expression shifted slightly, his previous joy evaporating in an instant. Humph, that woman's instincts remain as sharp as ever. He scoffed. He hadn't expected Tai Xilan to approach so quickly. It seemed she had also recognized Li Yi's remarkable beauty skills. Where is she now? Xiang Tianhua asked in a low voice. The president is currently waiting outside Boss Li's office. Li Mei promptly replied. Keep an eye on her. I will be there shortly. Xiang Tianhua instructed. After hanging up, he quickly tidied himself up, neglecting breakfast, and hurried towards Li Yi's office at the fastest pace possible. Soon, he arrived at Li Yi's office. Outside on the sofa, Tai Xilan sat elegantly, perusing a fashion magazine. Today, she donned a sheer black dress, with just a hint of makeup enhancing her features. And her lustrous black curls exuded a mature charm that was impossible to ignore. Upon seeing Tai Xilan, a peculiar glint flashed in Xiang Tianhua's eyes as he approached her and sat beside her, teasingly remarking, Oh, I sent this President Tai? What brings you out for a holiday today? Tai Xilan had long since Xiang Tianhua's arrival and replied coolly, What? Do I need your approval to enjoy myself? After speaking, she set the magazine aside, turning her indifferent gaze towards him. However, upon seeing Xiang Tianhua's face, her previously indifferent expression shifted to one of astonishment. She had seen him just 3 days prior at an awards ceremony. At that moment, Xiang Tianhua had just completed a film project, appearing exceedingly fatigued, with his visage showing signs of considerable aging. However, astonishingly, within just 3 short days, his condition underwent a remarkable transformation. Not only had his skin improved significantly, but the wrinkles on his face had also diminished considerably. It was as if he had regained 5 or 6 years of youth in an instant. This was simply incredible. Recalling that Xiang Tianhua had spent the previous day at the Rainbow Paradise Resort, a sudden epiphany struck Tai Xinlan. Could it be? Chapter 59, The Charisma of Li Yi. The unlikely collaboration of rivals. Tai Xinlan fixed her gaze intently on Xiang Tianhua, her mind racing. She was thoroughly aware of Xiang Tianhua's whereabouts. Over the past 3 days, he had visited only one place, the Rainbow Paradise Resort. The drastic change in his skin within such a brief period could only lead to one conclusion. Xiang Tianhua must have undergone some miraculous skin treatment at the resort, resulting in this astonishing transformation. The thought sent waves of shock coursing through Tai Xinlan. Although she had suspected that the beauty techniques at Rainbow Paradise Resort exceeded external expectations, she had not anticipated them to be this powerful. It was simply unfathomable. No wonder Xiang Tianhua chose to personally visit the resort. Realization struck Xiang Tianhua as he noticed the astonished expression on Tai Xinlan's face. He inwardly cursed his misfortune. Having known her for over a decade, he was acutely aware of her intelligence and keen insight, capable of discerning the crux of matters from the faintest clues. The rapid ascent of height and entertainment within just a few years was attributable not only to Xiang Tianhua's extensive connections, but also to Tai Xinlan's strategic counsel. Observing Tai Xinlan's shocked demeanor, Xiang Tianhua knew that she had certainly recognized the extraordinary nature of the Rainbow Paradise Resort from his skin's transformation. Indeed, Tai Xinlan cast a profound glance at Xiang Tianhua and remarked meaningfully, "Mr. Xiang, it seems that the beauty techniques at this resort surpass even my expectations." Xiang Tianhua's expression darkened as he coldly replied, "I advise you not to waste your efforts. Boss Li has already accepted my invitation to serve as our company's chief beauty consultant. Even if you wish to collaborate with him, it is already too late." Upon hearing Xiang Tianhua's words, Tai Xinlan let out a disdainful chuckle. "You remain as arrogant as ever. Do you truly believe you can speak for Boss Li? If I am not mistaken, the contract you signed with him is not exclusive, is it? Otherwise, you would not have rushed here upon learning of my presence at the Rainbow Paradise Resort. It seems you are also apprehensive about Boss Li acquiescing to my collaboration request." Seeing the amused smile on Tai Xinlan's face, Xiang Tianhua's expression darkened further. This woman was as formidable as ever. With just a few of his actions, she had deduced so much. Indeed, the contract he signed with Li Yi is indeed not exclusive. As long as Li Yi is willing, he can collaborate with whomever he chooses. This was precisely why he rushed over upon hearing that Tai Xinlan had arrived at the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Tai Xinlan is a woman of unpredictable fervor. Should she go to extremes and present a contract that far surpasses his offer, it could spell trouble for Heighten Entertainment Company. After all, the contract he signed with Li Yi bears no stringent stipulations. If Li Yi were to find Tai Xinlan's conditions more attractive, he might very well divert his primary focus to her company, leading to his own downfall. Tai Xinlan regarded Xiang Tianhua, her voice steady as she remarked, "You should be aware of my nature. I never relent until I achieve my goals. Now that I have discovered the exceptional beauty technology offered by this resort, I will not yield easily. If you wish to avoid mutual destruction, I suggest you disclose the specifics of your collaboration with Mr. Li. We could form an alliance and work together with him. Otherwise, irrespective of the cost, I will compete with you until the end." Xiang Tianhua glared at Tai Xinlan. His teeth clenched as he retorted, "Are you threatening me?" Tai Xinlan calmly responded, "I am not threatening you, merely offering a suggestion. The choice is yours to make." Xiang Tianhua's expression fluctuated between anger and anxiety. Truthfully, from the moment he learned of Tai Xinlan's presence at the Rainbow Paradise Resort, he understood that his ambition for an exclusive partnership with Li Yi was likely to be dashed. Just yesterday, he had proposed a sole collaboration with Li Yi, only to be turned down. This indicated that Li Yi had no intention of working exclusively with him. Today, after experiencing Li Yi's remarkable beauty technology firsthand, Xiang Tianhua felt a surge of excitement mingled with an unsettling apprehension. Given the prowess of Li Yi's technology, it would eventually come to the attention of other entertainment companies. When that time comes, those companies would undoubtedly spare no effort to court Li Yi. Rather than compete against them, it would be far more prudent to seize the opportunity to collaborate with Tai Xinlan. Her company is one of the most prestigious in Huaxia, second only to Heighten Entertainment. Although Xiang Tianhua and Tai Xinlan have been rivals, they have never resorted to underhanded tactics against one another. After all, they were once married, and certain matters are understood only between them. Should he ally with Tai Xinlan, they would undoubtedly gain an advantage in future competitions, securing more resources from Li Yi. With this in mind, Xiang Tianhua looked at Tai Xinlan and said in a low voice, "I can ally with you, but I have one condition. If Mr. Li has any new beauty projects in the future, our company's artists must experience them first. Otherwise, I am prepared to fight to the bitter end, regardless of the consequences." Tai Xinlan met his serious gaze and nodded. "That is acceptable. You will be the first to collaborate with Mr. Li, so this condition is certainly reasonable. I can agree to it." "Excellent. It is settled then." Not long after Tianhua and Xianlan had come to an agreement, Li Yi finally arrived at the office, accompanied by Yuna. Upon seeing Li Yi, Xianlan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She promptly stood up and extended her hand, greeting him with fervor. "Hello, Mr. Li. I am Xianlan, the general manager of Xianlan Entertainment." Li Yi smiled as he shook her hand. "Hello, Manager Xianlan. I wonder what brings you here today." With a warm smile, Xianlan replied, "Mr. Li, I am here primarily to discuss a collaboration with you. I have heard from President Xiang that your beauty techniques are exceptionally advanced, and he has already invited you to serve as the chief beauty consultant for his company. I am willing to offer you the same remuneration as President Xiang to assume the role of chief beauty consultant for our company. Would you be interested?" Xiang Tianhua chimed in, smiling. Mr. Li, the strength of manager Xianlan's company is on par with ours. If you are willing, both of our companies would be eager to establish a long-term partnership with you, working together for mutual progress. What do you think? Surprised by Xiang's words, Li Yi's expression shifted to one of intrigue. The news of the split between Xiang Tianhua and Xianlan had once created quite a stir throughout Huaxia, and even Li Yi had encountered the headlines. He never imagined that these two rivals would be willing to collaborate with him. Truly, it felt as if the sun had risen in the west. Faced with Xianlan's proposal, Li Yi graciously accepted, replying, "Since both President Xiang and manager Xianlan have such faith in me, I shall gladly accept your offer." The Rainbow Paradise Resort is indeed in need of a higher profile at this moment. Although Xianlan Entertainment's prowess slightly lagged behind that of Haitian Entertainment, it still ranked among the top entertainment companies in Huaxia, boasting several popular stars under its banner. Naturally, Li Yi was thrilled at the prospect of collaborating with such formidable companies. Seeing Li Yi's agreement, a glimmer of joy illuminated Xianlan's eyes as she eagerly suggested, "Mr. Li, let us sign the contract now. Rest assured, we will honor all the conditions agreed upon by President Xiang." Very well. Li Yi nodded and led Xianlan and Xiang Tianhua into his office. After a cordial discussion, Li Yi and Xianlan ultimately signed a cooperation contract identical to the one Xiang Tianhua had signed the previous day. Xianlan would pay Li Yi 10 million annually, while Li Yi would provide professional beauty services for the artists of Xianlan Entertainment each year. Of course, this 10 million was merely the consulting fee and did not encompass the costs related to beauty services. Once the contract was finalized, Xianlan left Li Yi's office to reach out to her company's artists. She intended to have all the artists who were currently without engagements visit the Rainbow Paradise Resort for a collective beauty treatment under Li Yi's expertise. Li Yi had just seen off Tai Xinlan and Xiang Tianhua when he noticed Yuna approaching his office, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman. Upon recognizing the man, Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he greeted him with a beaming smile. "Director Zhang, it's been quite some time. What brings you to our resort today?" The man in question was none other than Zhang Quan, the director of the Tourism Bureau of Jinghai City. No longer merely a section chief, he had recently ascended to the position of deputy director, following the remarkable success of the Rainbow Paradise Resort at the food festival, where it claimed the prestigious Golden Chopsticks Award. Zhang had experienced a meteoric rise in his career. "Boss Li, I have come specifically to congratulate you on the reopening of your resort." Zhang Quan extended his hand to Li Yi with an exceptionally warm demeanor. His promotion to deputy director was largely attributable to Li Yi's efforts. Without the influx of tourists drawn to the Rainbow Paradise Resort during the festival, the event would not have achieved such resounding success, nor would he have had the opportunity to advance. As Zhang held Li Yi's hand, he remarked with a smile, "Boss Li, your resort has garnered quite the reputation these past few days. It seems that nearly everyone in Jinghai City is aware of your establishment." Li Yi, displaying modesty, replied, "Director Zhang, you flatter me. It was merely a small endeavor, hardly worth mentioning." Zhang chuckled, "You are being overly humble. The Rainbow Paradise Resort has made a significant contribution to the tourism sector in Jinghai City, and the higher-ups are taking a keen interest in your establishment. My visit today is not only to congratulate you on your reopening, but also to convey the leader's support and to see if there are any areas where you may need assistance. If there are, please do not hesitate to let me know. The government will do its utmost to help as long as it benefits the development of the Rainbow Paradise Resort." With the recent surge in popularity of the Rainbow Paradise Resort online, Jinghai City's tourism industry has also seen a remarkable boost. According to statistics from the Tourism Bureau, the number of visitors to Jinghai City has increased by at least tenfold compared to usual. Both the airport and the high-speed train station are nearly at full capacity, much to the excitement of the city government. They never anticipated that a humble establishment like the Rainbow Paradise Resort could attract such a multitude of tourists. It's simply astonishing. Consequently, the Jinghai City government places great importance on the Rainbow Paradise Resort, sending Zhang Quan to check in on Li Yi and ensure he has any needs that require addressing. Upon hearing Zhang's words, a glimmer of joy appeared in Li Yi's eyes. Indeed, he had a matter he wished to discuss with the Jinghai City government. With the growing fame of the Rainbow Paradise Resort, the number of visitors has reached staggering heights. Given the current size and facilities of the resort, the maximum capacity is approximately 6,000 guests per day. Once the number of visitors surpasses 6,000, the Rainbow Paradise Resort will become exceedingly crowded. At that point, the experience of all guests will be severely compromised. Therefore, if Li Yi aspires to attract a greater influx of tourists, he must devise a means to further expand the scope of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Fortunately, the resort is situated at the southernmost tip of Dolphin Bay. This location, while somewhat remote, is surrounded by ample uncontracted land. Behind the Skyship Hotel lies a vast expanse of undeveloped mangroves. These mangroves are extensive and boast breathtaking scenery. Li Yi envisions acquiring this area to construct tree houses within the mangroves, transforming it into a distinctive tourist attraction. With the formidable capabilities of the system, it can undoubtedly create the most comfortable lodging experience for visitors while preserving the original beauty of the mangroves. In time, this area will become yet another unique highlight of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. In addition to these mangroves, 3 islands lie in proximity to the resort. These islands are less than 2 kilometers away, each sprawling in size. The smallest island measures at least 1 square kilometer, while the largest spans over 3 square kilometers, vastly larger than the resort itself. Should Li Yi successfully acquire all 3 islands, he would no longer need to worry about accommodating a burgeoning number of tourists at the Rainbow Paradise Resort. "Director Zhang, I do have a matter I would like to discuss with you. Let us go inside to talk," Li Yi said, ushering Zhang Quan into his office. After preparing a cup of tea for Zhang, he shared his intentions of acquiring the mangroves and the 3 islands. Upon hearing Li Yi's vision, Zhang Quan was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Boss Li, are you certain you wish to acquire those 3 islands? while they are close to the coast. Developing them will not be a simple task. It will likely require a substantial financial investment. Li Yi smiled confidently and replied, Director Zhang, as long as the government grants me the rights to those 3 islands, you need not worry about the financial aspect. I can manage that myself. I assure you. Within 3 years, at most, I will transform those islands into the most sought-after tourist destination in the world. Chapter 61. The Collaborative Endeavors of Tianhua and Tai Xinlan. Shocking news across the internet. Li Yi spent half an hour detailing his ambitious transformation plan for the 3 islands to Zhang Quan. Upon hearing Li Yi's vision, Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief, his blood surging with excitement. Li Yi's plan was undeniably audacious. If realized, those 3 islands would emerge as premier tourist attractions not only in China, but across the globe. Consequently, Jinghai City would ascend to become the most renowned tourist city in the country, with benefits beyond imagination. Zhang Quan swallowed hard, his voice slightly hoarse as he inquired, Bossly, are you certain your renovation plan can truly succeed? It sounds utterly insane. Li Yi responded with a faint smile, patting his chest in assurance, Director Zhang. You need not worry. I have never uttered a falsehood. Just grant me the time, and everything I mention will undoubtedly come to fruition. Witnessing Li Yi's confident demeanor, a spark of fervor ignited in Zhang Quan's eyes. Were it anyone else presenting such plans, he would have deemed them a madman. However, with Li Yi, it was an entirely different matter. In merely a month, Li Yi had transformed the Rainbow Paradise Resort into the most popular retreat in Huaxia, showcasing the immense power behind him. If those 3 islands were entrusted to Li Yi, perhaps he could indeed work wonders. Contemplating this, Zhang Quan solemnly addressed Li Yi. Boss Li, I cannot make this decision unilaterally. I must report to the higher-ups. Yet, he reassured, rest assured, I will do my utmost to secure the contracting rights for those 3 islands and the mangrove area. Although Zhang Quan held the position of deputy director of the Jinghai City Tourism Bureau, matters concerning land contracts were beyond his authority. However, given the current emphasis the Jinghai City government placed on the Rainbow Paradise Resort, reporting this matter should pose no significant issues. After all, the government also hoped for Li Yi to enhance the resort further. Li Yi, brimming with delight, replied, Director Zhang, I entrust everything to you. Zhang Quan waved his hand, responding, no need for thanks, it is my duty. With that, Zhang Quan rose to take his leave, saying, Boss Li, I shall bid you farewell for now. I will notify you at the first opportunity once there is news. Very well, I shall await your good news, Director Zhang. Li Yi replied with a smile, personally escorting Zhang Quan out of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. On the same afternoon, under Tianhua's instructions, Zhang Wan and 3 other female artists posted their photos showcasing the results of their beauty treatments at the Rainbow Paradise Resort on their social media accounts, collectively promoting the establishment. Thanks to Boss Li for my beauty treatment. The results are simply astounding. Everyone, look at how my skin has improved. All credit goes to Boss Li. He is undoubtedly the most skilled beauty master I have ever encountered. If you have the chance, you must experience the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Long live Boss Li. I hope that on my next visit to the Rainbow Paradise Resort, he can continue to assist me with my beauty treatments. Upon seeing the information released by Zhang Wan and the others, the online community erupted instantaneously. Goodness, is the beauty technology at this resort truly that remarkable? It has transformed Zhang Wan and the others' skin so dramatically. I wondered why Zhang Wan and her friends suddenly headed to the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Turns out they went for beauty treatments. Wow, the beauty technology at this resort is incredible. Zhang Wan and her friends look like entirely different people. I am tempted to experience it myself. At this moment, a profound sense of astonishment enveloped the crowd. They could hardly fathom the remarkable prowess of the beauty technology at Rainbow Paradise Resort. The transformation in the skin of Zhang Wan and her companions was nothing short of extraordinary. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have dared to believe it to be true. Shortly after Zhang Wan and her friends disseminated their information, Xiang Tianhua made a grand announcement on his personal social media account, revealing that Li Yi had been appointed as the chief beauty consultant for Haitian Entertainment Company, along with the news of a long-term collaboration between Haitian Entertainment and Rainbow Paradise Resort. Upon the release of this announcement, the entire entertainment industry in Huaxia was set abuzz. No one anticipated that Xiang Tianhua would voluntarily partner with such a modest resort. It is worth noting that Haitian Entertainment Company is one of the most prestigious entertainment firms in Huaxia, boasting a market value in the billions. In stark contrast, Rainbow Paradise Resort was merely a newly established trendy getaway. The disparity between the two was monumental. However, even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. Within 5 minutes of Xiang Tianhua's announcement, Tai Xinlan swiftly took to her entertainment company's official social media account to declare that Li Yi would also serve as the chief beauty consultant for Xinlan Entertainment Company. The moment this news broke, the online community erupted. A wave of disbelief washed over everyone, with many thinking it was an elaborate April Fool's joke. The incredibility of this news was simply overwhelming. Who would have imagined that the bitter rivals, Xiang Tianhua and Tai Xinlan, would simultaneously invite Li Yi to serve as their respective chief beauty consultant? Since their divorce, the animosity between Xiang Tianhua and Tai Xinlan had been palpable. What charm did Li Yi possess that could transform these sworn enemies into allies? It was truly unfathomable. In light of these two announcements, Rainbow Paradise Resort once again became the focal point of online discussions. Within an hour, the number of fans on the resort's official Douyin account surged by over 1 million. As the central figure in this unfolding drama, Li Yi also gained a measure of fame online, receiving numerous collaboration invitations. Many, recognizing the potential of Rainbow Paradise Resort, proactively reached out to Li Yi, eager to partner with him in its development. However, Li Yi declined all these collaboration offers. With the system at his disposal, he had no need to partner with anyone. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Li Yi was filtering messages on his phone and preparing to take his little lamb for a stroll, he suddenly received a call. Upon seeing the caller ID, Li Yi's eyes brightened, and he eagerly answered the phone. Hello. As soon as he connected, a melodious voice, akin to the sound of wind chimes, floated through the receiver. Boss Li, I must congratulate you on your newfound fortune. Hearing that familiar voice, a smile crept across Li Yi's face as he replied, Mingyao, what a pleasant surprise to receive your call today. The owner of this voice was none other than Li Yi's dearest friend, Qi Mingyao. The land upon which the Rainbow Paradise Resort now stands was originally leased at a low price by Qi Mingyao to him. Chapter 62. Childhood Companions. Li Yi's joy. Li Yi and Qi Mingyao grew up together, sharing the same classroom from elementary school through high school, and even sitting together as desk mates for an extended period, fostering a deep bond between them. Unlike Li Yi's ordinary family background, Qi Mingyao hailed from a distinguished lineage. Her father was the largest real estate developer in Jinghai City, having developed numerous properties and amassed a fortune in the billions. Her mother, the youngest professor at Jinghai University, was already renowned in her field at a young age. Qi Mingyao inherited her parents' exceptional genes. She was not only remarkably beautiful, but also exceptionally intelligent, consistently ranking first in her class from elementary school onward. However, despite their disparate backgrounds, Qi Mingyao never looked down upon Li Yi. Rather, their relationship flourished. Since elementary school, they have been inseparable friends, sharing every joy and sorrow. After graduating high school, Qi Mingyao went abroad for further studies at her family's behest. Although separated by distance, their bond remained unbroken. Periodically, Qi Mingyao would call Li Yi to share experiences from her life and studies, while Li Yi often sent her favorite treats. Their connection resembled that of lovers, characterized by a profound closeness. Upon graduating from university, Li Yi nurtured aspirations of starting his own business. Upon learning of his intention to establish a resort in Dolphin Bay, Qi Mingyao, without hesitation, leveraged her family's connections to acquire the land for Rainbow Paradise Resort and then leased it to Li Yi at a low price. Initially, Qi Mingyao intended to gift the land outright, but she understood Li Yi's pride too well to offer such a gift directly. Thus, she chose to assist him through a nominal lease. Li Yi was acutely aware of Qi Mingyao's intentions. Truth be told, after so many years of companionship, it would be disingenuous to claim that he was not enamored with her. Qi Mingyao's lineage, beauty, and character were beyond reproach. Over the years, countless suitors had pursued her, revering her as their goddess, and Li Yi was no exception. Long before high school ended, he had already developed feelings for Qi Mingyao. Yet he concealed these emotions deep within, never revealing them to her. The reason was simple. The disparity between them was too great. No matter how close their relationship was, it could not bridge that significant gap. This realization propelled Li Yi to pursue entrepreneurship after graduation, striving to carve out a successful career for himself to lessen the distance between them. However, to his dismay, within merely 6 months, his resort teetered on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, at the moment when Li Yi felt utterly despondent, he fortuitously acquired a system. With its assistance, the Rainbow Paradise Resort has now ascended to become the most sought-after retreat in the nation, promising a future of boundless potential. As long as he continues to persevere, the chasm between him and Qi Mingyao will soon vanish. At that juncture, he shall boldly express his affections to her. With a smile, Qi Mingyao remarked over the phone, Li Yi, your resort is currently the talk of the internet. Even while abroad, I've heard numerous international students discussing it. Pray tell, how did you manage to elevate Rainbow Paradise Resort to such heights in such a short time? Despite being overseas, Qi Mingyao has been diligently monitoring the developments surrounding the resort. Thanks to Li Yi's various promotional endeavors, Rainbow Paradise Resort has indeed become a sensation online. Now, not only is it popular throughout Huaxia, but it is also a topic of conversation among Chinese students abroad. This revelation left Qi Mingyao utterly astonished. She had not anticipated that within merely a month, Li Yi could propel the resort to such prominence. Li Yi, with a playful tone, responded, This is undoubtedly thanks to the auspicious land you have graciously rented to me. It is your fortune, Miss Qi, that has allowed my resort to soar to such heights. Humph, such flattery. Qi Mingyao retorted playfully, Since it is indeed due to my good fortune, you must treat me to a grand feast upon my return. Upon hearing this, Li Yi's eyes sparkled with joy, and he eagerly inquired, Are you coming back to the country? Indeed, Qi Mingyao replied, In half a month. I will be graduating from my postgraduate studies and preparing to return home. What? Are you not welcoming? She feigned a fierce demeanor. Of course, you are most welcome. Li Yi exclaimed with delight. When you return, I will personally come to greet you. I shall take you to my resort for a delightful exploration. I assure you, not only is the scenery breathtaking, but the culinary offerings are plentiful, guaranteeing a feast for your senses. Is that true? You'll actually take the time to pick me up? Qi Mingyao teased. I've heard you have become the darling of the Huaxia entertainment industry, surrounded by beautiful starlets. Busy to the point of distraction. I would hate to impose on your precious time. Coughing lightly, Li Yi hastily clarified. Who told you that? Such slander. I am a man of integrity. I maintain a respectful distance from those starlets and have never spent time alone with them. If you doubt my word, feel free to inquire with the staff at our resort. At least you have some sense. Qi Mingyao huffed. Let me tell you. The entertainment industry is not a place to tread lightly. Though those starlets may appear glamorous, there could be unsavory truths lurking beneath the surface. You should exercise caution. Li Yi assured her, Rest easy. I know how to navigate this world. After all, we have known each other for quite some time. You must be aware of my character. Humph, who knows if you have changed? Qi Mingyao pouted and said. Li Yi smiled gently and replied, No matter what happens, my feelings for you will never change. Upon hearing this, Qi Mingyao's heart began to race uncontrollably. She forced a calm demeanor and remarked, Oh, how cheesy. All right, I'll hang up now. You focus on your things. I'll talk to you when I return to the country. With that, Qi Mingyao hastily ended the call. Li Yi looked at his phone, unable to suppress a smile. His mood inexplicably lifted. He fastened the leash around the little lamb's neck and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Little lamb, let us go. We'll stroll outside. Play as long as you wish today." Chapter 63. Successfully secured the contract and unboxed the 3-star treasure chest. Zhang Quan's efficiency surpassed Li Yi's expectations. After departing from the Rainbow Paradise Resort, he promptly returned to the Tourism Bureau of Jinghai City to report Li Yi's intention to lease the islands and mangroves to his superiors. The Jinghai City government took this matter very seriously, convening an immediate meeting to discuss it. Ultimately, the outcome aligned with Zhang Quan's predictions. The government placed significant importance on the Rainbow Paradise Resort. After intense discussions, they agreed to grant Li Yi the lease for the 3 islands and the mangroves behind the resort. The Jinghai City government held high hopes for the development of the Rainbow Paradise Resort, aspiring for Li Yi to truly transform it into the most dazzling tourist attraction in Huaxia. They believed that the entire Jinghai City would benefit from this endeavor. The next morning, as Li Yi awoke, he received a call from Zhang Quan. Upon learning that the Jinghai City government was willing to lease the 3 islands and the mangroves to him, Li Yi felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. It was important to note that although the 3 islands were somewhat remote, they were in close proximity to the coastline and quite expansive. Securing their lease was no simple feat. Over the years, numerous developers in the country had sought to lease those islands, only to be turned down by the Jinghai City government. Li Yi had anticipated that the government would deliberate for at least 10 days to half a month before reaching a decision, yet surprisingly, they made a prompt conclusion. It seemed that one's own strength truly mattered most. Had it not been for his remarkable ability to develop the Rainbow Paradise Resort within a mere month, showcasing his immense potential, the Jinghai City government would not have so readily granted him the lease for the 3 islands and the mangroves. With this in mind, Li Yi resolved to thoroughly develop those 3 islands, transforming the Rainbow Paradise Resort into the most sought-after tourist destination in the world. When the time comes, not only will the city of Jinghai be elevated, but the entire Linjiang province shall also be obliged to honor him. Upon receiving a call from Zhang Quan, Li Yi hurried to the Jinghai City government, where he met with the officials and successfully secured the contracting rights. Normally, it would require at least a week for Li Yi to complete all the necessary contracting procedures. However, with the green light from the Jinghai City government, he accomplished all the formalities in merely one afternoon. Ultimately, Li Yi secured the rights to the 3 islands and the mangroves near the Rainbow Paradise Resort for an annual fee of 10 million. The contract spans 50 years. Originally, the annual fee for these islands and the mangroves would amount to at least 15 million. Nevertheless, considering Li Yi's recent contributions to Jinghai's tourism industry, the city government generously reduced the fee by 5 million. This concession was indeed substantial. After obtaining the contracting rights, Li Yi promptly set out to explore the 3 islands. After 5 full days of investigation, he thoroughly assessed the conditions of the islands, yielding results that left him exceedingly satisfied. Under the protection of the Jinghai City government, the environmental integrity of the 3 islands remained unscathed, the landscapes were breathtaking, and the usable area was ample enough for Li Yi to unleash his ambitions and undertake grand endeavors. Upon reflection, Li Yi decided to name the smallest of the 3 islands Paradise Island. Although it is the smallest, its proximity to the Rainbow Paradise Resort is advantageous, and there exists a particularly spacious area ideal for constructing a mansion. Li Yi plans to build a luxurious 5-star estate on this island, outfitted with top-notch amenities, transforming it into the most habitable locale where visitors can experience unparalleled comfort. As for the largest island, Li Yi named it Dream Island. This island boasts a rich array of scenic views, surrounded by captivating landscapes. His intention is to develop this island into a sightseeing destination, incorporating the most exquisite attractions and facilities from the system, making it the most enchanting place in the world. The island of intermediate size was designated Rainbow Island. Li Yi plans to erect various entertainment and commercial facilities on this island, specifically designed to host a myriad of activities for the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Of course, this is merely Li Yi's initial development blueprint. Should further superior plans arise, he is prepared to make adjustments accordingly. Li Yi is confident that, with the assistance of the system, these 3 islands will undoubtedly gain worldwide renown, becoming the most coveted tourist sanctuary in the hearts of all. On this day, just after returning from Dream Island, Li Yi's mind was suddenly graced by the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the summer revelry task, earning 5,000 prestige points and a 3-star treasure chest. Upon hearing the notification, a gleam of joy illuminated Li Yi's eyes. At long last, I have completed the final task. Upon the reopening of the Rainbow Paradise Resort, Li Yi received 5 missions from the system, 3 2-star tasks and 2 3-star tasks. He had already accomplished the 3 2-star tasks long ago. After 5 days of diligent effort, Li Yi finally completed the last of the 3-star tasks today. Now, he is poised to unlock the 3-star treasure chest. Returning to his room, he eagerly retrieved the 2 3-star treasure chests from his system backpack. 2 days prior, he had completed one of the 3-star tasks, earning a 3-star treasure chest. However, he had restrained himself from opening it, feeling that it was more prudent to unveil both chests together, as the likelihood of receiving something valuable would increase. Oh, Buddha and the 3 pure ones, may you bless me with radiant fortune this time. With his hands clasped in prayer, Li Yi fervently hoped for a bountiful reward as he opened the first 3-star treasure chest. To his disappointment, the first chest emitted a purple glow. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host. You have acquired an all-automatic aerial drone. As a flash of purple light faded, a sleek black drone emerged from the chest. All-automatic aerial drone. 3-star, a high-tech drone equipped with live streaming capabilities. It can autonomously follow and capture footage. It houses the world's most advanced sports camera, intelligently optimizing live broadcast visuals to provide viewers with an immersive experience akin to being on-site. Attributes: flight speed 200, endurance 200, stability 200. Upon examining the attributes of the drone, Li Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although the item had emerged from a purple glow, its attributes were surprisingly impressive. Not only did it feature the world's leading sports camera, but it also boasted an exceptionally long endurance, making it exceedingly powerful in all aspects. With this all-automatic drone, Li Yi could now showcase the various new facilities of the Rainbow Paradise Resort through live streaming. Chapter 64, Heart of the Ocean Ring. Medical Center upgrade complete. After spending a brief 10 minutes testing the capabilities of this all-automatic drone, Li Yi could not help but marvel at the system's magnificent creation. The drone's functionality was remarkably robust. He needed no manual operation. By simply activating the drone's automatic shooting feature, it could effortlessly follow him and capture footage. The noise during flight was minimal, and the images produced were strikingly clear, rivaling those in cinematic productions. Most impressively, the drone's battery life allowed for uninterrupted live streaming for 5 hours on a full charge, an endurance that surpassed all drones available on the market. After enjoying a brief session with the all-automatic drone, Li Yi stowed it away in his system backpack and opened the second 3-star treasure chest. Buzz! An astonishingly radiant spectrum of light burst forth from the chest. A kaleidoscope of colors. Li Yi's pupils dilated in astonishment. He initially believed that the treasure chest contained only hues of purple and gold. To his surprise, however, a spectrum of colors emerged. Could it be that the items radiating with these vibrant shades possess greater value than those glimmering in gold? With this thought, a glimmer of joy illuminated Li Yi's eyes as he leaned eagerly toward the chest. Suddenly, a blue ring soared from within, enveloped in the dazzling multicolored light. This ring, crafted from an unknown material, boasted an exquisite smoothness, its surface emanating a soft blue glow that was truly enchanting. What could this be? Li Yi's mind raced as he sought to uncover the ring's details. Ocean's Heart Ring. 3 stars. A mysterious ring formed from the essence of oceanic power. Attributes: Charm 5. Ocean Affinity 10. Vitality Recovery Speed 10. Special attribute: when worn, it allows for rapid energy restoration and carries a certain probability of attracting wondrous marine creatures. What? Upon reading the attributes of the blue ring, Li Yi was momentarily taken aback, before a wave of ecstatic joy washed over him. A system equipment. He never anticipated that he would unearth a piece of system gear within the treasure chests awarded by the system for completing tasks. One could obtain items and skills of corresponding star ratings, along with a slim chance of acquiring immensely valuable system equipment. These items possess attributes far superior to ordinary ones, each being utterly unique. However, while the attributes of system gear are formidable, the likelihood of obtaining them is exceedingly low. Li Yi had opened numerous chests before without ever encountering system equipment. Yet today, he had miraculously unearthed a 3-star quality item. How fortunate he felt. Without hesitation, Li Yi adorned his right ring finger with the Ocean's Heart Ring. A refreshing aura immediately emanated from the ring, flooding into his being. Li Yi felt a jolt of energy, as the weariness within him vanished in an instant. Within mere minutes, his vitality surged back to its zenith. Such extraordinary power. Gazing at the Ocean's Heart Ring upon his finger, Li Yi was filled with wonder. He had not expected the ring's magic to be so profound, restoring his energy so swiftly. With the Ocean's Heart Ring, he would have ample vigor to devote to the development of Rainbow Paradise Resort. What marvelous marine creatures might this ring attract? Li Yi mused, his eyes alight with anticipation. According to the system's description, the Ocean's Heart Ring not only facilitates quick energy recovery, but also possesses a remarkable attribute: the potential to allure extraordinary marine beings. If he could activate this special attribute and summon a wondrous creature, it might add an enticing allure to Rainbow Paradise Resort. Alas, this special property does not guarantee activation. Whether he could attract those marvelous marine beings would ultimately depend on Li Yi's fortune. As Li Yi curiously examined the Heart of the Ocean Ring in his hand, a clear notification suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! The medical center has completed its upgrade. Upon hearing this announcement, a smile of joy illuminated Li Yi's face. At long last, the upgrade was complete. After 5 days, the medical center at Rainbow Paradise Resort had successfully been elevated to a 1-star facility. In that moment, Li Yi could no longer focus on the Heart of the Ocean Ring. He eagerly rushed towards the medical center, located in the southeast corner of Rainbow Paradise Resort. The medical center was originally a modest 2-story building with limited space. However, following its upgrade to a 1-star facility, the medical center's area has expanded several times over. Not only has it grown from 2 stories to 5, but 2 additional apartment buildings have also been constructed behind it. These apartments serve as rehabilitation lodgings, boasting over 100 rooms equipped with various professional medical facilities to cater to guests seeking recovery. Li Yi took a tour around the medical center, thoroughly familiarizing himself with its current functionalities. Following the systematic upgrade, the medical center had become remarkably powerful. It was outfitted with the most advanced medical equipment available domestically and possessed a wide array of formidable medical technologies capable of treating various complex ailments. Furthermore, the medical center featured a highly sophisticated physiotherapy and rehabilitation room, replete with cutting-edge therapeutic devices designed for bodily maintenance. Treatments such as cervical and lumbar therapy, as well as full-body massages, proved to be significantly more effective than traditional manual therapies. To ensure the smooth operation of the medical center, Li Yi had proactively recruited 30 system employees 3 days prior. All of these employees were medical professionals, including 5 2-star staff members, each possessing exceptional medical skills. Among these, 3 2-star employees boasted master-level expertise, making them esteemed figures in any top-tier hospital. The capabilities of the remaining 1-star staff were also impressive, their qualifications far surpassing those of medical personnel in outside hospitals. The recruitment of these 30 system employees alone cost Li Yi a substantial 30,000 reputation points, underscoring the importance he placed on the medical center. After touring the medical center and observing its many advanced diagnostic devices, Li Yi dedicated an hour to conducting a comprehensive physical examination. This served not only to check his health for any potential issues, but also to personally experience the capabilities of the upgraded medical center. Ultimately, the results left Li Yi exceedingly satisfied. Aside from minor concerns with his cervical and lumbar regions, all other health indicators were normal, with no abnormalities detected. Oh, but the medical center now boasts a physiotherapy and rehabilitation room, does it not? Since the time remains early, why not indulge in a cervical therapy session and witness its effectiveness? Chapter 65. The powerful effects of physiotherapy, allowing all visitors to enjoy themselves. The physiotherapy rehabilitation room is situated on the 5th floor of the medical center, spanning over 3,000 square meters. This expansive space is adorned with an array of over 100 various physiotherapy devices. Upon entering the room, Li Yi observed 2 young female employees in their 20s diligently calibrating the therapeutic equipment. Despite the abundance of instruments, only these 2 staff members were present. It was not that Li Yi was unwilling to hire more personnel. Rather, the advanced, fully automated therapeutic machines rendered additional manpower unnecessary. The 2 employees were tasked solely with the routine maintenance of the equipment. "Hello, boss." The 2 young women greeted Li Yi with cheerful smiles as he entered. Li Yi nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "Xiao Jiang, how is the calibration of the devices progressing?" The employee named Xiao Jiang responded with an approving gesture, "Rest assured, boss. Xiao Yu and I have successfully calibrated all the machines. There will be no issues." "That's excellent. Our medical center opens to the public tomorrow, so we cannot afford any mishaps." Li Yi scanned the room and asked, "Where's the cervical spine therapy device? I would like to try it out to evaluate the efficacy of these machines." Xiao Jiang pointed toward a row of devices near the window, saying, "It's right over there." Afterward, Xiao Jiang led Li Yi to the window and elaborated, "Boss, this row consists of cervical spine therapy devices, and their therapeutic effects are quite impressive." The design of these devices resembled those electric massagers found in stores. Li Yi casually selected one and took a seat. The room was adorned with large floor-to-ceiling windows, offering an unobstructed view of the vast Dolphin Bay with its stunning scenery. As Li Yi settled into the cervical spine therapy device, he was treated to the breathtaking seascape outside. Following Xiao Jiang's guidance, he removed his jacket and reclined on the device, which was crafted from a high-tech sponge material, providing an exceptionally soft texture. He felt as if he were enveloped in a giant sponge, experiencing an unparalleled comfort. Xiao Jiang pointed to a QR code on the armrest of the device, explaining, "Boss, our cervical spine therapy device is fully automated. Simply scan the QR code with your phone, select your desired therapy package, and you can activate the device to commence your treatment." Upon hearing this, Li Yi promptly took out his phone and scanned the QR code. Shortly thereafter, he accessed a mini program showcasing all available therapy packages: the basic therapy package, the enhanced therapy package, and the premium therapy package. The basic therapy package lasts for half an hour and costs 288 yuan. The duration of the enhanced therapy package is 45 minutes, with a cost of 588 yuan, while the premium therapy package lasts for 1 hour and is priced at 888 yuan. Upon observing the prices of these 3 therapy packages, Li Yi could not help but marvel internally. These prices were not set by him, but were determined automatically by the system. From these figures, it is evident that the therapeutic efficacy of this cervical therapy device is surely extraordinary. After selecting the premium therapy package, Li Yi activated the cervical therapy device. With a gentle hum, the device beneath him trembled slightly and immediately commenced its therapeutic massage on his cervical spine. It was utterly delightful. Li Yi closed his eyes, his face radiating sheer enjoyment. The massage provided by the device was exceptionally soothing, free from any rigidity, resembling the touch of a skilled masseur. Accompanied by gentle waves of warmth, Li Yi felt as though his cervical spine and back were immersed in a luxurious hot spring. Moreover, the device was equipped with a laser scanner that automatically assessed the condition of an individual's cervical spine. It adjusted the massage intensity and positioning based on each person's unique requirements, ensuring maximum correction and therapy without causing any harm to the cervical spine. In today's society, due to the demands of high-intensity work and the proliferation of smartphones, many individuals suffer from varying degrees of cervical spondylosis, Li Yi included. Though his condition was not severe, prolonged periods of looking down at work or his phone would lead to discomfort in his neck. At this moment, under the soothing massage of the cervical therapy device, Li Yi distinctly felt a tingling sensation in his cervical spine, accompanied by an indescribable sense of comfort throughout his entire body. As time passed, an hour swiftly elapsed. When the device ceased its operation, Li Yi lazily opened his eyes and sat up from the therapy chair. It felt incredible. He gently moved his neck, and a look of astonishment graced his face. The therapeutic results of the device exceeded his expectations. Although Li Yi had only undergone a single session, he felt an unprecedented relief in his shoulders and neck, even experiencing enhanced clarity in his vision. With a few more sessions, his cervical spondylosis might be completely alleviated. After his experience with the cervical therapy device, he explored several other therapeutic instruments. Without exception, each device yielded remarkably potent effects. After an entire suite of therapies, Li Yi felt as though he had shed several pounds, as if he had been reborn. Having thoroughly experienced the offerings of the therapy room, Li Yi departed from the medical center, deeply satisfied with the upgraded facility. With the ongoing development of the Rainbow Paradise Resort, it was certain that the influx of visitors would continue to grow. As the number of people increased, the likelihood of unforeseen situations arising also heightened. Li Yi recalled several instances during his previous visits to attractions where he had witnessed tourists experiencing sudden health issues. Certain scenic spots lack medical facilities, and even the most basic clinics are absent. Tourists are left with no choice but to leave the area and seek treatment at the nearest hospital. In severe cases, delays in receiving care can jeopardize their lives. Li Yi's ambition is to transform the Rainbow Paradise Resort into the most sought-after destination in the world, ensuring that every visitor enjoys an unparalleled experience. To this end, he constructed a medical center to safeguard the well-being of guests. With this facility in place, visitors to the Rainbow Paradise Resort need no longer worry about unexpected health issues. Even those with chronic ailments can indulge in the joys of vacation without apprehension. Chapter 66. The college entrance examination has concluded, and my parents and sister have arrived at the resort. A night of silence passed. The following morning at 11, after a brief tidying up, Li Yi eagerly drove to the bus station at Dolphin Bay. The annual college entrance examination had officially come to a close yesterday. After 2 days of intense effort, Li Ruoxue successfully completed her exams, finally liberated. As soon as the exams ended, she could hardly wait to visit the Rainbow Paradise Resort. He Xiaomei and Li Jiangguo had not seen Li Yi for several months and missed him dearly. After some discussion, they decided to bring Li Ruoxue to the resort today. Upon hearing this news, Li Yi felt immense joy and prepared to personally greet them at the bus station. The bus station at Dolphin Bay was not too far from the Rainbow Paradise Resort. After about 10 minutes of driving, Li Yi arrived. He waited at the entrance for approximately 20 minutes before spotting Li Ruoxue, her pink backpack slung over her shoulder, smiling brightly as she emerged with He Xiaomei and Li Jiangguo. Today, Li Ruoxue wore a white dress, her lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders. Adorned with a pink hairpin, she exuded a pure and enchanting aura, radiating youthful vibrancy that caught the attention of passers-by. Upon seeing the trio, a wave of excitement washed over Li Yi, and he waved enthusiastically, calling out, "Ruoxue, I'm here, brother." Upon catching sight of Li Yi, Li Ruoxue rushed over, embracing him tightly, her face glowing with happiness. After spinning her around, Li Yi gently set her down and asked with a smile, "Ruoxue, I heard this year's exam questions were quite challenging. How did you perform? Did you manage to keep your composure?" With her chin held high and a proud expression, Li Ruoxue replied, "Of course. You should remember who your sister is. Those questions were nothing to me." She clung to Li Yi's arm, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she asked, "Brother, you promised that if I got into Tsinghua or Peking University, you'd buy me anything I wanted. Is that true?" "Absolutely." With a grand gesture, Li Yi exuberantly declared, "As long as you can gain admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, I shall bestow upon you a red envelope of 1 million. Purchase whatever your heart desires." "Really?" Li Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing his words. 1 million. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a sum. Li Yi affectionately tousled her hair and chuckled. "Of course it's true. When have I ever deceived you?" "That's wonderful," Li Ruoxue exclaimed, leaping with joy. "Brother, please prepare my red envelope in advance. This time, I am certain I will be accepted into Tsinghua or Peking." Just as Li Ruoxue reveled in her excitement, He Xiaomei and Li Jiangguo approached Li Yi. "Xiao Yi, you've lost weight again," He Xiaomei said with concern. "I told you not to push yourself so hard. What will happen if you exhaust your health?" Li Yi smiled reassuringly. "Mom, don't worry. I'm in great health." He took the suitcase from He Xiaomei's hands and added, "Let us go. My car is parked just outside the station. In just 10 minutes, we shall arrive at my resort." "Brother, did you buy a car?" Li Ruoxue asked, her face lighting up with surprise. Li Yi nodded with a smile. "I just purchased it a couple of days ago. Having a car is certainly more convenient." As they approached his vehicle, Li Ruoxue and the others were taken aback by what they saw. Li Yi had bought a striking red Porsche Cayenne. While it may not be classified as a luxury vehicle, it was valued at over 1 million and appeared exceptionally stunning. "Xiao Yi, how much did you pay for this car?" Li Jiangguo couldn't help but caress the Porsche Cayenne, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He had always been fond of cars and enjoyed watching automotive shows since childhood. Although he had acquired his driver's license 2 decades ago, financial difficulties had prevented him from purchasing a vehicle until now. The total cost of this car was around 1.2 million. Noticing Li Jiangguo's enthusiasm for the Porsche, Li Yi smiled. "Dad, if you like this car, feel free to take it home. I can buy another one." Li Jiangguo quickly waved his hand. No. I'm just an ordinary worker. I can't afford to drive such a fine vehicle." He Xiaomei chimed in. "Xiao Yi, your father is getting on in years and won't be driving much anyway. You should keep this car for yourself." Li Yi smiled gently. "All right. I will purchase another car for Dad in the future." In his childhood, whenever he wished for a toy, Li Jiangguo always fulfilled his desires. Now that he had grown, it was only fitting that he return the favor. When Li Jiangguo and the others returned home, he would surprise them. Before long, Li Yi drove them back to the Rainbow Paradise Resort. "Wow, so many tourists," Li Ruoxue exclaimed, unable to contain her astonishment at the throngs of visitors at the resort. Though she had long been aware of the immense popularity of Li Yi's resort, she was still taken aback by the sheer number of visitors. No wonder Li Yi could earn such substantial sums in mere days. "Brother, why don't you extend the duration of the summer carnival at your resort?" Li Ruoxue lamented, casting a wistful glance around her. Recently, the summer carnival at Rainbow Paradise Resort had been all the rage online. She had originally intended to participate in the festivities, but regrettably, the carnival lasted only 7 days and had concluded 2 days prior. Noticing the disappointment in Li Ruoxue's eyes, Li Yi chuckled and replied, "Don't worry. In a couple of days, I shall host a bonfire banquet for you. You can invite all your classmates and friends, and I will treat them to a delightful experience at Rainbow Paradise Resort." Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she embraced Li Yi. "Brother, you are truly wonderful." Her friends had long admired Rainbow Paradise Resort. If she were to tell them that Li Yi was organizing a bonfire banquet specifically for her, they would undoubtedly be envious. "Father, Mother, it's already noon. Let us first dine at the restaurant, and afterward, I will take you to your accommodation." Li Yi temporarily placed He Xiaomei and the others' luggage at the resort's front desk and led them toward the dining area. to welcome his parents. Li Yi had prepared a lavish lunch in the restaurant. Under his guidance, He Xiaomei and the others soon arrived at a private room on the second floor of the restaurant. Inside, 3 individuals awaited their arrival. Upon seeing these 3, the eyes of Li Ruoshui and her companions widened in disbelief. Chapter 67. The enthusiastic reception of the distinguished guests. The joy of parents and sister. The 3 individuals seated in the private room were none other than Xiang Tianhua, Tai Xinlan, and Lu Xiaofei. Lu Xiaofei, Li Ruoshui exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement as she covered her mouth in astonishment. As one of the most celebrated actresses in Huaxia, Lu Xiaofei boasted millions of fans, and many young people adored her. Li Ruoshui was no exception. While she was not a fervent fan, she greatly enjoyed the dramas in which Lu Xiaofei starred. Recently, upon learning that Lu Xiaofei had collaborated with Li Yi and become the spokesperson for Rainbow Paradise Resort, she had even called Li Yi to request a signed photo of Lu Xiaofei. Little did she expect that Li Yi would invite Lu Xiaofei to join them for dinner today. Not only was Li Ruoshui taken aback, but Li Jianguo and He Xiaomei were equally astonished, unable to believe their eyes. Although they did not recognize Lu Xiaofei and Tai Xinlan, they instantly recognized Xiang Tianhua, a legendary superstar who had captivated all of Huaxia in their youth. Regardless of whether it is He Xiaomei or Li Jianguo, both hold a profound admiration for the films directed by Xiang Tianhua, particularly Li Jianguo. He has watched every film crafted by Xiang Tianhua, and not merely once. Upon encountering the esteemed filmmaker in person, Li Jianguo was utterly bewildered. Earlier, when Li Yi mentioned inviting Xiang Tianhua to dine with him, Li Jianguo had thought it was mere bravado. Yet, astonishment enveloped him when Li Yi actually brought Xiang Tianhua along today. It was simply unbelievable. Xiang Tianhua and his companions, upon seeing Li Jianguo, He Xiaomei, and Li Ruoshui, promptly rose to their feet, greeting them with palpable enthusiasm. You must be the father of Boss Li. I am Xiang Tianhua, and it is a pleasure to meet you. Xiang Tianhua extended his hand to Li Jianguo, beaming as he continued. I hear from Boss Li that you are quite fond of my films. It is a true honor to discover I have such a devoted fan like you. I must ensure we share a drink together today. Li Jianguo was taken aback by Xiang Tianhua's warm demeanor, rendered momentarily speechless, nervously nodding in response. All right. He never imagined that such a prominent star would exhibit such friendliness towards him. Wasn't Xiang Tianhua known for being rather aloof, often described as serious and unsmiling? Today, however, he seemed entirely different. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Tai Xinlan firmly grasped He Xiaomei's hand, her face radiant with a smile as she said, You must be Boss Li's mother. I am Tai Xinlan, a friend of Boss Li. It is a pleasure to meet you. He Xiaomei nodded fervently. Although she was unaware of Tai Xinlan's true identity, her attire and demeanor clearly indicated that she was no ordinary individual. Tai Xinlan, holding He Xiaomei's hand, exclaimed with admiration, Sister, you are truly beautiful. I was wondering how Boss Li could be so handsome. It turns out he inherited your genes. Hearing Tai Xinlan's compliment, a hint of bashfulness crossed He Xiaomei's face. Oh no, you flatter me. Though slightly shy, a glimmer of joy shone in her eyes. It was not merely about the flattery regarding her appearance, but rather the delight in Tai Xinlan praising Li Yi's handsomeness. What mother does not relish hearing commendations about her child? Undeniably, Tai Xinlan possessed an impressive social acumen. With just a few words, she had He Xiaomei smiling broadly, quickly fostering a sense of camaraderie. As for Lu Xiaofei, she too was actively engaging, albeit not as adeptly as Xiang Tianhua and Tai Xinlan in social interactions. Nevertheless, she understood how to connect with a young lady like Li Ruoshui. With a smile, she greeted Li Ruoshui and presented her with a personal art portfolio, saying, Ruoshui, I heard from Boss Li that you would like a signed photo of mine. This is my recently published portfolio, and it contains my autograph for you. Do take a look and see if you like it. Li Ruoshui received the portfolio with a look of delight, opening it to peruse its contents. On the front page of the art album, not only was there Lu Xiaofei's autograph, but also a heartfelt inscription, wishing my dear sister Li Ruoshui great success and everlasting happiness. Li Ruoshui, cradling the album as if it were a treasured possession, exclaimed with excitement, Thank you, Sister Xiaofei. I adore this album, and I will cherish it dearly. Just receiving a signed album from Lu Xiaofei was already a source of immense joy for Li Ruoshui. Little did she expect that Lu Xiaofei would not only gift her a signed album, but also pen a personal blessing within it. This was simply marvelous. If her classmates were to see this signed album, they would undoubtedly be envious to tears. With a warm smile, Lu Xiaofei reassured Li Ruoshui, There's no need for such formality. Your brother and I are good friends, so if you ever desire anything, just let me know. Li Ruoshui was taken aback by Lu Xiaofei's kindness, her face lighting up with a blissful smile. Sister Xiaofei, you are truly wonderful. Seeing the happiness radiating from his parents and Li Ruoshui, Li Yi allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. It seemed that inviting Xiang Tianhua and the others over for dinner was indeed a wise decision. Regardless of whether Xiang Tianhua and his companions were being amiable to curry favor with him, as long as it brought joy to Li Jianguo and the others, that was sufficient. Li Yi cheerfully called out to everyone, Please, have a seat. I've arranged for the kitchen to prepare a delightful feast. Let us eat and converse. Absolutely. Let us enjoy our meal while we chat. Xiang Tianhua enthusiastically guided Li Jianguo to a seat, grinning as he said, Brotherly, the dishes at your restaurant are simply exquisite, a culinary masterpiece. You must indulge today. Indeed. Iron Heart Lan nodded in agreement, adding with a smile, In all my years, I have never tasted such delectable cuisine as that found in Brother Li's restaurant. Witnessing Xiang Tianhua and Iron Heart Lan sing the praises of Li Yi's restaurant, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Li Jianguo's eyes. They had heard online that the dishes at Rainbow Paradise Resort were remarkably delicious, with some even traveling there solely for the gastronomic experience. They wondered if Li Yi's restaurant truly lived up to the legendary reputation. Under Li Yi's careful orchestration, soon the restaurant staff entered the private room, bearing platters of culinary delights. Upon seeing these mouth-watering dishes, Li Jiangguo, He Xiaomei, and Li Ruoxue could hardly suppress their salivation. The allure of the food was irresistible. Not only Li Jiangguo, but even Xiang Tianhua and his companions found themselves captivated by the spread before them. Their eyes glued to the table as they drooled uncontrollably. They realized that Li Yi had prepared an array of new delicacies they had never encountered before. Chapter 68, a lavish feast and exquisite wines prepared by Li Yi. In celebration of his parents and Li Ruoxue's arrival, Li Yi had meticulously arranged a grand banquet. Apart from the exquisite 4-star golden deep-sea cod, Li Yi has meticulously prepared a total of 12 3-star culinary delights. Among these 12 dishes, 5 are novel creations recently developed by the restaurant. As Xiang Tianhua gazed upon the lavish spread of tantalizing delicacies, he could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. During his initial visit to the Rainbow Paradise Resort with Zhang Wan and others, Li Yi had only prepared 6 3-star dishes. However, today, in honor of his parents and sister, he has gone to great lengths to prepare a full dozen, underscoring the profound regard he holds for his family. At that moment, Xiang Tianhua silently resolved to cultivate a good rapport with Li Jiangguo. He understood that by winning over Li Jiangguo, and given Li Yi's deep commitment to his loved ones, he would surely be remembered when future opportunities arose. Not only Xiang Tianhua, but Tai Xinlan also exhibited a fleeting glimmer of intrigue in her eyes. Just a few days prior, she had personally experienced Li Yi's therapeutic culinary techniques and was astounded by his mastery in beauty enhancement. As a prominent figure in the entertainment industry, she was well acquainted with the beauty sector and knew nearly all the renowned beauty experts domestically and internationally. Yet, when compared to Li Yi's exceptional skills, those experts seemed trivial. Furthermore, through her recent interactions with Li Yi, Tai Xinlan realized that the influence he wielded was far more formidable than she had initially perceived. Establishing a favorable relationship with Li Yi promised unimaginable benefits in the future. Li Yi gestured toward the golden cod before Li Jiangguo and the others, introducing it with enthusiasm. Dad, Mom, Ruoxue, this is our resort's most famous 4-star dish. The golden deep-sea cod. The flavor is exquisite. You must try it. Upon hearing this, Li Jiangguo and the others eagerly took pieces of the golden cod and curiously sampled it. Delicious. As soon as Li Ruoxue tasted a bite, her eyes widened in disbelief. Filled with overwhelming astonishment, the flavor of the golden cod was simply divine. The meat was incredibly tender and melted in her mouth. The exquisite taste left her yearning for more. Oh my, is it possible for fish to taste this good? Li Jiangguo and He Xiaomei were equally astounded, utterly captivated by the sublime flavor of the golden cod. They were aware that the dishes at Li Yi's restaurant were exceptional, but they could never have anticipated such a level of culinary delight. It was truly a gastronomic marvel. Not only Li Jiangguo and his family, but even Xiang Tianhua, who had previously relished the golden cod, could not help but exclaim, "This golden cod is simply divine. No matter how many times I eat it, it remains equally delightful." Indeed, Tai Xinlan, rarely in agreement with Xiang Tianhua, chimed in with a look of rapture. "This golden cod is truly never tiresome. If I could indulge in such culinary masterpieces every day, it would be sheer bliss." In just a few moments, Li Jiangguo and the others devoured the golden cod completely. "Xiao Yi, the golden cod your restaurant serves is indeed delectable. I have never tasted anything so exquisite." He Xiaomei licked her lips, praising with unfulfilled enthusiasm. Li Yi, smiling, replied, "As long as you enjoy it. From now on, I shall have the kitchen prepare a golden codfish dish for you every day, so you can indulge to your heart's content." "Really, brother?" Li Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement. "If we could savor such delicious cod every day, life would be absolutely splendid." Li Yi grinned. "Of course it's true. Eat as much as you desire." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Xiang Tianhua and his companions couldn't help but be astonished, thinking how extraordinarily generous Li Yi was to his family. It is worth noting that the price of this golden deep-sea codfish is far from modest. A single fish could cost tens of thousands of yuan. Even for Xiang Tianhua and the others, it would be impossible to feast on it daily. Li Yi turned to Li Jiangguo, smiling. "Dad, you enjoy drinking, don't you? Today, I've specially prepared a fine bottle of wine for you to taste and see how it pleases your palate." With that, Li Yi rose and retrieved 2 bottles of wine from the cabinet in the private room. The bottles were of different hues. One was red, the other of vibrant green. The red bottle was adorned with a beautifully carved phoenix in flight, while the green bottle featured an intricately sculpted azure dragon. Both the phoenix and the dragon were lifelike, resembling exquisite pieces of art, and were strikingly beautiful. Upon seeing the 2 bottles of wine Li Yi had brought out, Li Jiangguo's eyes brightened instantly. He harbored 2 great passions in life, automobiles and fine wine. For decades, he had indulged in a few sips each day. However, despite his fondness for drinking, Li Jiangguo exercised remarkable restraint and never indulged excessively. Throughout the years, he had never let alcohol interfere with his responsibilities. Consequently, He Xiaomei never concerned herself with his drinking habits. Yet, due to their modest circumstances, Li Jiangguo typically consumed ordinary white liquor priced around 20 to 30 yuan a bottle, never having tasted any truly fine wine. This time, Li Yi had specifically purchased 2 exceptional bottles from the system's marketplace to honor his father. These 2 bottles were Tianfeng wine and Qinglong wine. Tianfeng wine, 3 stars, an exquisite fruit wine crafted from 100 varieties of fresh fruits and medicinal herbs, featuring a fragrant and rich taste, infused with the essence of myriad fruits. Attributes: taste 8, aroma 8. Special attribute: consuming it nourishes the body and enhances immunity. Qinglong wine, 3 stars, a superior spirit brewed from premium grains and a selection of rare medicinal herbs, boasting a robust aroma and an unforgettable aftertaste. Attributes, flavor 8. Aroma 8. Special attribute, drinking it invigorates the blood, dispels internal cold, and boosts the body's immunity. Both Tianfeng and Qinglong wines reached a quality of 3 stars, surpassing the flavor of ordinary white liquors on the market, while also possessing special benefits that greatly enhance one's health. In order to support Li Yi and Li Ruoxue's education, Li Jiangguo had scarcely taken a break over the past few decades, leaving him with many hidden ailments. Since Li Jiangguo enjoyed drinking, Li Yi decided to use wine as a means to help restore his father's health. Xiao Yi, quickly pour me a glass to taste, Li Jiangguo exclaimed eagerly, grasping a wine glass as he addressed Li Yi. With a slight smile, Li Yi uncorked the bottle of Qinglong wine. In the next moment, a robust aroma of the spirit surged forth from the bottle, instantly enveloping the entire private room. Upon inhaling this intoxicating fragrance, both Li Jiangguo and Xiang Tianhua's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance, their faces betraying an expression of pure ecstasy. What a fragrant wine! Chapter 69, Tianfeng Qinglong. An unparalleled exquisite wine priced at 500,000 per bottle. Like Li Jiangguo, Xiang Tianhua was also an aficionado of fine wines. To house his collection, he had meticulously constructed an underground wine cellar in his villa, filled with an array of exquisite wines sourced from around the globe. His collection boasted the likes of Huaxia's Special Maotai, 60-year-old Qinghua Fengjiu, the Grand Henri 4 Champagne Brandy, limited edition Isle of Islay Whiskey, and the illustrious 1982 Lafite. Almost every renowned top-tier wine, both domestic and international, could be found within Xiang Tianhua's cellar. However, despite his extensive experience with fine wines, Xiang Tianhua had never encountered a fragrance as potent as that of the Qinglong wine. The enticing aroma instantly awakened the wine connoisseur within him, igniting an insatiable craving. If someone as seasoned as Xiang Tianhua was so captivated, one could only imagine the anticipation of Li Jiangguo. He fixated on the Qinglong wine in Li Yi's hand, unable to suppress his saliva, nearly drooling in anticipation. As Li Jiangguo's eager gaze remained fixed on him, Li Yi lifted the bottle and poured him a glass. With the pouring of the wine, an even more intense fragrance wafted through the air. Unlike ordinary wines, the aroma of Qinglong wine was not only alluring but also intertwined with a subtle medicinal scent that invigorated the senses. After pouring Li Jiangguo's glass, Li Yi turned to Xiang Tianhua with a smile and asked, "Mr. Xiang, would you care for a glass as well?" "Absolutely. Pour me a glass too." Xiang Tianhua nodded eagerly, lifting his glass with anticipation. Such an enticing wine was certainly worth savoring. Li Yi, with a smile, poured Xiang Tianhua a glass as well. Why is this wine green?" Xiang Tianhua exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the Qinglong wine in his glass. Unlike other clear spirits, the Qinglong wine exhibited a delicate green hue, reminiscent of jade, exceptionally beautiful. Li Jiangguo also noted this peculiarity. However, at that moment, he was too eager to appreciate the color of the Qinglong wine. He lifted his glass and downed it in one go. Witnessing this, Xiang Tianhua could not contain himself either, and, like Li Jiangguo, tilted his head back and finished the contents of his glass. As the Qinglong wine entered his mouth, it exploded like a firecracker, igniting a fiery sensation within Xiang Tianhua. He felt as though he had consumed a boiling copper essence, with every pore in his body opening wide in response. Sweat cascaded from his body like water gushing from a broken dam, instantly drenching him from head to toe. This deluge of perspiration, akin to a torrential downpour, swiftly extinguished the scorching waves of heat enveloping him. In that moment, a line of poetry flashed through Xiang Tianhua's mind. The wildfires cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings new life. After consuming a cup of Qinglong wine, Xiang Tianhua felt as though his body had transformed into a vibrant prairie, rejuvenated after the ravages of fire, exuding vitality and a profound sense of rebirth. What a splendid wine. After a while, both Xiang Tianhua and Li Jiangguo, savoring the moment, spontaneously erupted into applause. Although the Qinglong wine possessed a slight spiciness, its flavor was remarkably rich and full-bodied. Upon finishing their drinks, they felt a sense of unparalleled comfort, as if they had been cleansed from the inside out. Moreover, unlike other wines, this Qinglong was fiery yet did not induce any dizziness or discomfort. "Bossly, your wine is simply extraordinary. It is truly the legendary nectar of the gods." Xiang Tianhua could not help but exclaim, his face radiating with delight. Though his cellar housed countless fine wines, none could rival this Qinglong from Li Yi. Observing Xiang Tianhua's enraptured expression, Tai Xinlan, his ex-wife, regarded him with a spark of curiosity. As someone well acquainted with his discerning palate, she knew he was notoriously picky about his wine, generally dismissing anything less than exceptional. Yet today, he was utterly captivated by this bottle presented by Li Yi. This was indeed astonishing. Could this wine truly be that extraordinary? Contemplating this, Tai Xinlan lifted her glass and addressed Li Yi. "Bossly, please pour me a glass as well." With a smile, Li Yi replied, "Miss Tai, this Qinglong wine is too potent for a lady. Why not try this Tianfeng wine instead?" He then uncorked the bottle of Tianfeng wine, releasing an irresistible aroma of fruit. Upon inhaling this delightful scent, Li Ruoxue could not suppress a swallow, raising her glass and sweetly imploring, "Bro, I want a glass too." He Xiaomei frowned slightly and gently reprimanded, "How old are you? You shouldn't be drinking." Li Ruoxue pouted, feeling wronged, and muttered softly, "If I can't drink, then fine. No need to be so fierce." Li Yi chuckled and reassured his Xiaomei, "Mom, it's alright. This wine is made from a blend of various fruits, offering great health benefits. Both you and Ruoxue should have a little today." Hearing this, Li Ruoxue's eyes sparkled, and she sweetly pleaded with his Xiaomei, "Mom, my brother says it's fine to drink. Just let me have a glass." Though hesitant, his Xiaomei, conceding to Li Yi's words, reluctantly nodded and instructed Li Ruoxue. Only one glass. All right. Li Ruoxua eagerly nodded her head, a beaming smile on her face as she presented her cup to Li Yi. Li Yi picked up the exquisite bottle of Tianfeng liquor and poured a glass for each of Li Ruoxua, He Xiaomei, Lu Xiaofei, and Tai Xinlan. The liquor was truly stunning. Upon seeing the deep crimson hue of the Tianfeng liquor in her glass, Tai Xinlan and the others could not help but exclaim in awe. The color resembled red amber, radiantly beautiful. They all lifted their glasses, unable to contain their anticipation, and took a sip. As the delightful taste of Tianfeng liquor graced their palates, their eyes widened in surprise, filled with sheer delight. It was simply exquisite. The liquor had a smooth and rich flavor, delicious and fragrant, making it an exceptional treat. Tai Xinlan, having sampled various fine wines thanks to Xiang Tianhua, had never encountered such a delectable fruit wine. No wonder Xiang Tianhua had been so enamored earlier. As everyone savored the moment, Xiang Tianhua impatiently inquired of Li Yi, "Boss Li, do you still have these two types of liquor available? I am willing to pay 500,000 per bottle for a few." Upon hearing Xiang Tianhua's words, Li Jiangguo, who had just lifted his glass to take another sip, nearly dropped it in shock, his eyes wide as saucers. 500,000 per bottle. He could hardly believe that Xiang Tianhua was prepared to pay such an extravagant sum for these two bottles. It was utterly absurd. If that was the price, then the sip he had just taken must be worth several thousand. Chapter 70. The contest sparked by fine wine. The astonishment of Li Jiangguo and others. Not only was Li Jiangguo astonished. Upon hearing that Xiang Tianhua was willing to pay 500,000 per bottle for Tianfeng liquor and Qinglong liquor, He Xiaomei and Li Ruoxua were equally taken aback. Unable to trust their ears. They had never imagined that these two bottles could fetch such a high price. That amount could easily buy a house in Jinghai City. In contrast to the shock of Li Jiangguo and his companions, Tai Xinlan and Lu Xiaofei remained remarkably composed, their expressions devoid of any surprise. On one hand, they were well-versed and had encountered far more extravagant wines. They had even seen bottles priced at $1 million each. On the other hand, they understood that the price Xiang Tianhua proposed was not exorbitant. The two bottles Li Yi presented today could be considered celestial brews. Compared to the high-end liquors domestically or the finest wines internationally, these two were in a league of their own. If auctioned, they would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price. A glimmer of desire appeared in Tai Xinlan's eyes as she addressed Li Yi, "Boss Li, I too am willing to offer the same price for a few bottles of Tianfeng liquor and Qinglong liquor. I wonder if you have any extras?" In Huaxia, where relationships hold great significance, reciprocity is highly valued. Li Yi's Tianfeng liquor and Qinglong liquor were not only visually stunning, but also possessed an exquisite flavor. They were truly perfect gifts. Tai Xinlan planned to purchase a few bottles to reserve for future gifting occasions. Upon observing Tai Xinlan's desire to purchase Tianfeng wine and Qinglong wine, Xiang Tianhua became anxious and remarked to her, "You seldom drink. Why would you buy these two types of wine?" Tai Xinlan glanced at Xiang Tianhua with an indifferent expression and replied, "Just because I do not drink. Does that mean I cannot gift them to someone? Xiang, your concern seems rather excessive." Incensed, Xiang Tianhua trembled with fury, ready to retort. However, Li Yi quickly intervened, saying, "Xiang, Tai, it is merely a few bottles of wine. Let us not allow this to disrupt our harmony. To be frank, my stock of Tianfeng wine and Qinglong wine is also limited. If you wish for them, I can only offer each of you one bottle." Though both wines were merely of 3-star quality, their availability was exceedingly scarce. Given Li Yi's current reputation, he could purchase only 2 bottles each day. Initially, he had no intention to sell these wines, but since Xiang Tianhua and Tai Xinlan had honored him with their request, he felt reluctant to decline. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, a glimmer of regret flickered in Xiang Tianhua's eyes as he conceded, "Very well. 1 bottle it shall be, better than none. Li, please do inform me at the earliest opportunity if you acquire more of these wines in the future." With that, he promptly transferred 1 million to Li Yi via his mobile phone. Observing this, Tai Xinlan similarly sent over 1 million. Witnessing Li Yi's swift acquisition of 2 million within the blink of an eye left Li Jiangguo and the others utterly astounded. Just days earlier, when Li Yi had claimed to have earned 20 million in 2 days, they had struggled to believe him, thinking he might have exaggerated. Yet now, they were wholly convinced. With Li Yi's astonishing earning speed, earning 100 million in 2 days seemed entirely plausible. "Xiao Yi, you should keep this wine. Do not let it go to waste. We can simply enjoy some ordinary wine," Li Jiangguo suggested, handing the Qinglong wine back to Li Yi. This single bottle was worth tens of thousands, equivalent to half a year's salary for him. He simply could not afford such an extravagant indulgence. Li Yi, holding the bottle of Qinglong wine, smiled at Li Jiangguo and said, "Father, regardless of its cost, this wine is meant to be savored. Today, indulge without concern for the price." With that, Li Yi disregarded Li Jiangguo's objections and poured him another glass. Even if this bottle were valued at 500,000, it was worth it for Li Jiangguo's happiness. Under Li Yi's insistence, the group relished both Tianfeng and Qinglong wines while savoring the delectable dishes laid before them. Before long, they had consumed every last morsel, leaving no remnants behind. After satisfying their appetites, Xiang Tianhua and his companions took their leave from the Rainbow Paradise Resort. As individuals in the entertainment industry, their schedules were exceedingly demanding, and managing to spare time to dine with Li Jiangguo was no small feat now that the meal had concluded. They needed to return to their respective responsibilities. After escorting Tianhua and the others out of the restaurant, Li Yi brought his parents to the vacation rental at the resort. Knowing that Li Jiangguo and the others were visiting the Rainbow Paradise Resort today, Li Yi had specifically reserved 2 accommodations for them. Upon seeing the lodgings he had prepared, Li Ruoxua was instantly filled with excitement. "Wow, is this really one of the 15 dreamlike lodgings mentioned online? It's absolutely stunning." During this time, the 15 lodgings at Rainbow Paradise Resort had created a significant buzz online. with many netizens deeming them among the most desirable accommodations in the world. Unfortunately, the price was exorbitantly high, amounting to 888 yuan per night, and there were no vacancies available, an unfortunate reality. Li Ruoxuan never imagined that she would one day have the opportunity to stay in one of these lodgings. Mom, you and Dad should stay in these 2 lodgings for now. The environment is serene and quite comfortable. If you need anything, just let me know. Li Yi said with a smile to Hishome. Glancing at the luxurious lodgings, Hishome expressed her concerns. Xiao Yi, won't our stay here interfere with your business? Li Yi linked his arm with Hishome's and reassured her, Mom, it's just 2 lodgings. There's no impact at all. You and Dad can relax and enjoy your stay. With that, Li Yi grabbed the suitcase and led Hishome and Li Jiangguo into the accommodations. As for Li Ruoxua, there was no need for him to call her. She joyfully shouted and rushed into the lodging prepared for her, brimming with excitement. Knowing Li Ruoxua adored cherry blossoms, he had specially arranged a cherry blossom-themed lodging for her. Upon entering, surrounded by an abundance of cherry blossom decor, Li Ruoxua couldn't contain her exhilaration and let out a delighted squeal, her face illuminated with joy. This lodging was simply breathtaking, almost identical to the home she had always envisioned. After exploring the space, her excitement became too much to bear. She took out her phone and eagerly initiated a group video call with a few of her close friends. Today, she intended to let them experience the true meaning of envy and jealousy. Chapter 71. Friends Envy. Li Ruoxua's invitation. As Li Ruoxua started the group video chat, 5 vibrant young women soon appeared on the screen. Jinghai City No. 1 High School operated on a boarding system, and Li Ruoxua typically resided in the school's dormitory, returning home only on weekends. These 5 girls were her roommates, and although they were not in the same class, they were all seniors at Jinghai City No. 1 High School. The 6 had spent 3 years together, fostering a deep bond. Ruoxua, weren't you going to your brother's resort? How do you have time to video chat with us? One asked. Ruoxua, is your brother's resort fun? Is it really as beautiful as they say online? Another chimed in. Where are you right now? That room behind you looks stunning. As the video call connected, a chorus of eager inquiries erupted from the group. Li Ruoxua chuckled and addressed the 5 individuals. I am currently residing in my brother's charming vacation rental. Isn't it beautiful? With that, she raised her phone, panning around the room to showcase its splendor. Upon witnessing the enchanting scenes within, her 5 roommates could not contain their astonishment. Wow, what a stunning room. Is this one of the 15 2-star lodgings at Rainbow Paradise Resort? It's simply exquisite. I heard these lodgings cost 888 yuan per night. Ruoxua, your brother is incredibly generous to arrange such a splendid place for you. Seeing the envy in their eyes, Li Ruoxua beamed with pride, stating, my brother dotes on me the most. Just this afternoon, he even invited Xiang Tianhua and Lu Xiaofei to join us for a meal. What? The moment they heard Li Ruoxua's words, her roommates' eyes widened in disbelief, their expressions rife with incredulity. Is that true? Ruoxua, does your brother really have such connections? He managed to invite stars like Xiang Tianhua and Lu Xiaofei to dine with you? You must be joking, given their status. How could they possibly join you for a meal? At that moment, the skepticism from her 5 roommates was palpable. It was no surprise, as Li Ruoxua's claim seemed utterly implausible. Xiang Tianhua and Lu Xiaofei were among the most prominent celebrities in China. Particularly, Xiang Tianhua was a titan of the entertainment industry, his stature transcending that of an ordinary star. Years prior, a billionaire in China had offered 5 million yuan to have a meal with Xiang Tianhua and his family, only to be dismissed without a second thought. How could Li Ruoxua's brother, no matter how remarkable, compare to such a billionaire? Noticing their disbelief, Li Ruoxua quickly retrieved photos from her phone, posting one in the group chat. Why would I deceive you? Look, here is a picture of me with Xiang Tianhua and Lu Xiaofei. Upon hearing this, her friends eagerly opened the chat to view the photo. In it, Xiang Tianhua and Lu Xiaofei were seated beside Li Ruoxua, their faces adorned with warm smiles. The sight left her roommates gasping in astonishment. As they struggled to comprehend the reality of the situation, they could hardly believe that Li Ruoxua's claims were indeed true. Her brother had truly managed to invite Xiang Tianhua and Lu Xiaofei. This was astonishing. With a triumphant smile, Li Ruoxua produced the signed album that Lu Xiaofei had gifted her, exclaiming, look, this is the signed album that Sister Xiaofei just gave me. Not only does it bear her autograph, but it also includes her heartfelt graduation wishes for me. As she flipped through the album to show her friends Lu Xiaofei's signature, envy flickered in their eyes. Ah, I am utterly envious. I too yearn for a brother like that. Ruoxua, does your brother have a girlfriend? If not, I would gladly accept the role of your sister-in-law. From this day forth, let us each refer to one another in our respective titles. I shall call you sister, and you shall call me sister-in-law. Observing the eagerness of her companions vying to become her sister-in-law, Li Ruoxua huffed playfully. You lot are merely seeking to take advantage of me. I went out of my way to ask Sister Xiaofei for a signature for each of you. Upon hearing Li Ruoxua's words, the eyes of the 5 friends sparkled with excitement as they impatiently inquired, Ruoxua, did you truly manage to obtain the signatures for us? Like Li Ruoxua, they too held a deep admiration for Lu Xiaofei. When Li Ruoxua had previously called Li Yi to request a signed photo from Lu Xiaofei, they had asked her to procure one for them as well. To their astonishment, she had actually succeeded in acquiring Lu Xiaofei's autograph today. But that was not all. Li Ruoxua, with a triumphant expression, produced 5 notebooks from her backpack and announced, in addition to the signatures, I persuaded Sister Xiaofei to write each of you a graduation blessing in these notebooks. What do you think? Isn't that generous? These 5 notebooks had been specially requested from Li Yi during their meal, knowing that her roommates were all ardent fans of Lu Xiaofei. Thus, she had arranged for Lu Xiaofei to inscribe a personal graduation message for each of them, serving as a heartfelt graduation gift. Ruoxua, I adore you. Upon seeing the signatures and personalized messages in the notebooks, Li Ruoshue's 5 roommates erupted in joyous cheers, their excitement palpable. This was indeed a handwritten blessing from Lu Xiaofei. If their classmates were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly be envious. Witnessing the elation of her friends, Li Ruoshue smiled and added, "I have yet another delightful announcement for you." "What is it?" The group looked at her with eager anticipation. Li Ruoshue beamed. "To celebrate my graduation, my brother is organizing a bonfire party at Rainbow Paradise Resort in a few days, and he has invited you all to join. My brother assured me that all expenses would be covered for your visit to Rainbow Paradise Resort. What do you say? Would you care to join in the fun?" Upon hearing Li Ruoshue's words, expressions of surprise illuminated the faces of her friends, each one clamoring to respond. "Ruoshue, count me in. I've long wished to visit your brother's resort." "Me too. I cannot let such an opportunity slip by. I adore bonfire parties. This time, I intend to revel to my heart's content." Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ruoshue's 5 roommates eagerly accepted her invitation. Rainbow Paradise Resort was the most sought-after tourist destination in Jinghai City, and they had longed to visit it, though time had never permitted. Now, with Li Ruoshue's brother graciously inviting them for free, how could they possibly decline? Chapter 72, A Family Excursion to the Resort. Li Ruoshue and her roommates engaged in conversation for a full hour before reluctantly ending their video call. After much deliberation, Li Ruoshue's roommates ultimately decided to set off for the Rainbow Paradise Resort tomorrow morning to attend the bonfire party hosted by Li Yi in honor of Li Ruoshue. In addition to her 5 roommates, Li Ruoshue also invited several classmates with whom she shares a close rapport. Except for one classmate who was unable to attend due to being out of town, the others eagerly accepted her invitation without hesitation. Like Li Ruoshue's roommates, they had long coveted a visit to the Rainbow Paradise Resort. With such a splendid opportunity to enjoy a complimentary trip, they certainly would not decline. As Li Ruoshue engaged in conversation with her classmates, time swiftly passed, and soon it was 4 in the afternoon. Li Yi quickly tidied himself and changed into a light outfit of shorts and a short-sleeved shirt before heading to the guest house to take Li Jiangguo and his companions to the beach at the resort. Despite having consumed a considerable amount of alcohol at lunch, Li Jiangguo felt no adverse effects. After a restful afternoon, he was in top form. His complexion radiant and full of vitality, all thanks to the remarkable effects of Qinglong liquor, brewed from a selection of rare medicinal ingredients. Qinglong liquor not only poses no harm to the body but also strengthens it and enhances immunity. Upon hearing they were heading to the beach, Li Ruoshue eagerly donned her newly purchased swimsuit and followed Li Yi toward the shore. Under Li Yi's guidance, Li Jiangguo and the others soon arrived at the beach. The weather was splendid, and the beach was bustling with visitors. At least 200 to 300 people could be seen at a glance. Fortunately, the beach at Rainbow Paradise Resort was vast, so even with that many visitors, it did not feel crowded. "Brother, I want to try the electric surfboard at your resort." Upon reaching the beach, Li Ruoshue could hardly contain her excitement as she addressed Li Yi. Recently, the electric surfboards at Rainbow Paradise Resort had gone viral online, with countless videos on Douyin showcasing tourists surfing on them. Due to their simplicity and ease of use, both adults and children alike were enamored with this aquatic entertainment. In just a few days, Li Yi had amassed over 1 million from this venture. For Li Ruoshue, the highlight of her visit to the Rainbow Paradise Resort was undoubtedly surfing. Naturally, Li Yi was more than willing to oblige her request. He turned to Li Jiangguo and he Xiaomei with a smile, asking, "Dad, Mom, would you like to join us? Our electric surfboards are incredibly easy to operate. Even children as young as 7 or 8 can master them quickly." Li Jiangguo and he Xiaomei shook their heads, responding, "We'll pass. You two go ahead and enjoy. We'll just take in the scenery on the beach." Both of them, being of a certain age, were not particularly interested in such exhilarating activities. Seeing their lack of enthusiasm, Li Yi did not press the issue further and cheerfully remarked, "All right, then I'll take Ruoshue to have some fun. And I'll come back later to accompany you for other activities." Having said that, Li Yi and Li Ruoshue made their way towards the seaside. Despite Li Yi acquiring several new electric surfboards in recent days, the sheer volume of visitors rendered these boards in high demand. Upon their arrival at the beach, they discovered that all the electric surfboards had been rented out, with numerous tourists waiting in line. However, this posed no dilemma for Li Yi. He approached Xiao Wu and retrieved his 2 personal electric surfboards, which he had specially prepared for himself. Although these surfboards bore a resemblance to the others, their performance was significantly superior. During his leisure time, Li Yi often indulged in some surfing at the beach. Under his meticulous guidance, Li Ruoshue mastered the operation of the electric surfboard in less than 10 minutes and began to ride the waves with unrestrained joy. Not only did she learn quickly, but her athletic prowess was also remarkable. After merely a few minutes of practice, she started attempting various stylish surfing techniques, her vibrant figure capturing the attention of many onlookers. Li Ruoshue savored the experience for a full hour before reluctantly coming to a halt. "Brother, this electric surfboard is simply exhilarating," she exclaimed with excitement. Having never encountered such an entertaining water activity before, she was thoroughly enthralled. Observing her fascination with the surfboard, Li Yi chuckled and said, "Since you adore it so much, I shall gift you this electric surfboard." "Really?" Li Ruoshue's eyes sparkled with delight. "Absolutely," Li Yi responded with a grin. "I will inform Xiao Wu shortly to keep this surfboard for you. Whenever you wish to surf, just ask him for it." "That is wonderful." Li Ruoshue cheered in exhilaration. She genuinely adored surfing, and now with her own electric surfboard, she could indulge in her passion anytime. In the following hours, Li Yi escorted Li Jiangguo and the others aboard an underwater vessel to marvel at the breathtaking beauty beneath the waves. Originally, the enchanting ocean tour was scheduled for 15 minutes, but noticing the keen interest of Li Jiangguo and his companions in the underwater scenery, Li Yi decided to extend their exploration. After completing a circuit around the waters surrounding the Rainbow Paradise Resort, he finally led them back to the dock. "Brother, Your resort is absolutely delightful. It's no wonder so many tourists flock here. Li Ruoxue exclaimed after disembarking from the submersible. Having previously harbored some confusion about the resort's popularity, she now understood. The Rainbow Paradise Resort offered not only an array of delectable cuisine, but also a plethora of engaging entertainment options, truly a paradise on earth. Li Jiangguo and He Xiumei nodded in agreement. Li Yi smiled and said, if you enjoy it, why not stay a few more days and have even more fun? Soon, our resort will unveil several new entertainment projects, and you will have the opportunity to experience them. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxue nodded enthusiastically. All right, since I have nothing to do during this time, I'll stay here a few more days. Li Yi and his companions played on the beach until 7 o'clock before leaving, ready to dine. As they walked towards the restaurant, laughter and conversation filled the air when suddenly, a commotion erupted nearby. Oh no, someone has collapsed. Chapter 73, the elderly man who suffered a sudden heart attack. Shocking the medical experts at the medical center. The unexpected uproar immediately caught Li Yi's attention. Frowning, he said to Li Jiangguo and the others, Dad, you all go ahead to the restaurant. I'll check what is happening. With that, Li Yi hurried towards the source of the disturbance to ascertain the situation. Faced with this sudden emergency, Li Jiangguo and the others lost their appetite for dinner and followed closely behind Li Yi, hastening towards the scene. At this moment, a few dozen meters away on the beach, an elderly man in his 70s lay unconscious on the ground. His face contorted in pain, he clutched his chest, struggling to breathe, his lips turning purple, indicating a serious health crisis. Beside him, a woman in her 30s, clad in white, was helplessly calling out to him. Her face a mask of panic. Dad, what is wrong? Please don't scare me. Seeing this scene, surrounding tourists quickly gathered. What happened? What is going on? The woman, in a state of distress, replied, my father suddenly felt discomfort in his heart. I intended to take him back to our room to rest, but unexpectedly, he collapsed right here. What? Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the nearby tourists shifted dramatically. Could it be a heart attack? It's quite possible. Look at his lips. They're already purple, clearly indicating insufficient blood supply to the heart. Then what are we waiting for? Quickly, call for an ambulance. As the crowd buzzed with concern, a middle-aged man shouted from the outskirts. I am Zhang Huaimin from the Central Hospital of Jinghai City. Please clear the way. I need to assess the elderly man's condition. Zhang Huaimin. Hearing the man's introduction, several local tourists from Jinghai City gasped in astonishment. Isn't he the head of the cardiology department at the Central Hospital? It was said that he was a leading expert in cardiology. How wonderful. I can't believe Director Zhang is here. Everyone, please make way. Upon hearing this, the surrounding tourists quickly parted to allow Zhang Huaimin to pass. While visitors from outside the area might not be familiar with his name, those from Jinghai City recognized him well. Zhang Huaimin was the head of cardiology at the Central Hospital, renowned for his expertise in treating heart diseases. Not only was he highly skilled, but he was also known for his outstanding character, having been awarded the title of the most beloved healthcare worker in Jinghai City for several consecutive years. Zhang Huaimin navigated through the crowd, hastily approaching the elderly man, squatting down to assess his condition. The situation appeared dire. Your father might be suffering from an acute myocardial infarction. A grave expression emerged in Zhang Huaimin's eyes as he turned to the woman in white, asking with solemnity, do you have any nitroglycerin tablets or fast-acting heart medications on you? Acute myocardial infarction is an exceedingly perilous medical emergency. Without prompt treatment, there is a significant risk of life-threatening consequences. No. The woman in white shook her head, panic evident on her face. My father's heart has always been healthy, so I didn't bring any of those medications with us this time. Zhang Huaimin furrowed his brow, raising his voice to the surrounding tourists. Does anyone here have nitroglycerin tablets or fast-acting heart medications? The nearby tourists shook their heads in unison. Both nitroglycerin and fast-acting heart medications are specifically intended for treating sudden heart conditions. They do not suffer from heart ailments. How could they possibly carry such medications? Seeing that no one had any medicine, Zhang Huaimin quickly retrieved his phone, dialing emergency services to relay the elderly man's condition in detail. Subsequently, he lifted the elderly man and inquired of the onlookers, do you know where the medical room at Rainbow Paradise Resort is? The ambulance would take at least half an hour to reach the resort. The elderly man's condition was critical, and he could be in grave danger at any moment. Thus, he needed to find a medical facility to administer emergency care until the ambulance arrived. Upon hearing Zhang Huaimin's inquiry, the surrounding tourists looked around in confusion and shook their heads. The Rainbow Paradise Resort had only recently been established. It likely did not have a medical room. Personally, I have never seen a resort with a medical facility. We must look elsewhere. Although the medical center at Rainbow Paradise Resort had been upgraded just yesterday, Li Yi had not yet had the opportunity to announce its existence, leaving most tourists unaware of its presence. As the crowd debated, a powerful voice suddenly emerged from outside the throng. I know where the medical center at Rainbow Paradise Resort is. The crowd turned to see a handsome young man pushing his way through. Li Boss. Upon spotting him, the tourist's eyes brightened. This young man was none other than Li Yi, who had rushed over at top speed. Li Yi approached Zhang Huaimin and said, Director Zhang, I am Li Yi, the owner of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Our medical center is just a short distance away. I will take you there right now. Excellent. Thank you, Li Boss. Zhang Huaimin's expression lightened. Li Yi promptly replied, no need for thanks. It's my duty. With that, Li Yi took the elderly man from Zhang Huaimin's arms and hurried towards the medical center with utmost urgency. Under Li Yi's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the medical center of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Upon beholding the imposing 5-story medical center before him, Zhang Huaimin's eyes widened in astonishment. Filled with an overwhelming sense of incredulity, he had anticipated that the medical facility at Rainbow Paradise Resort would merely be a modest clinic. Yet he was taken aback by its grand scale. Were it not for Li Yi's mention, he might have mistaken it for a medical research institution. Goodness, is this truly a clinic? This is indeed a testament to Boss Li's vision. This facility surpasses even the hospital in our community in terms of opulence. Boss Li, you haven't constructed a hospital within the resort, have you? In that moment, not only Zhang Huaimin but also the onlookers, drawn by curiosity, gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They never imagined that the medical center at Rainbow Paradise Resort could be so luxurious. Indeed, it even eclipsed some formal hospitals. This is utterly remarkable. Li Yi, breathless, rushed into the emergency room carrying the elderly man. Inside the emergency room, a bespectacled man in his 30s was seated in his office, engrossed in a medical journal. Upon seeing this man, a spark of joy illuminated Li Yi's eyes as he called out, "Old Deng. We have a guest at the resort suffering from a sudden cardiac condition. Please attend to him immediately." Chapter 74, Zhang Huaimin's Astonishment. The powerful emergency room. The bespectacled man in the emergency room was Deng Jiaqiang, a two-star employee whom Li Yi had recruited. Despite his youth, Deng possessed exceptional medical prowess, boasting a master-level skill and 4 advanced medical skills, making him the most competent physician at the medical center. It was precisely due to his expertise that Li Yi entrusted him with the role of emergency room director, responsible for addressing various acute medical crises. Upon hearing Li Yi's call, Deng Jiaqiang promptly set aside his journal and approached to assess the elderly man's condition. Acute myocardial infarction. With just a glance, he swiftly diagnosed the elderly man's ailment. Li Yi, panting, inquired, "Old Deng, can our medical center manage an acute myocardial infarction?" Deng Jiaqiang adjusted his glasses and replied nonchalantly, "Of course, it's merely an acute myocardial infarction. It's hardly a challenge." Zhang Huaimin, who had just entered the emergency room, furrowed his brows at Deng Jiaqiang's audacious remark. The doctor at this resort appeared excessively confident. An acute myocardial infarction is a grave medical emergency that could endanger life at any moment. Even the Central Hospital of Jinghai City would hesitate to guarantee a 100 survival rate for the elderly man. How could Deng dismiss it so casually? Hastening to Deng Jiaqiang's side, Zhang Huaimin spoke with urgency. "Do you have nitroglycerin tablets or emergency heart-saving pills in the emergency room? This elderly man experiencing an acute myocardial infarction must receive medication promptly to alleviate his symptoms. I have already called for an ambulance, which will arrive at Rainbow Paradise Resort in about 20 minutes. Deng Jiaqiang cast a glance at Zhang Huaimin and calmly remarked, "There is no need to call an ambulance. Our emergency room is fully equipped to handle acute myocardial infarction." Upon hearing Deng's words, Zhang Huaimin could hardly contain his amusement. "Are you jesting? Does your hospital possess an electrocardiogram, cardiac ultrasound, coronary CT, or isotope detection equipment?" "Young man, this is no ordinary heart condition. It is an acute myocardial infarction, and any misstep could prove fatal. As physicians, we must never treat a patient's life lightly." Zhang's tone grew increasingly severe as he spoke. With over 2 decades of experience as a seasoned doctor, he found the self-assured demeanor of young doctors like Deng particularly irksome. Had Deng been a physician at the Central Hospital of Jinghai City, Zhang would have berated him without hesitation. In the face of Zhang's admonishment, Deng remained silent, instead opening the emergency room door and, with an unperturbed expression, addressed Zhang, "I apologize, but the equipment you mentioned is indeed available in our emergency room." "What?" Zhang was taken aback, incredulously approaching the doorway to peer inside. He was met with a plethora of brand new medical equipment. The devices he had just mentioned, electrocardiograms, cardiac ultrasounds, and more, were all present. How could this be possible? Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. He had presumed this medical center was merely a facade. Yet he was astonished to discover such an array of advanced medical apparatus. The electrocardiogram he had observed appeared to be the recently released SK-1 model, the most sophisticated in the world, one that even the Central Hospital of Jinghai City had yet to acquire. A mere resort's medical center possessed equipment more advanced than that of their tertiary hospital. How absurd! While Zhang stood there, dumbfounded, Deng had already summoned the emergency room staff, who promptly transported the elderly man inside and commenced resuscitation efforts. Prepare the ventilator. Monitor the patient's vital signs. Establish an intravenous line. Assess the troponin levels. Administer nitroglycerin intravenously. Begin thrombolytic therapy. Deng's masterful medical skills, particularly in emergency care, were evident. His extensive theoretical knowledge and practical experience in treating severe and critical conditions shone through. Witnessing Deng's decisive and precise actions, Zhang was filled with astonishment, realizing he had no opportunity to intervene. Under Deng's adept care, the elderly man was stabilized within mere minutes. Emerging from his coma, after assessing the man's condition, Deng turned to Li Yi and stated, "Boss, he is no longer in danger. With a couple of days of rest, he will recover fully." Zhang, taken aback by Deng's assertion, immediately approached the elderly man to conduct his own examination, only to find that Deng's assessment was entirely accurate. The elderly man's complexion has returned to normal, his breathing is steady and strong, and his consciousness has fully recovered, eliminating any life-threatening risks. Zhang Huaimin gazed at Deng Jiaqiang, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, and apologized, "I am sorry, I was mistaken about you earlier." Despite his youth, Deng Jiaqiang possesses extensive experience and skill in emergency care. Even the director of the Jinghai City Emergency Center might not have performed as adeptly as Deng Jiaqiang did moments ago. Given Deng Jiaqiang's prowess, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a chief expert in any top-tier hospital. It is quite astonishing that such an emergency care specialist works at a resort's medical center. In response to Zhang Huaimin's apology, Deng Jiaqiang replied nonchalantly, "It's all right. We are all here to heal and save lives, and there is no blame to assign." Li Yi, relieved to see the elderly man stabilize, patted Deng Jiaqiang on the shoulder and smiled. "Old Deng, thank you. Without your timely intervention, it would have been uncertain whether this man could have lasted until the ambulance arrived." No need for thanks. It is my duty, Deng Jiaqiang replied calmly, washed his hands, and returned to his desk to continue reading a medical journal. Li Yi smiled slightly, choosing not to disturb Deng Jiaqiang, and exited the emergency room with Zhang Huaiming. At that moment, a woman in white was anxiously waiting outside the emergency room for news. Upon seeing Zhang Huaiming and Li Yi emerge, she rushed forward, her face etched with concern, and asked, "Director Zhang, is my father all right?" Zhang Huaiming smiled reassuringly at the woman. "Your father is no longer in danger and is out of serious trouble. That's wonderful." The woman's eyes sparkled with joy at his words, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. "Director Zhang, thank you. Thank you for saving my father's life." Zhang Huaiming waved his hand, insisting, "You need not thank me. I am not the one who saved your father. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards Li Yi and the medical staff at this center. They are the ones who preserved your father's life." Chapter 75. Visiting the medical center. Arrival of Li Ruoxue's roommate upon hearing Zhang Huaiming's words. The woman in white quickly turned to Li Yi, saying, "Boss Li, thank you. Thank you for saving my father." Li Yi waved his hand with a smile. "It's no trouble at all. It is our responsibility." He continued, "Though your father is out of immediate danger, he will need several days of rest to fully recuperate. Our medical center has 2 dedicated wellness apartments equipped with the finest medical facilities, making them ideal for patient recovery. If you trust us, we can have your father stay in our wellness apartment for a few days of quiet recuperation. Should any issues arise, our medical staff will be readily available to assist." The woman in white hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Although the medical center at Rainbow Paradise Resort appeared commendable, it was still not a formal top-tier hospital. She felt a lingering sense of unease and wished to admit her father to the Central Hospital of Jinghai City for a few days of thorough examination. Zhang Huaiming discerned the concern in the heart of the woman clad in white and reassured her, saying, "You need not worry. Boss Li's medical center is exceptionally robust. It boasts an array of advanced medical equipment, and the proficiency of the medical staff is remarkably high, rivaling that of our Central Hospital. Your father's stay here will pose no issues whatsoever." Upon hearing Zhang Huaiming's words, the woman in white nodded eagerly. "Very well. I shall arrange for my father to stay here temporarily." Being a local of Jinghai City, she was well aware of Zhang Huaiming's stature. With such a commendation from him about the medical center of the Rainbow Paradise Resort, her worries were alleviated. Guided by the medical staff in the emergency room, the woman departed for the front desk of the medical center to facilitate her father's admission. Once she had left, Zhang Huaiming turned to Li Yi and remarked, "Boss Li, I had no idea your resort's medical center was so formidable. May I have the privilege of touring your facilities?" "Certainly," Li Yi replied with a slight smile. "Director Zhang, our medical center has only just been established. As a professional in the medical field, your insights would be invaluable should you notice any shortcomings." With that, Li Yi gestured invitingly and began to lead Zhang Huaiming on a tour of the medical center. "This is the first floor of our medical center, which primarily features." Li Yi meticulously introduced each area of the medical center to Zhang Huaiming. With each revelation, Zhang Huaiming's astonishment grew. The medical center was equipped with comprehensive medical facilities. Every instrument present in the Central Hospital of Jinghai City was available here, all of which were the latest advancements in medical technology. Some devices were so cutting-edge that even Zhang Huaiming had never encountered them before. The sheer presence of these advanced instruments alone eclipsed all the tertiary hospitals in Jinghai City. Moreover, Zhang Huaiming was taken aback by the high level of expertise exhibited by the medical personnel. Regardless of his inquiries, they responded with fluidity, their overall competence surpassing that of several tertiary hospitals in Jinghai City. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed that such a modest resort could possess such substantial medical resources. After completing the tour of the medical center, Zhang Huaiming could not help but ask Li Yi, "Boss Li, why would your resort invest such vast resources into constructing a medical center? It seems rather unnecessary." The Rainbow Paradise Resort is merely a tourist destination. Even with a high influx of visitors, the number of patients cannot be significant. Establishing a medical center on par with tertiary hospitals seems rather extravagant. Li Yi looked at Zhang Huaiming and replied with a smile, "Director Zhang, my ambition is to transform the Rainbow Paradise Resort into the strongest resort in the world. Since it is the strongest, all facilities must undoubtedly be of the highest standard, and this applies equally to medical aspects. As long as we can ensure the safety of our resort guests' lives, allowing all visitors to enjoy their time here without any concerns, I believe that even the most substantial expenditures are justified." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Zhang Huaiming was filled with admiration and said respectfully, "Mr. Li, I now understand why your resort attracts so many visitors. If you continue to pursue excellence, I am confident that Rainbow Paradise Resort will undoubtedly become the strongest resort in all of Huaxia, and even in the entire world. Then I shall take your auspicious words to heart, Director Zhang." Li Yi laughed in response. "Director Zhang, as you have seen, our resort's medical facilities are on par with those of a top-tier hospital. As the director of the Central Hospital, you are familiar with numerous patients. If they ever require rehabilitation, you can recommend our resort for their recovery. Our wellness apartments not only boast a splendid environment, but are also equipped with comprehensive medical facilities, making them the ideal place for recuperation." As one of the most renowned medical experts in Jinghai City, Zhang Huaiming is an authority in the field of cardiology, attracting numerous patients seeking his expertise daily. If he could promote the resort's medical center, it would undoubtedly enhance its reputation in a short time. Zhang Huaiming smiled and said, "If the opportunity arises, I will certainly recommend your resort to my patients, Mr. Li." Li Yi's eyes sparkled with joy as he replied, "Thank you, Director Zhang." With that, Li Yi took out a membership card from his pocket and handed it to Zhang Huaiming, saying, "Director Zhang, this is our Rainbow membership card. With it, you will enjoy a 20% discount on all expenditures at our resort. Please accept it as a token of my appreciation." Zhang Huaimin graciously accepted the card, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, Mr. Li. The expenses at Rainbow Paradise Resort are quite high, so having this membership card will allow him to save significantly when visiting with his family in the future." After touring the medical center, Zhang Huaimin took his leave. Soon, news of the elderly man's acute myocardial infarction and subsequent recovery at the Rainbow Paradise Resort spread throughout the resort. Upon learning that the medical center had successfully treated the elderly man, all visitors were astonished. They had not anticipated that Rainbow Paradise Resort harbored such a formidable medical center. This revelation significantly enhanced their fondness for the resort. With such a robust medical center, they felt reassured that they need not worry about sudden health issues during their stay at Rainbow Paradise Resort. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Li Ruoxue eagerly pulled Li Yi towards the bus station at Dolphin Bay. This morning, her 5 roommates would be taking the earliest bus to visit Rainbow Paradise Resort. As the host, she had to personally go to the bus station to welcome them. Chapter 76, Live Promotion, Our Bonfire Party is Extraordinary. Li Yi accompanied Li Ruoxue outside the bus station, waiting for approximately half an hour, until 5 vibrant and youthful girls emerged from the station. Upon seeing these 5 girls, Li Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with excitement as she waved her hand energetically, calling out, "Zizhu. Yeah, I'm over here." These 5 girls were indeed Li Ruoxue's roommates. Ruoxue. The moment the 5 girls spotted Li Ruoxue, their faces lit up with smiles as they rushed towards her, embracing her in a joyous reunion. After greeting her friends, Li Ruoxue took Li Yi's arm and introduced him, saying, "Let me introduce my brother, Li Yi." In unison, the 5 girls greeted him. "Hello, brother Li Yi." Li Yi smiled and nodded, responding, "Hello, everyone. Welcome to Rainbow Paradise Resort. I've arranged for transportation. Let us embark on our vacation now." With that, Li Yi took the backpacks from the girls' hands and headed toward the parking lot. Given that Li Ruoxue had 5 roommates, Li Yi opted not to drive his Porsche Cayenne today, but had instead ordered a Mercedes-Benz van. This van had 7 seats, perfectly accommodating everyone. As they chatted in the vehicle, they made their way toward Rainbow Paradise Resort. Through Li Ruoxue's introductions, Li Yi learned the names of her 5 roommates. Similar to his own university dorm, Li Ruoxue's was arranged by age. Li Ruoxue was the youngest. The eldest was named Lu Zizhu, the second Zhang Yeye, the third Li Yuan, the fourth Wu Xueqian, and the 6th Huang Haixing. Perhaps it was the bond of like-minded individuals. But all 5 of Lu Zizhu's friends were exceptionally beautiful. The youngest, Huang Haixing, was particularly striking, rivaling Li Ruoxue in grace. Overjoyed to see her close friends, Li Ruoxue engaged in playful banter with Lu Zizhu and the others throughout the journey, with laughter echoing in the vehicle. Before long, Li Yi arrived with Li Ruoxue and her friends at Rainbow Paradise Resort. Wow, what a stunning view! Upon witnessing the breathtaking scenery of Rainbow Paradise Resort, Lu Zizhu and her friends could not contain their astonishment, their eyes brimming with excitement. Although they had seen numerous videos of the resort online, the reality was far more enchanting than they had anticipated. In that moment, they comprehended why so many visitors online insisted that only a personal visit could truly unveil the allure of Rainbow Paradise Resort. The actual scenery surpassed even the most captivating footage. After offering a brief introduction to the resort, Li Yi guided Lu Zizhu and her friends toward the staff accommodations. Noting that both the hotel and guest houses at Rainbow Paradise Resort were fully booked, Li Yi, feeling concerned about Lu Zizhu and her companions staying at an external hotel, decided instead to accommodate them temporarily in the staff dormitory. Fortunately, the conditions of the dormitory were quite commendable, even surpassing those of a typical hotel. Upon seeing the rooms that Li Yi had arranged for them, Lu Zizhu and her 4 friends expressed their utmost satisfaction. After settling their luggage, they eagerly followed Li Ruoxue to the resort for some leisure and fun. To welcome Lu Zizhu and her friends, Li Yi had prepared a sumptuous lunch, which delighted them immensely. Never before had they tasted such exquisite cuisine. After their appetites were thoroughly satisfied, Li Ruoxue took Lu Zizhu and her friends on a delightful tour of the resort. It did not take long for them to be entranced by the various entertaining facilities at Rainbow Paradise Resort, losing themselves in the joy of play. As Lu Zizhu and her friends settled in, more classmates and friends invited by Li Ruoxue began to arrive at the resort over the next 2 days. Sensing the opportune moment, Li Yi commenced preparations for a grand bonfire party. This time, he decided to host a large-scale event, inviting not only Li Ruoxue's classmates and friends, but also the entire array of guests at Rainbow Paradise Resort, transforming the bonfire into a jubilant celebration to attract even more visitors to the resort. Once everything was in place, Li Yi activated an automatic drone and opened his Douyin live stream, intending to promote the upcoming bonfire event to the fans of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Over time, the resort's Douyin followers had surged to over 6 million, making it the most followed tourist destination in Huaxia on the platform, with the live stream already anticipated. As soon as Li Yi opened the room, tens of thousands of fans flooded in. "Boss Li, it's been a while. Boss Li, how rare to see you live. Has the resort added any new facilities? Boss Li, I heard that you've acquired a substantial amount of land for new developments. Is that true?" As the barrage of comments filled the screen, Li Yi smiled and addressed his audience. "Hello, friends. I am Li Yi, the proprietor of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Thank you for your continued support. I am here today to introduce an exciting event we will be hosting at the resort. To celebrate my sister's high school graduation, we will hold a grand bonfire party on the beach tomorrow night. Not only will we offer an abundance of fine wines and delicacies, but we have also invited several mysterious heavyweight guests to join us. If you are interested, be sure not to miss it." Upon hearing Li Yi's announcement, the fans in the live stream began to discuss animatedly. "I thought it was a special event. Turns out it's just a bonfire party. Boss Li, can't you organize something more innovative? A bonfire party is rather mundane." Indeed, in contemporary times, nearly every resort or tourist attraction hosts bonfire parties. and we have long since grown weary of them. Observing the lack of enthusiasm from the livestream audience towards yet another bonfire gathering, Li Yi smiled faintly and addressed the viewers. Dear friends, our bonfire party at Rainbow Paradise Resort is utterly distinct from those elsewhere, and I assure you, you shall not be disappointed. With that, Li Yi ignited a torch and made his way toward a carefully arranged pile of wood behind him. Now, prepare to witness a moment of wonder. A mysterious smile graced Li Yi's face as he hurled the torch toward the wood pile. Boom. In the next instant, a dazzling burst of colorful flames erupted from the wood, illuminating the surroundings with a radiant spectrum. Chapter 77. The bonfire party that went viral. Visitor numbers soared once more as the vibrant flames danced into the air. The viewers in the live stream widened their eyes in disbelief, their faces awash with astonishment. The bonfire ignited by Li Yi blossomed into a magnificent array of colors, resembling a radiant rainbow, evoking an ethereal sensation. Goodness, am I seeing things? This bonfire displays 7 distinct colors. Heavens, this bonfire is too beautiful. It's simply like a rainbow. Bosley, are you certain this bonfire is genuine? It feels like a special effect. In that moment, the fans in the live stream began to chatter excitedly, unable to believe their own eyes. They could scarcely fathom that such a magical bonfire existed, capable of producing flames as resplendent as a rainbow. How utterly incredible. Could it be that Li Yi had added some extraordinary accelerant to the bonfire? Li Yi glanced at the barrage of comments in the live stream, a slight smile playing on his lips. He had indeed invested considerable thought into this bonfire party. The bonfire before them was no ordinary one. It was a special bonfire he had acquired from the system's marketplace, known as the Rainbow Bonfire. Once ignited, this unique bonfire unleashed flames as vibrant as a rainbow. Truly breathtaking. What lay before them was merely an appetizer. When the official bonfire party commenced, Li Yi planned to ignite a colossal bonfire, dozens of times larger than this one. At that moment, the entire Rainbow Paradise Resort would be illuminated by the splendid, colorful flames. Dear friends, what do you think? Our bonfire party is unlike any other, Li Yi cheerfully remarked to the livestream audience. What you see now is merely the tip of the iceberg when it comes to our rainbow bonfire. This event will feature many extraordinary elements that are sure to leave you enthralled. If you are interested, do not miss this bonfire gathering. The viewers in the live stream erupted in excitement, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wow, the bonfire party hosted by Bosley appears to be quite remarkable. I've made up my mind. I will book a ticket to Jinghai City right away to attend this bonfire party. So will I. During the previous summer carnival, I regrettably missed the festivities, but this time, I am resolute in my determination not to let the bonfire party pass me by. With Li Yi's enthusiastic promotion, the fans in the live stream were instantly captivated by the allure of the upcoming bonfire gathering. Many fans swiftly mobilized, hastening their journey to the Rainbow Paradise Resort, eager to partake in the celebration. After briefly outlining the schedule for the bonfire event, Li Yi concluded his live stream. Soon after, videos showcasing the vibrant, multicolored bonfire at Rainbow Paradise Resort proliferated across the internet. Viewers were left in awe at the breathtaking spectacle, unable to fathom that such beauty existed in the world, akin to a scene from a fairy tale. Amidst the fervent discussions among netizens, within merely 2 hours, Rainbow Paradise Resort once again ascended to the trending news, creating a significant stir online. Even Zhang Quan reached out to inquire about the bonfire event. The influence of Rainbow Paradise Resort had become overwhelmingly substantial. Whenever the resort hosted an event, it consistently drew countless visitors. This occasion was no exception. According to the statistics from the Jinghai City Tourism Bureau, as soon as Li Yi announced the bonfire gathering, the influx of tourists to Jinghai City surged exponentially. This prompted Zhang Quan to call Li Yi, hoping to leverage the bonfire event to attract even more tourists to the city. After a brief conversation with Zhang Quan, Li Yi began the preparations at the resort. With less than a day remaining before the bonfire celebration, he was determined to ensure everything was perfectly arranged. Li Yi worked tirelessly until past 2 in the morning, completing all the necessary setups. The following morning, as anticipated, the number of visitors at Rainbow Paradise Resort skyrocketed. In just one morning, over 3,000 new members joined, bringing the total visitor count to 8,000. And this was merely the beginning. By the time the bonfire event officially commenced in the evening, the numbers were likely to double. The sudden influx of visitors rendered the resort quite crowded, with tourists nearly saturating every corner. Fortunately, the expansive beach at Rainbow Paradise Resort provided ample space. Li Yi invested considerable prestige and coins to enhance the beach with an array of electric surfboards and dreamlike diving equipment. These 2 aquatic attractions had become the resort's hallmark, drawing many visitors specifically for these experiences. Given the surge in guests, if Li Yi did not augment the number of electric surfboards and diving equipment, many tourists would face waiting times of 2 to 3 hours. This was a scenario Li Yi was keen to avoid at all costs. Li Yi had always loathed waiting in line during his visits to other scenic spots. With limited time for enjoyment, spending 1 to 2 hours merely queuing was exceedingly frustrating. He vowed that such an experience would never transpire at his resort. He would rather invest a little more money to ensure that visitors at his establishment receive the finest recreational experience. In addition to introducing an array of electric surfboards and enchanting diving gear, Li Yi also constructed a delightful food street along the beach. The culinary offerings at Rainbow Paradise Resort serve as a significant attraction for tourists. Although he had expanded the restaurant size several times, it could now accommodate only 300 to 400 diners at once. With nearly 10,000 visitors flocking to the resort, the current capacity was insufficient to meet the demand. Therefore, Li Yi meticulously designed his food street. While the snacks available there may not rival the restaurant's offerings, they still achieved a 1-star quality, far surpassing the snacks found elsewhere, thus satisfying the majority of guests' cravings. As for the accommodation issue, it was not something Li Yi could resolve in the short term. After all, he could not conjure a new hotel out of thin air. However, he was not overly concerned about this dilemma. Most of the tourists visiting Rainbow Paradise Resort were day trippers. Even those desiring to linger for a few days could find lodging in nearby hotels. While the accommodations at these establishments might not match the luxury of Rainbow Paradise Resort, they were certainly more economical. Many visitors chose to enjoy the resort during the day and retire to surrounding hotels at night. Consequently, since the reopening of Rainbow Paradise Resort, the business of nearby hotels had not only remained unaffected, but had actually seen an increase in patronage, thanks to Li Yi's series of measures. Although the number of visitors surged significantly, the overall experience remained largely unblemished. As time passed, nightfall descended swiftly. At 8 o'clock, the much-anticipated bonfire party finally commenced. Chapter 78. The return of an esteemed guest, Luo Li. Although the bonfire party officially began at 8, a throng of visitors had started pouring into Rainbow Paradise Resort as early as 6 o'clock. Within the span of just 1 hour, the number of guests surged by thousands, surpassing the 10,000 mark. Amid this influx of visitors, a familiar face emerged at the entrance of Rainbow Paradise Resort. It was none other than Luo Li, the heiress of the Luo Group. Since the resort had closed for renovations, she had temporarily returned home to attend to her work. Throughout the past month, Luo Li had been reminiscing about the delectable cuisine at Rainbow Paradise Resort. Not long ago, when the Rainbow Paradise Resort reopened, Luo Li yearned to visit this enchanting locale. Unfortunately, she was engulfed in a whirlwind of commitments and could scarcely spare a moment for such a getaway. It was only yesterday that she finally completed her pressing tasks. Upon discovering that the resort was hosting a bonfire party today, her anticipation could no longer be contained. Without hesitation, she booked a flight to Jinghai City and hastened her journey to the Rainbow Paradise Resort. This time, Luo Li was not alone. Beside her stood a striking young woman of similar age, dressed in a white short-sleeved top and a denim skirt. Her fair complexion and radiant beauty exuding an aura of youthful elegance, rivaling even the most celebrated stars of the entertainment industry. This enchanting girl was Lu Yi, Luo Li's dearest friend. Having grown up together, their bond was exceptionally strong. Like Luo Li, Lu Yi was also a genuine heiress. Her father, Lu Dezi, was the largest jeweler in Huaxia, with assets in the hundreds of billions. As the sole daughter of Lu Dezi, she had been raised with a silver spoon, studying abroad since middle school and only just returning to the country. Is this the Rainbow Paradise Resort you've been raving about, Ali? It seems rather unremarkable, Lu Yi remarked, her brow slightly furrowed as she observed the throngs of visitors at the resort. Over the past few days, Luo Li had frequently extolled the virtues of the Rainbow Paradise Resort, which prompted Lu Yi to accompany her on this excursion. She had anticipated an exclusive, upscale retreat, but was surprised by the sheer number of tourists. Isn't this just a typical internet-famous resort? What could possibly be of quality here? Luo Li, smiling at Lu Yi, replied, do not let the popularity of the Rainbow Paradise Resort deceive you. Its standards are exceptionally high, rivaling the finest resorts both domestically and internationally. Once you spend a few days here, you will truly appreciate its allure. The first time she visited the resort, she too had found it lacking in uniqueness, yet in the end, she was utterly captivated. Lu Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that so? I shall await the experience. I hope this resort does not disappoint. Luo Li linked arms with Lu Yi and assured her with a smile, rest assured. I guarantee that the Rainbow Paradise Resort will not let you down. With that, Luo Li led Lu Yi towards the membership registration area of the resort. Hello. I would like to apply for 2 membership cards, Luo Li politely stated as she handed their identification cards to the service attendant. Certainly. Please hold on for a moment while I process your membership, the attendant replied with a smile, promptly beginning the registration process for Luo Li. Suddenly, Luo Li recalled something and inquired of the service lady. I have heard that meals rated 2 stars and above at your resort require a membership of at least 1 star to purchase. Is that true? The service lady nodded and replied, indeed. Apart from a few specific 2-star dishes, all other 2-star meals at our resort now necessitate a 1-star membership for purchase. Upon hearing this, Luo Li unhesitatingly declared, in that case, please charge me 1 million. As she spoke, Luo Li handed her bank card to the service lady and turned to Lu Yi, saying, would you like to also charge 1 million to elevate your membership level to 3 stars? According to Boss Li's character, 2-star delicacies are undoubtedly far more delectable than 1-star meals. Lu Yi shrugged nonchalantly and replied, since you've charged, I might as well do the same. For an ordinary person, 1 million might seem like an astronomical figure. However, for Lu Yi, it was merely a trifling matter. Within just a few minutes, the staff at Rainbow Paradise Resort had processed membership cards for both Luo Li and Lu Yi. Upon receiving her card, Luo Li eagerly entered the resort with Lu Yi. Upon witnessing the current state of Rainbow Paradise Resort, Luo Li could not help but exclaim, what a tremendous transformation. She never imagined that in merely a month, such a significant change had occurred at the resort. It was practically unrecognizable. After surveying the surroundings, Luo Li could hardly contain her excitement as she led Lu Yi towards the resort's guest house. Though she had been too busy to visit the resort recently, she had arranged for her assistant to book a 2-star guest house a week prior. While others might hesitate to spend money on a single night, Luo Li had readily paid several tens of thousands to secure her place in advance. One cannot deny, wealth certainly breeds indulgence. Soon, Luo Li and Lu Yi arrived at the 2-star guest house that Luo Li had reserved. What a beautiful house. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled upon seeing the exquisite 2-star guest house. She had never anticipated that such a stunning accommodation existed within the resort. See, I told you Rainbow Paradise Resort is unlike any ordinary resort. A proud smile graced Luo Li's face as she remarked to Lu Yi, these guest houses not only look splendid, but are also incredibly comfortable. I have stayed in numerous luxurious hotels, and none can compare to these guest houses. Really? Then I must experience it. Lu Yi's eyes gleamed with anticipation as she eagerly followed Luo Li into the guest house. Upon witnessing the magical thematic style of the room, Lu Yi could not help but gasp in astonishment, her eyes filled with awe. She never imagined that someone could decorate a room so beautifully. It felt like stepping into another world. Just a glance was enough for Lu Yi to fall completely in love with the guest house. After resting for a brief moment in their guest house, Luo Li and Lu Yi tidied up and made their way towards the beach of Rainbow Paradise Resort, eager to partake in the bonfire party scheduled for that evening. As they approached the shoreline, a spectacular eruption of 7 vibrant, mushroom-like flames suddenly ascended from the coast, illuminating the night sky with an ethereal glow. Wow, what a magnificent bonfire! Luo Li exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with astonishment at the dazzling display before her. Having watched Li Yi's livestream the previous day, she was aware that he had prepared a remarkable rainbow bonfire for this event. However, she never anticipated such a breathtaking spectacle. The 7 towering bonfires, reaching heights of 7 to 8 meters, bathed the entire coastline in a kaleidoscope of colors. From a distance, it appeared as though a resplendent rainbow had manifested in the night sky, an exquisite sight filled with dreamlike hues. Were it not for her own eyes witnessing this marvel, she might have doubted its authenticity, suspecting it to be a mere computer-generated effect. Beside her, Lu Yi stood utterly mesmerized, staring at the radiant bonfire. Her mouth formed an astonished O, her eyes wide with disbelief. Unfamiliar with Li Yi's livestream, she was unaware of the rainbow bonfire's existence. She could hardly fathom that such enchanting bonfires existed in the world. They were simply breathtaking. It was no wonder that so many visitors had gathered for this bonfire party. What do you think? I told you this bonfire party would not disappoint. Luo Li remarked with a proud smile, watching Lu Yi's astonished expression. Coming back to her senses, Lu Yi couldn't help but exclaim, Ali, I never imagined that this seemingly ordinary resort could be so extraordinary. It's truly incredible. With a mysterious smile, Luo Li replied, this is merely the tip of the iceberg at Rainbow Paradise Resort. After spending a few days here, you will undoubtedly fall in love with it, just as I have. Gazing dreamily at the 7 enchanting rainbow bonfires, Lu Yi murmured, I feel like I'm already falling in love with this resort right now. Over the years, she had visited numerous top-tier private resorts both domestically and internationally. While those resorts were undeniably luxurious, none had ever left her with such a profound sense of wonder as Rainbow Paradise Resort. Thankfully, she had accompanied Luo Li to this magical place, or she would have missed witnessing this breathtaking scene. Eagerly, Luo Li and Lu Yi hurried towards the shore and soon arrived at the site of the bonfire party. The beach was teeming with visitors, a vibrant crowd gathered, particularly around the 7 rainbow bonfires, which attracted throngs of excited onlookers. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, Li Yi erected a circle of barriers around the 7 piles of rainbow bonfires and stationed 4 security personnel to ensure that no visitors approached the flames. Nevertheless, the fervent enthusiasm of the guests remained unabated. One could see them clustered around the railings of the bonfires, brandishing their phones and cameras, eagerly capturing the vivid hues of the 7 rainbow bonfires, their faces alight with excitement. Let us go? We should take some photos too, Luo Li exclaimed, tugging at Lu Yi's hand as they dashed towards the radiant bonfires to immortalize this exquisite scene together. After finishing their photographs, Luo Li and Lu Yi joyfully meandered through the bonfire party. Unlike typical bonfire gatherings where attendees play games, sing, and dance around a single fire, the Rainbow Paradise Resort's event showcased numerous stalls encircling the 7 vibrant bonfires. These stalls offered a variety of delights, including grilled meats, snacks, and an array of entertainment options such as claw machines, mobile soft target shooting, and ring toss games. The entire bonfire celebration resembled a grand fair. Moreover, at the center of the 7 bonfires, near the coastline, a vast stage had been constructed, currently shrouded by a curtain, concealing what lay above. However, based on Li Yi's earlier livestream introduction, it was evident that this stage was intended for performances. The specifics of the show, however, remained undisclosed, leaving the attendees in eager anticipation for Li Yi's final revelation. Lu Yi, disinterested in the entertainment options at the bonfire, made her way directly towards the snack stalls. Before she reached the stalls, an enticing aroma of grilled meat wafted toward her. What a delightful scent. Lu Yi inhaled deeply, her expression transforming into one of pure bliss. The fragrance of the grilled meat was irresistibly tantalizing, nearly causing her to drool. Licking her lips, she eagerly turned to Luo Li and said, Ali, the grilled meat at that stall smells incredible. Let us buy a few skewers to try. Luo Li, having caught a whiff of the alluring aroma, brightened up and nodded in agreement. Yes, I'm a bit hungry too. Without further ado, the two hurried towards the grilled meat stall, which was surrounded by a throng of eager visitors, indicating a bustling business. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting in line, they finally reached their turn. Unlike the typical night market stalls, this grilled meat vendor boasted an impeccable level of cleanliness, with no grease in sight, instilling confidence in the patrons. At that moment, the grill was sizzling with dozens of skewers of lamb. Golden lamb fat dripped onto the charcoal, releasing a rich and enticing aroma that made one's mouth water uncontrollably. Welcome. How many skewers would you like, ladies? The enthusiastic vendor inquired warmly of Luo Li and Lu Yi. The vendors at these stalls are all employees of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. With no outside merchants in sight, Lu Yi glanced at the prices posted in front of the barbecue stall, her eyes widening in astonishment. The price of the skewers here is exorbitant, with each skewer costing 99 yuan. This price is several times more than what Lu Yi had previously encountered at night markets. However, despite the steep cost, she paid it no mind and promptly ordered 4 skewers of barbecue. Soon, the vendor handed Lu Yi 4 golden brown skewers. Ali here. Let us each have 2. Lu Yi divided the skewers, eagerly taking a bite from one. Upon the first taste, her eyes sparkled with delight. The flavor was exquisite. A rich meaty aroma mingled with succulent juices that seemed to melt in her mouth, utterly delectable. Lu Yi, disregarding the heat, devoured the 2 skewers in mere moments. So delicious, she exclaimed, licking her lips, her eyes filled with ecstasy. In that moment, she finally understood why Luo Li had been so enamored with the Rainbow Paradise Resort. With such delightful cuisine, she too would find it hard to leave. Chapter 80. The Rainbow Lottery Ticket. Prizes worth millions. The taste of those 2 skewers entirely captivated Lu Yi. Although she had sampled many top-tier barbecues, none compared to the deliciousness of these 2 skewers. Observing Lu Yi's lingering satisfaction, Luo Li chuckled and asked, how is it? The food at this resort is indeed delightful, isn't it? Delicious. Lu Yi nodded. Her expression filled with awe as she replied, I have never tasted such exquisite barbecue in my entire life. Ollie, are the other delicacies at this resort as delectable as these skewers? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired. Absolutely. Luo Li affirmed with a nod, smiling as she continued. It was the culinary offerings that initially drew me to this resort. Pointing to a star emblem labeled 1 star on the barbecue stall, she explained to Lu Yi, did you see that 1-star emblem? It signifies the culinary rating unique to the Rainbow Paradise Resort. All the food here is categorized into 5 stars based on quality and taste, with 1 star being the lowest and 5 stars the highest. The barbecue we just enjoyed is merely a 1-star delicacy. What? Lu Yi gazed at the 1-star emblem, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had assumed that the barbecue she had just consumed was the pinnacle of culinary delight at the Rainbow Paradise Resort. To her astonishment, it was only a 1-star dish. If even a 1-star delicacy could be so exquisite, how extraordinary must the 2-star and above delicacies be? In that moment, Lu Yi couldn't help but swallow hard, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Like Luo Li, Lu Yi was also a foodie at heart, with her greatest passion being the exploration of various cuisines. Given the plethora of delectable cuisine at Rainbow Paradise Resort, it was only natural for her to savor each offering. In the ensuing moments, Luo Li and Lu Yi indulged in an array of snacks from the surrounding stalls. These culinary delights, all rated 1 star, were equally as tantalizing as the barbecued meats Lu Yi had initially sampled. The 2 continued to feast until they could no longer accommodate anymore, reluctantly pausing their gastronomic adventure. What a delight! Lu Yi exclaimed, unabashedly patting her stomach, her face aglow with satisfaction. Though the stalls offered merely light snacks rather than grand feasts, Lu Yi reveled in every bite. Were it not for her full belly, she would have relished the opportunity to taste every morsel available. Suddenly, Luo Li noticed something intriguing. With a gasp of surprise, she beckoned to Lu Yi. Look over there. So many people have gathered. Lu Yi lifted her gaze in the direction indicated by Luo Li, approximately 20 meters away. A throng of tourists encircled a small shop, their activities a mystery. Intrigued, Luo Li and Lu Yi approached to investigate, discovering that the shop was selling a special type of card. The surfaces of these cards were adorned with picturesque scenes from Rainbow Paradise Resort, their edges shimmering with a soft, iridescent glow, rendering them exceedingly beautiful. What are these? Luo Li and Lu Yi inquired curiously of the shop attendant. With a gentle smile, the attendant explained, these cards are the Rainbow Lottery tickets, specially issued by our boss for tonight's bonfire party. Each ticket bears a unique number. At 10:30 p.m. this evening, our boss will host a public draw during the bonfire. Any guest holding a Rainbow Lottery ticket may participate, and with a stroke of luck, stand a chance to win one of the prizes meticulously prepared by our boss. Lottery tickets? Upon hearing this, Luo Li and Lu Yi exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the revelation that these exquisite cards were indeed lottery tickets. This was a delightful surprise. Luo Li, intrigued, asked, what prizes has your boss prepared? The attendant replied with a smile, our boss has arranged for 1 grand prize, 5 first prizes, 10 second prizes, and 20 third prizes. The grand prize is a voucher for a 4-star culinary experience at our Resort restaurant. The first prize is a beauty discount card, allowing for a full set of 2-star beauty services at our Resort Beauty Center. The second prize is a day pass for our marine entertainment activities, while the third prize is a voucher valued at 999 yuan. Upon hearing this, Luo Li raised an eyebrow slightly. As a devoted fan of Rainbow Paradise Resort, she was well acquainted with its offerings. Today, the prizes prepared by Li Yi are of considerable value. According to Luo Li, the 4-star delicacies at Rainbow Paradise Resort are exceedingly rare, available only in limited quantities each day, and are priced exorbitantly. Each dish costs no less than 100,000 yuan. This implies that the 4-star delicacy voucher alone is worth a significant amount. Moreover, the first prize also holds substantial worth. At the beauty center of the resort, a complete 2-star beauty treatment costs 58,888 yuan, and despite this, many still find it difficult to make a reservation. As for the second prize, the unlimited maritime entertainment pass is similarly valued at over 10,000 yuan. Luo Li calculated roughly that the total value of the prizes Li Yi provided approaches 1 million yuan. How much is each raffle ticket? Luo Li couldn't help but inquire. The attendant smiled and replied, these raffle tickets are 1 yuan each, and each person can only purchase 1 yuan each. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment spread across Luo Li's face. She had not anticipated that these raffle tickets would be so affordable. Even if every visitor at Rainbow Paradise Resort purchased a ticket, it would only amount to a little over 10,000 yuan. It seems Li Yi truly intends to offer benefits to the guests of his resort this time. Both Luo Li and Lu Yi purchased a raffle ticket each, eager to test their luck later. As time passed, it soon neared 9 o'clock in the evening. Just as Luo Li and Lu Yi were engrossed in trying to win prizes at a claw machine, the stage, previously shrouded in a curtain, suddenly burst forth with a dazzling display of colorful lights. The brilliance of the stage lights instantly captured the attention of numerous visitors. Just as the crowd, filled with curiosity, turned their gaze toward the stage, A passionate voice resonated from it. "Good evening, dear guests. Welcome to tonight's bonfire party." The voice emanating from the stage immediately drew the attention of all the visitors. Bossly. Upon hearing this voice, Luo Li's eyes brightened. Although she had not visited Rainbow Paradise Resort for a month, she instantly recognized the owner of that voice. None other than Li Yi himself. "Yi, let us go take a look." Seeing the surrounding guests heading toward the stage, Luo Li grasped Lu Yi's hand, and they hurried toward the stage. Soon, they arrived at the coastal stage. At this moment, the curtains that had concealed the stage were fully drawn back. The entire stage sparkled with radiant neon lights, surrounded by countless dolphin-shaped decorations. These adornments emitted a soft blue glow, casting an ethereal reflection upon the surrounding seawater, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. "Wow, what a stunning stage!" Luo Li exclaimed, unable to contain her awe, as she took out her phone to capture the breathtaking seaside stage before her. She had initially thought Li Yi merely set up a casual stage by the beach, but she did not expect it to be so magnificent. At that moment, on the stage, Li Yi stood at the center of the stage, beaming with a radiant smile as he gazed at the audience below. Adorned in a pristine white casual suit, his hair styled in a fashionable manner, and coupled with his handsome and refined features, he exuded an aura of youthful charm and charisma, rivaling even the most popular idols of the entertainment industry. Lu Yi's eyes sparkled with surprise as she beheld Li Yi on stage. She had not anticipated that the owner of Rainbow Paradise Resort would be so remarkably young. "Dear friends, welcome to tonight's bonfire party," Li Yi proclaimed, holding a silver microphone. "It brings me immense joy to see so many friends here to support us this evening. Since the reopening of Rainbow Paradise Resort, we have received an overwhelming amount of affection from our guests. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you. Without your support, the resort would not be thriving as it is today. To express my appreciation, I have organized a bonfire music festival tonight and invited several popular singers to perform. I hope you enjoy it." At his words, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd of visitors. They had anticipated that Li Yi would merely hire a few local bar singers to perform a couple of songs. But to their astonishment, he had gone all out and invited renowned artists to be the special guests. It was simply unbelievable. "I wonder who Li Boss has invited today." One person speculated. "I bet it's just a few internet celebrity singers. Those top-tier artists would never attend such an obscure event." Not necessarily. Li Boss is currently the chief beauty consultant for both Haitian Entertainment and Xinlan Entertainment. With his connections, inviting a few top singers is surely within his reach. Another countered. "I'm confident that Li Boss will not disappoint us." As the crowd buzzed with anticipation, the stage suddenly erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks, followed by a surge of exhilarating music. The moment the familiar intro played, the audience erupted in cheers. Aurora Girls. The song resonating from the stage was none other than the signature hit of the premier Chinese girl group, Aurora Girls. Reunion in this world. Could it be that Li Yi had actually invited the Aurora Girls? The attendees were filled with disbelief. Aurora Girls were currently the most popular girl group in China, boasting millions of fans and tremendous popularity. Many young male visitors in the crowd were devoted admirers of the group. Was Li Yi's influence truly so great that he could bring such a top-tier girl group to perform? At that moment, the audience craned their necks and stood on tiptoe, eager to catch a glimpse of the stage. As the stage began to descend, 7 youthful and radiant girls dressed in white skirts gracefully emerged, riding the lift to the stage. Upon seeing these 7 girls, a thunderous wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. The 7 girls are none other than the illustrious members of the Aurora Girls. How astonishing. Mr. Li is truly remarkable for having invited them. I recall that the Aurora Girls are not affiliated with either Haitian Entertainment or Xinlan Entertainment. The sheer magnitude of Mr. Li's influence is astonishing. I have always asserted that Mr. Li's reputation is far more formidable than you might imagine. Do you now believe? Mr. Li is eternal. As vibrant music filled the air, the Aurora Girls commenced their performance on stage. As the most popular girl group in China at present, their professional prowess is commendable. Their melodious voices, coupled with exuberant choreography, elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience, instantly elevating the atmosphere to a euphoric climax. Witnessing this scene, a subtle smile graced the lips of Li Yi, who stood backstage. Recently, Li Yi's extraordinary beauty techniques have spread like wildfire throughout the entertainment industry. Numerous artists have reached out to him, eager to enlist his expertise as their beauty consultant. The Aurora Girls were among them. After receiving a skincare treatment from Li Yi, they immediately accepted his invitation to attend this bonfire music festival. There was simply no denying the allure of Li Yi's beauty skills. The reason the Aurora Girls have ascended to such heights in popularity is not solely due to their singing prowess, but rather their striking appearances. For them, looks hold far greater significance than sheer talent. Though this may sound harsh, it is indeed the truth. Without their stunning beauty, it is unlikely they would have garnered such a dedicated fan base. Thus, they have gone to great lengths to curry favor with Li Yi. Upon receiving Li Yi's invitation, they promptly canceled all other engagements to support him. Amid the thunderous cheers of the audience, the Aurora Girls performed 2 songs before concluding their set. Once their performance had ended, Li Yi returned to the stage, smiling as he addressed the audience. "Are you all satisfied with the guests I invited today?" "Yes." The audience shouted in unison, their eyes brimming with excitement. With the Aurora Girls, one of the country's premier girl groups, in attendance, what could they possibly be dissatisfied with? "That is splendid." Li Yi smiled gently and remarked to the crowd, "What you witnessed was merely the beginning. In addition to the Aurora Girls, I have invited several other distinguished guests to ensure you all leave here thoroughly entertained. Now, let us welcome our next guest to the stage." As Li Yi's words echoed, the once vibrant, multicolored lights transformed into a serene blue. Subsequently, a plume of white mist erupted from the stage's base, enveloping the entire area in an ethereal haze. Beneath the shroud of white mist, the entire stage transformed into an ethereal realm, reminiscent of a legendary celestial palace. How exquisite! Upon witnessing this splendid spectacle, the surrounding visitors could not help but exclaim in awe, their eyes brimming with profound delight. Li Yi's unwavering commitment to quality had never failed to impress them. Even for a mere transition, he had invested considerable thought and effort. This was one of the reasons why they adored the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Just as the crowd marveled at the stage's enchanting decor, an otherworldly melody suddenly resonated from the center of the stage. Upon hearing this enchanting sound, the audience was momentarily taken aback, their expressions revealing astonishment. Goodness, why does this voice sound so familiar? Of course it does. It is Li Fei's signature dolphin-like vocalization. Could it be that Boss Li has actually invited Li Fei? No way. Li Fei is a queen in the Chinese music scene, even if Boss Li wields immense influence. It would be impossible for him to secure her presence. At that moment, disbelief filled the eyes of the audience, surpassing even their astonishment at the Aurora girl's appearance. The reason was simple. They could hardly fathom that Li Yi had managed to invite Li Fei. Li Fei and the Aurora girl were stars of entirely different calibers. While the Aurora girl had garnered a considerable following among the youth in Huaxia, her fame was limited to that generation. In stark contrast, Li Fei had been a household name for over a decade, renowned for her countless beloved songs. Even He Xiaomei was one of Li Fei's devoted fans. How could such a legendary diva possibly attend a modest music festival? As the crowd remained in disbelief, a middle-aged beauty, approximately in her 40s, slowly emerged from the mist. Upon recognizing her silhouette, the venue fell silent for a moment before erupting into thunderous cheers. This figure was none other than Li Fei. My goodness. It truly is Li Fei. Boss Li is truly remarkable. Not only has he invited the Aurora girl, but he has also managed to bring Li Fei. I suspected that with the Aurora girl's stature, she would not be the first to perform. It turns out there was an even greater star to follow. At that moment, Luo Li and Lu Yi were equally astonished. As a figure of paramount importance in the Chinese music industry, Li Fei held a higher status in the entertainment realm than Xiang Tianhua. 2 years prior, during the 50th anniversary celebration of the Luo group, they had made a substantial effort to invite Li Fei as a guest performer. However, she had declined their invitation, showcasing her pride. The fact that Li Yi had managed to invite Li Fei today speaks volumes about his influence. Li Fei's participation in the Bonfire Music Festival at the Rainbow Paradise Resort was undoubtedly due to her connection with Li Yi. Regardless of her elevated position in the Huaxia music scene, she remained, after all, a woman. Every woman finds it impossible to resist Li Yi's remarkable beauty techniques, particularly someone like Li Fei, a woman in her 40s. The allure of maintaining a youthful visage is so compelling that she would eagerly agree to perform at the Rainbow Paradise Resort, even if it meant a residency, let alone participating in the music festival. As one of the most esteemed vocalists in the Chinese music scene, Li Fei's prowess far surpasses that of the younger Aurora girls. Her ethereal voice, reminiscent of a siren's enchanting song, seems to penetrate the hearts of her audience, leaving them mesmerized. Even Li Yi must concede that her vocal abilities are truly exceptional, placing her among the pinnacle of Chinese musical talent. Like the Aurora girls, Li Fei captivated the audience with 2 consecutive performances, eliciting enthusiastic cheers from the crowd. Following her enchanting display, several other popular stars took to the stage. While these artists may not rival Li Fei's fame, they are nonetheless top-tier singers in China, possessing both renown and skill comparable to the Aurora girls. As each singer graced the stage, the atmosphere grew increasingly electric, with the jubilant sounds resonating clearly for miles. The Bonfire Music Festival continued for a total of 1.5 hours, culminating at 10 o'clock in the evening. After the final performer concluded, Li Yi ascended the stage, smiling as he addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our Bonfire Music Festival for today. Now, we arrive at the most thrilling segment of the evening, the lottery draw. I know you are all eagerly anticipating this moment, so without further ado, let us commence the lottery. With that, Li Yi gestured to 2 staff members at the side of the stage. They understood immediately and approached with a digital lottery machine, which could randomly select numbers with ease. The sight of this machine sparked excitement among the attendees, who eagerly produced their purchased rainbow lottery tickets, waiting in anticipation for the draw. Over 14,000 visitors attended the bonfire event at the Rainbow Paradise Resort, with more than 13,000 having purchased lottery tickets. Li Yi had prepared 36 prizes, resulting in an approximate winning rate of 3 in 1,000. While this probability may not be exceedingly high, it is still quite favorable, significantly better than typical lottery odds. With a stroke of luck, attendees might very well find themselves among the fortunate winners. After configuring the lottery machine, Li Yi officially initiated the draw. The first order of business was to select 20 third-place winners. Let us see which lucky audience members will win. Without any pretense, he activated the machine, and in an instant, 20 winning numbers flashed upon the screen. Li Yi connected the lottery machine screen to the large display on stage using a data cable, allowing the audience below to clearly see the 20 winning numbers. Soon, excited cheers erupted from the crowd. Haha, I've won. Chapter 83, Event Lottery, The Fortunate Lu Yi. There were a total of 20 third prizes, exceeding the combined total of several other awards. As Li Yi announced the winning numbers, a wave of exhilarated cheers filled the venue. The 20 fortunate visitors wore expressions of sheer astonishment, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The spectators surrounding them gazed upon the winners with envious admiration. It was no wonder, as the prizes prepared by Li Yi that day were exceptionally lavish. Even the least valuable third prize was worth a staggering 999 yuan. With such generous rewards, it was only natural that they yearned for victory. Li Yi, glancing at the winning numbers on the screen, smiled and addressed the crowd. Congratulations to these 20 friends for winning third prize. Please ensure you keep your lottery tickets safe. After the bonfire party concludes, we will distribute the prizes collectively. He continued, next, we shall draw for the second prize, of which there are 10 available. Let us eagerly await who the lucky winners will be. With that, Lee approached the lottery machine and activated it once more. As the numbers on the machine began to whirl, 10 fresh numbers soon illuminated the screen. "Wow, I actually won," exclaimed a man in his 30s. Unable to restrain himself upon seeing the winning number, his face alight with excitement. The surrounding audience erupted in laughter at his exuberance. This guy is really too excited. Of course, he was. The second prize was worth over 10,000 yuan. If I won, I would likely be just as thrilled. Oh, how I wish to win. May the heavens grant me the first prize or the grand prize. I would willingly trade my roommate's 10 years of life for a chance to win. In that moment, many in the crowd silently prayed, hoping for their own stroke of luck. Without delay, after announcing the winning numbers for the second prize, Lee activated the lottery machine once again to commence the draw for the first prize. Under the anticipatory gazes of the audience, the screen soon displayed 5 numbers. Lee, looking at the numbers, joyfully declared, "The winning numbers for the first prize are 36, 485, 963, 6635, and 9863. Congratulations to these 5 friends for winning the first prize at this bonfire party." Upon seeing the winning numbers on the screen, a wave of disappointment swept through the crowd. "Darn it, I was number 486. I was so close to winning," sighed one participant. "I truly lacked the fortune to win." Now, only the final grand prize remained, and many hoped that fate would smile upon them. Luoli glanced at her lottery ticket, a hint of regret flickering in her eyes. Her ticket number was 6,634, just one digit away from a winning number. It's such a pity. I was so close to winning." Luoli could not help but speak to the side. At that moment, Lu was gazing down at the lottery ticket in her hand, her eyes filled with disbelief. "Ali, it seems I have won." "What?" Luoli's eyes widened in astonishment as she leaned down to examine the ticket Lu held. To her amazement, the ticket number was indeed 6635, identical to the winning number displayed on the large screen. You really have won. I never imagined your luck would be this extraordinary," Luoli exclaimed excitedly, her gaze brimming with envy. It wasn't the value of the beauty discount card, worth 58,888 yuan, that she envied, but rather the sheer fortune of winning. Why was her luck never this good? Haha, I've never won anything in my life. Lu beamed. It seems this resort truly is my lucky place. Throughout her life, she had participated in numerous lottery draws, yet had never received even a consolation prize. However, today, she had actually won the grand prize. What incredible fortune! Just as Lu was reveling in her excitement, a woman in her 30s, dressed in red, squeezed her way to Lu side and inquired, "Excuse me, would you consider selling your lottery ticket? I am willing to offer 60,000 yuan for it." What? The surrounding tourists erupted in astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. They could hardly fathom that the woman in red was willing to pay such a high price for Lu's ticket. Before they could recover from their shock, another middle-aged woman emerged from the crowd, addressing Lu. "Beautiful lady, I will pay 61,000 yuan for that ticket." The woman in red's expression shifted as she quickly countered, "I offer 62,000 yuan. I bid 63,000 yuan." The middle-aged woman, not one to back down, immediately raised her offer. As the competition between the woman in red and the middle-aged lady intensified, the price of the lottery ticket escalated to 70,000 yuan. Witnessing this spectacle, the tourists around them were left utterly dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Who would have thought that someone would be willing to pay such an exorbitant amount for Lu's ticket? It was simply inconceivable. Was it merely a beauty discount card? Was such frenzy truly warranted? If the women in red and the middle-aged lady could hear the crowd's thoughts, they would undoubtedly affirm their necessity. Indeed, it was warranted. Although a complete 2-star beauty service at Rainbow Paradise Resort costs only 58,888 yuan, it is not readily accessible, even for those with money. The reason is simple. The business at the beauty center is thriving. A week prior, all appointments for the complete 2-star beauty service had already been booked. Now, even with money, one must wait a week, or even 2, to secure a spot. It is precisely due to this that the woman in red and the middle-aged beauty would pay a premium for the lottery ticket in Lu's possession. As Li had previously mentioned, the first prize could be exchanged for a beauty discount card that could be utilized at any time. This implies that with this beauty discount card, they could visit the beauty center at their convenience to indulge in a complete 2-star beauty service without enduring a lengthy wait. This is indeed a unique privilege of the first prize. Although the woman in red and the middle-aged beauty offered a substantial price, Lu, without a moment's hesitation, firmly declined their advances. "I'm sorry, no matter how much you offer, I shall not part with it. You would do better to seek someone else." This was her first time winning a prize in her life, a moment of great significance that she felt compelled to cherish as a memento. Not even an offer of 700,000 would tempt her to sell. Chapter 84. The bonfire party concludes, revealing future development plans. Upon witnessing Lu's unwillingness to sell her lottery ticket, the woman in red and the middle-aged beauty could only reluctantly concede defeat. Not only Lu, but also the other 4 fortunate guests who had won the first prize encountered individuals eager to purchase their lottery tickets at elevated prices. Unlike Lu, these 4 guests were ordinary people, not accustomed to dismissing tens of thousands of dollars. After some haggling, they sold their tickets at high prices, making a considerable profit. Observing these 4 guests instantaneously earning $60,000 to $70,000, the surrounding crowd turned envious, their eyes glistening with desire. They could hardly believe that so many were willing to pay handsomely for a first prize lottery ticket. How could they not have such good fortune? Regarding the actions of these 4 winning guests selling their tickets, Li did not intervene. After all, there were only 5 first prizes in total. They were free to manage their tickets as they pleased, as long as it did not disrupt the normal operations of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Li would turn a blind eye. With the announcement of the first prize winners, the moment everyone had been eagerly anticipating finally arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now draw the winning number for the grand prize. This is the final and most valuable prize of the day. Who among you will be the fortunate recipient of this grand prize? We shall soon find out. Li Yi exclaimed with palpable excitement. May the Buddha bless me. I hope to win the grand prize. The surrounding guests clasped their hands together, silently praying. In an instant, the venue was filled with murmurs of Amitabha. Witnessing this peculiar scene, Li Yi couldn't help but smile as he approached the lottery machine for the final draw. Under the anxious gaze of the crowd, the numbers on the lottery machine screen continuously fluctuated before finally settling on the number 24. Congratulations to the holder of ticket number 24 for winning our grand prize today, Li Yi announced with a booming voice. Upon witnessing the final winning number, 24, a wave of discontent swept through the gathered crowd, who began to survey their surroundings in search of the fortunate winner. It wasn't long before an unassuming young man caught their attention. The very individual who had claimed the grand prize. In that moment, the youth gazed at the lottery ticket in his hand, his expression a mixture of disbelief and elation, unable to fathom his unexpected fortune. This is incredible, my dear. We've won. His girlfriend, unable to contain her excitement, erupted into joyful cheers and enveloped him in a warm embrace, her eyes sparkling with boundless delight. Observing the couple's exuberance, the onlookers felt a pang of envy, lamenting silently why their own tickets were not numbered 24. It is worth noting that the grand prize consisted of a gourmet dining voucher for 4-star cuisine. Anyone who has dined at the Rainbow Paradise Resort is acutely aware of the exorbitant prices associated with such culinary delights. Presently, the resort offers merely 3 varieties of 4-star dishes, each crafted from the finest ingredients in the world. Not only are these dishes renowned for their exquisite flavors, akin to heavenly ambrosia, but they also possess remarkable nourishing properties, providing substantial health benefits post-consumption. Despite the steep cost of these gourmet offerings, with the cheapest exceeding 100,000 yuan, they remain highly coveted, often sold out within moments of availability, making them a rarity even for those with ample finances. The young man, even if he chose not to indulge himself, could easily resell the voucher for a considerable profit. Were the others in his position, they would likely be even more exhilarated than he was at this moment. As the final grand prize was awarded to this young man, the day's lottery event drew to a close. Li Yi, microphone in hand, addressed the audience. Dear friends, our bonfire gathering has now reached its conclusion. Thank you all for your support. Those who have won may proceed to the back to register for their prizes. And for those who did not win, do not be disheartened. Starting today, our Rainbow Paradise Resort will hold a lottery event every 3 months. All our resort members may participate for free, with opportunities to win an array of generous prizes. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits were instantly lifted. Li, you are magnanimous. Will the prizes for the next lottery be as plentiful as this time? Please increase the number of winners next time. The odds are simply too low. Indeed, let us also share in the fortune. Li Yi smiled and reassured them. Rest assured, the prizes for our next lottery will be even more abundant, and you will not be disappointed. He gestured towards the 3 islands in the distance, saying, have you all noticed those 3 islands? Our resort has successfully acquired the rights to develop those islands, along with the mangrove forest behind the resort. In the days to come, our resort will undertake the development and transformation of these 3 islands and the adjacent mangrove area, within a maximum of 3 months. The construction of all 3 islands will be completed. At that time, I will randomly select 100 fortunate guests to enjoy a day of leisure on these islands, allowing everyone to revel in the breathtaking island scenery. The audience erupted in a flurry of excited chatter upon hearing Li Yi's announcement. How remarkable is Boss Li? He has quietly secured the development rights for these 3 islands. Does he aspire to transform the Rainbow Paradise Resort into the largest tourist destination in the country? Not merely the largest in the country. I dare say there is no resort of such magnitude in the entire world. I am eager to witness the transformation of these 3 islands. With Boss Li's prowess and influence, he will undoubtedly create 3 unique paradises. Indeed, anything produced by Boss Li is bound to be exquisite. Once the development of these islands is complete, I will certainly come to see for myself. At that moment, anticipation filled the eyes of the crowd. Although they were unaware of Li Yi's specific plans for the island's development, they firmly believed he would not disappoint them. After announcing his island development plan, Li Yi departed from the stage. It was already 11 o'clock at night, and the beachgoers gradually began to disperse, preparing to leave the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Just then, a visitor suddenly spotted something and exclaimed, everyone, look, there seems to be something in the sea. Chapter 85. The glowing dreamlike manta ray, a mysterious marine creature that exploded across the internet. Something in the sea? At the sound of the visitor's exclamation, the surrounding guests turned their curious gazes towards the water. Not far from the shore, a massive blue manta ray was gracefully gliding through the ocean. This manta ray was extraordinarily large, with its expansive pectoral fins resembling a pair of grand wings, measuring an impressive 7 to 8 meters in length. Its slender tail elegantly swayed in harmony with the rhythm of its movements. Most astonishing of all, the surface of this blue manta ray emitted a soft, ethereal blue glow. From a distance, it resembled a blue ocean spirit, evoking a dreamlike sensation. Heavens, what creature is this? Such a beautiful manta ray. I never imagined that such a magnificent being existed in this world. How can a manta ray possibly emit light? Could it be some extraterrestrial creature? At this moment, disbelief painted the faces of the onlookers, who eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the enchanting sight of the blue manta ray. Luo Li and Lu Yi were no exception. Positioned not far from the shore, they had a clear view of the mesmerizing creature. They quickly took out their phones to document this incredible scene. Little did they dream that they would one day encounter such a breathtaking organism. As the beachgoers went wild over the appearance of the blue manta ray, a sudden notification echoed in Li Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. for triggering the special attribute of the heart of the ocean ring, attracting a 3-star mysterious marine creature, the luminous dream ray. Upon hearing the system's notification, Li Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, a glimmer of delight illuminating his expression. He had not anticipated that he would successfully activate the ring's unique property today. Suppressing his excitement, Li Yi hurriedly dashed to the shore and gazed into the sea. Upon sighting the ethereal blue ray, he was overwhelmed with awe. Is this the mysterious marine creature summoned by the heart of the ocean ring? It is simply breathtaking, resembling a being from a fairy tale. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe such a wondrous marine entity existed in this world. While Li Yi was still in a state of astonishment, the system's notification rang in his mind once more. Ding! Due to the inadequacy of the surrounding marine environment of the host's resort, it cannot meet the living conditions required for the luminous dream ray. The ray will temporarily depart. Please improve the surrounding marine environment of the resort as soon as possible. Only when the marine environment meets the appropriate standards can more mysterious marine creatures be attracted to visit the resort. The system's announcement felt like a bucket of cold water, dousing Li Yi's exhilaration. He had intended to leverage the presence of the luminous dream ray to attract more visitors to Rainbow Paradise Resort, only to realize it was merely a fleeting moment of joy. As the system's notification concluded, the luminous dream ray flicked its tail and swam deeper into the ocean, quickly vanishing from sight. A hint of regret flickered in Li Yi's eyes as he hastily queried the system. What level must the surrounding marine environment of Rainbow Paradise Resort achieve to accommodate the living conditions of the luminous dream ray? The system replied, the surrounding marine environment of the host's resort must reach a 3-star level to meet the requirements for the luminous dream ray. What? 3 stars? Li Yi could not help but be taken aback upon hearing this. Elevating the environmental level of the resort's surroundings was no simple task. Merely upgrading to 1 star required 100,000 reputation points along with 10 million gold coins. To ascend to 3 stars, at least 1 million reputation points and 100 million gold coins were necessary. Given the resources at Li Yi's disposal, such an upgrade seemed utterly unattainable. Alas, it seems I must strive even harder. Li Yi sighed as he gazed in the direction where the luminous dream ray had disappeared. He had initially felt a sense of pride, believing he had amassed a considerable amount of reputation and wealth during this period. However, it now appeared that his joy had come prematurely. Compared to the costs of upgrading the resort's various facilities, the reputation and wealth he had earned seemed utterly trivial. The appearance of the luminous dream ray soon stirred a tremendous uproar online. Although it was nearing dawn, news of the luminous dream ray instantly surged to the top of the trending charts, eclipsing the second-place topic by several folds. Goodness, what kind of creature is this? It is astonishingly beautiful. It is truly reminiscent of the legendary ocean sprites. This video appears rather contrived, doesn't it? How could such a wondrous creature exist in this world? Perhaps it is a scene from a science fiction film. The special effects are indeed quite realistic. However, this blue ray fish is not merely a product of visual effects. It is a real entity. Numerous individuals have witnessed this blue ray fish firsthand. I suspect that the owner of that resort concocted this to attract tourists. I share your sentiments. Nowadays, many tourist spots engage in such fanciful antics to garner attention. Not long ago, there were rumors online about a wild man appearing in a scenic area, only to later reveal that it was merely an employee of that very site in disguise. Upon viewing the bioluminescent dream ray fish in the video, the initial reaction of the crowd was disbelief, suspecting that the Rainbow Paradise Resort had orchestrated this spectacle to draw visitors. It is no wonder they felt this way. The appearance of that bioluminescent dream ray fish is indeed astonishing. Not only them, but even Li Yi found it hard to believe that such a marvelous and beautiful creature could exist in this world. Yet, regardless of the skepticism, the bioluminescent dream ray fish is undeniably a real creature. Although it lingered near the shore for less than 5 minutes, over 1,000 tourists witnessed it firsthand and captured numerous photos and videos. Even someone as capable as Li Yi could not possibly deceive that many visitors simultaneously. Amidst fervent debates, the topic surrounding the bioluminescent dream ray fish gained momentum, drawing the attention of countless individuals, even reaching international audiences. Numerous professional biologists began to take an interest in this matter. With this surge in interest, the subsequent 2 days saw a remarkable influx of visitors to the Rainbow Paradise Resort, as many traveled specifically to catch a glimpse of the bioluminescent dream ray fish. However, to their disappointment, since that night of its fleeting appearance, the bioluminescent dream ray fish had not reappeared. Just as Li Yi believed the excitement surrounding the ray fish would soon wane, Zhang Quan unexpectedly arrived at the Rainbow Paradise Resort with a biological research team. Chapter 86. The research team arrives at the resort, developing the mangroves. The biological research team, led by Zhang Quan, consists of 6 members, 4 men and 2 women. Mr. Li, allow me to introduce you to Professor Li Guitao from the Institute of Biological Research at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, Zhang Quan said, pointing to an elderly gentleman in his 60s with white hair. Professor Li and his team have come to your resort specifically to investigate the blue ray fish that appeared by your beach a few days ago. Li Yi, taken aback, promptly shook hands with Professor Li Guitao, exclaiming, Professor, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Li Yi, the owner of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Li Yi was astounded. He had not anticipated that this incident would attract the attention of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. It is well known that the Chinese Academy of Sciences stands as one of the most prestigious research organizations in the nation, housing the finest experts in various fields. Each member is typically a doctoral candidate at the very least. Professors like Li Guitao are akin to academicians, recognized authorities in the realm of biological research in China. The fact that such a distinguished expert would personally lead a team to the Rainbow Paradise Resort to investigate the luminous dream ray speaks volumes about the immense stir that its appearance has caused domestically. Li Guotao, a quintessential researcher with an air of refined elegance, turned to Li Yi with a smile and inquired, Mr. Li, you must have witnessed that blue ray the other night. Could you kindly share your account of the event? Li Yi responded with a smile. What I observed was quite similar to the videos captured by tourists online. I saw a gigantic ray, approximately 7 to 8 meters long, appearing at the shoreline. Its body radiated a soft, blue luminescence, truly breathtaking. It lingered at the coast for about 5 minutes before plunging into the depths of the sea, disappearing from sight. Since then, I have yet to encounter that blue ray again. With a lighthearted tone, Li Yi added, Professor Li, many netizens claim that I orchestrated the appearance of that blue ray to attract tourists. Are you not concerned that it might be a fabrication? A middle-aged man from the research team chuckled and said, Mr. Li, you may find this hard to believe, but just a couple of days ago, I attended the bonfire party hosted by your resort and witnessed that blue ray with my own eyes. Based on my years of experience, I can assure you that the blue ray is indeed a real creature. Upon hearing the man's words, Li Yi suddenly understood why Li Guotao and his team were so convinced of the luminous dream ray's existence. It was because this gentleman had seen it firsthand. Li Guotao then addressed Li Yi, saying, Mr. Li, I have heard that your resort possesses several marine submersibles that can take visitors to admire the underwater scenery. Would it be possible for you to rent one to us so that we may investigate the whereabouts of the blue ray? Rest assured, we will cover all expenses and will not disrupt your business. Zhang Quan interjected, Mr. Li, the higher-ups are placing significant emphasis on this research endeavor. We hope you can provide some conveniences for Professor Li and his team. If there are any challenges, please do not hesitate to mention them. We will do our utmost to assist you. With such a clear hint from Zhang Quan, Li Yi could hardly refuse. He smiled at Li Guotao and replied, No problem at all. I will arrange for 2 marine submersibles for you right away. If there is anything else you require assistance with, please feel free to let me know. I will do my best to help. Li Guotao smiled back, saying, We appreciate your kindness, Mr. Li. Li Yi promptly responded, You are too kind. It is my duty to assist. Li Guotao is a distinguished professor at the Chinese Academy of Sciences, recognized as an authoritative expert in the field of biological research in China. He holds a position of immense respect within the academic community and harbors the potential to become an academician in the future. For Li Yi, fostering a good relationship with such a prominent scholar is solely advantageous. Under Li Yi's arrangement, Li Guotao and his 5 companions temporarily settled in the staff dormitories of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Although Li Yi initially intended for them to reside at the Sky Ship Hotel, their sudden arrival left him no time to secure accommodations there, necessitating their stay in the dormitories instead. Fortunately, the living conditions in the staff quarters were quite satisfactory, leaving Li Guotao and his group pleased. After a brief unpacking, the 6 scholars promptly made their way to the beach to search for the elusive blue stingray, which is likely a previously undiscovered species of immense scientific value. Should Li Guotao and his team succeed in locating this remarkable creature, it would undoubtedly create a sensation worldwide. Once Li Yi ensured that Li Guotao and his companions were settled, he turned his attention to his own endeavors. He ventured into the mangrove forest behind the Rainbow Paradise Resort, intending to develop and transform this expansive area, which spans over 1,000 acres. Considerably larger than the resort itself. With its pristine surroundings, Li Yi envisioned creating a unique tourist attraction within the mangroves, complete with newly constructed treehouses for visitors' accommodations. After meticulous planning, Li Yi devised a comprehensive renovation plan. According to this proposal, 300 2-star rated treehouses will be built within the mangrove forest, alongside a scenic coastal walkway stretching several thousand meters. These walkways will be constructed with 2-star quality craftsmanship, adorned with beautiful lighting fixtures, enhancing their aesthetic appeal. Once completed, this mangrove area is set to become another distinctive attraction of the Rainbow Paradise Resort, sure to draw numerous tourists. However, while the renovation plan is exquisite, the cost is equally staggering, amounting to a total of 100,000 prestige points and 20 million gold coins. Fortunately, the recent bonfire night had garnered Li Yi a substantial amount of prestige. Otherwise, he would have lacked sufficient resources for the development of the mangrove forest. As for the 3 nearby islands, the expenses for their transformation are even more formidable. Li Yi has merely outlined a plan for now, intending to wait until he accumulates enough prestige before embarking on their development. He aims to complete the preliminary transformation of the islands within 3 months. Just as Li Yi was issuing the renovation directive and departing from the mangrove forest, a notification from the system resonated within his mind. Ding! 1-star gift shop construction completed. Upon hearing this announcement, a flicker of joy appeared in Li Yi's eyes. It was finally finished. A few days prior, he had conducted a survey within the resort. At that time, he randomly surveyed 100 tourists at the resort, inquiring about areas in which they felt Rainbow Paradise Resort could improve. Several guests expressed a desire for the establishment of a gift shop, where exclusive souvenirs from Rainbow Paradise Resort could be sold. After all, their visit to this enchanting locale was a rare occasion, and they wished to purchase a memento or 2 upon departure. Much like the exquisite trinkets exchanged for rainbow badges during Li Yi's summer carnival, these souvenirs held sentimental value. Upon receiving these suggestions, Li Yi promptly constructed a 1-star gift shop within the resort. After 5 days of diligent effort, the shop was finally completed today. Eagerly responding to the system's notification, Li Yi made his way to the gift shop. Situated at the entrance of Rainbow Paradise Resort, it was less than 20 meters from the main gate. After a brief 10-minute walk, he arrived at the resort. The 1-star gift shop, though modest in size, boasted 2 levels, each adorned with 20 to 30 shelves, capable of displaying a plethora of merchandise. Designed with aesthetic finesse, the shop featured a predominant blue color scheme, embellished with an array of charming plush toys. The entire establishment exuded a serene ambience, evoking the sensation of being submerged in an underwater world. Li Yi was instantly captivated by the shop's allure. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a new task. Task, grand opening. Task difficulty, 3 stars. Task objective, achieve sales of 10 million within 3 days. Task reward, 5,000 reputation points. 3 2-star employee upgrade vouchers. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Li Yi's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had not anticipated receiving a task so promptly after the shop's completion. System, what is the purpose of the 2-star employee upgrade vouchers? He inquired with curiosity upon noticing the rewards. 2-star employee upgrade vouchers allow the free upgrade of a 1-star employee to 2-star status, the system replied. Li Yi's eyes sparkled at this revelation. These 3 upgrade vouchers were indeed a valuable asset. Recruiting a 2-star employee typically required a cost of 5,000 reputation points. With these 3 vouchers, he could save a substantial 15,000 points. After assessing the gift shop's inventory, he immediately recruited 10 employees to begin organizing the merchandise. During this time, Li Yi had meticulously selected a variety of products from the system's marketplace. The gift shop was strategically divided into 2 sections based on the star ratings of the items. The first floor primarily featured 1-star products, including unique souvenirs from Rainbow Paradise Resort, small jewelry pieces, commemorative cards, and adorable plush toys. These items were affordably priced, making them accessible to most tourists. Conversely, the second floor was tailored for the affluent guests of the resort, showcasing products rated 2 stars and above, including the unique skincare products exclusive to the beauty center, the exquisite delicacies crafted by the restaurant, and the precious items meticulously selected by Li Yi from the system mall. These offerings are significantly pricier than those on the first level. Even the most affordable items cost several hundred yuan, while the most extravagant can soar to hundreds of thousands. Though the prices may seem steep, every item is truly worth its value, available solely at the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Li Yi and the 10 employees of the gift shop devoted an entire afternoon to meticulously organizing all the merchandise. Once everything was in order, that evening, Li Yi filmed a promotional video for the gift shop and uploaded it to the official Douyin account of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Following the bonfire party, the resort garnered a plethora of new followers online. Currently, the total number of online fans of Rainbow Paradise Resort has surpassed 10 million, making it the most followed scenic spot in all of Huaxia. Not long after Li Yi uploaded the video, its view count exceeded 100,000. Upon witnessing the newly established gift shop at Rainbow Paradise Resort, fans could not help but leave enthusiastic comments beneath the video. How wonderful! Rainbow Paradise Resort finally has a gift shop. Now I can purchase some little souvenirs during my visits. Truly, Boss Li has an impeccable taste. Even a gift shop is decorated so beautifully. I wonder if the items in this gift shop are expensive? Is that even a question? Rainbow Paradise Resort has become synonymous with high-end consumption. Anything from them is several times more expensive than outside. To be fair, although the items at Boss Li's resort are pricey, they are undoubtedly worth every penny. Everyone can shop with confidence. Meanwhile, in a 2-star inn at Rainbow Paradise Resort, Luo Li and Lu Yi were leisurely lying on the bed, scrolling through their phones. Upon seeing the promotional video released by Li Yi, their eyes instantly brightened. The items at this gift shop look rather appealing. Let us go explore it tomorrow morning. Luo Li eagerly exclaimed to Lu Yi. Having spotted several exquisite little accessories in the video that she found utterly irresistible, Lu Yi nodded in agreement, smiling as she said, I can just buy some souvenirs for my parents. They are quite interested in Rainbow Paradise Resort now. After days of exploration, Lu Yi had completely fallen in love with the resort. Initially, she had only planned to accompany Luo Li for 2 or 3 days before departing. However, now she found it incredibly difficult to part with Rainbow Paradise Resort. What could she do? The resort was simply too enjoyable. It boasted breathtaking scenery, entertaining activities, delicious cuisine, and a comfortable lodging environment. It was nothing short of paradise on earth. If possible, she would even wish to reside in Rainbow Paradise Resort for a lifetime. At that moment, far away in a luxurious villa in the bustling metropolis Taixinlan, adorned in a seductive silk nightgown, languidly reclined on her bed, engrossed in a promotional video for the Rainbow Paradise Resort gift shop. As she beheld the dazzling array of merchandise showcased in the video, a glimmer of yearning sparked in her eyes, igniting a desire to rush to the Rainbow Paradise Resort without delay. Although she had only spent a few days at the resort, she had already fallen deeply in love with it. Had it not been for her busy schedule, she would have certainly made time to visit the resort and support Li Yi personally. Just as a tinge of regret washed over her, a familiar item caught her eye in the gift shop's promotional video. Upon recognizing it, Taixinlan abruptly sat up, her eyes brimming with excitement. Chapter 88, A Battle for Fine Wine, the gift shop's jaw-dropping prices. The item she spotted was none other than the esteemed Qinglong and Tianfeng wines. After returning from the Rainbow Paradise Resort, she had gifted a bottle of Qinglong wine, purchased from Li Yi, to a respected elder in the entertainment industry. This elder, an ardent wine enthusiast, was utterly captivated by the exquisite taste of the Qinglong wine, showering it with praise. In the past few days, he had called Taixinlan several times, pleading with her to procure more bottles of Qinglong wine for him. She had been at a loss, unsure of where to find it. To her astonishment, she discovered that the newly established gift shop at the Rainbow Paradise Resort offered both Qinglong and Tianfeng wines. Could it be that Boss Li had acquired a new batch of these wines to sell in the gift shop? With this thought, Taixinlan hastily grabbed her phone to call Li Yi. However, to her dismay, the call indicated that he was already engaged in another conversation. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Could that scoundrel have also discovered the Qinglong and Tianfeng wines in the gift shop? Her brow furrowed, for she knew that Xiang Tianhua had been closely monitoring the activities of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. If he had indeed learned about the wines in the gift shop, he would undoubtedly reach out to Li Yi immediately. Perhaps the person currently on the line with Li Yi was none other than Xiang Tianhua. Anxiously, Taixinlan repeatedly dialed Li Yi's number. The availability of Qinglong and Tianfeng wines was exceedingly limited. If Xiang Tianhua managed to seize them first, it would spell disaster. After several minutes of relentless attempts, she finally succeeded in getting through to Li Yi. "Boss Li, I apologize for disturbing you at such a late hour." Tai Xinlan exclaimed with a smile. "Not at all. Tai, what brings you to call me at this hour?" Li Yi inquired, his tone cheerful. "Tai Xinlan here. I just watched the promotional video for your gift shop and noticed that you have Qinglong and Tianfeng wines. Have you recently acquired a new batch of these wines?" She asked eagerly. Li Yi chuckled. "You and Xiang are quite perceptive. You both spotted the Qinglong and Tianfeng wines in our gift shop right away." "Indeed, that is correct. Recently, I have acquired another batch of Qinglong and Tianfeng wines. Tomorrow marks the grand opening of our gift shop, where I plan to offer 5 bottles of each for sale. What do you think, Director Tai? Would you also be interested in purchasing a few bottles of Qinglong and Tianfeng wines?" Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Tai Xinlan felt a sudden heaviness in her heart. Her suspicions were confirmed. The person she had just spoken to was indeed that scoundrel, Xiang Tianhua. Without hesitation, Tai Xinlan replied, "Boss Li, we are old friends. You must treat me fairly. I am very interested in the Qinglong and Tianfeng wines you possess. If you have any surplus, please do sell me a few bottles. I am willing to pay a premium." Li Yi chuckled. "Director Tai, I don't have much wine left myself. How about this? I can sell you 1 bottle each of Qinglong and Tianfeng wines at the previous price." Tai Xinlan inquired. "How many bottles did you sell to that scoundrel Xiang Tianhua? He can't have bought more than I did, right?" Li Yi laughed. "Rest assured, Director Tai, I sold him 1 bottle each as well." Hearing this, Tai Xinlan felt a sense of balance restored and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Boss Li. I will have my assistant come by tomorrow to collect the wine. If you have any surplus Qinglong or Tianfeng wines in the future, please remember to contact me first. I will take them all." Li Yi assured her, "Certainly. If I have any surplus wine in the future, I will let you know." After a brief conversation, Tai Xinlan hung up the phone and immediately transferred 1 million yuan to Li Yi via her mobile banking app. Subsequently, she dialed her assistant's number and instructed Xiao Wang, "Book a flight to Jinghai City at once and retrieve 2 bottles of wine from the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Additionally, once the gift shop at Rainbow Paradise Resort opens tomorrow morning, go there immediately to purchase as many bottles of Qinglong and Tianfeng wines as you can. Remember, buy as many as possible." Li Yi had mentioned that the gift shop at Rainbow Paradise Resort would have 5 bottles of Qinglong and Tianfeng wines available for sale. This was an opportunity she could not afford to miss. She was determined to secure all 5 bottles before Xiang Tianhua could get to them. The night passed in silence. At 10 o'clock the next morning, the gift shop at Rainbow Paradise Resort officially opened its doors. This time, Li Yi did not hold any grand ribbon-cutting ceremony. Instead, he simply set off a few firecrackers outside the shop to celebrate and commence business. Luo Li and Lu Yi had arrived early, eagerly waiting outside the gift shop. As soon as the doors opened, they rushed inside. Wow, so many beautiful trinkets. Upon seeing the dazzling array of exquisite jewelry, Luo Li found it hard to look away. These pieces were not only creatively designed, but also remarkably crafted, far surpassing the quality of those sold elsewhere. It was not just Luo Li, Lu Yi, too, was taken aback by the variety of splendid gifts displayed in the shop, her face reflecting sheer delight. She eagerly grasped the shopping basket and began a fervent raid on the array of trinkets displayed on the shelves. Unfazed by the prices, Lu Yi indiscriminately tossed her favorite little gifts into the basket. In no time, her basket overflowed with an assortment of items. Luo Li was equally fervent. Had she not feared her inability to carry them all, she would have swept the entire collection of jewelry from the gift shop. After a whirlwind tour of the first floor, Lu Yi and Luo Li could hardly contain their excitement as they ascended to the second floor. At this moment, the second floor was already bustling with visitors, all gazing in astonishment at the merchandise on display. "Goodness, the prices on this level are outrageous," exclaimed one. "A bag of cookies for 299 yuan? That is absurd. 299 yuan for cookies is nothing compared to the price of this bottle of skincare lotion. A staggering 888 yuan. I've never encountered such an exorbitant skincare product. Truly, this is Rainbow Paradise Resort. The prices are indeed outrageous." Upon hearing the gasps of the crowd, curiosity sparked in the eyes of Luo Li and Lu Yi, prompting them to examine the items on the shelves. Indeed, the prices on this level far exceeded those on the first floor, rivaling even the most prestigious high-end shopping malls in the country. Just as they were curiously surveying the shelves, a sudden exclamation echoed from a distance. "Wow, look over here. There's a bottle of wine priced at 500,000 yuan. This is insane." The unexpected outcry instantly captured the attention of all visitors on the second floor. A bottle of wine for 500,000 yuan? This gift shop surprisingly offered such extravagant items. At that moment, curiosity glimmered in everyone's eyes as they flocked toward the source of the commotion, eager to glimpse this extraordinary bottle of wine. Luo Li and Lu Yi were no exception. They followed the crowd to a shelf in the southeastern corner of the gift shop on the second floor, crafted from mahogany and adorned with gilded edges. The shelf exuded an air of opulence. Neatly arranged upon it were 10 bottles of wine, 5 in azure and 5 in crimson. The azure bottles were intricately engraved with a soaring azure dragon, while the crimson bottles bore the likeness of a phoenix poised for flight. These 2 varieties were none other than azure dragon wine and phoenix wine. What stunning bottles! The moment they beheld the azure dragon and phoenix wines, a spark of wonder ignited in the eyes of Luo Li and Lu Yi. As the elite offspring of the nation, they had been exposed to a plethora of exquisite wines both domestically and internationally. While those premium wines boasted exquisite packaging, none compared to the breathtaking allure of the bottles before them. Though they remained unaware of the wine's flavors, their exquisite appearance alone justified the staggering price of 500,000 yuan. To one's astonishment, these 2 exquisite bottles of wine are indeed priced at 500,000 each. Such exorbitance is beyond belief. Could it be that these wines are crafted from gold? Even if they were filled with gold, they would hardly warrant such a price. I had thought that Matai was already quite costly, yet in comparison to these two wines, Matai seems like a mere novice. Upon observing the series of zeros on the price tags of the Qinglong and Tianfeng wines, the crowd collectively gasped in disbelief. While they were aware that items at the Rainbow Paradise Resort are pricey, they could scarcely fathom such a staggering amount. 500,000 for a single bottle. This is utterly absurd. Excuse me, but aren't these wines excessively priced? A male tourist inquired of a saleswoman standing by the shelf. The saleswoman smiled gently, responding, "Sir, we have not mispriced these items. These two wines were specially curated by our owner to celebrate the grand opening of our gift shop. Though their cost is steep, their exquisite flavors and remarkable health benefits are unmatched. Qinglong wine invigorates the blood and dispels internal cold, thereby boosting the immune system. Tianfeng wine nourishes the blood and enhances vitality, elevating the body's resistance." Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with skepticism. Surely, the claims made by the saleswoman must be exaggerated. How could a mere bottle of wine possess such miraculous properties? The saleswoman continued, "These wines are limited editions, with only 5 bottles available each month. If you are interested, do not miss out." At her words, the crowd hastily shook their heads. Such a pricey wine is beyond my means. If it were 5,000 per bottle, I might consider it, but 500,000? No thank you. With that amount, I could purchase dozens of cases of Matai instead. Only a fool would buy such expensive wine. As the crowd murmured their disbelief, a young man in a suit suddenly rushed up to the second floor, breathless. He leaned on his knees, surveying his surroundings. Upon spotting the Qinglong and Tianfeng wines, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes as he hastened over to the saleswoman, exclaiming, "Hello, I will take all of these wines." What? The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief as they struggled to comprehend his words. Just moments ago, they had declared that only a fool would purchase such wines, yet here was someone buying them all. This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that this suited gentleman was a plant, deliberately placed by the store? However, the crowd was in for an even greater shock. Just as the suited man finished speaking, a young and beautiful woman in white rushed over, equally eager to address the saleswoman. "Hello, I will take all of these wines as well. Please wrap them up for me." Incredulity washed over the onlookers once more. The crowd was visibly astonished. They could hardly fathom that such an expensive wine could incite such a fervent rush for purchase. Madness indeed. Upon catching sight of the woman clad in white, the man in the suit's expression shifted dramatically as he coldly remarked, "Assistant Wang, I regret to inform you that you have arrived too late. I have already purchased all of these wines." The woman in white was none other than Wang Ailing, the assistant to Tai Xinlan. After receiving Tai Xinlan's instructions the previous night, she had boarded the first flight this morning, hastening her way to Jinghai City. However, due to traffic delays, she had only just arrived at the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Wang Ailing cast a disdainful glance at the suited man and retorted, "Li Ping, do you truly believe that simply declaring your purchase makes it so? As long as payment has not been rendered, these wines do not belong to you." Li Ping's face flushed with anger. He was the assistant to Xiang Tianhua and, like Wang Ailing, had come specifically to the Rainbow Paradise Resort to acquire the Qinglong and Tianfeng wines. Xiang Tianhua had given him strict orders to secure these 10 bottles of Qinglong and Tianfeng wines from the gift shop at all costs. He had assumed that such pricey wines would attract no competition, only to be confronted by Wang Ailing. As the tension between Wang Ailing and Li Ping escalated, the sales clerk interjected, "I apologize, but each individual is only permitted to purchase 1 bottle of Qinglong and 1 bottle of Tianfeng wine." What? Upon hearing the clerk's statement, both Li Ping and Wang Ailing furrowed their brows. They had initially intended to buy all the wines, but were dismayed to discover the limitation of 1 bottle per person. "Then I shall take 1 bottle of Qinglong and 1 of Tianfeng. I will pay immediately," Li Ping hastily declared. "I, too, wish for 1 of each." Wang Ailing's eyes gleamed with determination. Scanning the surrounding crowd, she approached Luo Li and Lu Yi with a smile, saying, "Ladies, would you be so kind as to assist me? I will compensate you if you could purchase a bottle of Qinglong and a bottle of Tianfeng on my behalf." Although the store had stipulated that one could purchase only 1 bottle of each wine, it had not prohibited proxy purchases. If she could enlist 3 individuals to assist her, she could secure the remaining bottles. However, upon hearing Wang Ailing's request, Luo Li and Lu Yi exchanged glances and replied with a smile, "We apologize, but we, too, wish to purchase these 2 wines." As Tai Xinlan's dedicated assistant, Wang Ailing possessed a keen intellect akin to her employers. The moment the sales clerk announced the 1-bottle policy, Wang Ailing swiftly devised a plan, approaching Luo Li and Lu Yi to solicit their help. Typically, one might expect anyone to comply with Wang Ailing's request, but unfortunately for her, she encountered Luo Li and Lu Yi. After listening to the clerk's explanation, they were already inclined to purchase a bottle of each wine themselves. Witnessing the fierce contention between Wang Ailing and Li Ping over the Qinglong and Tianfeng wines, both became increasingly convinced of the distinctiveness of these 2 beverages, ultimately resolving to procure a bottle each. "Greetings. We would each like a bottle of Qinglong and Tianfeng wine," Luoli and Lu Yi cheerfully informed the saleswoman. The sight of Luoli and Lu Yi also opting to purchase wine left Wang Ailing momentarily astounded. She could hardly fathom that her casual selection of 2 tourists had led her to encounter 2 affluent individuals. What a turn of events. Originally, there were 6 bottles remaining, but now only 2 were left. Faced with this dilemma, Wang Ailing decisively extracted 1,000 yuan from her bag and enlisted a young tourist from the crowd to procure the last bottle of Qinglong and Tianfeng wine for her. The moment Li Ping noticed that Wang Ailing had purchased an additional bottle of both wines, his expression darkened considerably. While he could accept defeat at the hands of anyone, he could not bear the thought of losing to Tai Xinlan. He envisioned the scathing rebuke he would receive from Tianhua upon his return. Amidst the fervent competition between Li Ping and Wang Ailing, the 10 bottles of Qinglong and Tianfeng wine that Li Yi had prepared for the day were swiftly snatched away. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. They had presumed that these bottles of wine represented nothing more than a folly of intellect, never anticipating that they would be purchased so rapidly. It was simply unfathomable. Indeed, the realm of the affluent is vastly different from their own. As time progressed, the number of visitors at the gift shop swelled, leading to a bustling business. That evening, Li Yi reviewed the day's revenue at the gift shop, a glimmer of surprise illuminating his eyes. In just one day, the shop's earnings had soared to over 8 million, with merely 2 million remaining. He was poised to successfully complete his task, just as Li Yi reveled in the gift shop's booming business at the Central Hospital of Jinghai City. In a luxurious single-patient room, Zhang Huaimin was meticulously examining an elderly man in his 80s with a stethoscope. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in his 50s, dressed impeccably in a black Zhongshan suit, his hair slicked back with a lustrous sheen, exuding an aura of authority without uttering a word. This man was none other than Gao Xingqiang, the wealthiest individual in Jinghai City and the chairman of Shengjing Group. Director Zhang, how is my father's condition? Gao Xingqiang inquired anxiously as Zhang Huaimin put away his stethoscope. With a smile, Zhang Huaimin replied, Director Gao, Mr. Gao's health is improving significantly. He is no longer in critical condition. With proper rest, he should recover well. Relieved by Zhang Huaimin's words, Gao Xingqiang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Director Zhang, I truly appreciate your assistance. If it weren't for your intervention in my father's heart surgery, I fear the outcome could have been dire. Yesterday, Gao Xingqiang's father suffered a sudden heart attack and was in critical condition. Under immense pressure, Zhang Huaimin performed heart surgery on him, successfully saving his life. Zhang Huaimin waved his hand and remarked, This is merely my duty. There is no need for you to be so courteous, Director Gao. Gao Xingqiang looked at Zhang Huaimin and inquired, Director Zhang, I would like to find a place where my father can recuperate properly for a while. This would expedite his recovery. Do you have any good recommendations? Upon hearing Gao Xingqiang's words, Zhang Huaimin's heart stirred. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly replied, I happen to know of a place in Jinghai City that is exceptionally suitable for Mr. Gao's convalescence, though I wonder if you would be at ease with it. Oh, Gao Xingqiang's eyes brightened, and he quickly asked, What place is that? Zhang Huaimin looked at him with a smile and asked, Director Gao, are you familiar with the Rainbow Paradise Resort? Gao Xingqiang was taken aback. Are you referring to the recently popular resort? Indeed. Zhang Huaimin nodded, smiling as he continued. Rainbow Paradise Resort has 2 wellness apartments. Not only are the medical facilities comprehensive, but the surrounding environment is also splendid, making it a perfect location for Mr. Gao's recovery. Gao Xingqiang furrowed his brow, expressing some concern. What are the medical conditions like at this resort? What if my father encounters an emergency? Can they respond in a timely manner? Zhang Huaimin chuckled. Director Gao, you need not worry about that. Although Rainbow Paradise Resort is a small scenic spot, their medical center is remarkably robust. It is equipped with various advanced medical instruments and boasts a professional medical team. Their expertise is on par with that of our central hospital. Is that true? Gao Xingqiang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could a mere resort match the medical facilities of Jinghai City's central hospital? This seemed far-fetched. Zhang Huaimin, with a sense of nostalgia, said, I know this sounds incredible, but it is indeed true. Not long ago, I visited their medical center, and the facilities there are absolutely comparable to any top-tier hospital. If you are still uncertain, you can visit Rainbow Paradise Resort tomorrow and see their medical center for yourself. Then you will understand whether I speak the truth. Upon hearing Zhang Huaimin's assurance, Gao Xingqiang felt a surge of interest in Rainbow Paradise Resort. As the most talked-about tourist destination in Jinghai City recently, it was renowned throughout the city. Even he, the wealthiest man in Jinghai, had heard of Rainbow Paradise Resort multiple times. He was aware that the resort's cuisine was extraordinarily delicious, a true culinary delight. But he never anticipated that its medical center was equally impressive. The very fact that Zhang Huaimin praised it so highly left him pondering. Could this resort truly be as remarkable as it seemed? Chapter 91. The arrival of the wealthiest man and the remarkable strength of the medical center. Gao Xingqiang was a man of decisive action. After listening to Zhang Huaimin's introduction, he promptly resolved to personally visit the Rainbow Paradise Resort the following morning to inspect the medical center firsthand. If the medical center at Rainbow Paradise Resort truly possessed the capabilities Zhang had described, he might consider allowing his father to recuperate there for a period. That evening, Zhang Huaimin made a special call to Li Yi to discuss the matter regarding Gao Xingqiang. Upon learning that Zhang Huaimin had recommended his resort to Gao Xingqiang, Li Yi was filled with astonishment. He could hardly fathom that Zhang had introduced him to such a prominent client. It is noteworthy that, 20 years prior, Gao Xingqiang was already the wealthiest individual in Jinghai City. Presently, his assets have soared to several hundred billion, placing him among the top 20 in the entirety of Huaxia. While Rainbow Paradise Resort currently enjoys considerable fame among the general populace, this notoriety is confined to ordinary circles. Within the elite circles of Huaxia, the resort's reputation is rather muted. To the wealthy, Rainbow Paradise Resort is merely regarded as an ordinary trendy spot. Rarely do affluent individuals choose to visit the resort. However, if Li Yi could cultivate a strong relationship with Gao Xingqiang, the situation would be drastically different. As one of Huaxia's most distinguished tycoons, Gao Xingqiang wields an unimaginable network of connections and resources. With just a slight endorsement from Gao Xingqiang, given his influence and standing in Huaxia, he could undoubtedly attract numerous high-quality clients. With this thought in mind, Li Yi immediately began preparations to warmly welcome Gao Xingqiang the next day. At 10 o'clock the following morning, Li Yi, donned in a dapper white shirt, stood at the entrance of Rainbow Paradise Resort alongside Yunei, awaiting Gao Xingqiang's arrival. After about 10 minutes, a black Rolls-Royce gracefully came to a halt at the resort's entrance. Subsequently, a distinguished middle-aged man emerged from the vehicle. This man was none other than Gao Xingqiang. Upon catching sight of Gao Xingqiang, Li Yi's eyes sparkled with delight as he approached with a smile. Mr. Gao, greetings. I am Li Yi, the owner of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Welcome to our establishment. Li Yi greeted Gao Xingqiang warmly. Exuding a natural composure that belied any nervousness about the tycoon's wealth, Gao Xingqiang smiled and shook hands with Li Yi, a glimmer of surprise in his eyes. Mr. Li, I did not expect you to be so young. You are indeed a promising talent. He had assumed that someone capable of establishing such a thriving tourist destination would be at least in their 30s. To his astonishment, Li Yi was merely in his early 20s. Such youthfulness was remarkable. Truly, heroes emerge from the young. Li Yi humbly replied, Mr. Gao, you flatter me. Compared to your achievements, mine are hardly worth mentioning. Gao Xingqiang chuckled, Mr. Li, you are far too modest. When I was your age, I was still a penniless dreamer. You have far surpassed me at your age. Li Yi smiled apologetically, saying, I merely had a stroke of luck. It's nothing worthy of commendation. Gao Xingqiang responded with a faint smile and remarked, Mr. Li, Director Zhang should have informed you yesterday. I have come to your resort today, primarily to inspect your medical center. My father's health is rather fragile, and I am seeking a suitable place for him to recuperate. Director Zhang highly recommended your resort, praising not only its splendid environment, but also its exceptional medical facilities, which are perfect for my father's recovery. Therefore, I have made a special trip today and would appreciate it if you could show me around. Li Yi, brimming with confidence, replied, Absolutely. I will take you to our resort's medical center right away. With that, Li Yi gestured invitingly and escorted Gao Xingqiang into the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Although it was a Monday, the resort was bustling with visitors, and the vibrant atmosphere was palpable, as Gao Xingqiang admired the stunning scenery of Rainbow Paradise. He nodded in approval. The resort's environment was indeed remarkable, surpassing that of typical resorts, and rivaling even the finest private resorts he had previously visited. As they walked, Li Yi elaborated on the current state of the resort. Soon, they arrived at the medical center of Rainbow Paradise. Upon witnessing the luxurious facility before him, Gao Xingqiang's eyes widened in surprise. Mr. Li, I did not expect your resort's medical center to be so expansive. A look of astonishment flickered in his eyes. He had anticipated the facility would be modest, perhaps 2 or 3 stories at most, but it was astonishingly large, nearly comparable to a tertiary hospital. With pride, Li Yi asserted, Mr. Gao, I assure you, our resort's medical center boasts the most advanced medical equipment and personnel in the country. It is absolutely on par with any top-tier hospital. Is that so? Gao Xingqiang found it hard to believe that a resort's medical center could rival that of a tertiary hospital. It seemed almost implausible. Li Yi chuckled. Once you tour our medical center, you will see the truth of my words. With that, he led Gao Xingqiang into the facility, meticulously detailing each section of the medical center. Medical testing room, emergency treatment room, high molecular therapy room. As Gao Xingqiang beheld the array of cutting-edge medical instruments and high-tech facilities, he was profoundly impressed. As the wealthiest individual in Jinghai City, he placed great importance on his health, undergoing regular checkups at private hospitals, and was well aware of the advanced nature of the medical testing equipment. To put it plainly, even the best tertiary hospitals in the country might not match the standard. In that moment, Gao Xingqiang finally grasped why Zhang Huaimin had recommended Rainbow Paradise Resort to him. Under the guidance of Li Yi, Gao Xingqiang meticulously toured each floor of the medical center, ultimately arriving at the 5th floor's physical therapy room. Li Yi gestured towards the therapy room, smiling as he introduced, Chairman Gao, our medical center's therapy room is equipped with over 100 advanced therapeutic devices. These machines boast remarkably potent therapeutic effects, yielding immediate results after just 1 session. Would you care to experience it for yourself? Chapter 92, The Powerful Therapeutic Effects, The Conquered Tycoon. Upon hearing Li Yi's description, a glimmer of curiosity sparkled in Gao Xingqiang's eyes as he nodded and replied, In that case, I shall give it a try. He was eager to ascertain whether this therapy room was truly as extraordinary as Li Yi claimed. Li Yi assured him, Rest assured, Chairman Gao, these therapeutic devices will not disappoint you. He was well aware of the efficacy of these machines. Ever since he underwent a therapy session himself, he had become utterly enamored with them. Now, whenever time permitted, Li Yi made it a daily ritual to visit the therapy room for treatment. With the assistance of these devices, his cervical and lumbar spine issues had virtually vanished, and his overall vitality had improved significantly. Li Yi escorted Gao Xingqiang into the therapy room. Although it was still early, a considerable number of visitors were already present. These guests reclined in the therapy chairs with their eyes closed, wearing expressions of sheer contentment. Following a recent incident involving an elderly patron who suffered a severe health crisis, awareness of the Rainbow Paradise Resort's medical center had surged. Many visitors, upon discovering the existence of the therapy room, were driven by curiosity to give it a try, and as a result, they became utterly captivated by the machines. Now, each day, numerous guests specifically visited the therapy room for treatment. The revenue generated from the therapy room alone reached several 100,000 each day. Chairman Gao, we have various therapeutic devices for the lumbar spine, cervical spine, and knee joints. May I inquire which treatment you would like to pursue? Li Yi asked. After contemplating for a moment, Gao Xingqiang responded, I would like to undergo lumbar spine therapy. Due to years of high-intensity work, his lumbar spine had always been problematic. To address this, he had engaged a professional therapist to regularly assist in his care, yielding satisfactory results. Upon hearing this, Li Yi promptly led Gao Xingqiang to the lumbar therapy devices. Chairman Gao, these are our lumbar treatment machines, which demonstrate remarkable effectiveness in treating lumbar ailments. Simply recline and scan the code to commence your therapy. Gao Xingqiang nodded, lay down on the device, and, following Li Yi's guidance, used his phone to scan the code to activate the therapy machine. Buzz, as the device powered on, Gao Xingqiang felt his lower back enveloped in a soothing warmth. The next moment, a delightful tingling sensation radiated from his lumbar region. Unable to suppress a pleasurable moan. A look of bliss spread across his face. The therapeutic device's massage was undeniably exquisite. In that moment, Gao Xingqiang felt an unprecedented relaxation in his lumbar spine, as if he were immersed in a warm winter hot spring, enveloped in an indescribable comfort. Observing Gao Xingqiang's expression of sheer enjoyment, Li Yi couldn't help but smile, finding a lumbar therapy device beside him to indulge in the treatment as well. An hour later, Gao Xingqiang finally concluded his lumbar therapy session. Rising reluctantly, he gently moved his lumbar spine, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. After just 1 hour with the device, his lumbar condition had remarkably improved. The previous numbness and soreness had vanished, and he felt as if he had been rejuvenated. It was simply astonishing. Gao Xingqiang's eyes brimmed with disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the efficacy of this lumbar therapy device was so extraordinary. In just an hour, his lumbar affliction had significantly ameliorated. This was nothing short of miraculous. It is worth noting that the therapist he had previously engaged was a prestigious practitioner from the Chinese Medical Association, renowned for his expertise in lumbar therapy. Yet, the results from that extensive care paled in comparison to the transformative effects of this device in merely 1 hour. Seeing Gao Xingqiang's astonishment, Li Yi smiled and inquired, "How do you find the efficacy of this lumbar therapy device, Chairman Gao?" Gao Xingqiang nodded, his expression one of awe, exclaiming, "I never imagined such a remarkable therapeutic device existed in this world. Over the years, I have purchased numerous high-end therapeutic massage devices. Yet none could rival this lumbar therapy device. I am genuinely curious where you acquired such an extraordinary instrument." Li Yi replied with a grin. "Every room in our wellness apartment is equipped with several high-tech therapeutic devices. Should your father come to our resort for recuperation, he would enjoy this therapy daily." Gao Xingqiang's eyes brightened as he said to Li Yi, "Could you take me to visit your wellness apartment now?" "Of course." Li Yi nodded and promptly led Gao Xingqiang towards the wellness apartment. Currently, the medical center boasts 2 wellness apartments, one standard and one luxurious. The monthly fee for the standard apartment is 100,000 yuan, while the luxurious option costs a significantly higher sum of 300,000 yuan. The apartment prepared for Gao Xingqiang's father surpasses even the luxurious model in opulence, featuring the most advanced medical equipment available at the center, as well as a dedicated medical team available around the clock to care for his father. Naturally, such lavish provisions come at a steep price, amounting to 600,000 yuan per month, double that of the luxurious apartment. However, Gao Xingqiang harbored no objections regarding this fee. As long as his father received proper care and could recover swiftly, he would not hesitate to pay 600,000, or even 6 million, without any reservations. "Bossly, I am exceedingly pleased with the various facilities at your resort. This afternoon, I will be bringing my father here for a period of recuperation. During his stay, I kindly ask for your utmost care." Gao Xingqiang spoke solemnly to Li Yi. The amenities at Rainbow Paradise Resort are impeccable, making it a superb sanctuary for health restoration. Observing Gao Xingqiang's willingness to entrust his father to his resort, a gleam of joy illuminated Li Yi's eyes, and he promptly assured Gao Xingqiang, "Rest assured, Mr. Gao, I will take excellent care of your father and ensure his well-being." Gao Xingqiang nodded in appreciation, saying, "Thank you, bossly." Checking the time, Li Yi smiled at Gao Xingqiang and inquired, "Mr. Gao, it is getting rather late. May I ask if you have any lunch plans? If not, why not stay at our resort for a meal? Not only is our cuisine extraordinarily delicious, but some dishes also possess remarkable nourishing properties. Once your father arrives, our chefs will prepare meals tailored to his health condition. Would you care to sample our culinary offerings in advance?" Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Gao Xingqiang nodded with a smile. "I have long heard of the exquisite dishes at your restaurant, bossly. Since I am here today, I must certainly indulge in them." Chapter 93, Special Medicinal Cuisine. Gao Xingqiang's astonishment. Currently, there are 2 most popular spots at Rainbow Paradise Resort, the beauty center and the restaurant. Although Gao Xingqiang had never visited the resort before, he had often heard praises of its gastronomic delights. It is said that the cuisine at Rainbow Paradise Resort is exceptionally delectable, a true marvel of the culinary world. Even the most prestigious Michelin 3-star establishments pale in comparison. As a culinary enthusiast, Gao Xingqiang had long desired to savor the resort's offerings. However, due to his demanding work schedule, he had been unable to find the time. Today, having finally arrived at Rainbow Paradise Resort, he was eager to experience its culinary wonders firsthand. He was determined to see if the food truly lived up to its legendary reputation. Under Li Yi's guidance, Gao Xingqiang was led to a luxurious private dining room on the 2nd floor of the resort's restaurant. This room was specifically designated for hosting guests, and its decor was opulent, exuding an air of sophistication. Even though Gao Xingqiang frequently frequented high-end venues, the sight of this private room still captivated him. "Bossly, the ambience of your restaurant is quite impressive." Li Yi smiled gently, replying, "As long as Mr. Gao enjoys it." With that, Li Yi instructed the restaurant staff, "Please serve the dishes." Before long, the restaurant staff entered the private room, presenting an array of exquisite dishes. Each one a feast for the senses, tantalizingly fragrant and visually striking. What a delightful aroma! As the tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, Gao Xingqiang could hardly suppress a swallow. He was well aware of the exquisite flavors that Li Yi's restaurant offered, yet he never anticipated such an enticing experience. Merely gazing at the culinary creations was enough to make one's mouth water. Observing Gao Xingqiang's rapt attention towards the spread before him, Li Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile as he introduced, "Mr. Gao, the culinary delights at our resort are categorized into 5 distinct tiers based on quality, flavor, and nutritional benefits, with 1 star being the least and 5 stars the utmost. Today, I have prepared 3 4-star dishes and 5 3-star dishes for you. These 8 culinary masterpieces not only boast exceptional flavors, but also possess remarkable restorative properties, greatly benefiting one's health. After receiving a call from Zhang Huaimin the previous day, Li Yi promptly began his preparations, taking into account that Gao Shengxiang's visit was in honor of his father. This time, Li Yi specifically curated several medicinal dishes for Gao Shengxiang. These dishes were not only delectable, but also far more nourishing than ordinary fare, making them particularly suitable for those recovering from serious illnesses. Upon hearing Li Yi mention the remarkable restorative effects of these dishes, Gao Shengxiang could not help but inquire, "Are these dishes made with medicinal ingredients?" "Indeed," Li Yi replied with a warm smile, nodding in affirmation. "Among these 8 dishes, 4 are specially crafted medicinal recipes from our kitchen. For instance, this 4-star delicacy, goji berry blackbone chicken ginseng soup, is concocted using goji berries, blackbone chicken, and ginseng. It not only delights the palate but also replenishes energy, strengthens the spleen and lungs, and accelerates recovery for patients." Li Yi gestured towards the bowl of chicken soup before Gao Shengxiang as he elaborated. "Is that so?" With curiosity piqued by Li Yi's enchanting description, Gao Shengxiang picked up a spoon and sampled the chicken soup. The moment the soup touched his lips, his eyes widened in astonishment, revealing an expression of sheer delight. The flavor was simply exquisite. The broth was rich yet not overly thick, infused with a delicate herbal fragrance that lingered, leaving a delightful aftertaste. Gao had never encountered such a sumptuous chicken soup before. 1 sip, 2 sips, 3 sips. Within mere seconds, Gao Shengxiang polished off the entire bowl. Absolutely divine. Just as Gao Shengxiang reveled in the experience, he suddenly felt a warm current surging through his body, enveloping him in a sensation akin to basking in the gentle afternoon sun, indescribably comforting. Gao Shengxiang's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with astonishment. He never imagined that the medicinal properties of the soup could elicit such a swift reaction. How extraordinary. With a slight smile, Li Yi continued, "Mr. Gao, I heard from Director Zhang that your father recently underwent heart surgery and is currently quite frail. In addition to this goji berry blackbone chicken ginseng soup, I have also prepared a special medicinal dish for Elder Gao." Li Yi gestured towards a dish on the table and introduced it to Gao Shengxiang. "This exquisite dish is our restaurant's latest creation, the Angelica Yellow Croaker. It is prepared by steaming wild yellow croaker with premium Angelica, known for its ability to invigorate qi and replenish blood, thus enhancing the recovery speed of patients. Especially efficacious for the elderly. Please, do sample it and savor the taste." Upon hearing this, Gao Shengxiang's eyes sparkled with delight as he promptly picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of fish, and placed it in his mouth. The flesh of the yellow croaker was tender and melted upon contact, a truly delectable experience. "Delicious," Gao Shengxiang couldn't help but exclaim, his face reflecting sheer ecstasy. The flavor of this Angelica yellow croaker rivaled that of the previous ginseng soup with goji berries. Each dish possessed its own unique charm, offering diverse gustatory pleasures, undoubtedly ranking among the finest he had ever tasted. In the ensuing moments, Li Yi proceeded to introduce the other dishes on the table, elaborating on their nourishing properties. Gao Shengxiang was immensely satisfied with the 8 dishes Li Yi had prepared, even feeling somewhat awestruck. He never anticipated that the fare from Li Yi's restaurant could be so exquisite, truly a culinary delight. It was no wonder that the Rainbow Paradise Resort was currently so popular. Gao Shengxiang jokingly remarked to Li Yi, "Boss Li, your restaurant's cuisine is simply too delectable. I'm tempted to stay at your resort for a few days." Li Yi replied with a smile, "If Director Gao decides to visit our resort, I shall ensure you have the finest room reserved." "Boss Li, you've made a promise." Gao Shengxiang chuckled, "One day when I have some free time, I will certainly come to your resort for a delightful getaway. You must treat me well then." Li Yi laughed, "Absolutely. I shall prepare a surprise for you." "Very well. It's a deal." After finishing their lunch, Gao Shengxiang departed from the Rainbow Paradise Resort. That afternoon, he personally escorted his father to the resort, where his father would recuperate for the following year. Once Li Yi settled Gao Shengxiang's father, he returned to his office. Just as he was about to take a sip of water, he received a phone call from Zhang Quan. Chapter 94, Meeting Invitation, the star of the show. "Li Yi, Boss Li, do you have time tomorrow morning?" Zhang Quan's hearty voice resonated from the other end of the line as soon as Li Yi answered. "Yes." Li Yi responded with a smile, "Director Zhang, what can I do for you?" Zhang Quan explained, "Tomorrow morning, we have an important meeting at our bureau and would like to invite you to attend. Would you be able to come?" Li Yi paused, curious. "Director Zhang, what kind of meeting requires my presence?" "It's quite simple. With the summer vacation approaching, our city of Jinghai is preparing to host a summer event at Dolphin Bay to attract tourists from all over the country. In order to successfully host this summer event, our bureau is convening a meeting, inviting the prominent merchants of Dolphin Bay to participate and collaboratively discuss potential strategies. Boss Li, your resort has now become the most renowned tourist attraction in Jinghai City. You must attend the meeting tomorrow and share your insights on how we can ensure the success of this summer event." Upon hearing Zhang Quan's words, Li Yi's eyes brightened, and he nodded in agreement, saying, "Absolutely. I will definitely be there on time tomorrow." He had originally intended to organize a summer event during the vacation, and he was pleasantly surprised that the Jinghai city government had the same idea. If he could collaborate with the government to host this summer event, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial amount of prestige and profit in a short time. With that, he would have enough renown to develop those 3 islands. After chatting with Zhang Quan for a few moments, Li Yi ended the call. At 5 in the afternoon, Li Yi drove Li Ruoxue and her 5 roommates to the Dolphin Bay bus station. After the bonfire party concluded, Li Ruoxue's classmates began to leave the Rainbow Paradise Resort one after another. Lu Zizhu and her friends, having enjoyed an entire week at the resort, were also preparing to depart today. Though they felt an immense sense of reluctance, they had no choice. The results of the college entrance examination would be announced soon, and they needed to discuss their application plans with their parents. Zizhu, after you complete your applications, you must come back to visit. My brother's resort is about to launch a new entertainment project. We can have so much fun together, Li Ruoxua said, holding Lu Zizhu and her friend's hands with a heavy heart. Rest assured, Ruoxua, we are equally reluctant to leave Rainbow Paradise Resort, and we will definitely return after our applications. Lu Zizhu and her friends echoed her sentiments. The time spent at Rainbow Paradise Resort was the happiest period of their lives. Each day was filled with carefree joy and bliss. If possible, they wished to remain at the resort forever. Brotherly E, we are leaving. Thank you for your hospitality during this time. Lu Zizhu and her friends expressed their gratitude in unison. Li Yi waved his hand with a smile, saying, no need for thanks. Be sure to come back and visit when you have the time. Certainly. Lu Zizhu and her friends nodded vigorously and waved goodbye to Li Ruoxua as they entered the bus station. After bidding farewell to Lu Zizhu and her friends, Li Yi returned to Rainbow Paradise Resort to prepare for the meeting the following day. According to Zhang Quan, the scale of this meeting would be quite significant. The owners of nearly all the 5-star hotels and resorts in Dolphin Bay would be in attendance. For Li Yi to seize the opportunity to lead this summer event, he needed to be thoroughly prepared in advance. A night of silence passed. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Li Yi drove his Porsche Cayenne toward the Jinghai City Tourism Bureau, located in the high-tech development zone of Jinghai City, approximately a dozen kilometers from Dolphin Bay. Li Yi drove for 40 minutes before arriving at the Tourism Bureau of Jinghai City. At this moment, a staff member from the bureau was already waiting for him at the entrance. Under the guidance of this staff member, Li Yi entered a conference hall within the bureau. As he stepped into the hall, he noticed that a considerable number of individuals were already seated. These individuals, all rather portly, were the owners of various 5-star hotels and resorts in Dolphin Bay. Upon catching sight of Li Yi, their eyes immediately brightened with interest. A middle-aged man clad in a black suit approached Li Yi with a broad smile and extended his hand warmly, introducing himself. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Yu Feng, the owner of Caesar Hotel. Li Yi smiled and shook hands with Yu Feng, responding, hello, Mr. Yu. The Caesar Hotel, situated adjacent to the Rainbow Paradise Resort, is currently one of the largest 5-star hotels in Dolphin Bay. Thanks to the booming business of the Rainbow Paradise Resort, the Caesar Hotel has enjoyed remarkable success lately. With its rooms fully booked every day, the scarcity of available accommodations at the Rainbow Paradise Resort has compelled many tourists to opt for the nearest lodging, which is the Caesar Hotel. This explains Yu Feng's enthusiastic demeanor towards Li Yi. Were it not for the influx of tourists attracted by Li Yi's resort, the hotel's thriving business would have been improbable. Not only Yu Feng, but other hotel owners in the conference hall also approached Li Yi, eagerly introducing themselves. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Zhang Yu, the owner of Jinling Holiday Hotel. Hello, Mr. Li. I am Su Nanhai, the owner of Dongling International Hotel. Hello, Mr. Li. I am He Yibing, the owner of Ziyue Grand Hotel. At that moment, the collective warmth and even a hint of flattery directed towards Li Yi were palpable. Recently, the Rainbow Paradise Resort has brought a substantial number of tourists to Dolphin Bay, significantly boosting the local tourism industry and benefiting all the hotels in the area. In the eyes of these hotel owners, Li Yi has undoubtedly transformed into a veritable god of wealth. As long as the Rainbow Paradise Resort continues to thrive as it has, they need not worry about business scarcity in the future. Moreover, even the owners of other resorts expressed considerable enthusiasm towards Li Yi. Typically, competitors harbor animosity towards one another. After all, Li Yi had siphoned off their guests. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Rather than viewing Li Yi with hostility, these resort owners sought collaboration. The immense traffic generated by the Rainbow Paradise Resort rendered competition futile. Instead of opposing Li Yi, they found it more advantageous to ally with him. If Li Yi could share even a fraction of his success, they would be able to reap substantial rewards. Chapter 95. Discussion of summer activities. Li Yi's proposal. Faced with the overtures from Feng and his associates, Li Yi felt both flattered and surprised. The attendees of today's meeting comprised the most eminent merchants of Dolphin Bay, each a tycoon worth millions, with some possessing assets exceeding 100 million. Just 2 months prior, Li Yi would not have even been deemed worthy to carry the shoes of Feng and his peers. However, now, Li Yi not only stands on equal footing with them, but has also become the object of their eager admiration. Indeed, power dictates status. Had Li Yi not been the proprietor of the Rainbow Paradise Resort, Feng and his colleagues would likely not have cast a second glance in his direction today. While Li Yi engaged in casual conversation with Feng and the others, Zhang Quan entered the conference hall accompanied by a middle-aged man. This man, clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, with his hair impeccably styled and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded an air of authority. He was none other than Dong Jianjun, the director of the Tourism Bureau of Jinghai City. With Dong Jianjun's arrival, the meeting formally commenced. After taking his seat, everyone followed suit and settled into their designated places. Zhang Quan, as the deputy director of the Tourism Bureau, occupied the first position to Dong Jianjun's left, while Li Yi was arranged in the foremost position to his right, leading all the merchants. This seating arrangement clearly reflected the Tourism Bureau's high regard for Li Yi. Once all were seated, Dong Jianjun addressed the gathering with a smile. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this meeting. On behalf of the Jinghai City Tourism Bureau, I extend a warm welcome to each of you. I trust you are all aware of the agenda for today's meeting. With the summer vacation fast approaching, we are preparing to host a grand summer event at Dolphin Bay to attract tourists from across the nation to our city. Each of you, as esteemed owners of the various hotels and resorts at Dolphin Bay, is well acquainted with the area. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss how we can successfully organize this summer event. I wonder if anyone has any insightful suggestions? After a brief silence, a middle-aged man in his 40s spoke up. Director Dong, I have an idea regarding the summer event. Oh, what is your idea? Please, do share, Mr. Zhang. Dong Jianjun replied, directing his attention to the speaker. The man, named Zhang Guangxiu, was the owner of the Blue Sky Resort, one of the premier resorts at Dolphin Bay. Spanning over 1,000 acres, the resort not only features its own beachfront hotel, but also boasts a variety of high-end recreational facilities. Having been recognized as Dolphin Bay's most popular resort for 3 consecutive years, an honor that now belongs to the Rainbow Paradise Resort, Zhang Guangxiu surveyed the assembly and solemnly stated, I believe everyone has recently heard about the barbecue craze in Zibo. It has gained immense popularity online and is particularly favored by the younger generation. Let us seize the opportunity to host a summer barbecue festival at Dolphin Bay, leveraging the picturesque coastal scenery to attract a multitude of visitors. Upon hearing Zhang Guangxiu's proposal, the group erupted into animated discussions. This suggestion from Boss Zhang is quite commendable. Summer is the perfect time for skewers and drinks. One remarked, we could create a barbecue plaza akin to the previous food festival. It would surely draw in many tourists. Another chimed in. However, barbecue festivals are occurring all over the country. Wouldn't it lack originality if we followed suit? Someone questioned. I concur. It's unlikely that visitors would travel great distances to Dolphin Bay solely for a barbecue. At this moment, opinions were divided. Some supported Zhang Guangxiu's idea, while others opposed it. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Jianjun stated, Boss Yang's suggestion merits consideration. The breathtaking scenery of Dolphin Bay could serve as a captivating promotional theme for seaside barbecues, likely appealing to a considerable number of young tourists. He then surveyed the crowd, asking, aside from the barbecue festival, do any of you have alternative suggestions? At this juncture, Yufeng raised his hand and proposed, I believe we could organize a summer sports festival. The greatest advantage of Dolphin Bay lies in its stunning coastal views. We could fully utilize this asset by hosting a summer sports event by the beach. Events such as beach volleyball, surfing competitions, swimming contests, and a coastal marathon could be included. With generous prizes for each event, we would undoubtedly attract many participants. Visitors would not only relish the thrill of competition, but also enjoy the beautiful vistas of Dolphin Bay. Upon hearing Yufeng's suggestion, the crowd buzzed with excitement. A summer sports festival is indeed a splendid idea. If executed well, it could even become a hallmark of Dolphin Bay. However, the realization that successful execution would not be a simple endeavor loomed large. Indeed, our resort has previously hosted similar events, yet the turnout was disappointingly low, someone noted. Although both Zhang Guangxiu and Yufeng presented admirable ideas, neither garnered unanimous support. Dong Jianjun turned to Li Yi on his right, smiling as he asked, Boss Li, your resort has conducted numerous successful activities recently. Do you have any insightful suggestions? Hearing this, the attendees shifted their gaze towards Li Yi, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. The events hosted by Rainbow Paradise Resort had been nothing short of spectacular, from the recent Summer Carnival to the recently concluded Bonfire Music Festival, both achieving remarkable success and drawing in numerous visitors. Curious to see what Li Yi might propose, he smiled slightly and replied, I wouldn't claim to have a brilliant suggestion, but I'd like to share my thoughts. Our summer visitors primarily consist of students and young adults. To successfully organize this summer event, we must align with their tastes and interests. If I were to orchestrate this summer activity, I would propose a whimsical fairy-themed event. Whimsical fairy-themed. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Yufeng could not help but inquire, Boss Li, are you referring to that exceedingly famous anime from Sakura Country? Indeed. Li Yi nodded with a smile. The dream fantasy elves he mentioned is precisely that globally adored anime from Sakura Country. This animated series has accompanied countless youths throughout their childhoods and has since been adapted into various video games, amassing hundreds of millions of devoted fans worldwide, particularly among the younger generation. After Zhang Quan discussed the summer event with him yesterday, he immediately thought of this anime. If Dolphin Bay were to host a summer event themed around dream fantasy elves, it would undoubtedly attract numerous young visitors. For copyright reasons, I trust everyone understands which anime I am referring to. Chapter 96. Li Yi's Event Planning. Astonishing AR Effects. Although those present were primarily in their 40s or 50s, many had still heard of dream fantasy elves. Zhang Quan was among them. His daughter is a fervent admirer of the series. Over the years, he has purchased countless dream fantasy elves plush toys for her, making him quite familiar with it. Upon hearing Li Yi's idea, Zhang Quan's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but praise, Boss Li, this suggestion is excellent. Dream fantasy elves enjoys immense popularity among the youth. If we host a summer event themed around it, we will surely draw many children and young people to visit. Standing nearby, Yufeng also nodded in agreement, stating, Boss Li's suggestion aligns perfectly with the preferences and interests of the younger generation. While the ideas proposed by Zhang Guangxiu and myself were commendable, they certainly lack the appeal that Li Yi's concept possesses. It seems that the youth indeed understand their peers better. Dong Jianjun regarded Li Yi with a glimmer of admiration in his eyes and smiled, saying, Boss Li, could you elaborate on your thoughts for everyone? Li Yi nodded and addressed the assembly. If we were to organize the summer event around dream fantasy elves, we need to focus on 2 essential aspects. The first point is the arrangement of the environment. Since this is a themed event, we must create an immersive atmosphere, allowing visitors to genuinely feel as though they have entered the world of dream fantasy elves. To achieve this effect, we could place numerous statues and plush toys of the elves throughout Dolphin Bay, adorning buildings and streets with imagery from the anime. If feasible, it would be ideal to transform some of Dolphin Bay's facilities into items reminiscent of the anime. For instance, we could redesign trash bins to resemble pokeballs from the series, and convert hotels and resorts into gyms featured within dream fantasy elves. As for the second point, it involves organizing corresponding themed activities. This aspect is the most crucial part of the entire summer event. Only with captivating and diverse activities can we entice visitors, otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Dong Jianjun furrowed his brow slightly. The first point Li mentioned does not seem overly challenging for Dolphin Bay. As long as they coordinate their arrangements, it can be achieved. However, the second point poses a bit of difficulty. Organizing a captivating and remarkable themed event is no trivial matter. Dong Jianjun gazed at Li Yi and inquired solemnly, "Boss Li, do you have any splendid suggestions for the Dreamy Little Spirits themed event?" Li Yi responded with a subtle smile. "Indeed, I have a brilliant theme in mind." "Oh, what theme do you propose?" Dong Jianjun's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he pressed for details. Li Yi looked around at the assembly and cheerfully asked, "Surely, you are all familiar with AR technology?" The crowd nodded in agreement. Although AR technology is not yet fully matured, numerous products have already emerged. Many among them had experienced various AR products. Li Yi continued, "I have a friend who specializes in AR technology, and he recently developed an AR game centered around Dreamy Little Spirits. The quality of this AR game is exceptionally high. Through a special pair of AR glasses, players can see the spirits from Dreamy Little Spirits in real life. By donning these AR glasses and a unique device, players can capture spirits in the real world, control them, and engage in battles with other players. I intend to feature this AR game as the centerpiece of our themed event, allowing every visitor to personally experience the joy of capturing Dreamy Little Spirits." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. "Boss Li, you cannot be serious. How could such a miraculous game exist in this world?" One exclaimed. Another added, "I have played AR games with my son before, but those games had too many limitations. There's no way it could be promoted on a large scale." At that moment, everyone shook their heads, utterly incredulous at Li Yi's claims. Anticipating their skepticism, Li Yi smiled gently and said, "I understand this may sound incredible, but it is indeed true." With that, he rose from his seat, retrieved a box he had brought with him, and placed it on the table. "To provide you with a tangible experience, I brought several pairs of AR glasses today. If you do not believe me, you may try them out right here and see for yourselves whether my words hold any truth." The crowd gazed at the box, their expressions filled with surprise. They had not anticipated that Li Yi had come so well prepared, even bringing AR glasses. Clearly, Li Yi was ready for this moment. Zhang Quan's eyes glinted with interest as he said to Li Yi, "Boss Li, may I give it a try?" He was eager to discover if the game was truly as wondrous as Li Yi had described. Li Yi nodded with a smile, "Of course." He then opened the box and retrieved a pair of black glasses along with a black wristband. Unlike ordinary glasses, the black glasses he produced had a slightly larger frame, with a glass border surrounding the lenses, resembling windproof goggles. Li Yi approached Zhang Quan, handing him a pair of black glasses. "Director Zhang, put on these AR glasses and wear this wristband, and you will be able to enter the game." Upon hearing this, Zhang Quan donned the glasses and fastened the black wristband onto his left wrist. Under Li Yi's guidance, he activated the wristband. A humming sound resonated as a blue current flashed, and Zhang Quan felt the glasses before him illuminate brilliantly. In the next moment, an adorable little dinosaur materialized a short distance away. This creature, clad in orange hues, had a tail that blazed with a fiery red orb, exuding a charming innocence. It was none other than the renowned Charmeleon from the enchanting world of Pokemon. "How is this even possible?" Zhang Quan exclaimed, unable to suppress his astonishment as he beheld the little Charmeleon, which appeared so lifelike. He never anticipated that these AR glasses could be so extraordinary, truly allowing him to see a Pokemon from the animated realm. With a face full of wonder, he approached the little Charmeleon, reaching out to touch it. To his surprise, his hand passed right through the creature's body. Though the Charmeleon appeared utterly real, it was merely a phantom created by the AR glasses. My goodness, this is astonishing. Chapter 97. An addictive gaming experience, captivating the masses. Zhang Quan stared in disbelief at the lively Charmeleon, his heart racing with a tumult of emotions. When Li Yi initially spoke of this AR game, he assumed it was merely another superficial offering among the myriad of AR games available online. However, he was taken aback by the sheer power of this AR game, as it genuinely allowed individuals to witness Pokemon from the animated series in real life. It was simply unbelievable. Had Li Yi not informed him that the Charmeleon was a construct of AR technology, he would have genuinely believed that a character from the animated series had crossed over into reality. Seeing Zhang Quan's stunned expression, Li Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. The AR glasses Zhang Quan was wearing were not developed by any friend of Li Yi's but were, in fact, a Samsung AR device purchased from the system's marketplace. This device boasted AR technology that far surpassed that of Earth, seamlessly merging real-world information with virtual elements, thus providing the wearer with an unparalleled sensory experience. With the right settings, not only could one see Pokemon, but characters from various other animations could also be experienced through these AR glasses, offering a dreamlike visual encounter. Li Yi moved closer to Zhang Quan, saying, "Director Zhang, these AR glasses not only project Pokemon into reality flawlessly, but also possess powerful interactive features. Once you activate the wristband, you can summon Pokeballs to capture the Pokemon you see." "Really?" Zhang Quan's eyes widened in disbelief, brimming with incredulity. He could never have imagined the astonishing capabilities of these AR glasses. Under the guidance of Li Yi, Zhang Quan eagerly pressed the black bracelet on his wrist. In the next moment, a Pokeball, the size of an apple and adorned in red and white, materialized in his hand. Upon witnessing the Pokeball, which appeared so convincingly real, Zhang Quan's mouth formed an astonished O, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was utterly magical. It felt just like the real thing. Unable to contain his excitement, he exclaimed and waved his hand. His fingers passed right through the Pokeball. Just like the little Charmeleon, this Pokeball was also a virtual projection created through AR technology. It was not a tangible object. Suppressing the thrill within him, Zhang Quan grasped the Pokeball and hurled it towards the Charmeleon. A flash of light illuminated the space as the Charmeleon transformed into a stream of light, vanishing into the Pokeball. Moments later, the Pokeball landed on the ground, shaking violently. With a pop, seconds later, the Pokeball burst open, revealing the Charmeleon once more in the conference hall. Simultaneously, a crisp notification chimed from the AR glasses. Capture failed. Zhang Quan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that this AR game would mirror the anime's mechanics, where capturing creatures also carried the risk of failure. His eyes sparkled with intrigue as he pressed the bracelet on his wrist again, summoning another Pokeball to throw at the Charmeleon. Perhaps it was sheer bad luck. But after 3 unsuccessful throws, he finally managed to capture the Charmeleon. Congratulations. You have successfully captured a Charmeleon. The cheerful notification rang out once more from the AR glasses. Accompanying this announcement, a virtual interface appeared before Zhang Quan, displaying the attributes of the Charmeleon he had just captured. This was so much fun, gazing at the virtual interface. He couldn't help but exclaim in delight, his eyes gleaming with joy. The gaming experience provided by this AR game was astonishingly immersive. In that moment, Zhang Quan felt as though he were truly transported into the world of Pokemon. The sensation of being enveloped in a reality beyond his own was utterly captivating. Charmeleon, use Ember. Charmeleon, use Spark. Those around him observed Zhang Quan's ecstatic reactions, fully engrossed in the joy of the game, their expressions filled with wonder. Was this AR game truly that enjoyable? It had captivated Zhang Quan so entirely. Seeing Zhang Quan reveling in the experience, Yufeng's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't resist saying to Li Yi, "Boss Li, I also wish to experience this AR game." "No problem." Li Yi replied with a smile. This AR game features a combat function, allowing you to control your captured creatures to battle against other players. You and Director Zhang can have a match. With that, Li Yi retrieved another pair of AR glasses and a bracelet from the box and handed them to Yufeng. Under the guidance of Li Yi, Yufeng swiftly mastered the operational skills of the AR glasses. When he beheld the enchanting little sprite materializing before him, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, utterly unable to believe his eyes. In that moment, he finally comprehended why Zhang Quan was so utterly captivated by this game. Unable to extricate himself from its allure, the game was truly extraordinary. Even at nearly 50 years of age, Yufeng found himself deeply enthralled by its charm. Within mere minutes, he had become thoroughly acquainted with the AR game and successfully captured his first sprite, the renowned yellow-skinned electric mouse. Subsequently, Yufeng and Zhang Quan summoned their sprites, engaging in a spirited battle from a distance. Adorned with AR glasses, their faces flushed with excitement as they cheered for their little creatures, appearing as youthful as 7- or 8-year-old children. Witnessing Yufeng's immersion, the onlookers could no longer contain their curiosity and flocked to Li Yi, eager to experience the AR game themselves. Even Dong Jianjun was no exception. Fortunately, Li Yi had brought a considerable number of AR glasses. After spending half an hour, everyone had the opportunity to personally engage with the AR game. Following their experience, they were all left in a state of profound astonishment, completely conquered by the magic of this AR game. They could hardly fathom that such a marvelous game existed in the world. It was truly a revelation that upended their understanding. Seeing the shock on everyone's faces, Li Yi smiled and elaborated on his plans. For this summer event, he intended to center the festivities around this AR game, hosting a spectacular dream sprite competition at Dolphin Bay. The allure of this AR game would undoubtedly draw countless visitors eager to participate. At that time, I will introduce a unique sprite exclusive to each of your hotels and resorts, one that can only be captured within your establishments. This way, all of your hotels and resorts will attract a significant influx of tourists. What do you all think of this proposal? Chapter 98. The establishment of the Tourism Industry Chamber and the collective endorsement of the people. In response to Li Yi's inquiry, Yufeng unhesitatingly declared, "Boss Li, I wholeheartedly support your proposal." Earlier, when Li Yi suggested hosting a dream sprite-themed event at Dolphin Bay, Yufeng had expressed his agreement, albeit with lingering concerns. He had previously organized a similar themed event at the Caesar Grand Hotel, but due to a lack of distinctive features, the outcome had been dismal, failing to attract any visitors. This time, Li Yi intended to orchestrate a themed event across the entire Dolphin Bay, a daunting task, without a comprehensive plan. It could easily result in failure. However, after experiencing the remarkable AR game brought by Li Yi, all of Yufeng's apprehensions dissipated. With this enchanting AR game in play, even if their thematic decorations were subpar, countless tourists would still flock to the event. As Yufeng's words faded, Zhang Guangxu chimed in, expressing his agreement with Boss Li's proposal. With a tone of admiration, he remarked, "Boss Li, I never anticipated that you could acquire such an extraordinary AR game. No wonder Rainbow Paradise Resort has gained nationwide popularity in such a short span." Initially, Zhang harbored some skepticism towards Li Yi, attributing the resort's success solely to luck. However, he now found himself genuinely convinced of Li Yi's capabilities. In just one evening, Li Yi had devised an exceptionally brilliant plan, showcasing abilities, strategies, and connections that far surpassed their own. It was no surprise that he had transformed Rainbow Paradise Resort into such a formidable establishment. In addition to Yufeng and Zhang Guangxu, the other dozen or so business owners present also expressed their unanimous support for Li Yi's proposal. They were not naive. They recognized the remarkable quality of Li Yi's plan. Following its implementation, their hotels and resorts would undoubtedly attract a plethora of visitors. Not only the business owners present, but Dong Jianjun was also highly impressed with Li Yi's plan. Observing the lack of dissent from Yufeng and the others, Dong Jianjun decisively announced, "Since everyone agrees, we shall proceed with this summer event according to Boss Li's proposal." With a smile directed at Li Yi, he instructed, "Boss Li, please take the time to draft a detailed event plan for me to report to the higher-ups. If there are no significant issues, you will have full authority over this summer event, and both our government and all the merchants in Dolphin Bay will fully cooperate with you." Upon hearing this, Li Yi promptly nodded in agreement, saying, "Certainly, I will submit the detailed event plan to you as soon as possible." Witnessing Dong Jianjun entrust the entire leadership of the summer event to Li Yi, Yu Feng and others displayed a glimmer of envy in their eyes. The Jinghai city government placed great importance on this summer event. Being in full charge would yield unimaginable benefits. Despite their envy, Yu Feng and his companions had no objections to Dong Jianjun's decision. The summer event was entirely orchestrated by Li Yi, and only he possessed the means to obtain the AR glasses. No one else warranted the role of chief planner for this event. After thorough deliberation, the group ultimately decided to schedule the summer event for half a month later. Li Yi was quite satisfied with this timeline, as the tree houses and facilities in the mangrove forest would be completed just in time. He could seize this opportunity to promote the resort effectively. Once the discussions regarding the summer event were concluded, Dong Jianjun solemnly addressed the assembly. The purpose of gathering you all here is not only to discuss the summer event, but also to address another significant matter. To foster the development of our Jinghai city's tourism industry, the government has decided to establish a tourism industry association to coordinate the city's tourism resources. Anyone who joins the Tourism Industry Chamber of Commerce can enjoy government support and related preferential policies. It is uncertain whether everyone is willing to join our tourism industry chamber. Upon hearing this, the crowd's eyes brightened, and they promptly expressed their willingness. Director Dong, we are eager to join the chamber. From Dong Jianjun's words, it is evident that the Jinghai municipal government places great importance on this tourism industry chamber, and various preferential policies are likely to be introduced in the future. This presents them with nothing but advantages. Unless one is utterly foolish, it would be inconceivable not to join this chamber. With a smile, Dong Jianjun said, since everyone is willing to participate in the chamber, let us seize this opportunity today to elect the first president of our tourism industry chamber. I wonder if anyone has a suitable candidate in mind. Hearing Dong Jianjun's words, the attendees exchanged glances and fell into a momentary silence. However, it was soon broken by Yu Feng, who looked at Dong Jianjun and said solemnly, Director Dong, as president, one must possess the capability to lead everyone toward development. I believe Mr. Li is fit for this role, so I recommend Mr. Li as the first president of the chamber. A look of surprise crossed the faces of the crowd. They did not expect Yu Feng to recommend Li Yi. Although Li Yi's abilities were commendable, he was merely in his early 20s. Could such a young individual shoulder such a significant responsibility? However, the astonishment did not end there. Shortly after Yu Feng's recommendation, Zhang Guanshu also raised his hand and declared, I too recommend Mr. Li as our chamber's first president. Though he is young, his abilities are evident. I believe our chamber will thrive under Mr. Li's leadership and make remarkable strides. Seeing that even Zhang Guanshu had endorsed Li Yi, the crowd quickly dismissed their initial concerns and began to voice their support. We also recommend Mr. Li for the position of first president. Among them, the individuals most qualified for the presidency based on experience and capability were Yu Feng and Zhang Guanshu, with both of them advocating for Li Yi. What reason did the others have to disagree? Li Yi was taken aback by the overwhelming support he received. He had not anticipated that Yu Feng and the others would recommend him for the presidency. It is well known that in Huaxia, seniority is highly regarded. In many industries, experience often outweighs ability. Even though he was capable, his experience paled in comparison to that of Yu Feng and Zhang Guanshu. Under normal circumstances, the presidency would be beyond his reach. Yet, unexpectedly, Yu Feng and the others broke with tradition and unanimously supported his candidacy. This was nothing short of astonishing. It seemed that his recent performance had thoroughly impressed Yu Feng and the others. Chapter 99. The Choice of the People, appointed as the first president. Under the guidance of Yu Feng and Zhang Guanshu, all hotel and resort owners eagerly recommended Li Yi to serve as the first president of the Jinghai Tourism Industry Chamber. In the presence of the crowd advocating for a candidate, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Dong Jianjun's eyes. Although Yu Feng and Zhang Guanshu both possessed commendable qualifications and capabilities, Dong Jianjun harbored a strong desire for Li Yi to assume the prestigious position of the inaugural president of the Tourism Industry Chamber of Commerce. The rationale was quite straightforward. Li Yi's abilities were exceptionally remarkable. Within a mere 2 months, he had transformed the Rainbow Paradise Resort into the most sought-after tourist attraction in Jinghai City. Such prowess was unparalleled. What was even more crucial was the immense influence Li Yi wielded, possessing an abundance of high-end resources. Take, for instance, the AR glasses he presented today. Such advanced technology was simply unattainable for the average individual, yet Li Yi procured it with ease. Furthermore, the resort boasted an array of high-tech facilities that even those with considerable wealth could scarcely acquire. This clearly illustrated the vast extent of Li Yi's capabilities. Should Li Yi take on the role of president, they could leverage his resources to significantly advance the tourism sector of Jinghai City. In due course, not only would the Rainbow Paradise Resort flourish, but the entire Jinghai City would emerge as one of the most renowned tourist destinations in the nation, perhaps even the world. Naturally, in return, they would extend appropriate conveniences to Li Yi. As long as he engaged in lawful activities, they would wholeheartedly cater to his requests, be it financial support or personnel. In essence, as long as it fostered the growth of Jinghai City's tourism industry, Li Yi would have unfettered freedom in his endeavors. Dong Jianjun, gazing at Li Yi, remarked with a smile, Mr. Li, you have witnessed the collective will of the group. Would you consider becoming the first president of the Chamber of Commerce? Li Yi humbly replied, Director Dong, I am still young and lack the requisite experience. I fear I might not be suited for such a significant responsibility. Dong Jianjun chuckled, our chamber does not adhere to a hierarchy based on seniority. Although you are young, your capabilities are evident. I firmly believe you can shoulder this responsibility. Yu Feng, standing nearby, added his support. Mr. Li, the position of president is rightfully yours. Apart from you, I would not yield to anyone else. Zhang Guanshu, equally earnest, stated, rest assured, Mr. Li, we will wholeheartedly support you moving forward. I am confident that under your leadership, the tourism industry in Jinghai City will enter a new era of prosperity. Indeed, Mr. Li, please accept this role. We eagerly await your guidance in our future development. The other dozen or so business leaders also expressed their unwavering support for Li Yi. Observing the enthusiastic backing from Yufeng and the others, Li Yi felt reluctant to decline any further. With a smile, he said, "Given your overwhelming trust in me, I shall graciously accept." A flicker of joy illuminated Dong Jianjun's eyes as he proclaimed, "Since Mr. Li is willing to undertake this significant role, I hereby announce that. Effective today, Mr. Li is the first president of the Jinghai City Tourism Industry Chamber of Commerce." Applause erupted from Yufeng and the others, celebrating the momentous occasion. Li Yi rose to his feet, smiling at the gathering, and expressed his heartfelt gratitude for their support. He vowed to exert every effort to advance the tourism industry of Jinghai City, contributing his share to its development. The tourism sector is the most vital industry for Jinghai City, with Dolphin Bay serving as its cornerstone. Following his election as the inaugural president of the Jinghai City Tourism Chamber of Commerce, Li Yi would wield considerable influence in the local tourism sphere. This newfound position would facilitate his endeavors in establishing the Rainbow Paradise Resort. To commemorate Li Yi's ascension to the presidency, Yufeng and others arranged a luxurious private dining room at a nearby hotel to celebrate with Dong Jianjun and Zhang Quan. At the banquet, Li Yi became the center of attention. Yufeng and the others took turns toasting him, engaging in lively conversation. However, the continual toasting began to take its toll on Li Yi. Fortunately, the system's marketplace offered a unique antidote to inebriation, which could swiftly revive one's spirits. Otherwise, he might have had to leave the hotel in a rather unceremonious manner. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, Zhang Quan summoned a companion to escort Li Yi back to the Rainbow Paradise Resort. After a brief respite, Li Yi promptly set to work drafting a comprehensive plan for the upcoming summer event. Remarkably, he completed the entire proposal in just one night. The following morning, he submitted the plan to Dong Jianjun, who, upon reviewing it, expressed his immense satisfaction and immediately reported it to the higher authorities. In no time, the Jinghai city government commenced implementation of Li Yi's proposal. A significant transformation plan was set in motion for Dolphin Bay. Within just a few days, the streets of Dolphin Bay were adorned with numerous enchanting fairy statues and plush toys. Even the street trash bins were redesigned to resemble fairy orbs. Moreover, the exterior walls of various hotels and resorts were embellished with whimsical fairy motifs and emblems, saturating Dolphin Bay with elements of fantasy. This series of initiatives in Dolphin Bay naturally drew considerable attention from tourists. Many visitors shared videos of the transformation online, igniting fervent discussions among netizens. What was happening? Why had Dolphin Bay suddenly erected so many enchanting fairy statues and toys? Was there a special event on the horizon? Quite possibly. It appeared that numerous hotels and resorts were also adorned with fairy-themed decorations. Could it be that Dolphin Bay was organizing a fairy-themed event? Amidst the buzz of speculation, a promotional video released by the Jinghai City Tourism Bureau set the internet ablaze. In the video, Li Yi, as the president of the Jinghai City Tourism Chamber of Commerce, made his debut, announcing to the public that Dolphin Bay would host a summer fairy-theme event on July 7th. Upon hearing this news, netizens were immediately filled with excitement. Especially among the students and the youth, there was an irresistible surge of cheer. The Dreamy Pixies hold immense popularity among the younger generation, with many being ardent fans. They could hardly fathom that Dolphin Bay would host a grand event themed around the Dreamy Pixies. What is more remarkable is that this event has been meticulously planned by Li Yi himself. Who is Li Yi, you may ask? He is none other than the proprietor of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. Any event organized by Li Yi, be it the Summer Carnival or the Bonfire Music Night, has never failed to impress. Given that this summer-themed event is orchestrated by Li Yi, it promises to be extraordinarily enjoyable. At this moment, many tourists were filled with eager anticipation, resolutely deciding to visit Dolphin Bay and partake in this Dreamy Pixies Summer Festival. Chapter 100. The release of the college entrance exam results and the congratulations from all. Although Li Yi is the overall coordinator of this summer event, he does not need to manage every detail personally. His role is to oversee the entire event, while specific tasks are delegated to dedicated personnel. Consequently, Li Yi has not expended excessive energy on this summer event. He continues to reside at the Rainbow Paradise Resort, attending to its affairs. As time passed, June 28th arrived. A day of great significance. After a lengthy wait of over 20 days, the results of this year's college entrance examination were finally announced. At noon, Li Yi, He Xiaomei, and Li Jiangguo sat alongside Li Ruoxue at the computer, eager to check the examination results. May heaven bless us. We hope Xiao Xue achieves an excellent score. He Xiaomei clasped her hands and whispered a prayer. Li Jiangguo, equally anxious, rubbed his hands together, his expression tense. In contrast, Li Ruoxue appeared remarkably relaxed. Dad, Mom, don't worry. My results will surely be impressive, Li Ruoxue said confidently. Although this year's examination questions were somewhat challenging, she felt assured about her performance. As long as nothing went awry, scoring between 600 and 780 points would be a breeze for her. Li Yi glanced at the time and said to Li Ruoxue, "It's already 12. The results should be out. Why don't you check?" He Xiaomei immediately urged, "Hurry. Xiao Xue, check it now." Li Ruoxue nodded and swiftly opened the results inquiry website. However, due to the overwhelming number of users, the entire webpage became unresponsive. After refreshing for over 10 minutes, she finally accessed the site. At last, she was in. Li Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with delight as she promptly entered her identification number and clicked to inquire. In an instant, an electronic report card appeared on the computer screen. The three of them leaned closer to the monitor, holding their breath, their faces etched with anxiety as they gazed at the screen. Total score, 695 points. Provincial rank, 24th. Upon witnessing Li Ruoxue's remarkable Gaokao results, expressions of astonishment illuminated the faces of Li Yi and the others. Xiaoxue, you scored 695 points. Li Yi exclaimed, his excitement evident as he affectionately ruffled Li Ruoxue's hair, overwhelmed with joy. He never anticipated that Li Ruoxue would achieve such an impressive score. In that moment, Li Yi felt even happier than when he had been accepted into university himself. Not only Li Yi, but He Xiaomei and Li Jiangguo also wore smiles that could hardly contain their delight. With Li Yi's successful career and Li Ruoxue's outstanding academic achievement, their lives seemed devoid of any regrets. One could only wonder how much virtue they had accumulated in their past lives to be blessed with such exceptional children as Li Yi and Li Ruoxue. I must call the second child to share the good news, Li Jiangguo remarked, his face beaming with joy. I will call Shiqin as well. He Xiaomei eagerly took out her phone, hastening to inform their relatives of Li Ruoxue's impressive results. Her score undoubtedly secured her admission to prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. Such a glorious accomplishment warranted sharing their joy with family and friends. Li Ruoxue was equally elated about her achievement. After sharing her results with Lu Zizhu and the others, she turned to Li Yi with anticipation. Brother, you promised that if I got into Tsinghua or Peking University, you would reward me with a gift. Now that I've achieved this goal, how will you reward me? Li Yi smiled gently, retrieving a bank card from his pocket and handing it to Li Ruoxue. I always keep my promises. This card contains 2 million. And the password is your birthday. Buy whatever you wish. Consider it a congratulatory gift for your academic success. Though Li Ruoxue's personality was lively, she was remarkably prudent when it came to serious matters, never frivolously spending money. Knowing this, Li Yi felt assured in gifting her such a substantial sum. Surprised by the size of the gift, Li Ruoxue couldn't contain her excitement and hugged Li Yi tightly. Brother, thank you. You are truly wonderful. Li Yi affectionately tousled her hair and smiled. Once you enter university, you must remain diligent and continue striving. If you manage to pursue a graduate degree, I will bestow upon you another grand gift. After a period of hard work, the balance in Li Yi's bank account had exceeded 9 figures, allowing him a sense of financial freedom. As Li Ruoxue was his only sister, he naturally wished for her continued success. With such an outstanding academic performance, her future appeared exceedingly bright. As an older brother, Li Yi aimed to support her quietly from behind, ensuring she could pursue her dreams without any worries. How far Li Ruoxue would ultimately go depended solely on her own efforts. Sensing the expectations in Li Yi's words, Li Ruoxue beamed at him and declared, Brother, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. I will not only pursue a graduate degree but also aim for a doctorate. Li Yi, upon hearing this, expressed his satisfaction, saying, That is wonderful. You are growing up. As you contemplate the path ahead, do take a moment for introspection. However, remember this, regardless of the challenges you may face outside, always communicate with me at the first opportunity. I shall forever be your staunchest supporter. Thank you, brother. A flicker of emotion danced in Li Ruoxue's eyes as she embraced Li Yi tightly. Throughout their lives, Li Yi had consistently looked after her. Whether it was delectable treats or delightful activities, she was always the foremost thought in his mind. To have a brother like Li Yi felt like a blessing earned through countless lifetimes. With his sister achieving such remarkable results, it was only natural for Li Yi to share the news. He took a photograph of Li Ruoxue's report card, discreetly obscuring her personal information, and posted it on his social media. Upon seeing Li Yi's post, numerous acquaintances promptly called to offer their congratulations, including Yufeng and Zhang Guangxu. Following their previous meeting, Li Yi had exchanged contact information with Yufeng and others. Upon learning of Li Ruoxue's impressive score of 695 in the college entrance examination, Yufeng and Zhang Guangxu were quick to call and extend their congratulations. They insisted that when Li Ruoxue holds her graduation celebration, she must inform them, as they promised to present her with a substantial red envelope. In addition to Yufeng and Zhang Guangxu, others such as Dong Jianjun, Zhang Quan, and several high-ranking officials from Jinghai City also expressed their congratulations to Li Yi. Even Gao Xingqiang, the wealthiest individual in Jinghai City, took the time to send a message of congratulation to Li Yi, showcasing the extensive network he had cultivated. In response to the multitude of congratulations, Li Yi graciously thanked each individual. Just as he finished responding to all the congratulatory messages, he received a call from Qi Mingyao. Chapter 101, the third entertainment venture. Thrilling sea paragliding. Upon seeing Qi Mingyao's name on the screen, Li Yi's eyes lit up, and he eagerly answered the call. Congratulations. Li Yi, I never anticipated that Xiaoxue would achieve such an outstanding score. Qi Mingyao exclaimed with a smile as soon as the call connected. Li Yi replied with a chuckle, It's decent, I suppose. Compared to your performance back in the day, it still falls a bit short. Qi Mingyao had been the top science student in Jinghai City, scoring 699 in her college entrance examination, a few points higher than Li Ruoxue's score. With a grin, Qi Mingyao inquired, Has Xiaoxue decided which school she will attend? With her score, she should have her pick among domestic institutions. Li Yi responded, She hasn't made up her mind yet. It will depend on her own wishes. Regardless of which school she chooses, I will support her wholeheartedly. Qi Mingyao expressed her envy, saying, I truly envy Xiaoxue for having a brother like you. Li Yi playfully retorted, No need to envy. If you wish, I wouldn't mind being your big brother as well. Humph. Qi Mingyao huffed playfully, Li Yi, it's been so long since we last met, and you've certainly grown bolder. How dare you tease me? Just wait until I return home. I shall deal with you. Li Yi, somewhat puzzled, asked, Did you not say you would be back in half a month? Why are you still abroad? During her last phone call, Qi Mingyao mentioned that she would return in approximately half a month. However, nearly a month has passed, and she remains abroad. Unable to contain her frustration, Qi Mingyao exclaimed, Do you think I don't wish to return? I had been fully prepared for my graduation defense, but unexpectedly, my supervisor encountered an issue, which delayed everything by 2 weeks. Otherwise, I would have been back by now. Li Yi inquired with genuine concern, How did your graduation defense go? Did you pass smoothly? Of course I did. Qi Mingyao replied proudly. My thesis was exceptionally well received, earning the award for outstanding thesis at this graduation defense. In just 3 days, I will officially graduate. Li Yi smiled and congratulated her. Congratulations. Since you have completed your defense, will you be returning home soon? Indeed, Qi Mingyao affirmed. I have already booked a flight back in 7 days, so you must come to the airport to pick me up. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of joy sparkled in Li Yi's eyes as he assured her, rest assured, no matter what happens, I will personally be there to greet you at the airport. Alright, it's a promise then. After an engaging half-hour conversation, Li Yi and Qi Mingyao reluctantly hung up. At noon, to celebrate Li Ruoxue's excellent exam results, Li Yi prepared a lavish lunch to honor the occasion with his parents and Li Ruoxue. It wasn't until after 3 in the afternoon that they finally finished their meal. As Li Yi was about to retreat to his room for a brief rest, he was suddenly alerted by the system's notification. Ding! The construction of the parasailing base has been completed. Upon hearing the system's message, a wave of delight washed over Li Yi. Following the remarkable success of the surfing and dreamlike ocean journey attractions, he had begun planning the third entertainment venture for the resort. After careful deliberation, he ultimately decided to construct a parasailing base. This entertainment project was classified as a 2-star attraction within the system. Once completed, visitors would have the opportunity to ride fully automated gliders, soaring above Dolphin Bay and reveling in the breathtaking ocean views. The construction costs for this parasailing base were substantial, requiring 30,000 prestige points along with 10 million gold coins. It took the system a full 10 days to complete the project. As soon as Li Yi received the system's notification, he eagerly made his way to the newly established parasailing base. Situated at the northernmost edge of the resort, the base spanned over 10,000 square meters. At that moment, the construction barriers surrounding the area had yet to be dismantled. Li Yi navigated through the barriers and entered the base. Before him lay an expansive flying facility adorned with 20 to 30 vividly colored gliders. Is this what the system refers to as fully automated gliders? Li Yi approached a silver glider. His curiosity piqued as he examined it closely. The glider was compact, measuring approximately 3 to 4 meters in size, with 2 fully automated propulsion units suspended from each wing. The 2 fully automated propellers possess immense power, enabling this glider to soar freely through the sky. Moreover, the wings of the glider are adorned with an intelligent control box that autonomously manages the flight of the entire craft. This means that passengers aboard the glider need not operate it themselves by simply setting the appropriate program. The glider can effortlessly glide over the sea and return to base automatically, ensuring utmost safety. The silver glider that Li Yi observed is a single-seater, accommodating only 1 passenger. On the opposite side of the base, several larger gliders are stationed, each equipped with 2 seats to host 2 passengers simultaneously. After a brief overview of the glider's capabilities, Li Yi eagerly boarded the silver glider, ready for a first-hand experience. The ignition process for this glider is exceedingly straightforward. One merely needs to fasten the seatbelt and press a red start button located on the seat. The intelligent system on board will handle all other operations. Once Li Yi secured his seatbelt and pressed the red start button, a powerful gust of air erupted from the 2 fully automated propellers. With the might of these propellers propelling the glider forward, it gradually began to accelerate. Li Yi felt an exhilarating sensation of thrust pushing him back as the glider ascended into the sky. Haha, this is thrilling. He couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes brimming with excitement. This was indeed his first encounter with the sensation of flight. The adrenaline coursing through him was utterly irresistible. The glider's power was remarkable, reaching an altitude of 200 meters within a mere 5 minutes. Subsequently, the glider's speed decreased significantly, allowing Li Yi to glide gracefully over the surface of the sea. As he sat in the glider, enjoying the refreshing sea breeze while admiring the breathtaking vistas of Dolphin Bay, he felt an overwhelming sense of expansiveness in his chest. Oh, I should have brought a bottle of cola with me. Li Yi lamented, a hint of regret crossing his face. How perfect it would be to enjoy an ice-cold cola at this moment. Chapter 102, the promotional video released, going viral once again. The weather at Dolphin Bay today is splendid. The sky is a clear expanse, unobstructed in every direction. The glider Li Yi is piloting quickly captures the attention of numerous beachgoers. Look, it seems there's an aircraft in the sky. What aircraft? That's a glider. Wow. That glider is shimmering silver. It looks stunning. I envy that. I want to ride a glider too, but alas, Dolphin Bay doesn't offer this activity. As the crowd gazed up at the glider in the sky, they began to chatter excitedly, their expressions filled with envy. The visitors of Rainbow Paradise Resort are predominantly young individuals who exhibit a keen interest in the exhilarating sport of paragliding. Unfortunately, no resort or attraction in Dolphin Bay offers such an exhilarating activity. Just as curiosity about the origin of the paraglider mounted in the sky began to swell, it gradually descended, heading directly towards the beach. Within the predetermined flight path established by the system, the paraglider included a segment of low-altitude gliding, mere meters above the surface of the sea, allowing for a thrilling sensation akin to flying over the water. As the paraglider approached the ocean, observant visitors began to recognize the occupant, none other than Li Yi. Look, the person on that paraglider is none other than Boss Li, exclaimed one. Wow, it really is Boss Li. He's incredible, even paragliding. With the online fame of Rainbow Paradise Resort skyrocketing, Li Yi had become a somewhat notable figure in the digital realm, boasting over 3 million followers on his social media accounts, outpacing even some celebrities. Many beachgoers recognized him at first glance, and upon spotting his figure, they erupted in astonishment, their eyes brimming with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the owner of the paraglider was Li Yi. With a smile, Li Yi waved at the beachgoers as he swooped past, gliding over the sea. The exhilarating rush of descending from the sky and skimming the ocean surface prompted him to shout in excitement. Under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, Li Yi's paraglider soared for several thousand meters above the sea before climbing back into the sky. After an exhilarating half-hour flight, the paraglider finally returned to base. As it landed smoothly, Li Yi unfastened his safety belt and reluctantly exited the craft. Having spent an extended period in the air, his legs felt slightly wobbly, nearly causing him to collapse onto the ground. This paraglider is incredibly fun, he thought, gazing at the craft with a satisfied expression. The experience of paragliding was nothing short of spectacular, offering not only the thrill of high-altitude gliding, but also the breathtaking views of Dolphin Bay. Far surpassing the other two entertainment options at the resort, Li Yi envisioned the immense popularity this activity would garner among the youth once it was launched. With renewed determination, he accessed the employee recruitment system and promptly enlisted 20 staff members in preparation for the upcoming opening. That evening, Li Yi filmed a promotional video and uploaded it to the official Douyin account of Rainbow Paradise Resort. Upon its release, the video instantly created a tremendous stir online. Oh my goodness, a sea paraglider. Is this really the third entertainment project developed by Bosley? This is absolutely incredible. This afternoon, I remarked on the sudden appearance of a glider at the Rainbow Paradise Resort, only to discover that it is a new entertainment project developed by Mr. Li. The sight of the glider over the sea is undeniably exhilarating. I find myself overwhelmed with anticipation to partake in this thrilling experience. Upon watching the video showcasing the sea glider, the crowd could not contain their astonishment, their eyes sparkling with delight, particularly the youth, who were brimming with excitement. They could hardly fathom that Mr. Li had managed to develop such an exhilarating new project in such a short span of time. Imagining themselves soaring over Dolphin Bay in the glider, taking in the breathtaking views of the entire bay, their hearts were filled with boundless anticipation, yearning to fly to Rainbow Paradise Resort immediately to experience the gliders. At that moment, Yufeng was also watching the promotional video released by Mr. Li from the comfort of his home. Upon witnessing the thrilling and enjoyable sea glider, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly remarkable, Mr. Li." When he acts, he astounds. With this new project, the influx of visitors to Rainbow Paradise Resort is bound to increase significantly. In this moment, Yufeng felt a wave of relief wash over him, grateful that they had elected Mr. Li as the inaugural president of the Jinghai City Tourism Industry Chamber. With a leader as formidable as Mr. Li at the helm, the tourism industry in Dolphin Bay is destined to flourish. As long as they follow in Mr. Li's footsteps, financial prosperity is assured. Not only Yufeng, but also Zhang Guangxiu and others were completely captivated by Mr. Li's remarkable prowess after watching the video. Amidst the fervent discussions, Rainbow Paradise Resort once again ascended to the pinnacle of trending news. In a mere 2 hours, the promotional video released by Mr. Li garnered over 1 million views, becoming one of the most sensational videos of the moment. High-altitude entertainment projects such as the Sea Glider require safety approval from relevant authorities before they can officially operate. After releasing the promotional video, Mr. Li promptly called Dong Jianjun, hoping he could assist in contacting the person responsible for safety approvals, expediting the completion of the Sea Glider's safety assessment. Without hesitation, Dong Jianjun made a call to the leader in charge of safety approvals for entertainment facilities, relaying Mr. Li's requirements. Within 10 minutes, Mr. Li received a call from that leader. The individual on the line was exceedingly polite, assuring Mr. Li that they would send personnel to Rainbow Paradise Resort tomorrow morning to conduct a safety review of the Sea Glider project. If all is in order, the Sea Glider could officially commence operations the day after tomorrow. Witnessing such promptness in their efficiency, Mr. Li couldn't help but reflect on the past. When the projects of sea surfing and the Dream Ocean voyage were completed, he had approached the relevant departments in Jinghai City for safety assessments. At that time, he spent an entire week, utterly exhausted, to finally complete all safety reviews and obtain the operating license. Yet now, with just a single phone call, he effortlessly resolved all matters. The disparity before and after is simply astounding. Chapter 103. A ticket is hard to come by. Live broadcast by the beautiful hostess at 8 o'clock the following morning. The personnel responsible for safety audits in Jinghai City arrived at Rainbow Paradise Resort to commence the safety evaluation of the water glider project. Ultimately, the outcome did not disappoint Li Yi. The water glider passed the safety inspection with flying colors. This was to be expected. A product of the system is guaranteed to be of exceptional quality. The craftsmanship of these gliders is unparalleled globally, with absolutely no compromise on safety performance. With the auditors working diligently, by 6 o'clock that afternoon, Li Yi successfully obtained the operating license for the water glider, allowing for official commencement of services. Having secured the operating license, Li Yi wasted no time and promptly announced online that the water glider project would officially open for business at 9 o'clock the following morning. Upon seeing this announcement, the long-awaiting netizens were instantly exhilarated, eagerly preparing to book tickets to Jinghai City to personally experience the thrill of the water glider. However, many were left dumbfounded when they opened the ticket booking app, only to discover that all flights and trains to Jinghai City for the next day were fully booked, leaving no tickets available. What on earth? How could there be no tickets left? There were plenty just a few days ago. Haha, fortunately, I was clever. As soon as Boss Li's promotional video was released yesterday, I immediately booked a train ticket to Jinghai City. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to secure a ticket today. Alas, it seems you still do not understand the prowess of Boss Li. Any event launched by him is destined to become a sensation by waiting until now to book. You are already too late. Remember, next time, you must book tickets several days in advance. Otherwise, you will never secure a seat. Due to the inability to obtain tickets, many netizens took to social media to voice their complaints. Before long, this news made it to trending topics, catching the attention of the Jinghai City government. Upon witnessing the immense popularity of Li Yi's newly established water glider project online, the government was both surprised and delighted. Since the reopening of Rainbow Paradise Resort, the influx of tourists to Jinghai City had multiplied several times. The government had anticipated that following the recent surge in popularity, the resort would enter a period of steady development. However, to their astonishment, in just a few days, Li Yi had launched another wildly successful project, once again attracting a significant number of tourists to Jinghai City. With the summer activities at Dolphin Bay approaching, the Jinghai City government promptly reported to higher authorities, seeking to establish additional transportation routes to the city. After a brief discussion, the provincial government of Linjiang quickly approved Jinghai City's request and allocated substantial funds for the development of tourism infrastructure. There was no denying it. Jinghai City's recent achievements were simply too remarkable. Over the past month, Jinghai City had become the most popular tourist destination in the entire Linjiang province, even overshadowing the provincial capital. If the current trajectory continues, the tourism industry in Jinghai City is destined to flourish increasingly in the future. Ultimately, it may even emerge as the most popular tourist destination across the entirety of Huaxia. As the superior authorities of Jinghai City, they naturally pledge their support for its development. Observing Jinghai City's substantial allocation of resources, several other cities in Linjiang province expressed their envy, secretly lamenting why the Rainbow Paradise Resort was not established in their own municipalities. Otherwise, all these resources would have belonged to them. Amidst the fervent discussions online, the following day swiftly arrived. At 6 in the morning, while the sun had yet to rise, Li Yi rose from his bed and made his way to the glider base to commence preparations. To ensure safety, he instructed the staff to meticulously inspect all the gliders twice, eliminating any potential hazards. Considering the anticipated influx of visitors that day, Li Yi decided to add 20 more gliders to the base, bringing the total to 50, this being the maximum capacity the base could accommodate. As the sole aerial entertainment offering at Rainbow Paradise Resort, the gliders command a premium fee of 888 yuan per person, allowing guests to soar above the sea for half an hour. While this price may seem steep, the exhilarating experience afforded by the gliders is undoubtedly worth every penny. As Li Yi and the staff conducted final adjustments on the gliders, a crowd of over 1,000 visitors had already gathered outside the base. The majority of these individuals were young, around their 20s, congregating in small groups, animatedly discussing the imminent opening of the gliders. At the forefront of the throng stood 2 attractive young women clad in white skirts, enthusiastically live-streaming the event with their phones. Among them was none other than Xiao Qi. Ever since her previous visit to Rainbow Paradise Resort, Xiao Qi had become an ardent admirer of the establishment. Whenever the resort hosted new activities or unveiled new projects, she would be among the first to broadcast live from the scene. Thanks to the immense foot traffic at Rainbow Paradise Resort, Xiao Qi's live-streaming audience had surged by nearly 1 million in recent days, yielding her considerable financial rewards. Upon learning that the glider attraction would officially open to the public today, she hurried to the resort, eager to experience it firsthand and provide her viewers with an evaluation of the attraction's enjoyment. This time, Xiao Qi did not come alone. Feeling a tinge of apprehension about the high-altitude adventure, she invited her good friend Manga to accompany her. Manga, also a prominent outdoor streamer on Douyin, boasted a fanbase that rivaled Xiao Qi's. With their combined live-streaming efforts, the audience in Xiao Qi's stream soared to over 20,000 within just a few minutes of broadcasting. As the live stream attracted a multitude of viewers, a gleam of joy sparkled in Xiao Qi's eyes. She promptly announced, "Esteemed viewers, in just 10 minutes, we shall embark on our adventure aboard the sea glider. This time, Manga and I will be live-streaming the entire experience for you all. Please, lend a hand and show some love with a thumbs up." At that moment, the audience within the live stream began to chatter excitedly. "Xiao Qi, you are remarkably bold. Do you not fear the dangers of gliding? Rest assured, Boss Li's sea glider has passed all necessary safety inspections, and there will be no issues whatsoever. Alas, I suffer from acrophobia. Otherwise, I would have certainly joined you at Rainbow Paradise Resort for a personal experience. No worries. We have Xiao Qi. Today, we shall accompany her and relish the sensation of soaring through the clouds." Just as Xiao Qi engaged with the audience, the gate of the base slowly creaked open. The eagerly anticipated sea glider attraction was finally ready to commence. Chapter 104, Official Opening, a Flawless Riding Experience. As the gate opened, the gathered tourists erupted in excitement, rushing towards the entrance. Goodness, so many people. Li Yi observed the throng outside, astonishment evident in his gaze. He anticipated a large turnout for the sea glider, yet the sheer number exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he had added 20 more gliders the previous day. Otherwise, accommodating such a crowd would have been impossible. "Boss Li, you've finally opened. We've been waiting for 1 or 2 hours. Boss Li, please start selling tickets. I can hardly wait to ride the glider. Could you tell me if children under 10 can partake? My son wishes to experience the glider as well." Noticing the eager expressions of the crowd, Li Yi quickly reassured them, "Please, do not rush. We will commence operations shortly. To express our gratitude for your support, our resort is hosting a special lottery today. Anyone purchasing a ticket for the sea glider will be eligible to participate in the draw. There are 5 first prizes, allowing winners to ride the glider for free. 10 second prizes, each comprising exquisite gifts from our shop valued at 599 yuan. 50 third prizes, each a food voucher worth 299 yuan from our resort." Upon hearing Li Yi's announcement, the crowd's eyes brightened with anticipation. They had not expected that their outing would also afford them a chance to win a prize. If they were to win the first prize, they could enjoy a complimentary ride on the sea glider. With this thought in mind, the crowd surged towards the ticket booth, eager to secure their tickets. Xiao Qi and Manga were no exceptions. Fortuitously, they managed to secure a spot near the front of the line. After merely 10 minutes of waiting, they successfully obtained 2 tickets for the sea glider. "Let us first participate in the lottery, and then we shall ride the glider." Xiao Qi eagerly pulled Manga to the lottery booth, handing their tickets to the resort staff with a sweet smile. "Hello, we would like to participate in the lottery. Of course, please feel free to select one from these capsule toys. The staff member, after inspecting their tickets, pointed to a box of golden capsules beside them and smiled. The golden capsules, roughly the size of eggs, numbered in the hundreds. Xiaoqi and Mena randomly picked 2 golden capsules from the box. Upon opening them, they discovered a slip of paper inside, boldly inscribed with the words "Thank you for your patronage. Indeed, we are simply not destined to win." Mena sighed and shook her head at the paper in her hand. Today's luck is truly dismal. Xiaoqi couldn't help but pout. With so many prizes available, it was astonishing that they couldn't even secure a third-place win. Truly, they were winless. "Well, let us head to the gliders instead," Mena said, taking Xiaoqi's hand as they made their way to the glider station. Upon seeing the gliders stationed at the base, a glimmer of surprise lit up their eyes, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, what beautiful gliders." The gliders at the base were of varied colors, each adorned with distinct patterns. There was a majestic black dragon soaring with its wings spread wide, a cute, lively blue dolphin, and a stunningly beautiful mermaid princess. Each glider boasted its own unique style, all looking incredibly striking. The designs on the gliders had been specially repainted by Li Yi the day before. He found the original colors a bit too monotonous, and thus transformed them into these vibrant styles. Now, it appeared to be quite effective. Young visitors, upon seeing the eclectic gliders, displayed expressions of delight, eagerly pulling out their phones to capture memories alongside the gliders. After perusing among the many gliders, Xiaoqi and Mena ultimately chose a pink tandem glider adorned with a whimsical pink fairy. Under the guidance of the staff, they boarded the glider and fastened their seatbelts. To prevent accidents from falling objects at high altitudes, items such as phones and wallets were not permitted aboard the glider. After handing their phones to the staff for safekeeping, Xiaoqi donned her pre-prepared head-mounted camera. Through this camera, the viewers in Xiaoqi's live stream could immerse themselves in the experience of flying the glider from her perspective. Once all was set, the staff activated the glider. With the powerful thrust of its 2 propellers, the glider slowly began to move along the runway, gradually picking up speed. Feeling the wind rushing past their ears, Xiaoqi and Mena couldn't restrain their excited screams. With a sudden, intense force pushing them back, the glider soared into the sky. In no time, it ascended to an altitude of 200 meters. Today, the weather at Dolphin Bay is exceptionally splendid, with a vast sky devoid of clouds, as if washed in azure. The golden sunlight bathes the crystal-clear waters, refracting a kaleidoscope of colors. Not far away, 3 enchanting islands, resembling precious gems, are nestled within the cerulean ocean, flourishing with lush greenery that emanates vibrant vitality. Upon witnessing this ethereal landscape before them, Xiaoqi and Mena cannot suppress the look of enchantment on their faces, their eyes brimming with awe. How breathtakingly beautiful. They had never imagined that Dolphin Bay could appear so resplendent from above, resembling a veritable paradise that delivers a profound spiritual shock. Xiaoqi and Mena cannot help but spread their arms wide, shouting joyously. In this moment, they feel all the pressures in their hearts dissipate, leaving them invigorated and refreshed. Not only Xiaoqi and Mena, but the viewers in the live stream. Through the head-mounted camera atop Xiaoqi's head, also behold the stunning scenery of Dolphin Bay. Oh my, it is truly magnificent. How had I never noticed the beauty of Dolphin Bay before? I can't resist any longer. I must experience the glider at Rainbow Paradise Resort for myself to witness the breathtaking views of Dolphin Bay. Besides Xiaoqi and Mena's glider, several others are soaring in the sky. Each of these gliders is equipped with radar sensors, which automatically detect surrounding gliders, ensuring there is no risk of collision. Joyful moments always seem to pass swiftly, and soon, half an hour has elapsed. After circling gracefully in the sky, Xiaoqi and Mena's glider returns to base, landing smoothly. With the assistance of the staff, they unbuckle their safety belts and disembark from the glider, still yearning for more. Their cheeks are flushed, and their eyes sparkle with excitement. Xiaoqi removes the camera from her head and, brimming with enthusiasm, addresses the audience in the live stream. Dear viewers, the new sea glider built by Boss Li is incredibly fun. If you have the time, you must come and experience it for yourself. Trust me, this will undoubtedly be one of the most unforgettable experiences of your life. Chapter 105. The Astonishing Revenue, Reopening the 3-Star Treasure Chest. The flawless experience of the sea glider has captivated all the visitors. Those who were among the first to ride the glider returned to base with expressions of exhilaration, unable to calm their excitement. The newly constructed sea glider at Rainbow Paradise Resort is simply delightful. As they soared high above, taking in the panoramic view of Dolphin Bay, words fail to convey the shock they felt in their hearts. The azure sky, the crystal clear waters, the shimmering golden sands, the vibrant islands. These stunning landscapes combine to create a breathtaking tableau that will forever be etched in their memories. Furthermore, the exhilarating sensation of the glider sweeping swiftly across the sky and sea ignites a rush of adrenaline, granting them an unprecedented thrill. If one were to assign scores, they would undoubtedly bestow a perfect 10 upon the seashore glider. The sheer enjoyment derived from this exhilarating experience has compelled me to partake once more. A number of youthful visitors, having relished their initial flight, found it insufficient and hastily returned to the ticket booth, queuing once again for another exhilarating turn. In light of this overwhelming popularity, the 50 gliders at the base scarcely experienced a moment's respite, each one taking to the skies anew as soon as it returned. Thankfully, the gliders produced by the system are of exceptional quality. Otherwise, such intense usage would be unsustainable. The seashore glider attraction at Rainbow Paradise Resort operates from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening. During this interval, a line stretching dozens of meters formed outside the ticket booth. Even with the addition of 20 new gliders yesterday, there remained 200 to 300 visitors who were unable to experience the thrill of gliding. In response, all Li Yi could offer was an apology, advising those guests to arrive early the next morning to queue once more. That evening, Li Yi reviewed the revenue generated by the seashore glider. Today, over 1,200 visitors had taken flight, culminating in an impressive total revenue exceeding $3,600,000. This figure surpassed the combined earnings of the other two water attractions by a factor of 2. Even Li, upon witnessing such astonishing revenue, could not help but swallow hard, his mind awash with disbelief. He had never anticipated that this new venture would possess such formidable revenue-generating potential. Earning over $3 million in a single day was astounding. Even if the number of visitors were to have in the future, he would still secure at least $1 to $2 million daily. In addition to the revenue of over $3 million, Li also garnered over $50,000 in prestige today. With this accumulation, his prestige had reached a total of $200,000, while his cumulative prestige exceeded $850,000. If he were to acquire an additional $150,000 in prestige, his cumulative total would ascend to $1 million. At that juncture, he would unlock 4-star items and facilities within the system's marketplace. Alas, my prestige remains insufficient. Li sighed softly. Although he had amassed over $200,000 in prestige, it was far from adequate. He had calculated that to complete the development of the 3 islands, a minimum of 1 million prestige was required. This 1 million would merely cover the foundational construction of the islands. To transform them into the vision he held in his mind, an expenditure of no less than 10 million in prestige would be necessary. Despite the considerable gap between his current prestige and his goals, Li remained unperturbed. Given the current popularity of Rainbow Paradise Resort, it would not be long before he amassed the requisite prestige. In addition to the 50,000 prestige, Li also accomplished a 3-star task today. This task required the Seashore Glider attraction to achieve a patronage of 1,200 within 3 days. Li had anticipated that this undertaking would necessitate at least 2 days to complete, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find it accomplished in a mere day. Along with the previous tasks from the gift shop and the bonfire gathering, Li has now amassed 3 3-star treasure chests. With such an abundance of treasure chests, he should be able to uncover a remarkable artifact. With this thought in mind, Li eagerly opened his system backpack. Preparing to unveil all 3 3-star chests in hopes of acquiring a useful treasure, he silently prayed, "Heaven, I hope you bestow upon me another piece of system equipment this time." The last time he opened a 3-star chest, he acquired a 3-star system equipment, the Ocean Star Ring. This exquisite ring possesses the ability to rapidly restore one's energy. Ever since obtaining the Ocean Star Ring, Li has felt an extraordinary vigor. Even after a full day of work, he experiences no fatigue, which is truly remarkable. This time, Li's expectations were modest. He would be content if any of the 3 3-star chests yielded a piece of system equipment. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he opened the first 3-star chest. A buzzing sound resonated as a flash of purple light erupted, and a red voucher flew forth from the chest. 30,000 Reputation Exchange Voucher. 3-star upon use, grants 30,000 reputation directly. To his surprise, Li was taken aback by this unexpected item. He had not anticipated that the chest would contain a reputation exchange voucher. This was tantamount to directly acquiring 30,000 reputation. Alas, the quantity was a tad disappointing. If only it were 300,000 reputation. Nevertheless, he mused, having something is better than having nothing. Shaking his head, he promptly utilized the reputation exchange voucher. In the next moment, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have gained 30,000 reputation. Observing the instant influx of reputation, Li nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to open the second 3-star chest. Perhaps he had exhausted his luck on the previous occasion, for the second 3-star chest also emitted a purple glow. From within, a fishing rod measuring over 2 meters flew out. Super-grade carbon fiber fishing rod, 3-star crafted from special materials. This technological marvel significantly enhances the probability of catching fish. Attributes: increases the chance of catching fish by 500, enhances the chance of catching big fish by 200, reduces the chance of losing fish by 200. To his astonishment, it was a fishing rod. Upon seeing the fishing rod emerge from the chest, a glimmer of delight sparkled in Li's eyes. Although he was only in his 20s, he was an unequivocal fishing enthusiast. Periodically, he would venture to the seaside to fish, seeking solace and relaxation. The rod obtained from the chest boasted formidable attributes, not only substantially increasing the chance of catching fish, but also enhancing the likelihood of reeling in larger catches. It was truly a fisherman's divine tool. Although Li cherished fishing, he often found himself lacking skill. 9 times out of 10, he would return empty-handed. With this rod in hand, he would no longer need to fret over the prospect of coming home without a catch. Li, filled with delight, carefully placed the exquisite carbon fiber fishing rod into his system backpack and opened the final 3-star treasure chest of the day. Buzz. After the build-up from the previous 2 chests, this time, the light emanating from the treasure chest transformed into a brilliant golden hue. Chapter 106. The Sea Water Purification Pearl. A visit from an old friend. At last, golden light has appeared. In Li's excited gaze, the 3-star treasure chest radiated a dazzling golden glow and suddenly burst open. Subsequently, a blue pearl soared out from the chest and landed in Li's hand. This blue pearl was roughly the size of an egg, crystal clear, and a deep azure throughout. Within the pearl, one could faintly observe strands of blue seawater swirling, emitting a soft, ethereal blue light, appearing exceedingly beautiful. Seawater Purification Pearl. 3 stars. A spirit pearl imbued with mysterious powers. Upon use, it can purify seawater and enhance the environmental conditions surrounding the resort. Upon witnessing the function of this seawater purification pearl, a glimmer of surprise shone in Li's eyes. The ocean heart ring he had previously drawn, aside from rapidly restoring energy, possessed a unique attribute. It had a certain probability of attracting mysterious marine creatures. During the last bonfire party, Li Yi unexpectedly triggered this special attribute, attracting a glowing dream stingray, which caused quite a stir. However, due to the subpar environmental conditions of the sea surrounding Rainbow Paradise Resort, the glowing dream stingray only appeared momentarily before vanishing. During this time, Professor Li Guotao from the Chinese Academy of Sciences, along with his research team, had been investigating Dolphin Bay for over 10 days without discovering any trace of the glowing dream stingray. This was to be expected, according to the system. In order to attract the glowing dream stingray again, he needed to elevate the surrounding marine environment to a 3-star rating. However, this would require a significant expenditure of prestige and money. Li Yi had been reluctant to upgrade. Yet, this seawater purification pearl possessed the power to enhance the environmental quality around the resort. Did this not imply that with the seawater purification pearl in hand, he could save a considerable amount of prestige and funds? Suppressing his excitement, Li Yi left the room and hurried toward the coastline. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, and the beach was sparsely populated, with only a few wandering tourists. Li Yi arrived at a secluded spot by the shore and took out the seawater purification pearl. After glancing around to ensure no one was in sight, he tossed the pearl into the sea. The moment the seawater purification pearl touched the surface of the water, it instantly transformed into a surge of blue energy, merging with the seawater. Shortly afterward, the sea surface returned to calm, as if nothing had transpired. Is that it? A hint of confusion flickered in Li Yi's eyes. Wasn't it said that this seawater purification pearl could purify seawater? Why was there no sign of activity? Just as Li Yi was lost in thought, the system's prompt suddenly rang in his ears. Ding! The seawater of the resort is currently being purified. Estimated purification time, 10 days. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Li Yi finally exhaled in relief, having feared a failure. It turned out that a period of time was required for the purification to be completed. After utilizing the seawater purification pearl, he returned to his slumber. In the ensuing 2 days, the business of the sea glider remained exceptionally vibrant, with throngs of tourists flocking to experience it. All who had taken a ride on the sea glider gave glowing reviews. Currently, the sea glider project at Rainbow Paradise Resort is hailed as one of the most popular entertainment offerings on the most renowned travel website in China. One morning, 2 distinguished visitors arrived at the entrance of Rainbow Paradise Resort. These 2 elderly gentlemen, both in their 70s or 80s, despite their advanced age, radiated vitality and appeared remarkably spirited. Accompanying them were 2 robust men, who maintained a vigilant watch over their surroundings, closely following the elderly gentleman. Xiao Chui, are you certain that old Gao resides in this resort? Inquired an elder clad in a white shirt, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the Rainbow Paradise Resort before him. Indeed, old Dong Gao is currently residing in the therapeutic apartments of this resort, replied the middle-aged man, Chui Mingguang, with a respectful bow. He had been the personal secretary of Gao Xingxiang for over 20 years, earning his trust profoundly. The elder in yellow expressed dissatisfaction as he observed the bustling tourists surrounding the resort, saying, what was Xingxiang thinking, allowing old Gao to stay in such a noisy place? This is utterly absurd. The elder in white responded gravely. Xingxiang has always been prudent in his actions since childhood. There must be a reason for his decision. Listening to the conversation of these distinguished elders, Chui Mingguang dared not interject, merely standing by with a polite smile. These 2 gentlemen were far from ordinary. The elder in white was named Zhang Guoyun, while the elder in yellow was named Song Tianhua. They were once powerful figures in China, wielding immense influence. Although they were now advanced in years and detached from worldly affairs, they still possessed formidable connections and resources. Even Gao Xingxiang would greet them with utmost respect. Let it be. Once we meet old Gao, we shall understand the situation. Song Tianhua turned to Chui Mingguang and instructed, Xiao Chui, lead us to old Gao. Certainly. Elder Zhang, Elder Song, please follow me. Chui Mingguang promptly gestured for them to proceed, guiding Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua into Rainbow Paradise Resort towards the therapeutic apartments. As they walked, Song Tianhua, hands clasped behind his back, took in the beautiful scenery of Rainbow Paradise Resort and remarked, though the environment of this resort may be somewhat noisy, the views are quite splendid. Indeed, Zhang Guiyun nodded in agreement. It is increasingly rare to encounter such beautiful coastal scenery in our country nowadays. Under the guidance of Chui Mingguang, Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua swiftly arrived at the rehabilitation apartment where Gao Mingjun, father of Gao Xingxiang, resided. At this moment, Gao Mingjun was leisurely seated on a sofa chair on the balcony, sipping tea while perusing today's newspaper. His complexion was radiant, adorned with an expression of contentment. Entirely unlike a patient who had recently undergone a significant heart surgery, having resided in the rehabilitation apartment for over a week, Gao Mingjun's health had remarkably improved under Li Yi's potent medicinal cuisine. Once frail, he had gradually regained his vitality, appearing several years younger and brimming with energy. Suddenly, there was a knock at the apartment door. Come in, Gao Mingjun called out with vigor, lifting his gaze towards the entrance. Upon seeing the figures of Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua, a glimmer of surprise illuminated his eyes as he excitedly rose from his chair. What brings you 2 old friends here? The arrival of Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua filled Gao Mingjun with joy. In their youth, Gao Mingjun had shared over a decade of camaraderie with both men. Following his retirement, he ventured into business, establishing the now renowned Gao Group. Due to health concerns, he had entrusted the management of the company to his son, Gao Xingxiang, who, with exceptional business acumen, had transformed the Gao Group into one of the most prominent companies in China within a mere 20 years. Meanwhile, Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua had ascended to remarkable heights in their careers, eventually becoming influential officials within the realm. The bond among the 3, forged through years of shared experiences, was akin to that of brothers. During Gao Mingjun's heart surgery, both Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua had visited him personally, offering encouragement to persevere through the ordeal. Gao Mingjun was taken aback by their unexpected visit today. You two old fellows could have at least given me a heads up, he exclaimed joyfully as he approached them. Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua exchanged glances, their expressions revealing astonishment. Old Gao, you look splendid. In just a week, you've nearly made a full recovery. After his heart surgery, Gao Mingjun had previously video called Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua. At that time, although the surgery had been highly successful, his advanced age had left him quite weakened, with a pallid complexion that spoke of fatigue. Yet, astonishingly, just a week later, Gao Mingjun appeared revitalized, his complexion rosy and his demeanor robust, a stark contrast to the man he had been merely days prior. Gao Mingjun, noticing the astonished expressions on Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua's faces, chuckled and remarked, I owe it all to that child Sheng Chong for finding me such an excellent rehabilitation facility. Otherwise, my health would not have recovered so swiftly. Upon hearing Gao Mingjun's words, Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua exchanged puzzled glances and inquired, Lao Gao, are you referring to this resort? Indeed, Gao Mingjun exclaimed with palpable excitement. Lao Zhang, Lao Song, let me tell you, the therapeutic apartments at this resort are simply extraordinary. In my entire life, I have never stayed in such a comfortable apartment. Is that truly the case? Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua raised their eyebrows slightly, seemingly incredulous. Although the apartment where Gao Mingjun resided appeared quite splendid, rivaling that of five-star luxury hotels, Zhang Guiyun and his companion, having been prominent figures in Huaxia, had experienced accommodations far more opulent than this one. To them, the therapeutic apartment did not seem particularly remarkable. Lao Gao, you aren't pulling our leg, are you? This resort is so noisy. How could it possibly be comfortable? Song Tianhua asked skeptically, for he detested cacophonous environments. With so many visitors at the resort, the incessant clamor seemed ill-suited for recovery. Gao Mingjun smiled and replied, Lao Song, you are mistaken. The therapeutic apartments here are not only quiet, but exceptionally tranquil. Can you hear any sounds from outside this room? Upon hearing this, Song Tianhua's eyes widened in surprise. Indeed, it is quite serene. Despite the numerous guests at the resort, this room was remarkably peaceful, devoid of any external clamor. Seeing Song Tianhua's astonishment, Gao Mingjun proudly elaborated, let me inform you, this therapeutic apartment has been constructed using special materials that possess exceptional soundproofing capabilities. Even amidst raging storms outside, the interior remains utterly serene. Furthermore, the resort's owner has thoughtfully established a buffer zone around the therapeutic apartment, prohibiting visitors from encroaching upon this area. I have resided here for a week without ever being disturbed by those guests. Listening to Gao Mingjun's account, Song Tianhua nodded and remarked, if that is the case, then this therapeutic apartment is indeed commendable. Beside them, Zhang Guiyun chuckled and added, Lao Gao, if it were merely the ambience, your recovery could not have been so rapid. Surely, this therapeutic apartment possesses other unique attributes. Absolutely. Gao Mingjun laughed heartily and continued. This therapeutic apartment not only boasts a splendid environment, but its medical facilities are also of the highest caliber in the country, undoubtedly rivaling any top-tier hospital. Most importantly, he lowered his voice, exuding an air of mystery as he spoke to Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua. The owner of this resort is well-versed in the art of medicinal cuisine. The dishes crafted in their restaurant are not only exceptionally delicious, but also possess remarkable restorative properties. The reason I have managed to recuperate to this extent in just a week is due to my daily consumption of their medicinal dishes. Upon hearing Gao Mingjun's words, Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua were momentarily taken aback, their eyes filled with profound disbelief. Old Gao, what you say is quite outrageous. What kind of medicinal cuisine possesses such formidable effects? Could it possibly contain ginseng and reishi? Song Tianhua could not help but interject. He had consumed numerous medicinal dishes before. Yet those dishes were not only unpalatable, but also lacked the miraculous effects ascribed to them. That Gao Mingjun claimed his rapid recovery was due to the medicinal cuisine from this resort seemed utterly implausible. Not only Song Tianhua, but Zhang Guiyun beside him also wore a skeptical expression. Seeing their incredulity, Gao Mingjun, with an air of exasperation, said, why would I deceive you? The efficacy of the medicinal cuisine here is indeed remarkable. Glancing at the time, he proposed, how about this? There is still an hour until noon. I will ask them to prepare a few extra dishes today. You both should stay for lunch and sample those medicinal cuisines. Once you've tasted them, you will discern the truth of my claims. Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. All right, we shall remain to give it a try. They were curious to see if the medicinal cuisine from this resort was truly as extraordinary as Gao Mingjun had described. Gao Mingjun's eyes sparkled with delight as he immediately communicated with the staff of the wellness apartment. Subsequently, rubbing his hands together, he eagerly suggested to Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua, Old Zhang, Old Song, it's still early. Let us engage in a game. It has been quite some time since I've played with anyone. Zhang Guiyun chuckled. You, my friend, are not particularly skilled at chess. Yet your craving for it is quite pronounced. Since you insist on seeking a challenge, Old Song, and I shall indulge you with a few rounds. My chess skills have improved significantly of late. It remains to be seen who will outplay whom. Gao Mingjun retorted with a scoff, impatiently retrieving the chess pieces and plunging into the game against Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua. Before long, an hour had elapsed. Just as Gao Mingjun was being thoroughly outmatched by Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua, a staff member from the wellness apartment wheeled a food cart into the room. Old Master Gao, the medicinal cuisine you ordered is ready. Chapter 108, the powerful and delicious medicinal cuisine. Gao Mingjun's invitation upon seeing the staff member enter with the food cart, Gao Mingjun's eyes lit up instantly. He hastily disarrayed the chess pieces on the board, standing up to announce, the medicinal cuisine has arrived. Let us call this game a draw. We shall continue our battle after the meal. Zhang Guiyun looked at the disrupted chessboard, exasperation evident on his face. Old Gao, can you not have a shred of shame? I have reduced you to a mere pawn. And you dare to declare this a draw? Gao Mingjun widened his eyes and earnestly protested. What of being a pawn? Who says a pawn cannot win? Song Tianhua, observing Gao Mingjun's brazen demeanor, chuckled and remarked to Zhang Guiyun, come now, old Zhang, you have known old Gao long enough. This fellow has a thicker skin than a city wall. You cannot win an argument with him. Zhang Guiyun laughed. You are absolutely correct. Let us not stoop to the level of this insufferable chess enthusiast. As he spoke, Zhang Guiyun rose to his feet and declared, let us venture forth. Let us sample the medicinal cuisine of this resort and discern its flavor. I must admit, I find myself rather hungry. Song Tianhua nodded in agreement, standing up to accompany Zhang Guiyun toward the dining hall. You two are truly hopeless at chess. My skills are quite commendable, Gao Mingjun muttered defiantly, trailing behind them until they arrived at the restaurant. At that moment, the staff had already arranged the medicinal dishes on the dining table. In honor of Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua, Gao Mingjun had ordered a splendid array of 8 medicinal dishes, comprising 3 4-star and 5 3-star delicacies. As Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua stepped into the dining area, they were instantly enveloped by an alluring aroma. How delightful! Zhang Guiyun could not help but inhaled deeply, a look of rapture gracing his countenance. The enticing fragrance of the dishes was simply irresistible, awakening their appetites. Although Zhang Guiyun had not been particularly hungry, the tantalizing scent stirred his stomach to life. Beside him, Song Tianhua was in a similar predicament. A seasoned gourmet, he was an ardent lover of fine cuisine, having traversed the breadth of the land in his youth to savor countless delicacies. Yet, he had never encountered a fragrance as captivating as that of these medicinal dishes. Observing their enchanted expressions, Gao Mingjun smugly remarked, what do you think? Did I mislead you? The taste of these dishes is exceptionally exquisite, truly a culinary marvel. You would be hard-pressed to find such flavors elsewhere. Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua nodded in heartfelt agreement, exclaiming, indeed, the aroma of these medicinal dishes is remarkable. With that, they seated themselves, eagerly grasping their chopsticks to indulge in the feast before them. After just one bite, astonishment lit up their eyes, and they simultaneously praised delicious. The dishes not only tantalized their senses with their fragrance, but also delivered an unparalleled taste. Even the finest creations of renowned chefs at a state banquet paled in comparison to these medicinal delights. In that moment, Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua abandoned any pretense of restraint, devouring the dishes voraciously. Both men, in their 70s, typically had modest appetites due to their advanced age. Even Song Tianhua, the culinary enthusiast, usually ate sparingly. However, today, their appetites were unexpectedly robust, with their chopsticks scarcely pausing. Only when they could no longer consume another morsel did they reluctantly set down their chopsticks, leaning back in their chairs with satisfied expressions. Wiping his mouth, Gao Mingjun inquired with a smile, so what do you think? The flavors of these medicinal dishes are rather delightful, are they not? Song Tianhua, with a look of profound appreciation, responded, not merely delightful. They are simply heavenly. I have tasted an array of gourmet dishes. Yet none can rival the exquisite flavors of these medicinal creations. Zhang Guiyun nodded in wholehearted agreement, proclaiming, these medicinal dishes are undoubtedly the most delectable fare I have ever had the pleasure of tasting. I am utterly astonished by the culinary prowess of the chef at this restaurant, who has transformed these simple medicinal dishes into something truly delectable. Gao Mingjun chuckled and remarked, old Zhang, you are mistaken. These medicinal dishes are not as simple as they seem. After indulging in them, did you not notice any remarkable changes in your body? Zhang Guiyun paused, momentarily baffled by Gao Mingjun's words. However, at that moment, Song Tianhua's expression shifted slightly, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. He felt a sudden warmth enveloping his body, akin to basking in the gentle sunlight of a winter's day, leaving him in an indescribably pleasant state. After a brief moment of bewilderment, Zhang Guiyun too began to sense something unusual within himself, displaying an expression of disbelief. Old Gao, these medicinal dishes. Gao Mingjun nodded affirmatively, smiling as he replied, indeed. Did I not mention to you before? These dishes are not only exquisitely flavorful, but also possess remarkable nourishing properties. The medicinal dishes you just savored were meticulously selected for you both, designed to replenish vital energy and strengthen the foundation of your health. It is thanks to the restorative effects of these dishes that I have been able to recover so rapidly this past week. Gao Mingjun had been consuming medicinal cuisine carefully prepared by Li Yi throughout the week. It was precisely due to their potent effects that his vitality had regained its strength so swiftly. Otherwise, he would have required at least half a year of recuperation to fully recover. However, while the efficacy of these dishes is formidable, their cost is equally exorbitant. In just 1 week, Gao Mingjun's dining expenses soared to over 800,000, surpassing even his monthly accommodation fees. Yet, for him, such an expense was inconsequential. As long as it facilitated his swift recovery, he would gladly pay 8 million if necessary. It was astounding to discover that such miraculous medicinal dishes truly exist in this world. Both Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua were left in sheer disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and skepticism. Initially, when Gao Mingjun had spoken of the powerful restorative effects of these dishes, they had assumed he was exaggerating. Yet, they were now confronted with the undeniable truth. It was utterly incredible. In that moment, they comprehended why Gao Mingjun held this wellness apartment in such high regard. If they were in his position, relishing such exquisite medicinal dishes daily, they too would likely be reluctant to depart. Observing the envy in Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua's eyes, Gao Mingjun cheerfully invited, old Zhang, old Song, why not consider moving in with me? We could all reside together, providing each other with companionship. I assure you, beyond these delectable medicinal dishes, this resort offers numerous alluring attractions that will certainly keep you captivated. Chapter 109. A powerful medical team and remarkable therapeutic devices. Gao Mingjuan's words instantly piqued the interest of Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua. Old Gao, is there more to this resort than just these medicinal dishes? Zhang Guiyun inquired with genuine curiosity. Absolutely. With a mysterious expression, Gao Mingjun addressed Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua. The treasures of this resort far exceed your expectations. Trust me, once you experience them, you will fall in love with this resort just as I have. Just as Gao Mingjun was about to elaborate on the other facilities of Rainbow Paradise Resort, a doctor clad in a white coat entered the room, accompanied by 2 nurses. This doctor, in her early 30s, possessed extraordinary beauty and grace, rivaling that of the stars in the entertainment industry. Mr. Gao, it's time for your noon checkup. I'm here to conduct your examination, she announced with a smile, holding a medical chart. This doctor, named Su Yajuan, was a 2-star physician recruited by Li Yi. She possessed a master-level medical skill along with 2 advanced medical skills, demonstrating remarkable medical expertise. Since Gao Mingjun moved into the wellness apartment, Li Yi had assigned a professional medical team to oversee his health, and Su Yajuan served as the head of this team. Upon seeing Su Yajuan and her colleagues, Gao Mingjun cheerfully remarked, Dr. Su, my apologies for nearly forgetting about the checkup. Please wait a moment, I will be right there. He then turned to Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua, saying, please wait a moment, I need to undergo a brief checkup. Afterward, I will take you to explore more of the wonderful offerings this resort has. With that, Gao Mingjun rose and made his way to the medical room. Each luxurious wellness apartment in Rainbow Paradise Resort is equipped with a professional medical room, stocked with various common emergency medications and medical equipment. Should any unexpected situations arise, immediate rescue treatment can be administered, ensuring no delay in optimal care. Curious, Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua followed Gao Mingjun into the medical room. Once he reclined on the examination bed, the 2 nurses promptly produced an advanced portable medical testing device to begin their assessment. Blood sugar, 61 mol. Diastolic pressure, 60-89 millimeters of mercury. Systolic pressure, 90-139 millimeters of mercury. Resting heart rate, 68 beats per minute. Blood oxygen, 97. Within mere minutes, Gao Mingjuan's various health indicators were displayed on the medical device. Seeing that Gao Mingjuan's health indicators were all normal, Su Yajuan took out her stethoscope and, after carefully auscultating his chest for a moment, smiled and said, Mr. Gao, your recovery is progressing exceptionally well. All indicators are now normal. Just maintain this course. Gao Mingjuan's eyes brightened at her words, and he replied with a smile, thank you, Dr. Su. Su Yajuan responded with a smile, it's my duty. For now, please avoid any strenuous activities and keep a positive mood. I will return this evening to check on you again. With that, she packed away her stethoscope and, along with the nurses, exited the room. After Su Yajuan departed, Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua approached Gao Mingjun, their faces alight with curiosity. Old Gao, do they conduct examinations on you daily? Gao Mingjun, donning his attire, chuckled and replied, not just once, but twice a day, morning and evening. Despite Dr. Su's youthful appearance, her medical prowess is truly remarkable. Even Director Zhang Huaimin from the Central Hospital of Jinghai speaks of her with the highest regard. A couple of days ago, Gao Xingqiang, concerned for Gao Mingjuan's well-being, had specifically invited Zhang Huaimin to conduct a thorough examination. At that time, Su Yajuan was present, and after conversing with her, Zhang Huaimin was astounded by her medical skills. Though young, Su Yajuan's expertise in cardiology is hardly inferior to his own. With such a distinguished medical expert like Su Yajuan overseeing Gao Mingjuan's care, Gao Xingqiang finally felt at ease. Upon hearing Gao Mingjuan's words, astonishment flickered in the eyes of Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua. They had not anticipated that such a modest resort could boast such a formidable medical team. No wonder Gao Xingqiang felt secure leaving Gao Mingjun here. Once Gao Mingjun completed his examination, he turned to Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua and said, come, let me show you another fascinating aspect of this resort. What could it be? Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua inquired, intrigued. Gao Mingjun grinned mysteriously, you'll find out soon enough. With that, he led them out of the room. Under Gao Mingjuan's guidance, they soon arrived at the therapy room of the luxurious resort. This therapy room had been specifically designed by Li Yi for the opulent wellness facility. It was equipped with 30 various therapeutic devices, boasting capabilities and efficacy that exceeded those of the therapy rooms on the 5th floor of the medical center. At that moment, Gao Mingjun was the sole occupant of the lavish resort, and the therapy room was utterly vacant, akin to a private sanctuary for him. As Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua beheld the array of therapeutic devices, they exchanged astonished glances and questioned Gao Mingjun. Old Gao, is the good thing you mentioned these therapeutic machines? Indeed. Gao Mingjun replied with a smile. Do not underestimate these devices. Their therapeutic effects are remarkably potent, particularly for treating cervical and lumbar spine issues. Old Zhang, hasn't your lumbar spine been troublesome for quite some time? You ought to give this lumbar therapy machine a try. I assure you, the experience will be unforgettable. Gao Mingjun patted a lumbar therapy device and grinned at Zhang Guiyun. Skepticism flickered in Zhang Guiyun's eyes as he asked, is that true? Well, I shall give it a try. With that, he approached the lumbar therapy device and took a seat. Under Gao Mingjuan's guidance, Zhang Guiyun scanned the device with his phone to activate it. As the lumbar therapy machine sprang to life, a look of astonishment washed over Zhang Guiyun's face. The massage from the device brought him an unprecedented sense of comfort, compelling him to emit a series of pleasurable sighs. This feels incredible. Song Tianhua, witnessing Zhang Guiyun's contented expression, widened his eyes in astonishment and could not help but inquire, Old Zhang, is this lumbar therapy device truly that comfortable? Zhang Guiyun nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Old Song, this lumbar therapy apparatus is indeed remarkable. It is my first experience with such a delightful massage. Chapter 110. The arrival of two influential figures and Li Ruoxue's graduation banquet. As a former high-ranking official in Huaxia, Zhang Guiyun was accompanied by a professional therapist, whose sole responsibility was to provide him with regular treatments. This therapist was no ordinary individual. He held the esteemed position of vice president within the Huaxia Therapy Association and possessed exceptional therapeutic skills. Thanks to the therapist's diligent care over the years, Zhang Guiyun was able to maintain a commendable physical condition despite the demands of his high-intensity work. However, even with such support, Zhang Guiyun's lumbar spine had succumbed to chronic ailments, causing him considerable pain after prolonged periods of sitting. Yet today, he was astonished to discover that the discomfort from his lumbar condition had significantly alleviated under the soothing massage of this device. The immediate effects were nothing short of miraculous. Seeing Zhang Guiyun rave about the therapy apparatus ignited a sense of eagerness within Song Tianhua, prompting him to seek out a device in the therapy room for his own experience. Unlike Zhang Guiyun, he opted for the cervical therapy device. Due to decades of desk work, Song Tianhua's cervical issues were quite severe, leaving him reluctant to look at his phone for extended periods. Under the gentle massage of the cervical therapy device, a look of pure bliss adorned Song Tianhua's face, as he reveled in an indescribable sense of comfort. Both Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua explored every therapy device in the room before reluctantly concluding their session. Gao Mingjun, with a smile, inquired, "So what do you think? The therapeutic effects of these devices are quite impressive, aren't they?" Zhang Guiyun nodded in agreement, generously praising, "The efficacy of these therapy devices is simply astounding. I feel as though my body has not experienced such lightness in ages." Song Tianhua also nodded, contemplating, "I never expected this resort to house such extraordinary therapy devices. No wonder you find it so hard to leave this place." Gao Mingjun chuckled heartily and suggested, "Since you both find this place appealing, why not consider moving in with me? Let me tell you, the therapeutic apartments here are limited. Now that few people know about it, you two might just secure a room. Otherwise, once the reputation of this resort spreads, you might find it impossible to stay here." Upon hearing Gao Mingjun's words, both Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua felt a stir of excitement. This resort excelled in both accommodations and medical care, far surpassing their current residence. Since they were both retired, relocating to be with Gao Mingjun seemed a splendid idea. They would then enjoy daily access to the resort's delectable medicinal cuisine and remarkable therapy devices. Exchanging glances, Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement, saying, "Very well, we shall reside in this therapeutic apartment for a while, considering it a well-deserved vacation." As Gao Mingjun observed the affirmative responses from Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua, a glimmer of joy flickered in his eyes. He promptly declared, "Allow me to call Sheng Chong and have him speak with the proprietor of this resort." Without delay, Gao Mingjun eagerly retrieved his phone and dialed Gao Shengqiang. Though the wellness apartment was extraordinarily comfortable, Gao Mingjun occasionally felt a tinge of solitude. After all, the number of residents was sparse, and given his unique status, he found it challenging to connect with like-minded companions. If only Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua were to reside here, he could relish in daily games of chess and tea with them. Following Gao Mingjun's instructions, Gao Shengqiang immediately contacted Li Yi to inform him about the arrival of Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua. Upon learning of their esteemed identities, Li Yi was profoundly astonished. He had never anticipated that Gao Mingjun would attract such prominent clients. Zhang Guiyun, after all, had risen to prominence in Linjiang province. During his school years, Li Yi frequently caught glimpses of Zhang Guiyun on television. The notion that such a distinguished figure would choose to stay in his wellness apartment was nothing short of astonishing. With the presence of these two illustrious figures, it seemed unlikely that anyone would dare to covet the Rainbow Paradise Resort. After ending the call, Li Yi hurried to the wellness apartment to meet with Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua. Their surprise was palpable upon encountering Li Yi. They had not expected the owner of the resort to be so remarkably young. Truly, he was a prodigy. In a mere half hour, Li Yi had efficiently completed the check-in process for Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua. After attending to some matters, they eagerly moved into the wellness apartment the following morning, becoming neighbors with Gao Mingjun. This development soon captured the attention of many. When the elite of Huaxia learned that Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua were residing at a resort, they were utterly astounded. In their eyes, Rainbow Paradise was merely a modest viral resort. Although many had heard of its renown, few had regarded it with any significance. Yet, the fact that such a seemingly inconsequential establishment could attract the likes of Gao Mingjun, Zhang Guiyun, and Song Tianhua was simply unbelievable. Could it be that Rainbow Paradise harbored some clandestine allure? At that moment, the elite began discreetly investigating the resort. Consequently, Rainbow Paradise truly entered the spotlight of those in high society. The following morning, after ensuring that Zhang Guiyun and Song Tianhua were settled in, Li Yi departed from the wellness apartment. Just as he was about to return to his office, he received a call from Li Ruoxue. "Brother, my parents and I have welcomed all our relatives and friends." Upon hearing Li Ruoxue's words, a gleam of joy instantly lit up Li Yi's eyes as he eagerly replied, "Excellent. I shall head to the entrance of the resort to fetch you all at once." With that, he promptly made his way toward the entrance of the Rainbow Paradise Resort. In celebration of Li Ruoxue's commendable academic achievement, Li Yi, after conferring with his parents, decided to host a graduation banquet at the Rainbow Paradise Resort, inviting relatives and friends to join in the festivities. The day prior, Li Ruoxue, accompanied by Hishomei and Li Jianguo, departed from the Rainbow Paradise Resort, returning to Jinghai City, where they visited each relative's home to share the news. Li Yi's family does not have many relatives. His grandparents had passed away long ago, leaving only 2 uncles and 2 aunts, totaling merely a handful of individuals. In addition to family, Li Ruoxue also invited several of her teachers. Initially, some teachers had prior commitments, but upon learning that the graduation banquet was to be held at the Rainbow Paradise Resort, they promptly rescheduled their engagements. After all, The Rainbow Paradise Resort is currently the most sought-after destination in Jinghai City, and a visit could easily cost several thousand yuan. With the opportunity to enjoy a complimentary 2-day stay, they certainly would not let it slip away. As Chapter 111 unfolds, Li Yi arrived at the resort's entrance just as Li Ruoxue approached with a group of people, her face beaming with joy as she introduced her relatives and friends to the splendid Rainbow Paradise Resort. Upon witnessing the opulence of the resort, awe filled the eyes of her companions. They were aware of the resort's thriving business, but had not anticipated its overwhelming popularity. A glance around revealed that the entire Rainbow Paradise Resort was teeming with visitors. Li Yi's second aunt, He Xiuqin, could not help but exclaim, "Little Li, your resort is truly flourishing. I dare say it must be generating quite a substantial income this year." Li Yi's third uncle, Li Jianhua, expressed his envy, saying, "I've heard that entry to Little Yi's resort requires membership, costing 599 yuan per person. With so many visitors, I reckon the annual earnings must be in the tens of millions." At Li Jianhua's words, gasps of astonishment escaped from He Xiuqin and the others, their eyes brimming with envy. Like Li Jiangguo and He Xiumei, they too were ordinary wage earners, earning only 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month. To them, tens of millions was an astronomical figure. Observing the astonished expressions of He Xiuqin and the others, Li Ruoxue could not help but smirk slightly. Tens of millions? Perhaps they would need to add another zero to that figure. Li Ruoxue had once inquired about Li Yi's current annual earnings. Although he had not disclosed the exact amount, he hinted that the Rainbow Paradise Resort's daily revenue was at least several million, and at times could even soar to over 10 million. Based on this revenue, Li Yi was likely earning several hundred million a year. The tens of millions speculated by Li Jianhua and the others was merely the tip of the iceberg. Although Li Ruoxue longed to flaunt her accomplishments before He Xiuqin and the others, she ultimately restrained herself. As the saying goes, fortune should not be flaunted, and one's flaws should not be paraded. Li Yi's current achievements have already made many envious. If it were to be revealed that he earns several hundred million annually, those around would surely be consumed by envy and jealousy. He Xiuqin, with a look of admiration, remarked to He Xiumei, elder sister, with Little Yi's remarkable success, "You shall enjoy the fruits of his labor." On the other side, Li Jianjun expressed his sentiments, saying, "Little Yi has always been sharp-minded since childhood. I knew he would achieve greatness, and indeed, my foresight has proven correct. Little Shui is not to be underestimated either. With such excellent scores this year, she will surely secure a promising job after graduation. Indeed, I truly wonder how Xiumei and Zhang Wo managed to raise such exceptional children like Little Yi and Little Shui. It is truly enviable. Sigh, if only my Ziyu could achieve even half of what Little Yi and Little Shui have accomplished, I would be content." In the face of such praises, He Xiumei and Li Jiangguo beamed with pride. Their smiles never faltered. As parents, there is no greater joy than seeing one's children thrive. With Li Yi now flourishing in his career and Li Ruoxue achieving such commendable results, their futures are undoubtedly bright. They have no regrets in this lifetime. Second uncle, third uncle, second aunt, third aunt, you've arrived. Li Yi greeted warmly, approaching He Xiuqin and the others. Upon seeing Li Yi, their eyes lit up, and they eagerly grasped his hands, showering him with compliments. "Our Little Yi is becoming increasingly handsome. Little Yi, do you have a girlfriend now? Should I introduce someone for you?" Hearing He Xiuqin's intent to set him up, Li Yi quickly interjected, "Everyone, follow me. I have arranged accommodations for you. Let us first drop off our belongings, and then head to the restaurant for dinner. The meals have already been prepared." "Great." With Li Yi's words, excitement sparkled in their eyes as they eagerly followed him into the Rainbow Paradise Resort. They had heard tales of the resort's exquisite cuisine, reputed to be unparalleled. Would it live up to the hype? This gathering for Li Ruoxue's graduation banquet included nearly 20 relatives and friends. Accommodating such a large group in the Skyship Hotel would be impossible. Thus, similar to his previous arrangements for Lu Zizhu and her party, Li Yi had them stay in the staff quarters of the resort. He Xiumei and the others were highly satisfied with Li Yi's arrangement. The staff quarters at Rainbow Paradise Resort boasted excellent conditions. Aside from being slightly smaller, the facilities were on par with those of the Skyship Hotel. After settling their belongings in the quarters, they followed Li Yi toward the resort's dining area. At that moment, Li Yi's cousin, Li Ziyu, approached him excitedly, notebook in hand, and exclaimed, "Cousin, could you please give me your autograph?" At merely 15 years of age, Li Ziyu has just embarked on her first year of high school. Despite her youth, the young lady has blossomed into a graceful beauty. Li Yi took the notebook from Li Ziyu's hands and, with a warm smile, inquired, "Which celebrity's autograph do you desire? When they visit the resort, I shall procure it for you." Li Ziyu shook her head, laughing gently. "Cousin, I do not wish for the signatures of those stars. I desire yours. My autograph." Li Yi was momentarily taken aback. He had presumed that Li Ziyu sought the autographs of her favorite celebrities, not his. "What would you want my signature for?" he asked curiously. He was no renowned figure, so her request puzzled him. With a look of admiration, Li Ziyu replied, "Cousin, are you not aware? You are quite popular now. Many girls in our class are infatuated with you. Once they learn that you are my cousin, they urged me to obtain your signature. You must grant me several today." "What?" Upon hearing Li Ziyu's words, Li Yi was left speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. He could hardly fathom the source of his newfound popularity. He had no talents in singing, dancing, or sports. He wondered what those young girls found appealing about him. In truth, the reason those girls were enamored with Li Yi was rather simple. He was strikingly handsome. Recently, as the Rainbow Resort flourished, Li Yi had grown increasingly confident, exuding a captivating charm that drew the attention of those budding romantics. Furthermore, at such a tender age, he had transformed the Rainbow Paradise Resort into the most sought-after destination in China, amassing millions of fans online. His remarkable abilities were undeniable. How could such a charming and talented young man fail to capture their affections? Chapter 112. a modest graduation feast. Gifts worth millions. Although he could not comprehend why Li Ziyu's classmates admired him, Li nonetheless complied with her request and signed his name a dozen times, fulfilling the wishes of his little cousin. Upon receiving Li Yi's autographs, Li Ziyu eagerly snapped several photos, proudly showcasing them to her classmates and friends. Witnessing her elation, Li Yi couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head, beckoning everyone towards the dining hall. To honor his relatives and several teachers of Li Ruoxue, Li Yi had arranged a sumptuous feast on the second floor of the restaurant. As the staff brought out platters of delectable dishes, Li Ruoxue's teachers and family members could hardly contain their salivation, their eyes glistening with desire. It was no wonder. The culinary delights laid before them were utterly irresistible. The enticing aromas wafting through the air made their stomachs rumble in anticipation. Seeing everyone fixated on the delectable spread, Li Yi could not help but smile gently. Once all the dishes were served, he cheerfully urged, "Everyone, please enjoy while it's hot. Do not hesitate. If you require anything, feel free to let me know." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks and began to savor the delectable dishes laid out on the table. Heavens! These dishes are simply exquisite, Li Ziyu exclaimed after sampling the food, her eyes shimmering with delight. The culinary offerings were indeed a revelation. In her entire life, she had never encountered such delightful fare. Not only was Li Ziyu enchanted, but Li Jianjun and He Xiuqin also wore expressions of astonishment. They were aware of the renowned deliciousness of the meals at Rainbow Paradise Resort, yet they had not anticipated such extraordinary flavors. The sublime taste was utterly irresistible. With just a single bite, they were completely captivated by the enchanting flavors of the dishes. At that moment, all sense of decorum was forgotten as everyone enthusiastically wielded their chopsticks, devouring the food with unrestrained zeal, scarcely pausing even for conversation. Observing this scene, Li Jianguo and He Xiumei exchanged amused glances. When they first experienced these culinary delights, they too had indulged with similar fervor, nearly swallowing their own tongues in their eagerness. It was no surprise. The cuisine at Rainbow Paradise Resort was simply too divine to resist. The meal concluded in a mere half hour, as the guests voraciously consumed every last morsel of the meticulously prepared dishes, leaving no remnants behind. They truly embodied the spirit of clean plate. After dining, the guests dispersed freely. Li Ruoxue took Li Ziyu and several children of their relatives to enjoy parasailing, while He Xiuqin and others returned to their dormitory to change into cooler attire. Eagerly heading to the beach for some fun, after entrusting his relatives and friends to his parents, Li Yi returned to his room and called Yu Feng and Zhang Guangxiu, inviting them to attend Li Ruoxue's graduation banquet the following day. Previously, Yu Feng and his companions had specifically asked Li Yi to remember to invite them for the occasion. Given their enthusiasm, Li Yi felt it was only courteous to oblige. Upon receiving the invitation, Yu Feng and the others were thrilled, promptly assuring Li Yi that they would be there promptly at noon. Aside from Yu Feng and his group, Li Yi did not extend invitations to anyone else. On one hand, he wished to avoid inconveniencing others. On the other, he preferred to keep things low-key. It was merely a graduation banquet. There was no need for grandiosity. A simple gathering of a few relatives and friends would suffice. After concluding the call, Li Yi summoned a few staff members to arrange a modest banquet hall on the second floor of the restaurant. Though not overly extravagant, with the staff's careful decorations, it still appeared quite lovely. With everything in place, the next morning arrived swiftly. As the protagonist of the day, Li Ruoxue donned a white dress adorned with a striking red bow atop her head, her face lightly touched with makeup. She radiated a breathtaking beauty, reminiscent of a runaway princess from a Disney tale, leaving a stunning impression on all. Under Li Yi's arrangements, the guests arrived early at the banquet hall on the second floor of the restaurant. Shortly after everyone took their seats, Yu Feng was the first to enter the hall. "Congratulations, Boss Li." Upon their first meeting, Yu Feng warmly shook hands with Li Yi, smiling as he extended his congratulations. "Thank you, Boss Yu." Li Yi reciprocated the handshake with a smile, introducing Li Ruoxue beside him. "Ruoxue, this is Boss Yu from the neighboring Caesar Hotel. You may call him Uncle Yu." Li Ruoxue looked at Yu Feng and sweetly greeted, "Uncle Yu, hello? Boss Yu, this is my sister, Li Ruoxue." Li Yi introduced with a smile. Upon seeing Li Ruoxue beside Li Yi, a look of astonishment crossed Yu Feng's face. He had not anticipated such exquisite beauty. She rivaled even the most popular stars of the entertainment industry in Huaxia. With a grin, Yu Feng pulled a brand new car key from his pocket and offered it to Li Ruoxue, saying, "Little Snow, congratulations on your outstanding achievement. I'm not sure what you like, but this Maserati, which I recently acquired and have yet to drive, is now yours. I hope you like it." Nearby, He Xiuqin and others were wide-eyed in disbelief at Yu Feng's generosity, unable to comprehend that Li Yi's acquaintance would present such an extravagant gift, an opulent car worth millions, as a congratulatory gesture for her academic success. This was simply beyond comprehension. Not only He Xiuqin and the others, but even Li Ruoxue herself was taken aback, looking at Li Yi in a daze. She had never received such a precious gift in her life. Li Yi was equally astonished by Yu Feng's lavish present, and hastily remarked, "Boss Yu, I truly appreciate your kindness, but this car is far too extravagant. You should take it back." Yu Feng, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Boss Li, your resort has brought considerable business to our Caesar Hotel during this time, and I have long wished to express my gratitude. This car is merely a token of my appreciation and hardly worth mentioning. I hope you will not refuse." With that, Yu Feng firmly pressed the car keys into Li Ruoxue's hands. After all that had transpired, Yu Feng was completely in awe of Li Yi's formidable capabilities. Despite his youth, the depth of Li Yi's influence was immeasurable. As long as he could maintain a close association with Li Yi, the advantages he could reap in the future would undoubtedly surpass the value of this Maserati. Chapter 113. The unexpected guest and the shock of relatives and friends under Yu Feng's insistence. Li Yi ultimately accepted the Maserati. There was no way around it. Given Yu Feng's earnestness, further refusal would have been rather disrespectful. The price of this vehicle is quite reasonable, and when the opportunity arises in the future, he can repay this favor to Yu Feng. Li Yi gently patted Li Ruoxue on the head and said with a smile, Xiaoxue. Shouldn't you promptly express your gratitude to Uncle Yu for his gift? Hearing this, Li Ruoxue quickly thanked Yu Feng. Uncle Yu, thank you for the gift you gave me. Yu Feng waved his hand with a smile and replied, no need to be polite. When you go to university, make sure to continue working hard and never let your brother's expectations of you go to waste. Li Ruoxue nodded vigorously, affirming, Uncle Yu, you can rest assured. I will not disappoint my brother. That's good. I believe you will become even more exceptional in the future. Yu Feng encouraged with a smile. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Li Yi, Yu Feng found a seat. With Yu Feng's arrival, Zhang Guangxiu and several members of the Jinghai City Tourism Industry Chamber of Commerce gradually made their way to the banquet hall. Boss Li, congratulations. Congratulations. Boss Li, I commend your sister on her academic achievements. I wish her a bright future and boundless prospects. Boss Li, here is a gift I prepared for your sister's advancement. It is a small token of my appreciation. Like Yu Feng, Zhang Guangxiu and others had also thoughtfully prepared gifts for Li Ruoxue's academic advancement. Some presented red envelopes, while others gifted mobile phones or computers. Although these gifts did not match the value of the Maserati from Yu Feng, they were still quite valuable, with the least expensive among them worth several tens of thousands. Observing Li Ruoxue receiving numerous red envelopes and various high-end gifts, He Xiuqin and others couldn't help but reveal a hint of envy. Their monthly salary was only around 3,000 to 4,000, and even if they toiled their entire lives, they might never earn such a sum. Just as most of Li Yi's invited guests had arrived, a striking figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the banquet hall. Upon seeing this figure, Li Ziyu and several children from Li Yi's relatives' families brightened up, exclaiming, Lu Xiaofei. Indeed, the radiant figure was none other than Lu Xiaofei, Sister Xiaofei. Upon spotting Lu Xiaofei, Li Ruoxue's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had not anticipated that Lu Xiaofei would attend her academic banquet today. Not only Li Ruoxue, but even Li Yi was astonished. Lu Xiaofei's work was extremely demanding, and Li Yi did not wish to disrupt her schedule, which was why he had not invited her to Li Ruoxue's banquet. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Xiaofei still arrived. Could it be that Li Ruoxue had invited Lu Xiaofei? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Xiaofei approached Li Yi and feigned displeasure, saying, Boss Li, how could you be so inconsiderate? You didn't invite me to Ruoxue's banquet. If I hadn't seen her post on social media yesterday, I would have missed it entirely. Li Yi quickly explained, Xiaofei, I'm so sorry. I was concerned about disrupting your work, which is why I didn't mention it. I hope you won't take it to heart. Lu Xiaofei laughed, I know. I was just teasing you. Lu Xiaofei took out an exquisite gift box from her bag and handed it to Li Ruoxue, saying, Ruoxue, congratulations on your outstanding exam results. This is my gift to you for your advancement. Open it and see if you like it. Thank you, Sister Xiaofei. Li Ruoxue eagerly accepted the gift box and opened it without hesitation. Inside lay a dazzling diamond necklace, adorned with countless tiny diamonds that sparkled under the light, radiating a dreamlike brilliance. It was truly stunning. Wow, what a beautiful necklace, Li Ruoxue exclaimed, her eyes brimming with delight. Regardless of age, no girl can resist the allure of shimmering jewelry. At just a glance, Li Ruoxue was instantly enamored with the necklace. Lu Xiaofei, observing Li Ruoxue, smiled and inquired, Xiaoxue, how do you like the necklace? If it doesn't suit your taste, I can exchange it for another. Lu Xiaofei is the exclusive spokesperson for Tiffany in the Huaxiao region. This diamond necklace was a limited edition piece, specially prepared for her by the president of Tiffany Huaxiao the previous night, with only 500 pieces available worldwide. Priced at an astonishing 280,000. I absolutely adore this necklace, Sister Xiaofei. Thank you so much. Li Ruoxue replied swiftly. I'm glad you like it. Lu Xiaofei smiled gently and took out another exquisite gift box from her bag, presenting it to Li Ruoxue. This is your advancement gift from Uncle Xiang. He couldn't attend your celebration today due to a film premiere, and he asked me to convey his apologies. The gift from Xiang Tianhua to Li Ruoxue was a Patek Philippe ladies' watch, also a limited edition piece, valued at over 400,000. Upon seeing the elegant watch inside the box, Li Ruoxue eagerly said to Lu Xiaofei, Sister Xiaofei, I really like this watch. Please thank Uncle Xiang for me when you return. Of course I will. Lu Xiaofei nodded with a smile and asked, Ruoxue, with your achievements, you must be considering Tsinghua or Peking University, right? Yes. Li Ruoxue nodded, smiling as she replied, I haven't yet decided which school to attend, but it will definitely be one of those two. Lu Xiaofei linked her arm with Li Ruoxue's, playfully saying, once you choose your school, make sure to tell me. My home is in the capital. When you come to Beijing, you can stay with me. Li Ruoxue's eyes brightened at the thought. All right, I will definitely let you know. Sister Xiaofei. Lu Xiaofei was Li Ruoxue's idol, and the prospect of living with her idol filled her with happiness. Nearby, Li Ziyu and her companions looked on in astonishment at the friendly exchange between Li Ruoxue and the star Lu Xiaofei. They could hardly believe the closeness of their relationship. It was simply incredible. Not only Li Ziyu, but also Yu Feng and others displayed expressions of surprise. Lu Xiaofei held a significant status in the Huaxiao entertainment industry. Today, Lu Xiaofei unexpectedly made an uninvited appearance at Li Ruoxue's graduation banquet, highlighting the depth of her friendship with Li Yi. However, despite the surprise, Yu Feng and the others remained largely unconcerned. For ordinary individuals, a star of Lu Xiaofei's caliber might seem unattainable, yet for Yu Feng and his companions, she was merely an entertainer. As billionaires with assets exceeding 1 billion, they regarded top-tier celebrities like Lu Xiaofei as inconsequential. With sufficient funds, they could summon any star they wished. While Yu Feng and his companions engaged in their conversation with an air of indifference, 3 figures entered the banquet hall. Upon seeing them, Yu Feng and Zhang Guanshu's pupils dilated, and they rose abruptly, their expressions transformed with profound astonishment, shedding their previous nonchalance. Chapter 114. The arrival of three esteemed titans Gao Xingxiang. Upon catching sight of the three figures at the entrance, Yu Feng and his companions could not suppress their exclamations. Their eyes filled with disbelief. Leading the trio was none other than Gao Xingxiang, the wealthiest individual in Jinghai City. In that moment, Yu Feng and his companions stood up in excitement, their gazes towards Gao Xingxiang brimming with exhilaration. Gao Xingxiang was a legendary figure in the Jinghai business community. Many entrepreneurs in Jinghai regarded him as an idol, and Yu Feng and his friends were no exception. They could hardly fathom that Gao Xingxiang would attend Li Ruoxue's graduation banquet. Look, aren't those two men beside director Gao Su Jinwen and Huang Yuqing? Indeed, it was them. The presence of these two eminent figures was astonishing. Li's influence must be immense. Zhang Guangshu and the others began to chatter excitedly upon recognizing the two middle-aged men beside Gao Xingxiang, their faces alight with shock. If they were not mistaken, those men were indeed Su Jinwen and Huang Yuqing, renowned tycoons of China. Su Jinwen was a prominent hotel magnate, owning over 50% of the nation's five-star hotels, with a fortune surpassing 10 billion. This year, he ranked 24th on China's Forbes list, just a few places below Gao Xingxiang. As for Huang Yuqing, he was also a distinguished, super-wealthy businessman, having established the largest chain supermarket in China, with hundreds of stores nationwide and assets in the billions. The mere fact that these two top magnates appeared alongside Gao Xingxiang at Li Ruoxue's graduation banquet was nothing short of incredulous. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Not only were Yu Feng and his companions astounded, but even Li Yi was equally taken aback upon